Gevoff's consciousness floated up, as if from warm water. The first thing he registered was a rough yet heated sensation. A few wet, oversized tongues were lapping at his forehead, carrying the mingled scent of pine resin and damp earth from the forest. His body tensed in an instant, the fur at the nape of his neck bristling upright, like a spring suddenly released. When his eyes snapped open, his field of vision was crammed full of dusty gray fur balls. Those heads were a size larger than his, with pointed ears standing erect and amber eyes in which his own small reflection flickered. They were wolves, genuine flesh and blood wolves. Yet before fear could claw its way up his throat, an even stranger sensation gripped him. His line of sight was far too close to the ground. When he braced his forelimbs against the earth, he could clearly feel the fine textures of roots in the soil, and his fluffy tail was unconsciously sweeping back and forth along the ground. He tried to open his mouth and shout, but only a thin, weak little howl rolled out of his throat, still milk-soft, carrying the timid tremor unique to a very young cub. The sound startled even him, making his whole body shudder. He lowered his head to look at his own hand. It was unmistakably a gray wolf paw with tender pink pads and soft nodiothardan claws. At that moment, a cluster of unfamiliar memory fragments spilled into his mind, like a jar of glass marbles knocked over. 3-month-old gray wolf, second son of the family, with an elder brother born a little earlier, and below him 3 younger sisters and 1 younger brother. Gevoff was dumbfounded. Today he had actually transmigrated into a wolf. And not just any wolf, but a newly weaned cub whose teeth had not even fully grown in. He tried to bare his teeth to make the kind of utterly despairing expression a human would, but all he managed was to twitch the fur at the corners of his mouth and reveal a few rice grain-sized milk teeth, making him look foolish and pitiful instead. "Oh, my dear younger brother, have you become clever as well?" A voice suddenly slipped into his ears, low and husky, yet still wrapped in a hint of cub-like softness, like sandpaper gently rubbing against wood. Gevoff jerked his head around and saw a gray wolf a half-head taller than him squeezing and pushing their wolf mother aside a little to make room. This wolf's fur was a shade darker. At the moment he was tilting his head as he looked at Gevoff, a light flickering in his eyes that did not belong to a mere beast. Gevoff was completely stunned. Wolves could speak human language, and in such an oddly old-fashioned tone at that. He opened and closed his mouth, but his throat felt as if a wad of fur were stuck in it, and he could not produce a sound for a long while. "Hey!" The wolf, according to the information in his memories, this should be his eldest brother, lifted a forepaw and waved it in front of his eyes. The wolf paw was a size larger than his, the nails already tinged with faint white, carrying a nascent hint of sharpness. "Have you only just begun to grow clever, my dear younger brother?" Hearing this, Gevoff finally began to react. Perhaps he had transmigrated into some sort of cultivation world. Eldest brother," Gevoff called out to him cautiously. The elder wolf's eyes flared bright at once, as if 2 tiny flames had been lit within. He abruptly dropped his paw and actually pulled the corners of his mouth wide to either side, forming an expression astonishingly similar to a human smile, even the muscles in his cheeks moving along with it. "At last I have a kindred of my own, and he is even my younger brother." Meanwhile, as they talked, their wolf mother gently seized Gevoff by the scruff and dragged him a little farther away. There was none of the usual affectionate warmth of a mother beast toward her cubs in her amber eyes. Instead, there was a cautious sort of distance, as though she were gazing at some deity that needed to be enshrined. Their wolf father squatted a little farther off on a rock, ears half drooping, a low rumbling growl rolling from his throat from time to time, the way wolves expressed unease. Gevoff paid them no mind. He had only heard what his elder brother said, and now burned with the urge to understand this world. He asked eldest brother, "What do you mean by that?" His elder brother was still smiling, brimming with warmth and excitement. "Why, because we are special. We are very clever. They do not understand our words, nor can they see what it is we intend to do. Just like you before, you only trailed after their tails, scrambling for milk, foolish as could be." He suddenly leaned and touching the tip of his nose to Gevoff's ear. "But today is different. The way you look at me has changed, like an eagle upon a mountaintop. There's light in it." Gevoff said, "I mean, why are we clever? Did we eat something?" His elder brother's ears twitched, his excited expression fading a little. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice much lower. "I was born this way." He lifted his head to gaze at the patches of light spilling in from outside the cave. "From the moment I was born, I have been this clever. I can think," and at that Gevoff witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. Their wolf siblings were also so frightened that they scrambled back a few steps. The 5th brother, who reacted more slowly, even fell flat on his face in the dirt before being seized by the wolf mother and dragged backward. Before their eyes, their elder brother actually rose slowly up from the ground, his 2 hind legs planted firmly on the earth, his bushy tail hanging down to the floor. He had become a fully upright wolf. Using his own forepaws, he scratched at his head. "I used to be different from you all. I knew I would in the end leave as a lone wolf. And now, my dear younger brother, you can walk the path with me. Do not worry. With me here you will not suffer any bullying." No sooner had the words fallen than he suddenly swung up a forepaw and raked it savagely across the trunk of a birch tree as thick as a bowl nearby. With a tearing sound, 3 deep brown claw marks immediately appeared on the bark, with chips cascading down to reveal the tender white heartwood within. One had to know they had only been weaned for 3 months. Ordinary wolf cubs at this age could not even tear rabbit hide, much less claw through a tree. Gevoff stared dumbstruck, his heart thudding wildly against his ribs. How could this be an ordinary wolf? This was practically a ferocious beast wearing a wolf's skin. So had he transmigrated into a world of werewolves? Gevoff wondered silently. He tried to stand upright as well, only to discover to his dismay that he could not remain standing as his elder brother did. He seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary wolf, merely one endowed with a human level of intellect. His elder brother comforted him from the side, saying, "It is all right, little brother. We are both very clever, are we not?" Fine. Gevoff admitted that he too had become a gray-furred beast. At least he no longer had to go to work right. Besides, he even had an older brother who was a suspected mutant serving as his bodyguard. Wasn't this the very definition of a god-tier opening hand? In truth it was. For a wolf's life, his beginning was nothing short of perfect. With such a wolf for an elder brother, what complaints could Gevoff possibly have? Their gray wolf family never had to worry about food. Yes, even though there were other fierce beasts in the forest such as bears and tigers. There were other wolf packs as well. The wolf parents might occasionally fail to catch prey, but the elder wolf brother never missed a hunt. Even in his juvenile stage, he could already bring down wild boars on his own. Of course, he could not yet overpower such prey. But the elder wolf brother knew how to dig pit traps. Once he even stole a hunting rifle and a decent set of clothes from beyond the forest. He wore a long garment that trailed across the ground. He also donned an oversized hat that covered his entire head. When he walked upright, the hem always brushed the earth, and whenever he ran, he looked exactly like a child who had snuck into an adult's clothes. Did wolves really need clothes? Of course not. They had fur. But the elder wolf brother was particularly fond of wearing them. And as his especially favored younger brother, Gevoff never lacked for food either. The prey the elder wolf brother caught was usually given to him first. This certainly violated the law of survival of the fittest within the pack, but they were, after all, an exception. And food. Even when winter cloaked the forest and prey hid away, so what? The elder wolf brother would simply go beyond the woods and steal human food. Only now did Gevoff finally understand the words his elder brother had told him at the very beginning. "I was once different from all of you. In the end, I must leave alone." At first, Gevoff had thought it merely meant that his brother was unusual and proud and would therefore depart. Only now did he realize that his elder brother was far too special, so special that the other wolves saw him as a monster. That included their wolf parents. Even though the elder brother brought home more food, Gevoff, by staying so close to him, was also gradually ostracized. For example, when the entire gray wolf family slept in the cave at night, the parents would naturally curl around the 4 other wolf pups, and just as naturally leave the 2 of them outside that circle. They were destined to leave this group of petty ordinary beings, but not in this manner. They should have left when they reached adolescence. It happened on a seemingly ordinary night. What was unusual that night was the bonfire with a suckling pig roasting above it, and 2 wolves beside the flames. One wolf dressed in clothes sat there using his hands to constantly stir the branches so the pig would roast more evenly. The other wolf lay on the ground, his gray fur gleaming with an oily sheen under the firelight. Spices had been scattered over the suckling pig, causing it to release a tantalizing and distinctive aroma. It left both wolves drooling. "Oh, my dear little brother, you truly are clever to come up with such a way of preparing food as roast suckling pig." As the elder wolf spoke, saliva was already trickling from his mouth and dripping onto the ground. Gevoff's jaws were full of saliva as well, firelight dancing in his eyes. "Just a little longer," he said. The elder brother pinched a forked branch between his claws, carefully jostling the wild fennel stuffed in the pig's belly. The rough sleeves of his long coat slipped down, revealing his furry forearm. "That bottle of soy sauce we stole last time is almost finished. Tomorrow I'll have to go to the town's grocery store to get some more." As he spoke, his ears twitched beneath the brim of his hat. He clearly enjoyed the human recipes Gevoff had provided. Then all of a sudden the elder wolf straightened, sitting upright and rigid. He bared his teeth and began to scan the surroundings. In that same instant, Gevoff caught a strange scent. The fur on the back of his neck bristled violently, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Click! A soft sound like a twig snapping underfoot. The owner of the scent appeared, an adult black wolf. Its pure black fur was as sleek as if soaked in oil, each strand glinting with a cold sheen in the firelight. It stood upright, the muscles of its legs as smooth and defined as cast steel. Most terrifying of all was its face, a high sharp nose bridge, prominent brow ridges, and a pair of amber eyes slanting upward, their pupils holding not a trace of warmth, only the shattered cruelty reflected by the flames. It stared at the 2 gray wolves and spoke. Well, what have I found here? Hey, 2 clever little gray wolves." It opened its jaws, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. "Shall I bite you to death myself, or will you leave of your own accord? Leave my territory." The black wolf's origin was unknown. He said nothing of it, merely baring his sharp teeth and showcasing his agile body. Brother Wolf resembled a creature from the animal videos viewed by Gevoff in his past life, his fur bristling like a cat's. He let out a low growl towards the black wolf. "Get out of my territory," the black wolf stated, his eyes glowing with a greenish light. "Otherwise I will tear you apart." "Who are you?" "I've never seen you before," Brother Wolf questioned. But the black wolf remained silent, continuing with, "Either leave now or remain here forever." "You must give a reason," Gevoff replied. With Brother Wolf by his side, he felt no fear despite the black wolf's imposing appearance. The black wolf, relying on his strength, chose silence. Brother Wolf drew his hunting rifle, aiming it at the black wolf as the cold barrel glinted in the light. A moment of seriousness flashed in the black wolf's eyes. He then spoke in a deep voice, "I am a wolf from outside. I aim to be the wolf king of this land. The reason for driving you away is that you pose too great a threat. A clever wolf needs only one to thrive. A classic case of not allowing two tigers on one mountain. But should they choose to leave?" Brother Wolf's eyes radiated determination as his claws tightened around the trigger. Gevoff too had his forepaws firmly gripping the ground, ready to flee at any moment. There was no choice. After all, Brother Wolf was an evolved wolf possessing the physical prowess of an adult wolf, perhaps even more. Yet Gevoff was merely a young wolf, just weaned from his mother. However, the black wolf seemed to sense their intentions, growling softly a few times. The black wolf's low growl was neither loud nor fierce, more like a signal. In the next moment, the darkness erupted like a burst bag, rolling forth countless shadows. Lame rabbits, blind wolves, hairless foxes, and a tall, battered brown bear surrounded them in overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, the bonfire crackled, sending sparks that landed on the back of the lame rabbit. The dry fur ignited instantly, flames crawling up its spine, crackling as it burned. Yet the rabbit did not even blink, maintaining its hopping stance, only the burnt areas curling into charred chunks, revealing the withered muscle beneath. These creatures were all emotionless corpses, mere puppets belonging to the black wolf. Once all the animals emerged, the black wolf grinned again. "I have given you a chance. Go." Though silent, the animals charged forward swiftly. Bang! The roar of the hunting rifle echoed in the night, leaving Gevoff's ears ringing. The first blind wolf in the charge fell, its head blown open, blood splattering everywhere. Yet it struggled a couple of times and managed to rise again on 3 legs, the dark hollow of its eyes still facing Brother Wolf. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Wolf continued to pull the trigger, the firelight from the chamber casting fleeting shadows across his face. The lame rabbit had half its body blown apart, the hairless fox had a blood hole in its chest, and the brown bear's forepaw was pierced through. Yet they showed no signs of retreat, the legless crawling, the gutted dragging their insides, still rushing forward frantically. Gevoff saw a crow with a broken neck flapping its wings as it approached, its head tilted to the side, its sharp beak aimed directly at his eyes. He recoiled in fear just as Brother Wolf's paw swept by, crushing the crow's head with a sharp crack. However, these puppet animals seemed endless. Thus Brother Wolf turned to glance at the cave. The cave was eerily silent. He sighed, then scooped up the anxious Gevoff, leaping suddenly to the side. Brother Wolf charged like a gray cannonball toward the least dense concentration of the puppets. He discarded the rifle, raising his empty paw to smash down on the approaching puppets. Boom! A puppet fox was sent flying, crashing into a tree and turning into a smear of indistinct flesh. Crack! He stomped on a puppet rabbit's head, the charred fur sticking to his paw, ripping apart. The blocking puppet wolf was torn in half, its dark innards splattering all over him. These obstructing puppets, once they were near Brother Wolf, would be shredded into pieces in an instant. The black wolf's roars grew fainter, the commotion of the puppets fading away like mist blown by the wind. Uncertain how much time passed, Brother Wolf's speed slowed, his steps faltering until he finally fell to the ground with a thud, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Gevoff wriggled free from his grasp, tumbling onto the thick layer of fallen leaves, rolling several times before stabilizing himself. He shook off the debris from his head and looked up. Surrounding him were unfamiliar trees, their trunks so stout that 2 wolves could barely embrace them, the branches and leaves intertwined, blocking out much of the moonlight. The air was thick with the damp scent of decaying leaves, a stark contrast to their previous territory. This should be within the original forest, but he had no idea where exactly. In his ear was the sound of Brother Wolf's heavy breathing. "My dear brother, it is I who have brought you trouble. You need not have run." "What do you mean? Am I not clever?" The gray pup stood on all fours, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "I thought the other clever wolves would be quite friendly." Brother Wolf leaned slowly against the tree, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. Gevoff said, "It's fine, we are very friendly with each other." Upon hearing this, Brother Wolf revealed a broad smile. He reached up to pat his head, seemingly wanting to pull down his hat, only to suddenly realize that he wasn't wearing one. He smiled awkwardly. "My dear brother, you are absolutely right. We are indeed brothers. Being driven out isn't a big deal. With me around, we will settle down soon enough." Gevoff also chuckled ominously. "A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late." Brother Wolf seemed a bit surprised upon hearing this. However, he quickly returned to normal, as in his understanding his brother played the role of a wolf prophet. Is it really true that a gentleman's revenge takes 10 years? This statement was actually quite accurate. It suited the wolf's appetite. They took a while to recover. Brother Wolf slumped beside the tree, while Gevoff lay sprawled on the ground, watching the sun slowly rise. Brother Wolf stood up, saying, "Can we leave? We need to find a new home soon." Gevoff shook his fur. "We could have left ages ago." He didn't need to rest for so long. After all, he hadn't exerted much effort along the way. During the wait for the sun to rise, it was mostly Brother Wolf resting, while Gevoff even took a nap. Thus a wolf walking upright, its clothes discarded due to bloodstains, moved forward on the ground, speaking and observing in the sparsely populated forest, stopping and going. This way. Brother Wolf suddenly stopped, pointing his chin towards the dense forest on the left. "There's a strong scent of wild boar." Gevoff leaned in to sniff, and indeed the stench mixed with decaying leaves and excrement hit his nostrils 10 times stronger than the scent of a wolf den. Since they found a ready-made cave, they decided not to search any further. Brother Wolf dug a deep pit nearby. This was something Gevoff initially wanted to do to eat more meat and grow bigger than teach him. Now Brother Wolf had become very skilled. Gevoff just stood by watching as Brother Wolf dug like an excavator desperately burrowing into the ground. His claws were sharper than when he was with the Black Wolf yesterday, and he dug with incredible speed, dirt flying up like golden powder in the morning light. The Black Wolf's special ability was controlling corpses. Gevoff suspected that Brother Wolf's ability was to strengthen his body. It was just a pity that he still didn't understand what kind of world this was. Before the Black Wolf arrived, he always listened to Brother Wolf talk about this world, and it was he who urged Brother Wolf to venture into the human world. Afterward, he only heard Brother Wolf describe it. It was likely a Western medieval world with no steam engines, yet having firearms. These were truly single-shot guns, those that loaded from the rear. Such things could only have appeared in modern times. Likewise, apart from Brother Wolf, this extraordinary creature, he had only seen the Black Wolf. However, they did not come about through cultivation. He had always been puzzled by this, but he also knew that since this world had extraordinary creatures, he must also become one. Rather than following the Grey Wolf family, it would be better to stay with Brother Wolf. Unfortunately, Brother Wolf did not understand human speech. If only he could understand, it would be easier to grasp this world. What a pity. He could clearly speak right from the start. Just as Gevoff was lost in thought, Brother Wolf finished digging the trap. He dug two to guard against a male and female wild boar in the cave. Then, using his sharp teeth and claws, he tore apart some nearby large trees, crafting them into trap spikes, dense and sharp, resembling rows of protruding tusks. Gevoff skillfully climbed up a tree, hiding among the thick leaves, exposing a pair of green eyes. Seeing Gevoff concealed well, Brother Wolf then walked towards the cave. When he reached a suitable distance, Brother Wolf began to howl loudly. A woo! The unique wolf howl startled some birds into flight, and just after Brother Wolf howled a few times, a dark shadow mixed with a foul smell slowly appeared at the cave entrance. Indeed, inside the cave was a wild boar. A wild boar with strong tusks, incredibly robust. Its black bristles erupted like steel needles, and its shoulders were as thick as an old oak tree. It had just emerged from the cave looking extremely enraged. Huh. It snorted, the white vapor pouring from its nostrils, forming a small mist in the morning light. Its target was also very clear, directly locking onto the howling wolf brother outside the cave. It stomped its feet, emitting a powerful roar, lowered its head, and aimed its two tusks at the wolf brother, then charged like a tank, crushing the bushes along the way, causing dry branches and broken stems to fly everywhere. Then, with a thud, it fell into the trap. It turned into a hedgehog. A bloody hedgehog. Ow! Ow! A heart-wrenching wail emerged from the trap, filled with the despair of impending death, sending chills down one's spine. The wild boar wailed in the trap, emitting mournful cries of impending death. Outside the trap, the two wolves erupted in joyful sounds. They paid no attention to the wild boar in the trap, intending to let it bleed out and die alone. They first entered their new home. It was a relatively large cave. The two wolves stared with their green, glowing eyes. The ground was covered with thick, unknown plants, soft as cotton when stepped on. In the corner, chewed acorn shells were piled up, some flattened, revealing the smooth nut inside. At the back, there was a concave stone wall, likely where the wild boar often lay, the grass flattened. The only downside was the overwhelming stench of the wild boar in this cave. Achoo! The wolf brother sneezed directly. Gevoff had a similar reaction. He looked rather listless. This wild boar cave stinks too much, doesn't it? The wolf brother said. It's simply not fit for wolves. Gevoff was no better off, sneezing 3 times in a row, his head spinning, feeling as if his nose was stuffed with chili, both itchy and painful. He shook his head, trying to shake off the foul smell, but it clung to him, making him feel as if the sour stench had soaked into his very fur. He shook his head. Perhaps we should just build a house instead. If they were to clean the wild boar's cave, Gevoff thought building a house would certainly be easier. It was really too smelly, especially since they were wolves. Their sense of smell was more acute. The wolf brother nodded in agreement, without hesitation, seemingly not wanting to clean this wild boar cave either. However, when it came to building a house, the two exchanged glances. Neither of them knew how to build a house. The wolf brother truly did not know. Gevoff had seen a bit in his past life, but it required nails and such. He might have seen handcrafted ones, but he couldn't remember. After all, he had never imagined he would traverse worlds. So he could only pull at his ears. We might as well wander. We don't necessarily have to build a house. The wolf brother nodded helplessly. Of course, at the moment of deciding to move on, the wild boar in the trap would not be overlooked. By the time the wolf brother rushed over, the big wild boar had already died from excessive blood loss. He slowly began to divide the boar and haul it up. So this time they would feast on roasted pork. The wolf brother quickly got a fire going. Chunks of meat were placed over the flames to roast. Blue smoke rose, carrying a savory aroma. Unfortunately, there were no seasonings. Gevoff was so hungry he lay next to the fire, staring intently at the food. The wolf brother was a master of barbecue, honed by experience. This was naturally due to Gevoff's love for barbecued food, although later on he also grew to enjoy this feeling. He cooked it meticulously, evenly, and quickly. He even sprinkled some flower petals symbolically. All done, said the wolf brother. Gevoff gaped in amazement. Gevoff and his companions quickly finished a large wild boar, as they planned to wander without storing any food. Gevoff devoured an entire leg while the other wolves ate their fill. However, despite the bulging belly of the elder wolf, it did not hinder his daily movements. His belly was swollen like he had swallowed a pumpkin. He walked with a proud posture, yet still moved swiftly, his claws crunching on the fallen leaves, stirring up a gust of wind. After resting for a while, they began their wandering. Though it was called wandering, it was merely a casual stroll, assessing the situation and seizing others' homes. Somewhere to the east of the forest, there was a quaint house. The house had 7 small beds, 7 sets of utensils, and 7 little dwarfs. They were all very ugly. They were not the kind of dwarfs from Western fantasy worlds, merely short in stature. They resembled the little people depicted in movies. With heads disproportionately large for their bodies, their foreheads bulged, their eyes were as small as green beans squished on their wrinkled faces, noses were flat, lips were thick, and their chins receded, giving them a rather odd appearance. However, they were all very neatly and cleanly dressed. Why did they build a house deep in the forest? It made sense. They did not fit in the human world. Children chased after them, calling them ugly freaks, while adults avoided them. Even their relatives neglected to engage with them. So they decided to burrow into the mountains, built their own house, grew some vegetables, and hunted, finding peace. They lived here day after day, year after year. They had worn out over 200 timekeeping tools. Thus they had also lived for over 200 years. However, they did not age, as if forgotten by time, just like how they were once forgotten by their relatives and neighbors. One day, as usual, each of them sat at the dining table, earnestly finished their bread, and then diligently went out to hunt and farm for survival. Before leaving, the last one looked back at the table, as per their usual habit, confirming that all the bowls were cleared before tiptoeing to close the door. However, it was at this moment, while they were absent from the house, 2 uninvited guests arrived at their house, Gevoff and the elder wolf. They had not come with any intentions, merely wandering around when they stumbled upon this house. This house hidden deep in the forest. What a beautiful house, the elder wolf said softly, his eyes shining like 2 emeralds. This house is more exquisite than the one I stole from the poacher. Gevoff listened, but remained silent, continuing to observe. The elder wolf, however, had already taken the lead, darting like a gray shadow toward the side of the house. He sneaked against the wall, cautiously peeking his head out halfway from the window. Finding nothing, he hunched over and slowly circled the house. Gevoff watched him, hunched back, claws scraping the wall crevice, only half his head showing as he peeked into the window, resembling a habitual thief, which made him unable to suppress a laugh. The elder wolf indeed had experience stealing from human villages. Last time he had waited for 3 hours beneath the window of a grocery store to steal a bottle of soy sauce, only sneaking in when the owner was asleep, returning with the owner's cat's claw marks still on his paws. After observing for a while, the elder wolf quickly ran back to Gevoff's side. His face was filled with excitement. My dear brother, look at what we have discovered. A natural house. Gevoff replied speechlessly. This house looks so new, it is clearly inhabited. How could it be a natural house? The elder wolf's gaze turned cruel, making Gevoff realize for the first time that he was a ferocious mutant wolf. Oh, my dear brother, you have never been to the human world, you do not understand. This house has no dogs, you know. I observe there are no dog houses, nor any scent of dogs. If it were a hunter's house, there would certainly be dogs. Since it is not a hunter's house, then I am not afraid of him. Weak humans, I could easily crush them with a paw. So isn't this a ready-made house? I have never lived in such a human house. Hee. As he spoke, the elder wolf rubbed his claws, a greedy light flashing in his eyes. This house is 10 times better than a cave. Who said hunters must have dogs? Gevoff thought to himself. However, what truly shocked Gevoff was that the elder wolf actually intended to steal a human's house. After all, to Gevoff, humans were still different. Completely different from the wild boar they had encountered earlier. Yet all the extraordinary creatures he had seen so far were wolves. Perhaps this is a world of demon beasts. Are humans of low status? He looked at the elder wolf's excitement, subjectively still reluctant to kill, especially when he did not know whether they were good or bad. Moreover, this house was too tidy. The wooden bench on the porch was polished to a shine, rough cloth curtains hung on the windows, and the vegetables in the yard were well tended, indicating it belonged to someone who lived with care. Stealing such a home just felt a bit awkward. Thus he slowly spoke, let us observe a bit longer. If the owner of the house is a bad person. The elder wolf was also somewhat shocked by Gevoff's words. Oh, was there a code among thieves? For him the law of the jungle was still preferable. But since his brother said, so then it shall be. The elder wolf then told Gevoff what he had observed. Inside there are 7 small beds, very small, just like you. I seem to be about the same height. There are 7 sets of utensils on the table, with little flowers painted on the bowls, clearly meant for short people. 7 beds. 7 sets of utensils. Short people. 7 little dwarfs. Listening to the elder wolf's description, Gevoff's pupils suddenly widened. Are you sure these aren't the 7 dwarfs from Snow White? Gevoff first stood on end, not from fear, but from excitement and confusion. He clawed at the grass blades, his body trembling like a sieve. If this truly is a fairy tale world, then the story of Brother Wolf and the Black Wolf makes sense. No wonder they can talk and walk without training. Could it be that elements of fairy tales are mixed in? Looking at Brother Wolf again, who walked with his back straight, and always seemed to remember to wear clothes and a hat, he resembled the anthropomorphized wolves from the cartoons he watched as a child. And there were those illogical aspects. No steam engines, yet guns with rear-loaded bullets. This would be quite normal in a fairy tale, right? Fairy tales don't adhere to logic, whatever is said exists. Then, the wolves of the fairy tale world. The more Gevoff thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, the fur on the back of his neck bristling. In the fairy tales he had seen, wolves were typically the villains, like the wolf disguised as grandmother in Little Red Riding Hood, the wolf that climbed the chimney in The Three Little Pigs, the wolf that fell into the well in The Seven Little Goats. As Brother Wolf looked at Gevoff's shocked expression, he hurriedly asked, "My dear brother, what do you know?" Gevoff's face turned bitter as he stared at Brother Wolf, who tilted his head in confusion. Brother Wolf's sturdy muscles and beautiful fur. Which fairy tale does Brother Wolf belong to? From Little Red Riding Hood? From The Three Little Pigs? From The Seven Little Goats? Or, he couldn't remember anymore. He only recalled the wolves from those 3 fairy tales. However, he guessed that Brother Wolf should be from The Three Little Pigs. After all, Brother Wolf's physique was indeed very strong. That black wolf, is it from Little Red Riding Hood? That also seems off. Forget it, perhaps it's from some other fairy tale he hasn't seen. Confronted with Brother Wolf's confusion, Gevoff finally spoke. "Brother, perhaps we've found a good place to stay. We can lodge here. The dwarfs from Snow White are indeed a good household. If it's the normal version, it is a good household. Even if it's the dark version, it's still a good household for them." After hearing Gevoff's words, Brother Wolf scratched his head with his paw. "Is that so? Then we have a good house." Although Snow White barged into the dwarf's house back, then Gevoff still pulled Brother Wolf to crouch in the bushes beside the house, quietly waiting for the return of the house's owner. Leaves blocked his view just enough to see the movement at the door. The wind whistled through the gaps in the trees, bringing a hint of fresh grass, and would scent tickling the fur and making it pleasantly drowsy. Gevoff had been trying to keep his eyes on the wooden door, but as the sun slowly sank in the west, the warm light seeped through the leaves and onto him, making his eyelids heavier. Unknowingly, he leaned closer to Brother Wolf and, resting his head against his furry belly, fell asleep. Wake up, they're coming." Brother Wolf gently nudged him twice with his paw, and Gevoff jolted awake, following the direction Brother Wolf indicated. 7 little dwarfs were emerging from the depths of the forest. Goodness, they are really short. The tallest one barely reached the waist of an average person, and the shortest one looked like a little stool, almost getting blocked by the others as he walked behind. Each one had a big head, their foreheads bulging like they had a small bun on top. Their tiny eyes squished into their wrinkled faces, dark and sunk in, with flat noses almost touching their faces and thick, wide lips that certainly couldn't be described as good-looking. However, they walked quite orderly, exchanging words with each other, creating a cheerful atmosphere. The one in front carried a small axe, its blade glinting, probably heading to chop wood. The others behind carried woven baskets with red and green, peeking out from the openings, likely wild fruits and herbs they had gathered, heavy enough to make the vines creak. Reaching the door, the shortest one tiptoed to reach the door bolt, stretching his arms as far as they could go, his toes nearly leaving the ground, but still unable to reach it. A nearby one quickly came over to help, lifting a hand to assist, and with a click pulled open the door bolt. The 7 little dwarfs filed in, and soon sounds of moving things filled the room, with someone cheerfully exclaiming, "Today's harvest is enough to brew 2 jars of wine." Gevoff clawed at the grass blades, watching the closed wooden door. His last bit of doubt dissipated. This is definitely a fairy tale world, and it's the normal version. Since the owner of the house has returned, Brother Wolf and Gevoff no longer waited. The leaves of the bushes rustled as Brother Wolf dashed out first, with Gevoff closely following behind. The evening breeze carried the scent of the oil lamps from the house, casting a dim yellow light through the paper window, distorting the shadows within. Gevoff nudged Brother Wolf's hind leg with his paw. Brother Wolf tilted his head, mimicking a human by raising his front paw and knocking on the wooden door with a sound of thump, thump, thump. The rhythm was not fast, but it was heavy enough to make the door tremble. He muttered to himself, "This is much more troublesome than scratching the door with my paw, but since my dear brother said this is called politeness, I shall remember it." Suddenly, there was no sound from inside, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps, as if someone was rushing to the door in a panic. Whoosh! The wooden door was yanked open violently, the hinges squealing in protest, as if they might be torn off by the force. A small dwarf poked his head out, his nose colliding with the doorframe. He was rubbing his nose and about to curse when he met Brother Wolf's bright green eyes. The dwarf trembled in fear, his legs turning to jelly, and he fell backward like a small tree that had been cut down, landing with a thud. His bottom hit the ground first with a muffled thud, shaking the wood chips around him. He grimaced in pain, unable to rub it, and pointed at the door, trembling. "Wolf! Wolf! It's the big bad wolf!" The 2 dwarfs behind him were about to step forward, but upon hearing this, they shrank back in fear. The one at the front was bumped by the one behind and stumbled, exclaiming "ouch," as he fell rolling down the steps like a string of candied hawthorn, hitting his head on the threshold and nearly bursting into tears from the pain. The room instantly erupted in chaos. The 2 dwarfs who were originally tidying up the fruits dropped their baskets with a clatter, scattering the fruits everywhere. They scrambled to the corner, one hugging the table leg like a trembling leaf in the autumn wind, while the other dove under the table, leaving only his trembling feet exposed. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from inside, and 2 dwarfs wielding axes rushed out. They held their axes high, glistening in the light of the oil lamps, but their arms trembled violently, causing the blades to sway dangerously, nearly striking their own comrades. The dwarf leading the charge had a messy beard, his face as pale as a freshly peeled bamboo shoot. Sweat beads rolled down his nose and splattered onto his chest, staining his shirt. He stared intently at Brother Wolf at the door, his lips quivering, yet he dared not speak for a long while. That wolf stood upright, towering over them with a chest as broad as a door and sharp claws glistening white, simply standing there like a mountain pressing down. Don't come any closer. Finally, the bearded dwarf managed to squeeze out a sentence, his voice trembling uncontrollably. We have axes. But his axe trembled even more violently, the sweat on the handle making it slippery, and it seemed he could barely hold on. The dwarf beside him was no better off, holding the axe in front of his face, too scared to look at the door. Brother Wolf was a bit bewildered by the commotion. He looked down at his claws and then at the little dwarfs huddling together, scratching his head. Didn't Gevoff say that knocking on the door was polite? Why were these little fellows reacting so strongly? Gevoff, hiding behind Brother Wolf, quickly moved forward, pondering. It seems the wolves in fairy tales have a terrible reputation. They haven't even done anything yet, and people are already terrified. Are you all right? Suddenly a calm voice rang out, slightly raspy. The dwarfs wielding axes turned sharply, only to discover that the speaker was not one of their own. It was the young wolf at the door. Gevoff took a couple of steps forward, gently placing his paw on the threshold, trying to appear as gentle as possible. We mean no harm. Only then did the dwarfs, who had just fallen in shock, notice that beside the towering wolf was a small wolf, gray and fluffy, appearing less intimidating. But the thought of a talking wolf still made their hearts race. You, what are you? The bearded dwarf bravely ventured, his voice trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. Gevoff had already prepared his words, declaring loudly, we are druids from the forest. The dwarfs paused, their fear diminishing somewhat, as they had lived in the forest for 200 years and heard numerous legends about druids, mysterious beings who could communicate with flora and fauna and protect the forest. The dwarf, who had fallen on the ground, shakily got up, brushed off the dust from his bottom, and glanced nervously between Brother Wolf and Gevoff. Brother Wolf stood tall at the door like a gray stone chiseled from the mountains. His front paws were thicker than the axes the dwarfs held, with claws glowing a bluish-white, and dirt still stuck under his knuckles, indicating he possessed the strength to easily tear through tree trunks. His shoulders were broad enough to nearly block the entire doorframe, and his gray fur glistened under the oil lamp, subtly rising and falling with each breath, each inhale accompanied by a deep rumbling sound like distant thunder. He tilted his head, observing the dwarfs inside, his green eyes devoid of malice, yet exuding a primal pressure that made their legs feel weak just by standing there. Gevoff squatted beside him, much shorter than Brother Wolf, resembling a fluffy gray ball. His eyes sparkled brightly, the green pupils reflecting the light from the house, exuding a sense of cleverness. When he spoke just now, his voice was soft yet clear, enunciating each word distinctly, sounding nothing like a beast's growl, but rather like a sensible child reasoning. He looked at the dwarfs holding axes, his tail gently resting on the ground, showing no intention of pouncing, instead exhibiting a hint of patience, as if waiting for them to calm down. The dwarfs exchanged glances, slowly lowering their axes. These two wolves certainly differed from the legends. The big wolf, though stout, revealed no fangs. The small wolf, though tiny, appeared strangely calm. Especially the way the small wolf spoke, articulately, and with a hint of gentleness, indeed possessed some of the mystique of the druids from the tales, able to converse with all beings and walk into the forest with goodwill. Are they really druids? A dwarf hiding under the table cautiously poked his head out and asked in a low voice. The bearded dwarf remained silent, simply staring at Brother Wolf's sturdy muscles, then glancing at Gevoff's bright eyes. Druid masters, the bearded dwarf swallowed nervously. What do you want with us? Gevoff replied. We have come down the mountain to train and have no place to stay. We were hoping you could let us stay. We will pay you back. Dwarfs exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Stay? Allow two wolves to move in. However, the other party claimed to be druids. Gevoff sensed their hesitation and quickly added, we are druids and can protect you. You all know how dangerous this forest can be, having lived here for so long, right? His claim of being able to protect us. The smallest dwarf squatted on the ground, unconsciously picking at the floor, seems his voice low, yet tinged with a hint of excitement. Indeed, another dwarf hugging his knees chimed in, his voice laced with fear. Last month that black bear smashed the fence with a single swipe and stole all our dried meat. We chased it with axes, but couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. That big wolf does look quite strong. The bearded dwarf holding the axe stole a glance at the door, his throat bobbing. He didn't finish his thought, but the implication was clear. If it came to a fight, this wolf might indeed be of help. The buzz of discussion grew denser, with some saying, it would be good to let them stay so we aren't awakened by wolf howls at night. While others worried, what if they change their minds? And some calculated, if they can help guard us, we can gather more forest goods. They huddled together, their heads close, whispering in voices so low that only they could hear. Gevoff and Brother Wolf stood at the door, watching the dwarfs chatter like a flock of sparrows flitting around grain. After a while, the noise of discussion gradually faded. The bearded dwarf took a deep breath and turned around. He first took a quick glance at Brother Wolf. The imposing figure stood at the door like a wall, his arms thicker than his waist, and his paws could cover half a tile on the ground. He looked at Brother Wolf's formidable stature, feelings of fear and a bit of safety flickering in his eyes. Well, esteemed druid master, if you don't mind, please stay. The space in the house is small, so we may have to inconvenience you. Listening to their answer, Gevoff sighed in relief, just about to step inside, when Brother Wolf suddenly spoke, his voice filled with confusion. "My dear brother, what are you saying? You can speak human language." At this point, Gevoff recalled something. Brother Wolf had mentioned he could not understand human speech. Then, why could Gevoff converse with the dwarfs? Was this perhaps a unique fairy tale magic just for him? Or maybe an ability from another world? Gevoff couldn't quite figure it out, but seeing the dwarfs in the house, he hurriedly began to explain to Brother Wolf. "This might be my special ability, just like you, dear brother. Your body is very strong. What I just explained to these dwarfs is that we will stay here to protect them and provide them with some food. My dear brother, you can consider them our family." Listening to this, Brother Wolf blinked, nodding in a somewhat understanding manner, his gaze shifting to the oil lamp in the house, then getting distracted by the bread on the table, and he didn't ask further. Seeing this, the bearded dwarf quickly smoothed things over. The druid master's abilities are truly extraordinary. Please come in, please come in." The little dwarves nervously ushered Wolf Brother and Gevoff into the house, their hands trembling, fingertips brushing against the doorframe, making a soft clicking sound. One of the shorter dwarves hurriedly led the way but tripped on the threshold, his wooden tray crashing against the wall, and the wild fruits inside rolled all over the floor, scattering red and purple berries like tiny lanterns. Ouch! He squatted down to pick them up, the curls at the back of his head brushing against the wall dust, prompting several nearby dwarves to rush over to help him picking up the fruits, while others assisted him, instantly turning the room into a chaotic scene, easing the earlier tension. As they pushed the door open and walked in, Gevoff and Wolf Brother were taken aback. The room was much brighter than it appeared from the outside. The fire in the fireplace was roaring, flames crackling as they licked the wooden logs, casting a red glow on the stone hearth. The warm air wrapped around the aroma of pine wood, making them feel cozy the moment they entered, as if the fatigue from their journey had been halved by the warmth. After finally settling down, the bearded dwarf brought over 2 of the sturdiest oak stools, their surfaces polished smooth, still carrying a hint of the wheat scent within the wood grain. He first wiped them down with coarse cloth 3 times, still unsatisfied, so he rolled up his sleeves and rubbed them with his elbow, then grinned and called out, "Master Druid, sit here, sit here. This stool is solid." Wolf Brother sat down first, but as soon as his bottom touched the seat, there was a long creak, the stool leg sinking half an inch into the wooden floor, startling the dwarf, who was handing over a towel, causing him to drop it. Wolf Brother's face showed a rare hint of embarrassment, his ears twitching slightly, as if afraid of being laughed at. Gevoff, however, felt nothing unusual, and merely thought to himself that Wolf Brother indeed had a powerful physique. "Master Druid, you all rest first, I'll go fetch some drinks." The dwarf in the blue coat moved quickly, turning and running to the kitchen, soon returning with 2 bowls of purpler juice, the edges still smeared with fruit pulp. "This is made from mulberries from the mountains, filtered in our home, no sugar added. Would you like to try?" Gevoff took a sip and was immediately hit with a tartness that shot straight to his forehead, followed by a wave of sweetness accompanied by a refreshing herbal taste. Unable to help himself, he smacked his lips, saying, "This is really delicious. It's even better than the fruit wine sold in the tavern." As for how Gevoff knew what the tavern's fruit wine tasted like, that was certainly thanks to Wolf Brother's sneaky antics. Upon hearing Gevoff's words, the dwarf in the blue coat immediately beamed with joy, revealing 2 sharp little canines. "Of course. We picked these mulberries by climbing the tallest old mulberry tree, specifically choosing the overripe ones that fall off with a touch. They're so sweet they can stick to your teeth." While speaking, another dwarf kept glancing at Wolf Brother, eyeing the freshly baked bread on the stove, and hurriedly brought over a basket of rye bread. The bread's crust was baked crispy and brown with a few sesame seeds stuck to it. He held one out to Wolf Brother, saying, "Try this, it just came out of the oven and is still warm. It's mixed with some pumpkin seeds, very fragrant." Wolf Brother could hardly wait, taking it and snapping it in half, steam rising with the bread's aroma. He quickly shoved a piece into his mouth, the crunchy sesame flavor mingling with the pumpkin seeds' crispness, growing more delicious with each chew, nodding at the dwarves with a satisfied murmur. "My dear brother, you were right, they are good people." Wolf Brother murmured to Gevoff in wolf language, his eyes still fixated on the basket of bread, his tail gently sweeping the floor behind him. Gevoff also chuckled lightly. At that moment, the smallest of the dwarves stared at Wolf Brother's shiny fur, his eyes sparkling like 2 glass beads. He slowly inched closer, tentatively raising his hand, his fingertips just half an inch away from Wolf Brother's. "You're mumbling, this fur looks like satin, it must feel wonderful to touch." Before he could make contact, Wolf Brother suddenly looked up, letting out a low growl, his green eyes wide and round, revealing half his sharp teeth. The smallest dwarf jumped back in fright, exclaiming, "Mommy," as he twisted his ankle, nearly falling to the ground, his face turning pale like freshly peeled bamboo shoots. Gevoff was equally surprised. Ew, just a short while ago these little dwarves were terrified of them. Who would have thought they would now want to touch their fur? One could only say that they were truly creatures from a fairy tale, quite carefree. He rushed to explain, clarifying to the dwarves, while also explaining to Wolf Brother that the little dwarves only wanted to touch them. Under his explanation, the smallest dwarf finally calmed down, leaning against the wall, while gasping for breath, repeatedly bowing, I'm sorry. Master Druid, it was my rashness. I'll make amends right away." Wolf Brother stared at him for a few seconds, seeing his frightened state, and hearing Gevoff's explanation, he grunted softly, turning his head towards the fireplace, deciding not to hold it against him. After that, the food was served on the table. A ceramic bowl held a wild vegetable meat soup, oil floating on the surface, wafting the aroma of wild onions. A rye bread was piled on a wooden tray, still steaming. Beside it was a plate of pickled berries, red and purple mixed together, looking sweet and sour. In the center sat a coarse porcelain jar, filled with honey, golden and sticky enough to stretch into strands. These were common foods, not anything particularly rare or noble. However, they were quite plentiful. These are all things from the mountains. If you don't find them unpalatable, feel free to eat more. The bearded dwarf rubbed his hands, feeling a bit shy. The meat is from a wild rabbit we hunted yesterday, very tender. The vegetables are from the backyard, grown without pesticides. The berries were picked fresh this morning. Their sweet and sour taste is perfect for cutting through the grease. As Gevoff just picked up a piece of bread, he noticed Wolf Brother had already grabbed half a piece and was crunching away, his eyes fixed on the jar of honey, his tail wagging even more enthusiastically behind him. It was hard to imagine that Wolf Brother, a wolf, was actually wagging his tail. Seeing Wolf Brother's eagerness, one dwarf quickly handed him a wooden spoon. Master Druid, dip it in honey, it's sweet. This honey was harvested this year, it's very thick. Wolf Brother was also unceremonious, scooping a large spoonful of honey and spreading it on the bread, shoving it into his mouth. The sweetness mixed with the bread's aroma made his eyes squint with pleasure, and the rumbling sound from his throat was like distant thunder, making the little dwarves laugh. Seeing Wolf Brother's big appetite, the little dwarves also dropped their politeness, each grabbing bread, some dipping it in honey, some soaking it in the meat soup, and others eating it with pickled berries. The chubbiest dwarf focused on eating meat one bite at a time until his cheeks were stuffed like a hamster storing food. The youngest kept piling meat into Wolf Brother's bowl, while only drinking soup, and only after being glared at by the bearded dwarf did he obediently grab a piece of bread to nibble. The one wearing a pointed hat muttered, while eating, this rabbit meat needs to be stewed for a proper amount of time to be tender. When I caught it, it was nibbling on the carrots I planted, so it's perfectly timed. It saves the trouble of destroying my crops. Wolf Brother didn't understand, but could clearly see. The way the dwarves ate was completely different from how he lived with his wolf parents before, with no rules, just lively and cheerful. It was quite harmonious. He noticed that when the dwarf in the pointed hat dropped crumbs while eating the bread, he reached out to pick them up and shove them into his mouth, which made the dwarves burst into laughter. The wolf was also watching Wolf Brother, continuously wagging his tail. The ceramic bowl on the table was empty, and the rye bread basket was nearly half gone. Brother Wolf leaned back in his chair, his belly bulging as if he had swallowed a pumpkin, emitting a satisfied rumble from his throat, while his eyes were half closed, and his tail lazily swept the floor. Perhaps after being tense while guarding Gevoff, he finally relaxed, and the entire wolf exuded a languid vibe. Even the little dwarf who touched his back merely shook his ears, too lazy to move. Gevoff licked the honey off his paw, his curiosity sprouting like seeds bubbling up within him. Although he now knew he was in a fairy tale world, he still wanted to inquire about the layout or find out where treasures might be. He observed the little dwarfs tidying up the dishes and cleared his throat, saying, "Gentlemen, I have a question for you." The dwarf with a beard who was wiping the table turned around, smiling and gesturing, "Feel free to ask. As long as we know, we won't hold back. How long have you lived in this forest?" Gevoff leaned forward, his green eyes sparkling. As soon as he spoke, several little dwarfs exchanged looks, and finally the bearded dwarf answered, "You might not believe it, but we actually don't know. We only know that over 200 timekeeping tools have broken down. So we've probably lived here for over 200 years. Over 200 years. Gevoff's ears perked up in surprise, but thinking about them being fairy tale creatures, it seemed reasonable. However, upon realizing this, Gevoff was also curious. In Snow White, the author never explained where these dwarfs came from, so now he decided to ask. "Where do you come from?" Gevoff inquired. The little dwarf in a blue coat squatted by the fireplace, adding firewood, causing the flames to leap up and reflect a rosy glow on his face. "We used to live in a town, but the people there always stared at us with disdain, saying we looked strange, and the children would chase us throwing stones. Eventually, we could no longer stay there, so we hid in these deep mountains, built this house ourselves, and have lived here for 200 years. The shortest little dwarf also came over, still clutching a half-eaten honey cake, seemingly sharing his own sentiment. "It was tough when we first arrived. There was nothing to eat, so we dug wild vegetables and picked wild fruits. When the house leaked, we climbed up ladders to patch it with mud. When winter was unbearably cold, we huddled together to keep warm." He pointed to a pile of wooden tablets in the corner. "Those are for keeping track of the days. Over 200 have worn out before we finally made it to this point." Gevoff looked at those wooden tablets, some of which had holes eaten by insects, others with polished edges, and he suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Fairy tales only depict the beautiful side, unaware that beneath the lovely words lies an exceptionally cruel reality. He recalled the dangers in the forest and pressed on, "What dangers have you encountered in the forest? What wild beasts have you faced?" The little dwarf with braided hair took over, a hint of fear on his face. "Not long ago, there was a black bear that smashed the fence in our backyard with a single swipe and made off with all the dried meat we had. We chased it up half a mountain with axes, but not even its shadow did we catch, and in the end we could only accept our misfortune." He glanced at Brother Wolf, chuckling, "But now it's better with you around. If the black bear comes again, it won't get away with its life." Brother Wolf, not understanding, merely followed his gaze and let out a howl from his throat, as if responding. Gevoff's curiosity grew stronger. Feeling he had laid the groundwork, he finally couldn't help but ask the most pressing question. "So, have you heard of magic?" You know, the kind that can conjure things out of thin air and allows one to fly. The little dwarfs all froze, exchanging glances, and finally the bearded dwarf shook his head. Magic. We've never seen it. You are the magic users we've encountered. Well, all right. Gevoff suppressed his disappointment. Then do you know what this world is called? How many countries are there? Gevoff asked again, his eyes filled with anticipation. The little dwarf in the blue coat scratched his head. World. Isn't it just this forest and the town outside? Countries. We only know that the people in the town call themselves Europans, and that the land beneath us is called the Europa continent. What about other continents? I don't know. The shortest little dwarf shook his head firmly. We've only been to the town 3 times in our lives, and we went under the cover of darkness to buy some salt and iron nails before hurrying back. We wouldn't dare to ask so much. Gevoff felt a bit disappointed, yet somewhat amused. These 7 little dwarfs had lived for 200 years and didn't even know the name of their own country, spending their days pondering how to grow radishes, gather wild fruits, and fend off wild beasts, completely indifferent to the world outside. The bearded dwarf, seeing that he had stopped asking, thought he was tired, and said with a smile, "Don't think too much. No matter how lively it is outside, it's not as warm as it is inside. You all can stay here tonight. The bed might be a bit small, but the straw mattress will surely be comfortable." Gevoff nodded, but had other thoughts brewing in his mind. The Europa continent. It sounded like it matched the settings of fairy tales. Although the little dwarfs knew nothing, it at least proved that his guess was correct. He was indeed in a bizarre fairy tale world. It's just a pity about the magic and treasures. It seems he would have to wait a few months until he turned into a young wolf before he could go out searching. With this thought, Gevoff was not in a hurry. After all, at least 7 little dwarfs had appeared, which meant Snow White would also be around, and so would the Snow Queen. And with the emergence of the Snow Queen, the magic mirror would also exist. Since the magic mirror existed, how far could magic be? Days passed by with the chimney of the wooden house puffing white smoke daily, mingling with the aroma of roasted meat drifting far away. The squirrels in the forest caught the scent and dared to perch on the fence to peek. Gevoff was now a young wolf, nearly the size of an adult wolf, with gray fur that shone like satin, sleek and smooth against his body. His limbs were sturdy, running with the wind, and when he pounced he could catch even the slickest squirrel under his paw, rendering it immobile. The elder wolf looked much the same as before, still robust in build, but now with broader shoulders, standing there like a wall. His paws left deep imprints in the mud about the same size as those made by the wooden shoes worn by the dwarfs. Not long ago, the black bear from the back mountain came to cause trouble, clawing at the fence, trying to steal the dried meat. The elder wolf charged without a weapon, just his empty paws. In just a few moments, he had the bear howling in pain, ending up in the pot. The dwarfs hiding behind the door realized that the strength of this large wolf was far more formidable than it appeared. It happened one morning. The fog had not yet lifted and Gevoff was still asleep. The dwarfs had just put the dried wild boar meat into a bamboo basket when they heard a crash from the backyard, a sound of the fence being struck. Not good. The bearded dwarf dropped his wooden spoon and ran behind the door, peeking through the crack. That glance nearly frightened his soul away. A black bear was standing outside the fence, its front paws resembling fans, repeatedly clawing at the fence posts, the bamboo fence creaking ominously, about to collapse. The wooden frame for drying meat was inside the fence, with dark red pieces of meat hanging on the rope, glistening with oil, causing the bear to drool, its throat emitting heavy breaths. "It's that bear." The dwarf in a blue coat also came over, his voice trembling. "It was the one that stole our honey last month." Several dwarfs shrank back behind the door, one fumbling to reach for an axe, but trembling so much that he couldn't find it. Just then a low growl echoed in the yard. It was the elder wolf. The black bear, caught in its clawing, turned to see the wolf, momentarily stunned, then bared its yellow teeth. Towering over the elder wolf by half a head, its shiny black fur making it appear even sturdier, it clearly dismissed this little wolf and even slapped the fence as if to intimidate. The elder wolf did not move, standing on the inner side of the fence, his green eyes fixed on the bear, his tail slowly sweeping behind him. The black bear grew impatient under the wolf's gaze, suddenly raising its front paw to slam against the fence with a loud crash, breaking several bamboo strips, creating a gap. It leaned forward, its nose nearly touching the meat. The elder wolf moved. He didn't jump, but charged forward a couple of steps, grasping the fence post with his front paw and yanked it out with tremendous force. The thick post was uprooted. Before the bear could react, it saw the elder wolf wielding the post like a club, striking it squarely on the side of its face with a loud thud. "Oh, whoa!" The bear jumped in pain, half its face swelling, instantly blood gushing from its nose. Enraged, it opened its mouth wide and lunged at the elder wolf, intending to tear this insolent wolf to shreds. But the elder wolf was much faster. He sidestepped the bear's paw, and the wooden post came crashing down on the bear's front leg with a sharp crack, sounding like a bone breaking. The bear let out another agonized cry, its front leg going weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. It finally realized fear, turning to flee. But the elder wolf would not let it go. Closing the distance in 2 strides, he struck the bear on the top of its head, causing it to bleed from all its orifices. Afterwards, they feasted on bear meat for several days. Gevoff also pondered just how powerful the elder wolf truly was. If the elder wolf were like the one from the 3 Little Pigs, could he blow down the wooden house in one breath? Could the elder wolf actually do that now? He looked at the wooden walls of the house, then at the elder wolf's cheeks bulging, while drinking water, feeling a mix of doubt and belief. after staying with the dwarfs for a few months, life had been quite harmonious. The dwarfs were still the same. At dawn they would head out with baskets and return before sunset, their baskets filled with wild fruits and firewood, occasionally with a few plump wild rabbits. Though compared to what the elder wolf brought back, those were mere trifles. Gevoff and the elder wolf were not living for free. Ever since they arrived, the dwarfs' dining table had never been without meat. The elder wolf went out hunting, and 9 times out of 10 he returned with something. Either a fatty wild rabbit or a sturdy wild boar, and occasionally he'd bring back a turkey, its feathers as red as a blazing fire. Sometimes he would go out empty-handed, and other times he would take a dwarf's axe to chop firewood. In just over 10 days, the elder wolf had even found the town where he had previously stolen soy sauce and acquired a few human garments. Now when he occasionally wore them, he stood there like a tall man, though his paws couldn't fit, always tearing the sleeves apart. The dwarfs had all gained a little weight, their faces round and chubby, and the frowns that used to be there had relaxed considerably. With more meat, the dining table became lively. In the morning, they roasted wild boar jerky, crunching with every bite. At noon, they made a thick meat stew perfect for soaking with bread. In the evening, they used the leftover broth to cook potatoes, which absorbed the meaty aroma, making them delicious. Even the rye bread could afford to be slathered with thick honey, sweet enough to stick to the mouth. One crafty dwarf even learned a new trick, chopping the wild chicken meat brought back by the elder wolf into filling, wrapping it in dough, and baking it until the skin was crispy, with juicy meat bursting out with every bite. Gevoff could eat 3 at a time, smacking his lips for more afterwards. His life was as luxurious as a pampered cat. If he were out in the wild where the law of the jungle prevailed, his nature would be that of a parasite, but the elder wolf indulged him, saving the best meat for him. Of course, he had not yet reached true adolescence. Once he grew strong wings, he couldn't just stay at home. Every day, he either ate meat or exercised. In the morning, he would sleep until the sun warmed his backside, then rise to eat the meat porridge prepared by the dwarfs, nibbling on bread mixed with meat cubes, which was incredibly fragrant. After eating, he would sneak out to the clearing behind the house to train, actually just sharpening his claws against the tree trunk and grinding his teeth on a hard piece of wood, or he would pounce on butterflies and chase squirrels. Once he got lucky and caught a plump wild rabbit. The story goes like this. One afternoon, Gevoff was squatting at the base of the fence, soaking up the sun, his tail sweeping the grass lazily. The elder wolf had gone out hunting, and the dwarfs had taken their baskets to gather wild fruits, leaving the house quiet with only the occasional crackle from the embers in the stove. He yawned, contemplating whether to head back inside for a bit more sleep, when suddenly he heard a rustling sound from the grass outside the fence. His ears perked up and his eyes brightened instantly. It was a rabbit. The wild rabbit was as plump as a furball, its grayish-brown coat glistening in the morning light, munching on the tender grass by the fence, its ears drooping, completely unaware of the hunter lurking nearby. Gevoff's heart raced, his paws instinctively curling up the tips of his claws, gently digging into the soil. It was time to catch a rabbit and test his physical strength. He thought to himself. His belly pressed against the ground, inching forward. The grass brushed against his nose, tickling him, but he dared not move, his eyes fixed firmly on the wild rabbit. When he was 3 steps away, the wild rabbit seemed to sense something, suddenly raising its head, its ears standing erect. At the same moment, a gray gust of wind swept by and Gevoff had caught the rabbit. Life continued to be lively. The elder wolf went out hunting in the morning, and Gevoff sometimes followed, treating it as exercise, but other times, feeling lazy, he would stay at home chatting with the dwarfs. At noon, they gathered around the table for a meal, the elder wolf devouring his food, his cheeks bulging. Gevoff listened to the dwarfs gossiping about the forest happenings, which slope had a rabbit's nest, which tree housed a wolf, repeating such stories without ever hearing about any magic. In the evening, sitting by the fireplace, Gevoff, feeling bored, began to tell them Journey to the West. Telling a story, the bearded dwarf paused his work, his eyes brightening. Is it about the forest? No, it's from a faraway place where a monk is on a journey to the west to obtain scriptures. Gevoff cleared his throat, gesturing with his paws in the air. He spoke of a monkey that could transform 72 times, able to go to heaven and earth, a big fat man with a round belly carrying a rake, and a monk riding a white horse journeying westward. The dwarfs stopped all their work, each inching closer. The dwarf in the blue coat placed his knitting needles on his lap, forgetting about the scarf. The shortest one crawled under the table, with just his head poking out, his eyes wide open. The plumpest one even quietly shrank back behind the elder wolf, probably scared by the monsters. And the elder wolf, listening to Gevoff, also felt delighted, occasionally thumping his paw on the floor, making a thud sound that shook the wooden bench, creaking as if it might fall apart. The sky was just lightening at dawn, birdsong in the forest still carried the drowsy languor of waking. Already Gevoff could hardly contain himself, gently patting his elder wolf brother's cheek with his paw. Brother, wake up. Today we're heading to the town. His tail swished gleefully, his eyes bright as dew-kissed morning stars, brimming with anticipation. Gevoff had now grown into a young wolf, nearly matching full-grown wolves in stature. Once he'd believed himself frail, fearing the strange and watchful eyes beyond the woods. But now his limbs thrummed with vitality, and his mind had rehearsed the wonders of the outside world 1,000 times over. He longed to stroll through the town and gather intelligence, magic treasures, even princesses. Roused by Gevoff's persistent pats, his elder brother could no longer sleep. He yawned, a cavernous throat-bearing yawn. his emerald eyes half-lidded corners still smudged with unshed drowsiness. Yet seeing Gewoff's feverish impatience, he sprang upright, with a soft whoosh shaking his sleek gray fur. Dry grass stalks tumbled from his coat like falling ash. Inside the cottage, the 7 dwarves were already awake, bustling around the hearth in cheerful chaos. Thick meat porridge bubbled softly in the pot, its rich aroma, steamy rice and savory broth, filling the air. On the grill, dark rye loaves sizzled golden brown, their crust crackling, their fragrance perfuming every corner of the room. When they saw Gewoff and the elder wolf preparing to depart, the dwarves paused in surprise. Master Druid, the sky has barely brightened. Why such haste? A dwarf in a blue tunic held up his wooden spoon, a fleck of porridge clinging to his cheek as he smiled. We're off to the town for a stroll. Gewoff crouched beside the table, his tail tip sweeping restlessly across the floorboards, unable to conceal his excitement. Cooped up in these woods too long. I'm turning into a wooden statue. Time to see what marvels the town holds, and perhaps glean news from the wider world. At once the dwarves hurried to stuff provisions into cloth sacks. Take this, freshly baked rye bread. Tuck it inside your tunic, it'll stay warm against your chest. And dried wild berries. Chew them on the road for cheer and sustenance. Under their enthusiastic flurry, the elder wolf hastily swallowed a few mouthfuls of porridge bread still half chewed in his jaws, as Gewoff urged him to begin disguising himself. We'll be back before nightfall, don't worry. Gewoff waved over his shoulder, sending crumbs scattering across the floor. A proper disguise was essential for entering the town. The elder wolf dragged out a coarse, oversized tunic and a worn gray cloth hat, both pilfered from the town not long ago. The tunic was dull gray at sleeves and hem absurdly long, perfect for concealing Gewoff entirely. The hat's brim hung low, shadowing most of his face. First he pulled the tunic over himself, the rough fabric rasping faintly against his fur. He remained still as Gewoff seized the moment with feline grace. He leapt and coiled onto his brother's broad back, front paws hooked firmly around the wolf's neck, hind paws tucked deep beneath the heavy coat, tail curled tight and hidden lest even a single strand of fur betray them. The elder wolf fastened the remaining buttons. The thick fabric sealed Gewoff within, snug and soundless. Only a tiny tuft of gray fur peeked discreetly from the collar, invisible unless scrutinized closely. Then came the hat, pulled low, its brim casting a soft ashen veil over his features, revealing only his eyes and the muted shadow-draped planes of his face. From afar he resembled a burly, broad-shouldered man, though his shoulders were improbably wide, and occasionally beneath the swaying hem of his tunic a slender gray tail tip flickered, like a stray reed brushing the earth. How do I look? The elder wolf murmured in wolf tongue, his voice muffled, as if echoing from deep within a clay vessel. Gewoff peered out from the collar, squinting at their fused silhouette. The brim obscured nearly half his face, his gait stiff and rigid as a walking boulder, and that telltale tail tip kept slipping free. He pursed his lips inwardly. This disguise was laughably thin, tail tip exposed, posture wooden as a puppet's. But the dwarves stared spellbound. The bearded dwarf stepped back 2 paces, squinting hard, then slapped his thigh with a resounding thwack. It's perfect. Uncanny. Just like the blacksmith from town, brawny enough to hoist half a hog and no one ever suspected a thing. The others nodded vigorously, chiming in exactly. With his natural strength, that tunic and that hat. He's the very image of a seasoned traveler, a mighty man. Keep the brim low. The town is crowded and curious. Fewer eyes on your face means greater safety. Gewoff stifled a chuckle. Only dwarves, it seemed, possessed such forgiving vision. Yet all 7 swore chests puffed with conviction. It's flawless. He paused. Perhaps in this fairy tale realm realism mattered little. After all, his brother had made such trips before without incident. And should discovery come, they'd simply sprint, swift as wind, untouchable by any mortal foot. Just before departure, Gewoff hatched an impromptu idea to test the disguise's credibility. He tugged his brother aside. Brother, hold still. I'll speak and you need only nod along. He whispered instructions into the wolf's ear, tapping lightly on his neck with a paw. Though baffled, the elder wolf stood obediently, still blinking slowly beneath his brim in quiet assent. The burly man slowly raised a hand, as if adjusting his tunic's front. He bowed slightly toward the dwarves. A whisper of gray fur trembled at his collar as Gewoff's clear, bright voice rang out. Many thanks for your kindness. We depart now and shall return tonight. The moment the words faded, the elder wolf gave a solemn nod, the brim dipping subtly in reply. The dwarves erupted in applause. Oh, even his speech sounds like a townsman's. Utterly convincing. Nestled upon his brother's broad, sun-warmed back, breathing in the scent of fur and sunlight, Gewoff felt a quiet, radiant joy. Never mind whether the guys held up. Finally, they were bound for the town. That alone was infinitely more thrilling than lingering indoors. Dawn light filtered through the canopy, gilding their path. The coarse tunic billowed softly in the breeze, like a sack holding a secret, carrying them steadily toward the hum of human life. As they approached the town, a few gray birds suddenly flapped up from the trees by the roadside, their wings rustling the leaves, as if someone had knocked over a basket full of leaves. They circled in the air, squawking sharply, "The wolf is coming! The wolf is coming!" The sound was urgent and piercing, tickling the ears like a group of little trumpets announcing a warning. Gevoff poked his head out from the collar, nearly bumping his nose against the chin of the big wolf. He stared at the few gray birds snorted in his nose, and the breath he exhaled made the fur on his forehead stand up. Smart birds, he muttered to himself, his eyes following the path of the flying birds. Sure enough, the closer they got to populated areas, the more of these overly clever creatures appeared. Unlike the silly little sparrows in the forest, these birds were cunning like thieves who had stolen oil. However, hearing them squawking about the wolf is coming as if they had truly seen a man-eating beast, he felt a surge of anger. After all, he and the big wolf merely wanted to stroll into the town, not having harmed a single blade of grass by the roadside, yet these birds acted as if they had seen a flood, desperately calling out for everyone in town. Truly ungrateful birds. Gevoff ground his teeth in silence, lightly scratching his claws against the fur of the big wolf. Not all wolves in a fairy tale world are bad, really. They show no manners or upbringing. Just wait until one day they fall into my hands. I will pluck their feathers and roast them, and then let's see if they still squawk. The big wolf seemed to sense his thoughts, not pausing its steps, but letting out a low woof from its throat like a stone thrown into a deep pond, muffled, suggesting that he shouldn't bother with the birds. Indeed, it was not worth getting angry over a few birds. After squawking for a long time, the birds saw that the burly man was completely ignoring them, and after flapping their wings tiredly, they found it uninteresting. The leading bird let out a cheep, as if saying, "Let's disperse," and the flock of birds flapped away, their chattering gradually fading, leaving only the leaves still swaying like the aftermath of the earlier commotion. The two continued on, and shortly thereafter they caught sight of the town. The low stone houses were huddled together, resembling a group of plump mushrooms basking in the sun, with red-tiled roofs that shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. The smoke drifting from the chimneys floated lazily in the blue sky, spreading out like a thin veil over the town, creating a warm and inviting sight. As soon as they entered the town, Gevoff was astonished by the scene before him, nearly sliding off the back of the big wolf. This town was completely different from what he had imagined. The road was paved with blue stone slabs, polished smooth without a speck of mud, as if someone wiped it daily with a cloth. The wooden houses by the roadside were painted white, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, with windows adorned with colorful flowers, red roses, yellow sunflowers, and purple morning glories, all jostling together in a lively display. When the wind blew, petals floated down and no one stepped on them. Instead, an old man wearing a straw hat bent down to pick them up, carefully tucking them into his cloth pouch, as if he had found a treasure. People came and went, yet it was all quite orderly. Farmers in coarse cloth clothing carried hoes, walking steadily, stopping to chat with acquaintances in voices as resonant as a bell. Women in headscarves carried baskets filled with freshly bought carrots and cabbages, bright green and red, looking fresh, greeting their neighbors with smiles as their floral scarves fluttered in the wind like playful butterflies, and children in overalls ran by with colorful pinwheels that spun with a whoosh, stopping to curiously tilt their heads at the burly man with wide eyes like round grapes until their mothers tugged them along, still glancing back. This place is quite clean, Gevoff thought, his tail tip subtly wagging in the big wolf's fur. He had expected the town to be like those in Central Europe, dirty and chaotic, reeking of livestock dung, where each step would leave a muddy footprint. Unexpectedly, the air here was filled with the scents of bread, flowers, and a hint of soap, which made one feel at ease. The big wolf said nothing, merely slowing its pace, as if afraid of startling someone by walking too fast. Gevoff peered out from the collar and saw that the shops by the roadside were neatly organized. The bakery's glass window was polished to a shine, reflecting people's shadows, with bread arranged like small mountains. Long round sesame-coated, honey glazed, all gleaming. The fabric store had colorful fabrics hanging at its entrance, red like the evening glow, blue like the lake fluttering in the wind like a moving rainbow. And there was a stall selling ceramic pots, each painted with flowers and birds, all impeccably clean without a single chip. The stall owner was leisurely crouched on the ground, wiping them down, even cleaning the dust off the bottoms. It's really lively here. Gevoff thought happily. The annoyance from earlier caused by the birds had long dissipated like smoke blown away by the wind. Treasure magic. Princess, here I come. As the burly man stepped onto the cobblestone path at the entrance of the town, the thudding of his footsteps echoed like a drum, drawing the attention of the street vendors and chatters alike. His shoulders were absurdly broad, stretching his coarse garment to its limits, resembling someone carrying 2 bundles of firewood. His hat sat low, obscuring all but a gray chin with stubble that looked a bit prickly as he walked. Bits of gray fur occasionally peeked out from beneath his coat, fluttering gently in the wind, exuding an indescribable strangeness. "Mom, look at him." A child with a red hair tie licking on a sugar figurine suddenly pointed at him and shouted, his voice crisp and clear like a freshly shelled bean. "He looks just like a wolf." The couple nearby turned pale in shock. The mother quickly covered the child's mouth with her hand, pressing her fingers into his flesh. The father hurriedly stepped forward, bending at the waist like a drawn bow, repeatedly bowing. I apologize, I apologize. This child has never seen the world and speaks nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. I will definitely punish him later." He shot a deliberate glare at the child, while surreptitiously gesturing behind his back for silence. The burly man stood still like a large stone embedded in the middle of the road. The surrounding people halted their steps. Business was forgotten and conversations ceased. Each person craned their necks to gaze at the scene, their expressions a mix of curiosity, tension, and a hint of suppressed laughter, creating a palpable awkwardness. The air was so still one could hear the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly the burly man raised his hand. His hand was also absurdly large, the sleeves stretched tight, revealing a bit of a hairy wrist, as he fished something out of his pocket. The sunlight hit the object just right, and with a flash of blue light dazzled the eyes. It was a gem the size of a pigeon egg, crystal clear, appearing to encase a piece of the deep sea, making the onlookers swallow in anticipation. This was something the wolf brother had picked up from the cracks in the forest depths not long ago, and there were many of them. I am a traveler from afar. A voice emerged from beneath the hat, deep and hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against old wood, oddly endearing rather than unpleasant. I would like to ask where this place is. The child's parents' eyes lit up, the earlier panic vanished without a trace, and the mother even discreetly loosened her grip over the child's mouth. The crowd quickly gathered around, forming layers of onlookers encircling the burly man. A vegetable vendor on tiptoes peered in, completely oblivious to the carrots tumbling from her basket. My heavens! Such a large gem. Someone shouted loudly, their voice reverberating. How much food could this be worth? He must be rich. The child's father squeezed through the crowd, eagerly reaching for the gem, his fingers exploring its surface, as if feeling a newborn, his face breaking into a smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum, his tone so flattering it could drip honey. Sir, you have truly asked the right person. We are in the Adelon Kingdom. Don't let the size of the town fool you. This is a genuinely powerful nation. Adelon Kingdom. The burly man pressed for more, his voice still raspy, betraying no emotion. How many soldiers are there? What is the size of its territory? The man didn't hesitate, his chest thumping loudly, spit flying onto the gem as he exclaimed, soldiers. There are so many we cannot even count them all. A sea of them stretching from the east end of the town to the west. As for the area, he paused for dramatic effect, noticing the surrounding stares before proudly declaring, there are 9 such small towns like ours in the kingdom. Is that big or not? Puffed. The creature in the man's clothing couldn't hold back a chuckle, quickly covering its mouth with its paw, though its shoulders couldn't help but shake. The burly man shuddered slightly in response. The child's father, Sharpie, noticed the man's tremor and furrowed his brow in confusion, tentatively asking, Sir, are you cold? Oh yes, indeed. Like this. The burly man's voice showed no emotion, as if he hadn't heard the question, and he asked, which continent are you on? The Europa continent. The man, fearing the gem might fly away, quickly refocused, gripping the gem tightly, until his knuckles turned white. The elders say that to the east lies the Arabian continent, where the people wear white headscarves, ride camels, and sell carpets embroidered with stars and moons. Further east is the eastern continent, said to be a single massive nation housing tens of millions. More than all 9 of our small towns combined. Eastern continent. A jolt went through the creature inside the clothing, reminding it of a fairy tale it once heard. In that fairy tale, the only mention of the East was of a nightingale that could sing in a way that made kings forget their sorrows. But still it was the East. If it could learn the magic of travel, no, it must learn this magic. It wanted to return and see it for itself. The burly man spoke again, inquiring about other kingdoms and any unusual artifacts. The child's father replied animatedly, mentioning that in the southern part a fire-breathing dragon lived in a volcano, its scales harder than shields. At the northern marshes there was a fortune-telling witch whose hair was entwined with snakes. The names of the kingdoms sounded elaborate, like Golden Rose Kingdom and Anvil Kingdom. But upon closer inspection, aside from the names, the rest seemed fabricated, causing the creature to smirk in disbelief. Yet the surrounding crowd listened with rapt attention, occasionally gasping in wonder. The vegetable vendor even chimed in, Sir, are you going on an adventure? You must be careful. Ooh, I hear the people of the Anvil Kingdom love to rob outsiders. A passerby nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, our Adelon Kingdom is peaceful with 9 small towns, so safe. After asking enough questions, the burly man nodded and turned to walk into the town. The child's father, still holding the gem, chuckled foolishly, rubbing his fingers over it, suddenly realizing something and sprinting after him, shouting, Sir, wait. What else do you want to know? I can tell you everything about the affairs of heaven and earth. As long as you... His words trailed off, likely recalling the gem in his hand, and he chuckled again. Upon hearing this, the burly man's steps halted, as if he were nailed to the ground, deep in thought. After a moment he spoke. His voice remained hoarse. Are there any strange or magical happenings here? The child's father's eyes lit up brighter than the gem in his grasp, his face beaming with excitement. Yes. Indeed, sir. You arrived just in time. Just yesterday, a beautiful bird that could sing suddenly appeared in the town. Its voice so far surpasses that of the best lark in the town. Many people went to see it, claiming they had never seen such a beautiful bird, its feathers resembling a rainbow, and its song could make one forget hunger. It's right under the juniper tree at the west end of the town. If you go, you will surely see it. The burly man grunted in acknowledgement, not asking further, and continued into the town. Even as they walked away, the man's loud laughter could be heard behind them, likely bragging about the gem to the onlookers, his voice booming enough to be heard half a street away. Did you see? Did you see? This is a real gem. The sir said I know a lot, so he will come find me again. As the burly man walked towards the west side of the town, the sun shone fiercely, and the bluestone path felt scorching hot warm beneath his feet, like stepping on freshly baked flatbread. Gevoff shifted in his coarse robe, feeling a bit wilted from the heat, and whispered to his companion wolf brother, "Brother, have you heard about the beautiful bird that sings atop the juniper tree?" Wolf Brother's ears twitched, his voice deep and rumbling like the rustling of grass in the wind. "I've never heard of it." In the past, he had always sneaked into the town, circling around the outskirts without venturing deeper, never having seen any birds from the juniper tree. As they walked and chatted, Wolf Brother suddenly pointed with his chin towards the distance. There stood a wooden house with a chimney, and on the courtyard wall hung several brightly colored floral shirts, red and green, shimmering in the sunlight, dizzying to the eyes. "The soy sauce was stolen from there," Wolf Brother said with a hint of pride, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. "At that time there was a ceramic jar on the windowsill smelling salty, and I thought it would be delicious for stewing meat, so I secretly took some back." Upon hearing this, Gevoff swallowed hard. He recalled the last time he had stewed meat with that soy sauce. It was indeed so fragrant that it could swallow his tongue. Unable to resist, he licked his lips. Wolf Brother then nudged his head towards another stone house. At the entrance of that house lay a large yellow dog, panting, with its tongue hanging out long like a piece of red cloth that had fallen to the ground. "There wasn't a dog in that house before," Wolf Brother said, his tone more triumphant. "I once stole a hunting rifle from there. They discovered it and chased me down half a street, but they didn't even touch a single hair of my tail. So foolish." Just as Gevoff was about to laugh at his proud demeanor, he suddenly heard a sharp, thin voice pierce his ears like a needle. "Oh my God! How can this person switch from howling like a wolf to speaking human language? It's so strange." That voice was sharp and bright, freezing both Gevoff and Wolf Brother in place, their bodies tensing up. The burly man stopped in his tracks, slowly turning his head. His hat brim was low, but his eyes scanned the surroundings like a scanner. Flowers by the roadside, shadows at the wall corner, and even the flower pots on the windowsill were not overlooked, yet he could not find the source of the voice. "Oh my God! He heard what I said." The voice rang out again, tinged with panic, but the curiosity could not be hidden. "He won't come over to catch me, will he?" Wolf Brother's nose twitched as he detected a faint, musty smell wafting from the wall corner. Just as he was about to step over, the voice suddenly rose an octave sharp enough to pierce an eardrum. "No. No. Those huge feet. They're going to step on me." Upon hearing this, Gevoff quickly looked down at his feet. He saw a gray, round creature huddled in the crack at the base of the wall, its belly almost touching the ground, trembling as it hugged its paws. A large rat. So the voice came from this little creature. The rat, noticing the burly man looking down at it, had its fur bristle up like a gray dandelion. Its bean-sized eyes were filled with terror as cold sweat trickled down its back, making its already gray fur appear even darker. "Oh God, save me. I just came out for some fresh air. I was just passing by. I saw nothing. Really." As it spoke, it shrank back, its claws scraping shallow grooves in the ground, wishing to burrow deeper into the crack and hide itself completely. But it was too late. Wolf Brother's hand was quick, darting like lightning, and with a gentle pinch of his fingers, he caught the rat by its tail and lifted it up. The burly man held the rat in midair, and the little gray creature kicked its limbs wildly, crying out, "Help! Help! Someone is going to eat the rat. Come quickly." The cries were quite loud, like a popped balloon, yet the passers-by either hurried along with their heads down or glanced and quickly averted their eyes. Who would care about the life or death of a rat? After shouting for a while, the rat's voice grew hoarse, and still no one came to its rescue. It seemed resigned, drooping its head, no longer struggling, its limbs hanging down like a deflated gray yarn. Gevoff cleared his throat inside his robe, his voice filtering through the fabric. "Hey, can you talk?" Upon hearing this voice, the gray rat suddenly lifted its head, its tiny eyes spinning like it had just grasped a lifeline, and it hurriedly replied, "I can talk. I can talk. Please don't eat me." It was so anxious it was on the verge of tears, its voice carrying a sobbing tone. "I have little meat, and it's sour, not tasty. Really not tasty." Gevoff couldn't help but curl his lips in his heart. It truly wasn't tasty. The last time a little dwarf accidentally caught a rat, the roasted smell was bizarre, and chewing it felt like eating wood shavings. Yet he said, "Of course we are not bad people, we want to eat you." Just as the rat breathed a sigh of relief, its heart was still suspended in the air when the burly man emitted a low sound from his throat resembling a grinding stone rolling over pebbles. "But you saw it." The gray rat was so terrified that its soul almost flew away, struggling violently in midair, covering its eyes with its tiny front limbs and shrieking, "I saw nothing. I'm blind. I saw nothing just now. Really." Seeing the panicked look on the rat's face, Gevoff couldn't help but chuckle softly, then said to Wolf Brother, "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? It's just a rat that might understand what you're saying." Wolf Brother grunted in response, so the burly man changed his tone and asked the rat, "If I put you down, will you run?" The gray rat didn't think twice and immediately replied, "I won't run. Absolutely won't run. I swear to the heavens I will stay put." Yet in its heart, it was calculating. Once it touched the ground, it would dart into the nearby ditch, and whoever it was, if they had the ability, could chase it into the muck. Unfortunately, just as this thought emerged, Gevoff's voice came from his robe. "I think he's not very honest. Let's ask questions first. Don't put him down yet." Wolf Brother agreed, "All right." The gray rat felt like crying without tears, its tiny paws clenched tightly, wishing it could slap itself. Why did it just make such a ridiculous vow? Now it was too late. Even if it wanted to run, it had no chance. The burly man freed his other hand, gently pinching the rat from its tail and changing to hold it in his palm, while his thumb firmly pressed down on the rat's back, rendering it immobile. The rat could only feel the man's palm was fuzzy, the coarse hairs tickling it a bit, but at this moment it dared not move. It could only obediently lie there, its small eyes peeking up, glancing at the dark shadow beneath the brim of the hat, scolding itself countless times in its heart. If it had known it wouldn't have come out, staying home comfortably gnawing beans would have been better. Gevoff felt there was no need to beat around the bush with a rat. He went straight to the point. As you can see, we are two wolves disguising ourselves to gather some information in the town. The gray rat's body stiffened suddenly, its little eyes bulging wide. It's over. They aren't trying to hide it anymore. They even revealed their identities. It seemed they truly had no intention of letting it live. It closed its eyes tightly, waiting to be swallowed whole, its fur standing on end in fear, resembling a puffed-up gray hedgehog. The air was silent for a few seconds, but the anticipated pain did not come. The rat peeked open a small gap, seeing the burly man still holding it with no motion. Gevoff noticed that the mouse had calmed down a bit, cleared his throat, and continued to ask, "How long have you been in this town?" The mouse lay in the palm of Brother Wolf's hand, its small eyes darting around, its voice trembling slightly. "I've been here for several years, I suppose. Since I can remember, I've been wandering around here. I've gnawed through the wheat in the granary 3 times already." "Do you have a name?" Gevoff asked again. The mouse shook its head, its ears drooping. No one has given me a name. Everyone just calls me Hey or that mouse." As Gevoff pondered, he suddenly heard the mouse recalling something, raising its head abruptly and deliberately raising its voice. "But I have a companion, a cat. That cat is incredible. It has a coat of black fur, and its claws are sharp enough to slice through iron. The last time a wild dog bullied me, it was slapped so hard it howled." As it spoke, it gestured with its little paws in the air, as if mimicking the cat fighting. "It runs faster than the wind, and the chickens in town don't dare to make a sound when they see it. If you dare to bully me when it comes, it will surely pull all your fur out." Gevoff listened, initially dismissive. How strong could it be? Could it even fight Brother Wolf? However, a sudden thought made his heart skip a beat. This scene, this conversation, why does it sound so familiar? He suddenly recalled a fairy tale he had heard in childhood. The cat and the mouse become friends. In the story, the cat and the mouse stole a jar of oil and hid it in the church, preparing for winter. In the end, the cat repeatedly lied and stole food and ultimately swallowed the mouse along with it. He stared at the mouse and tentatively asked, "Did you steal a jar of oil hidden under the altar in the church?" The mouse was instantly dumbfounded, its small body stiff as a block of frozen dough, and after a long pause it finally stammered, How do you know?" Gevoff had a hunch. It seemed this was the silly mouse from the story. But was the relationship between this mouse and the cat really that good? Thinking of this, Gevoff spoke again. "Aren't you going to confess?" Hearing Gevoff's voice, Brother Wolf also revealed a cruel gaze at the right moment. The gray mouse was startled and shivered. It then sobbed, "Don't eat me, I'm not tasty. I didn't lie to you. Oh, I really have a cat companion, but he isn't that great either. I came out for a walk today because of him. I discovered that he seems to be lying to me, and I felt confused, so I came out to clear my mind. I called for help before, hoping he would come to rescue me, but he didn't show up." Gevoff lowered his voice, lying. Did he lie that his relative had a baby? Upon hearing this, the mouse looked as if it had been struck by lightning, its eyes wide, and its mouth agape, as if it could fit a grain of wheat. "Oh my God, how do you know that?" Brother Wolf was also a bit shocked. However, he felt it was Gevoff, so it was not an issue. After hearing the gray mouse's words, Gevoff sneered. He smirked. "Do you think he really went to celebrate a wedding? To baptize a child? Let me tell you, he's after that jar of oil hidden under the altar in the church." The first time he mentioned relatives having babies, he licked the oil off the bottom. The second time, baptizing, he drank half a jar. By the time he said he was going to be a godfather, I bet the oil jar was empty, leaving not a drop for you. After hearing Gevoff's words, the gray mouse's small body remained stiff, but its eyes slowly turned red. It lowered its head, its paws scratching at the pattern on Brother Wolf's palm, and after a long time managed to squeeze out a sentence. I actually suspected it a long time ago." Its voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. Every time it came back, its whiskers were covered in oil, but it said it was meat broth from the wedding. "And that jar of oil, I secretly peeked at it twice, and each time it was shallower. But I didn't dare to ask. I was afraid that I was overthinking, afraid it would get angry, and afraid of losing this only companion." Looking at the gray mouse, Gevoff thought again about this fairy tale. In this fairy tale, the gray mouse could actually be considered a pretty good friend. Moreover, the cat is easy to deal with. With that in mind, Gevoff said, "Then we will help you get revenge and reclaim that jar of oil." "No, reclaiming it is useless. It's already been drunk dry. How about this? You come with us and stop associating with that cat." The gray mouse looked in shock at the burly man. Upon hearing the words "come with us," its pupils became a bit moist and its voice trembled. "Is that okay? I'm just a useless mouse." "Of course it's fine," Gevoff replied. "You must know this is a fairy tale world. In the fairy tale world, power, wealth, and authority are not particularly important. Even gods can be easily killed by humans if their weaknesses are found. However, justice and friendship are very important in the fairy tale world. Of course, it isn't always about doing good deeds. For Gevoff, having received 9 years of compulsory education, just acting from the heart is enough. He believed that under the rules of the fairy tale world, he would also be among the protected. Brother Wolf walked forward, the cobblestones echoing softly beneath his steps, while the pockets of his coat swayed gently with his movements. The gray mouse curled up comfortably in the pocket, its nose brushing against the fabric, catching a faint scent of wheat. The aroma of sun-dried grain, warm and far more pleasant than the musty smell of the granary. It peeked its little head over the edge of the pocket, its round eyes scanning the surroundings, taking in the low wall beside the road, which was covered in green vines with a few pale pink wildflowers blooming atop it. It felt a sweetness in its heart. Hey, it had two friends now. Let's go see that singing bird, came the voice of Gevoff from above, tinged with anticipation. The gray mouse quickly responded, its little paws clinging to the edge of the pocket. The burly man continued walking the cobblestone path, gradually narrowing, and the houses on either side became sparse, no longer as crowded as before. A breeze blew, carrying the fresh scent of the roadside grass mingled with the earthy aroma, far more refreshing than the sweet smell wafting from the bakery in town, filling the lungs with comfort. Gevoff suddenly asked with a laugh, "Do you know about that singing bird west of the town, gray mouse? I just heard people from the town say it's particularly beautiful and sings quite well." The gray mouse was momentarily distracted, staring at a purple flower by the roadside, its petals thin as paper, glistening with dew. Upon hearing the question, it quickly pulled its head back, its voice muffled from the pocket. I know. The whole town is talking about it. That bird landed on the juniper tree yesterday evening, and many people went to see it, lining up to get closer." It paused, its voice suddenly tinged with an unspeakable bitterness. "But that bird is actually quite pitiful." "Pitiful?" Gevoff's interest peaked, and he slowed his pace, asking, "What makes it pitiful? Is it injured?" He secretly pondered whether it followed the common tropes of fairy tales, perhaps like a child mistreated by a stepmother. Brother Wolf also slowed his steps, his ears pricked slightly. Although his face showed little expression, it was clear he was listening intently. The gray mouse poked half of its body out of the pocket, its little eyes warily scanning the surroundings. A peddler with a burden passed by, and an old lady sat in the sun, no one paying attention to them. Only then did it lower its voice, its little paws tightly gripping the pocket's edge. "That bird is not an ordinary bird, but a boy who has been transformed." "A boy transformed?" Gevoff paused in surprise, a jolt of realization hitting him as he guessed correctly. "What's the story behind this? Tell me more." The gray mouse licked its paw as if organizing its thoughts, and began to narrate slowly. When that boy was born, his biological mother had already passed away, said to have died of illness. His father was a merchant who spent the whole year traveling, leaving him all alone at home. Later, his father married a new wife, his stepmother. Little did he know that the woman had a dark heart, disregarding him entirely, providing him only meager meals, leaving him starving, while making him do all the heavy chores, chopping firewood, fetching water, pushing all the hard labor onto him. It sighed, its little voice tightening, as if feeling wronged for the boy. Later, the stepmother gave birth to a daughter named Marlene, who was a kind-hearted little girl. Seeing her brother's plight, she would secretly sneak him food, sometimes half a wheat cake, sometimes a few wild berries, and the two children became close in secret. But this good life didn't last long. The stepmother found the boy increasingly bothersome. Taking advantage of her husband being away on business with no one to protect him, she had him killed. Brother Wolf listened, his face still showing little expression, as if he were merely hearing an ordinary tale. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the law of the jungle and the forest, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Gevoff, however, couldn't help but sigh, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. He was certain he had never heard this fairy tale before, and had never thought to avenge the life of this boy he had never met. But after all, it was a living being treated so unfairly, which inevitably weighed heavy on one's heart. The gray mouse's voice lowered further, tinged with a sense of urgency, as if afraid of being overheard. "I heard that the stepmother buried the boy beneath the juniper tree in the backyard, and deceived his father, saying the child had simply run away, and after searching for days without success, his father eventually believed her." Just as it was narrating, the path ahead suddenly opened up a bit, revealing the juniper tree. The trunk wasn't very thick, a person could hug it with their arms outstretched, but the branches and leaves were particularly lush, the dark green leaves overlapping, casting dappled sunlight, with a few small blue-purple fruits hanging among the leaves, looking hard and likely not yet ripe. The most striking feature was the bird perched on a branch, its feathers a striking mix of gold and red as a blazing coal, and as gold as melted gold. When the sunlight hit it, it looked like it was wrapped in a small flame, dazzling to the eyes, so beautiful one couldn't bear to look away. It was singing with its head tilted back, its voice clear as the spring water of a mountain stream. "My father, you ate me. My mother, you slaughtered me. My little sister Marlene, she gathered all my bones, wrapped them in a silk handkerchief, and buried them beneath that juniper tree. Quack, quack, look how happy I am." A group of people gathered beneath the tree, all looking up at the bird, their faces blooming with smiles, their eyes filled with excitement. An old man wearing a faded gray coat, leaning on a shiny jujube cane, spotted Gevoff and the others who had just arrived, and greeted them loudly. "Travelers from afar, you've come to see this bird too, haven't you? This bird sings so beautifully." The burly man stood by the tree like a towering iron tower, casting a long shadow that wilted the grass at his feet. His coat pockets were bulging, with a gray mouse quietly peeking its round head out, its small eyes darting around, occasionally glancing at the birds in the tree, and then at the people below, who were laughing and joking, its tail lightly brushing the edge of the pocket. The most extraordinary feature of the beautiful bird in the tree was that it wore 3 items: a lovely golden necklace and a large grinding stone. Additionally, it had a pair of red shoes. Gevoff clung to the collar of the wolf brother, listening to the laughter of the people below. This bird sings so clearly and crisply. He listened as the bird in the tree sang the final notes of Quay. Quay, look how happy I am, while the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. This feeling is reminiscent of watching a horror movie in my past life, Gevoff muttered to himself. But this is a fairy tale world, why is it so creepy? He understood that in fairy tales very few animals could speak human language and be understood by humans. Clearly this bird was not one of them, despite the gray mouse saying that this beautiful bird was a poor little boy transformed. Thus the people below could not comprehend the bird's words and merely thought it was an ordinary bird call, at most complimenting it with what a crisp sound. To be honest, if he weren't still fixated on the ending, hoping a fairy might pop out or some treasure might appear, Gevoff would have long since dragged the wolf brother away. The eerie atmosphere made him feel uncomfortable even for another second. Let's go buy something. Gevoff tugged at the wolf brother's arm. Find a shop where we can hear the birds call and get some seasonings and tools for the little dwarfs. Diverting our attention is better than enduring it here. The wolf brother nodded and took big strides. The gray mouse in his pocket perked up immediately, its little paws pointing the way. Soon they arrived at a place, and the wooden door creaked open, colliding face-to-face with a blond man. The man appeared to be in his 20s, thin as a wilted bean pod, with a few faint freckles on his face, wearing a faded coarse cloth jacket. Upon seeing someone enter, he politely bowed half a bow and asked, what does the guest need to buy? A bit of seasoning and axe, a sickle. The burly man's voice emerged from beneath the brim of his hat, a bit hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against wood. Gevoff added in his mind it would be best to also get a donkey, a few pigs and sheep, and at least a few chickens and ducks. The little dwarfs carried wood and chopped firewood every day. Having a donkey would save them a lot of effort. Slaughtered pigs and sheep could be cooked into meat, and chickens and ducks could lay eggs. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. The man nodded and turned to busy himself on the shelves. Soy sauce, vinegar, and salt were neatly arranged in ceramic jars. Axes and sickles hung on the wall, their edges polished to a shine, reflecting human silhouettes. He was quick and deft, and in no time had arranged the items on the counter and taken out a small scale, preparing to weigh and calculate the price. Just then the bird's call from the tree suddenly stopped. It came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had choked its neck. Immediately after, a loud boom shook the store, causing the window paper to tremble. Outside, a sudden explosion of screams erupted, creating a chaotic scene like a disturbed wasp nest filled with panic. Something's wrong. Geoff's heart tightened, urging the wolf brother, hurry. The wolf brother was also swift, reaching into his pocket and pulling out something. It was a gemstone the size of a fingernail, glowing faintly in the dim store, resembling a solidified star. He instantly shoved the gemstone into the man's hand, preparing to settle the bill. The man held the gemstone, his eyes widening. He had only seen such a thing in the mayor's glass cabinet, rumored to be worth half a street of houses. He opened his mouth, wanting to say, "Guest, you are truly generous." Yet just as the words reached his lips, they got stuck. Pressured by Gevoff, the wolf brother lifted his arm, rolling up his sleeve, slightly revealing an arm covered in a layer of gray dense fur, with each hair resembling a needle. Though it was only a little, it felt like it violated the disguise rules of the fairy tale world. The man's face turned pale. The gemstone fell onto the counter with a thud. His eyes widened like copper bells, his pupils slowly constricting, and a gasping sound escaped from his throat. It's a wolf. This tall person is a wolf transformed. The man stood frozen as if nailed behind the counter, forgetting to scream, just staring fixedly at that furry arm, tears streaming down his cheeks, mingling fear and confusion, his lips trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. Seeing that he had not moved, the burly man also stiffened. The gaze from under the brim followed the man's gaze downward. This is bad. The cover has been blown. Brother Wolf's hand remained frozen in midair, a small furry arm starkly exposed before the man's eyes, its gray fur glistening as if just dampened by dew from the forest. The air inside the shop felt as if it had been frozen. Distant screams intermittently drifted in from outside, yet it was so quiet that one could hear the man's teeth chattering, mingled with the faint sounds of pepper rolling on the ground. The man stared at the arm, his eyes darting around, and suddenly recoiled as if stung by a needle, his back thudding against the shelf, causing the pepper jars to spill everywhere, the white powder choking him into a coughing fit, turning his face crimson. He pointed at Brother Wolf, his voice trembling like leaves in an autumn wind. You are a wolf from the forest. The burly man said nothing and made no move, merely pulling out another gem from his pocket. Larger than the previous one, its blue hue resembling ice freshly pulled from a glacier, so clear that one could see the shelves on the opposite side. He placed the gem on the counter with a thud, the wooden surface shaking slightly, causing the nearby salt jar to wobble. A muffled voice emerged from beneath the brim of the hat. Shut up, this is yours. The man's eyes were instantly glued to the large gem, his pupils first contracting sharply as if stung by the blue light, then gradually dilating, the greed that emerged within him growing wildly, like weeds, the fear from earlier completely burned away by this glow. He swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing visibly, his mind racing. This wolf not only meant me no harm, but also wanted to silence me with a gem. It must be hiding something in the town, but that has nothing to do with me. Yet this gem, one would be enough to exchange for the shop next door with a backyard if I could extract a few more. His courage surged, perhaps because the wolf hadn't pounced immediately, removing all traces of his earlier decorum and cowardice. He suddenly let out a cold laugh, feeling inside his pocket to pull out a rusty dagger, its blade warped, yet he shakily raised it, pointing the tip at the burly man. You are wolves, aren't you? Disguising yourselves as humans to infiltrate the town. If discovered, you'd be killed, right? He stepped forward a couple of paces, his eyes scanning the burly man up and down, and apart from the furry arm that had shown earlier, the rest of him was tightly wrapped in coarse cloth, revealing not a single flaw. Either give me 5 more of these gems, no 10, or I'll shout, and let everyone in the town see your true selves. Gevoff listened nearby with a frown. This man truly had no shame. Initially thinking 1 gem would suffice, he never expected him to resort to threatening with a dagger. He muttered to himself, 10 gems, do you think you can spend that in your lifetime? Though these gems were picked up along the way and weren't worth much, the feeling of being held at ransom was indeed unpleasant. The burly man hesitated for a moment, then merely pulled out a few smaller gems from his pocket. He placed these gems on the counter next to the first one, and together the 10 gems illuminated the shop with a blue glow, making the man's eyes ache, yet he couldn't bear to look away. What about now? The voice from beneath the hat brim remained muffled, devoid of emotion. The man stared at the 10 gems, suddenly letting out a derisive laugh, his mouth stretching from ear to ear, his greed nearly spilling out. 1 gem could trade for a shop, 3 could buy half a street, and 10 could purchase the entire town. If I could get more, wouldn't I become a king? He spun the dagger in his palm, the spine grazing his skin without causing any pain. You must have more on you. I want all your gems or else. He deliberately elongated his tone, glancing toward the door, his voice rising a bit. The patrolling guards are just around the corner. Do you think if they knew there was a wolf here? Gevoff was momentarily speechless. This man was truly pushing his luck. Moreover, he was doing this without any negotiation, just taking advantage. He tugged at Brother Wolf's collar, lowering his voice, icy cold, like ice. Kill him, big brother. Such a person who used others' secrets as leverage and still pressed for more was a future threat. Brother Wolf clearly hadn't expected it to come to this, his brow furrowed deeply, his gaze darkening beneath the hat brim. He had no intention of causing trouble, but this man was waving a dagger around, still shouting, hurry up. Otherwise I'll shout. A wolf is killing. With a bang, Brother Wolf suddenly moved. His movements were as swift as the wind. No one saw how he struck, only hearing a crisp snap, like a twig being snapped, as the dagger fell from the man's hand with a clatter, sliding far across the stone floor. Brother Wolf's large hand clamped down on the man's neck like an iron vice, lifting him off the ground, his toes barely grazing the floor. The man's face instantly turned a shade of dark purple, entirely different from the red he had turned when choked by the pepper. This was a color born from suffocation. His legs kicked wildly in the air, banging against the nearby soy sauce jar, while his hands desperately tried to pry Brother Wolf's arm away, but that arm was as hard as stone, unmoving, not even ruffling the fur on it. His eyes bulged wide with panic, the greed within them having transformed into sheer terror, his mouth opened wide like a fish out of water, yet no sound emerged, only his tongue protruding, trembling, as if it were a dying dog. A voice emerged from beneath the burly man's hat, icy cold. You could have lived carrying a few gems with you. Gevoff detested those who took advantage of others, especially those who threatened with secrets. Yet thinking about it, such people seemed rather common in fairy tale worlds, always believing that holding onto a minuscule secret allowed them to dictate terms to extraordinary beings. But Gevoff was not the kind of character to be easily manipulated. Brother Wolf let out a low growl from his throat, like thunder rumbling, causing the oil lamps in the shop to sway. He suddenly exerted force, and with a crisp snap the man's neck twisted at an odd angle, his kicking legs coming to a halt, his eyes remaining wide open, yet the light within them had gone out completely, like 2 dusty glass marbles. The burly man shoved the corpse towards the back of the counter with a thud, crashing into the wall corner blocked by a row of soy sauce jars, leaving only 2 dangling feet exposed. He bent down to pick up the 10 gems from the counter, stuffed them back into his pocket, glanced at the dagger on the ground, and raised his foot to stomp on it, shattering the rusty iron into pieces that scattered everywhere. The gray mouse poked its head out of the pocket, its little nose twitching, probably catching a whiff of blood, trembling with fear, its voice changing pitch. Did we kill someone? Not someone, just refuse, Gevoff replied, his voice devoid of warmth. Did he really think he could leverage us with such a trivial secret? Brother Wolf nodded, bending down to stuff the axe and sickle from the ground into a sack, then lifting the jar of soy sauce, turning to walk outside. As he passed the counter, he casually ripped off a cloth used for wiping tables, cleaning his hands that had gotten a bit of saliva on them, while choking the man, his movements swift and smooth, as if he were merely handling something trivial, as though he hadn't just crushed a neck, but simply a hard piece of bread. Gevoff peeked over his collar, the door of the grocery store still ajar, the inside quiet, as if nothing had happened. But he knew that a corpse was hidden behind the counter, pepper scattered on the floor, and that the air carried not only the salty scent of soy sauce, but also a faint hint of blood and indescribable eeriness. We shouldn't have killed him earlier. The gray mouse whispered, its little claws tightly gripping the cloth, even the tip of its tail tense straight. What if someone finds out? And if they do, are they going to come to the forest to catch us? Gevoff interrupted, such people are a threat. Do you think that if we gave him gems he would keep quiet? He would only cling on to us like a leech, asking for 10 gems today, 100 tomorrow, and eventually sell us out for a bounty. Brother Wolf stepped out of the grocery store, pausing for a moment to glance back inside the shop. Sunlight streamed in at an angle from the door, falling on the scattered pepper and the shards of the dagger on the ground, the whites gleaming and bright, stinging the eyes. The gray mouse crouched in the pocket, no longer speaking, likely frightened by what had just happened, its small body trembling like leaves falling in autumn. The street had turned into utter chaos. Townsfolk rushed out of the town, clutching their children and carrying bundles, their shoes clattering against the bluestone pavement like countless hooves galloping wildly. The cries erupted, old and young, men and women, their voices blending together like a toppled beehive. A bird has killed someone. That beautiful bird is a monster. The millstone came crashing down like a mountain collapsing. Brother Wolf pushed against the tide of people, his sturdy frame resembling an ironclad icebreaker. Those who stumbled into him either staggered aside after a gentle nudge from his shoulder or were deftly brushed aside by his large hand, maintaining his pace without faltering. Not far into his journey, he caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood mingled with dust and a hint of the odor of wheat bran, as if something had soaked in blood. The crime scene was cordoned off beneath a juniper tree where several armored soldiers stood in a circle with their spears raised, the sun baking their armor until it was scorching hot, causing a blinding glare. The cold gleam of the spear tips was ominous. Anyone daring to step forward would find the point of the spear advancing toward them, keeping curious and fearful gazes at bay. On the ground within the circle lay a middle-aged woman, her red skirt crumpled under the weight of the millstone, her exposed arm twisted at a grotesque angle, her hand frozen in the act of grasping something, dirt lodged beneath her nails. The millstone, which had hung around the bird's neck, was now cracked with a few strands of brown hair stuck to its edge, the surface smeared with dark red blood mixed with wheat bran, forming a blackish red paste that tightened the stomach. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s knelt beside her, his grayish cloth jacket covered in dust, leaving shallow imprints on the bluestone beneath his knees. He clutched the edge of the millstone tightly, his knuckles pale, as if drained of blood, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like old tree roots. His face bore no tears, only an open mouth gasping with a hoarse sound from his throat reminiscent of an old bull with a blocked throat. His gaze was vacant like a dry well, fixated on the person beneath the millstone, as if he had not yet come to terms with the absurdity of a good person was crushed to death by a bird with a millstone, and the surrounding clamor felt muffled through layers of cotton. Beside him stood a 6 or 7-year-old girl, her hair braided into 2 twists, her golden locks shimmering in the sunlight, her fair little face quite pretty. She clutched a half-eaten wheat cake in her hand, crumbs falling on her clothes without her bothering to brush them off. She glanced at the woman on the ground, her brows furrowing slightly before quickly relaxing. Then she looked up at the bird in the tree, her eyes sparkling, showing no fear, but instead a hint of excitement and joy. The beautiful bird that had committed the crime still perched on the branch, though its song had long ceased. Its black eyes rolled around, staring fixedly at the corpse beneath the millstone, as if confirming something, or perhaps waiting for something, its tail occasionally twitching, dislodging a few dry leaves. At that moment, several old people who had not fled suddenly fell silent, their prayers ceasing, their eyes fixed intently on the treetops. Suddenly the bird on the tree flapped its wings vigorously, golden red feathers raining down like a shower of gold dust. The feathers transformed into specks of golden light in midair akin to scattered stars. Amidst the radiance, the bird's form gradually elongated and widened, revealing fair skin where the feathers had shed. Within the blink of an eye, the bird on the branch had transformed into a boy clad in splendid silk. The boy lightly leaped down, and as he landed, the pale purple silk skirt swept the dust, revealing ankles as slender as reeds, yet he stood firmly. He was strikingly handsome, with eyebrows fine as though drawn, his eyes slightly upturned at the corners, as if lightly lined with a rosy hue. His lips were as red as freshly picked cherries, glistening with moisture. His skin was so fair that one could see the blue veins beneath, with a hint of pink, exuding a gentle beauty in stark contrast to the tan and ruggedness of the local boys. "Father, sister, do not cry, do not be sad." As the boy spoke, his voice was as clear as a wind chime, yet it carried an indescribable chill akin to ice droplets falling onto a jade plate. The kneeling middle-aged man suddenly looked up, his murky eyes wide with shock as if pricked by a needle. He pointed at the boy, his lips trembling for a long while before managing to utter a garbled sentence. You? How did you turn into a bird? And killed your mother?" "Mother?" The boy chuckled, the curve of his lips sharp and cold like a little knife. "Does she deserve it?" Suddenly the little girl beside him dropped her wheat cake, which fell to the ground with a thud, gathering a layer of dust. She lunged forward, grasping the boy's skirt, tilting her face up to cry out, "Brother, is it really you? You are not dead. I knew you weren't dead. I saw you turn into a bird." The boy looked down and stroked her head, his fingertips brushing past her braids, his touch as gentle, as if handling fragile glass. "Little Ma Lien, I have returned." "Capture him." A soldier with a scruffy beard suddenly bellowed, pointing his spear at the boy, its tip mere inches from his chest. "Sorcerer." Such was the bravery of the soldiers in this fairy tale world, perhaps accustomed to talking animals and walking pumpkins, their courage having been forged through encounters with the bizarre. Other soldiers quickly surrounded him, the cold gleam of the spears encircling the boy like a metallic cage. Yet the boy did not move, neither dodging nor resisting. He slowly raised his head, his bright eyes sweeping over those who had not yet fled, from the elderly with white hair to the children huddled in their mother's arms, missing not a single one. Then his voice suddenly rose singing that bird song, but this time every word was clear like ice picks piercing the ears, each word carrying a chill. My father, you have eaten me. My mother, you have slaughtered me. My sister, little Ma Yin, she picked up all my bones, wrapped them in a silk handkerchief, and buried them beneath that juniper tree. As the song ended, he suddenly clenched his fists above his head, his small fists, tightly balled, raised high, to clearly show he posed no threat. At the same time, he shouted at the soldiers, his voice tinged with tears like a wronged child, yet also imbued with resolve like a taut bowstring. I am innocent. I am only seeking revenge. His gaze turned sharply toward the middle-aged man slumped on the ground, tears finally streaming down his face, sliding into his collar. Father, she chopped me up and cooked me into soup to feed you. When you held the bowl drinking the soup, chewing on my bones, did you ever consider whether I was guilty? The middle-aged man seemed struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground with a thud, covering his face with his hands, his eyes peeking between his fingers wide with shock. After a long while, he finally emitted a suppressed cry like a beast with a blocked throat, tears flowing from between his fingers, mingling with saliva to drip onto the dust, creating a small damp patch. I ate your flesh. How could I? He stammered incoherently, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The few townsfolk who had not fled erupted into whispers, their voices swelling like a tide. What? My God, how could a mother be so cruel? No wonder we always caught the scent of meat coming from their house recently, it turns out. My poor little Mike. No wonder he went missing. An old woman wiped her tears and pounded her chest in despair. The soldiers holding their spears paused, exchanging glances filled with hesitation. The bearded soldier furrowed his brow, pressing the spear tip down slightly, yet he did not thrust it forward. The boy still held up his fists, tears streaming down his face, biting his lip tightly, refusing to cry out. Little Ma Lien tugged at his skirt, looking up at the soldiers and shouting, my brother is innocent. It was that woman who was wicked. She even hit me. The wind blew through the branches and leaves of the juniper tree, carrying a hint of blood and the fragrance of wheat cakes. Gofu clutched Brother Wolf's collar, observing everything within the circle, suddenly realizing that this fairy tale world seemed to have its own cruelty. Take the person back to the church to seek the priest's judgment. The voice of the bearded soldier carried a hint of reluctance, yet he no longer shouted words like wizard. Anyone who heard the song of blood for blood had to weigh how much grievance was hidden behind this murder. The boy was invited to walk towards the church by two soldiers. His arms loosely held his steps steady. Little Malin clung tightly to the hem of his shirt, like a small tail, afraid that if she let go her brother would disappear. Her small shoes made a tap-tap sound on the stone road, following closely behind in lockstep. The middle-aged man, who was their father, staggered up from the ground, his knees still dusty, looking at the boy's back with complex emotions, shock, guilt, and a hint of indescribable panic. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word, ultimately lowering his head and shuffling along behind them. Wolf Brother and Gevoff mixed into the crowd of onlookers, following at a distance. Gevoff clung to Wolf Brother's arm, watching the procession ahead, thinking this play isn't over yet, but according to the fairy tale route it should have a happy ending. The townsfolk who had just hurriedly fled now saw the soldiers leading a small boy to the church, forgetting the danger as they gathered around. After learning the reason, they instantly erupted with anger, marching forward. When Mike's mother left, she held my hand and asked me to look after the child. How could that woman do such a cruel thing? Well done. If it were me, I'd have swung an axe and chopped her up. Amidst the crowd, they soon arrived at the church. The church was made of stone, its spire piercing the sky, the stained glass windows gleaming in the sunlight. It was grand, perhaps only twice the size of the town's blacksmith shop, yet it radiated an air of solemnity. The priest and two nuns awaited at the entrance, their black robes billowing in the wind, clearly having received word in advance. Normally a murder case would be sent to court, but this matter had an element of the miraculous, making it seem more reasonable to seek the priest's judgment. The boy, Mike, was led to the simple wooden enclosure in the center of the church. The wooden enclosure looked hastily assembled with rough timber, jutting out, scraping against one's arms painfully. Yet he stood inside, his back straight like the pillars of the church spire, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with a calmness that was frightening, as if he were not standing behind the bars of judgment, but basking in the sun in his own yard. His father knelt beside the first row of wooden benches, his knees hitting the stone floor with a thud, his hands clasped tightly together, knuckles white trembling against his forehead, the cross necklace around his neck swinging like a live fish, and his prayers were jumbled, unclear whether he was beseeching God or cursing himself. Little Malin was tightly embraced by a plump woman next to her, but her small hands gripped the edge of the wooden bench like a vice, her knuckles nearly translucent, her eyes wide open, unblinking, staring at her brother in the enclosure, tears hanging on her lashes. The priest raised his hand to silence the crowd, his aged voice echoing beneath the dome. Mike, do you admit to killing your stepmother? I admit it. The boy's voice struck like a hammer on the stone floor, crisp and clear, showing no signs of evasion. But she killed me first. She dragged me by the arm into the bedroom, saying there were honeyed apples in the box. When I reached for it, that woman flipped the box over, such a heavy wooden box, and with a crack it broke my head. She even took a kitchen knife and chopped me into pieces, throwing me into a pot to make soup for my father. The townsfolk reacted as if thrown into a powder keg, erupting in chaos. Beast. That's something only a beast would do. The butcher swung his bone knife down onto the ground, the blade gleaming and making onlookers dizzy. I said that woman always kept the door shut when she was cooking meat. So this filthy business was hidden away. The laundress shouted, her apron wrinkled from being clutched tightly. Even if a millstone crushed her, it would still be too light a punishment. How could this happen? How could it be? The father suddenly lifted his head, his face pale, as if just pulled from an ice cellar, his lips trembling and unable to form coherent words, tears streaming down his face, splattering onto the stone floor like dark circles. The old woman in the back, leaning on her cane, was sobbing uncontrollably, her cane banging loudly against the ground. Poor little Mike. Last year, he even stood on tiptoes asking me for mint candies, saying he was saving them for his sister. How could that woman do such a thing? The priest closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently, holding the crucifix, reciting hurriedly. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sweeping like torches across the incensed townsfolk, and landed on Mike in the enclosure, raising his voice. God's eyes are watching. This child is innocent. Good. The townspeople's cheers nearly lifted the roof of the church. The strong men threw their hats into the sky. The girls screamed at the top of their lungs. Even the most composed baker clapped his hands red. Someone threw a basket of dried berries into the enclosure, red and purple splattering all over Mike. Someone tossed freshly cut wheat ears onto him, the golden wheat on sticking to his clothes like a glorious robe. Little Malin cried out, not out of fear, but joy. She broke free from the plump woman's embrace, jumped off the chair, and rolled and crawled to the edge of the enclosure, clutching the wooden slats, shouting, "Brother. Brother is fine." Mike reached through the bars, touched his sister's head, and finally cracked a shallow smile. That smile was like the first ray of sunlight in early spring, melting some of the hostility filling the church. The father stood nearby, wanting to step forward, but hesitating, stretching his hand several times, ultimately letting it hang by his side, tears falling even more fiercely. In the corner, Wolf brother quietly took 2 steps back, lowering the brim of his hat. Gevoff had wanted to ask Mike if he could perform any magic upon transforming back from a bird and invite him to live in the forest, but seeing the family situation and the priest declaring him innocent, he understood that the boy would not go with them. Never mind, the world of fairy tales is filled with magic, and there's no need to keep clinging to this poor boy. This time, with the addition of the gray mouse, it could be considered a good thing. Wolf brother turned and walked out, his steps steady, the axe and sickle in the sack clinking together, producing a light ding-ding sound. The burly man exited the church, glancing back to see the father finally muster the courage to reach through the bars, gently embracing Mike and little Malin, their 3 shadows overlapping on the ground. The story of this town should come to a close. As for the corpse behind the counter of the grocery store, let tomorrow's sun discover it. Tonight at least this family can sleep peacefully. Therefore Gevoff and the others returned to the forest. Of course, before coming back, they also bought some livestock. They chose 2 donkeys, their coats glossy and smooth, looking quite strong. 2 sheep bleated their thick wool sufficient to weave 2 blankets. 2 white pigs grunted round and plump like 2 little fat ones, and 20 chickens clucked and flapped in the cage, their red combs shining in the sunlight. When Brother Wolf was paying the bill, the shopkeeper was stunned to see him take out a sapphire, and he generously gave an extra bamboo cage for the chickens, repeatedly saying, "Come again, next time." They herded the livestock slowly out of the small town, and just a short distance away they shed their disguises. Brother Wolf led the way, holding the donkey's rope as the donkey stepped along, raising fine dust on the dirt road. Gevoff kept an eye on the side, occasionally adjusting the stray chicken cage back into the line to prevent any chicken from fluttering away. The gray mouse perched on the head of the front donkey, its little paws tightly gripping the donkey's ear. Occasionally it turned its head to look back at the increasingly distant town, its expression complex. The cat never came. It didn't save him at the beginning, and now that they were leaving, it didn't even say goodbye. But, forget it, it had 2 friends now. Gevoff said there would be 7 more friends in the forest. Truly so many friends. Above, a few brightly colored birds continued to circle, the same ones that had shouted, "Wolf is coming," when they first arrived at the town. Seeing Brother Wolf reveal his true form, they began to cry out again, "The wolf is coming. The wolf is coming." Their voices were quite noisy, but this time no one paid them any attention. After all, they could only howl, lacking any real power. The gray mouse licked its paw a bit shyly, opening its mouth, its voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Gevoff, will those 7 friends really accept me? I look like this?" It looked down at its gray fur and did not continue. "They definitely will." Gevoff hurriedly replied, his tone firm. Brother Wolf, who had been silent, nodded as well. Though he didn't speak, his affirmative gesture was more convincing than words. The gray mouse felt a bit more at ease, scratching the donkey's ear. The donkey let out a comforting "eh" as the sun slowly dipped in the west, dyeing the sky in shades of orangerd. Just as the sun was about to touch the treetops, the wooden roof of a dwarf's house peeked through the trees, with wisps of smoke rising from the chimney. Perhaps hearing the commotion of the livestock, the door of the wooden house creaked open, and several dwarves wearing pointed hats popped their heads out, looking around. "It's Gevoff and the others." One sharpie dwarf shouted, pointing in their direction, his voice filled with joy. "Oh, Druid Master, you have returned." Another dwarf with curly whiskers joyfully hopped over first. The rest followed behind, some rubbing their hands, some wiping their aprons, all with faces full of anticipation. As they approached, the dwarves immediately began to help. Without hesitation, one pulled on the pig's tail, herding the white pig into the pig pen. The pig grunted in resistance, but he scratched its belly, making it docile. 2 carried the chicken cage towards the chicken coop, telling the chickens, "Don't flap around. You'll have grains to eat later. Others took the donkey and sheep ropes from Brother Wolf's hands, leading them to the barn, while muttering, "This sheep's wool is really thick. We can knit sweaters for winter." Brother Wolf naturally left these tasks to them and moved towards the door of the wooden house, perhaps feeling tired. The dwarves didn't mind, instead becoming more energized, repeatedly praising the druid master is so generous, bringing back so many at once. With these, we won't have to go out looking for food all winter. It saves us so much trouble. While they were busy, the dwarf with the whiskers quickly walked out of the house, holding 2 wooden cups filled with steaming contents. Seeing the livestock in the yard, his eyes squinted with joy, his face displaying both happiness and surprise. Druid Master Gevoff, have some water and take a break. He stepped forward, handing 1 cup of water to Brother Wolf and the other to Gevoff. Thank you so much. These livestock will last us several winters. Brother Wolf took it, tilting his head and gulping it down his throat, moving quickly. After the long journey, he was indeed parched. Gevoff did not take the water, but turned around to pull the gray mouse, who was hiding behind the donkey, to the front of the dwarves. Haha, let me introduce you. This is our new friend, the gray mouse. Gevoff patted the gray mouse's back, encouraging it to step forward. The dwarves had actually noticed the large gray mouse long ago, but they were too busy receiving the livestock to ask, and the gray mouse had been dodging and afraid to speak. At this moment, upon hearing Gevoff's words, each of them displayed friendly smiles. One dwarf wearing a red hat took out an oil paper package from his pocket, opened it to reveal colorful dried fruits. He pinched a yellow piece and held it out to the gray mouse, gently saying, "Gray mouse, here, take this. Try it. It's dried apricots, very sweet." The gray mouse looked at the dried fruit held out before it, then at the sincere smiles of the dwarves, feeling a warm sensation in its heart. It hesitantly stretched out its small paw, took the dried fruit, and bit into it. Sweet with a taste of sunshine, making its heart feel sweet as well. Gevoff watched the gray mouse being accepted, smiling even more happily. Brother Wolf glanced at the scene beside him, seemingly relieved. He waved at everyone without saying a word and turned to push the door into the wooden house, probably to sleep after all he had traveled all day and dealt with the matters of the shop, truly exhausted. In the yard, the dwarves were still surrounding the gray mouse, asking questions. The gray mouse could understand human language, likely because it had spent a long time in the city. Some said they would weave a grass nest for it, while others mentioned going mushroom picking for it to eat. The gray mouse curled up its body, but did not hide any more, its small eyes sparkling, and its tail tipped, gently wagging, as if to say thank you. They therefore spent the day quite calmly. The next day, the dwarves prepared a lavish breakfast as usual, without waking the sleepyheads. The 7 dwarves set out early, and Brother Wolf quickly woke up, devouring the breakfast before heading out to hunt. The gray mouse was the third to wake up. Drowsily, it poked its head out from the little grass nest made by the dwarves, sniffed with its tiny nose, and detected no scent of Brother Wolf. There was no sound from the little dwarves. The room was eerily quiet. Only the rhythmic breathing of Gevoff could be heard. Its heart sank as it clawed at the edge of the blanket to peek outside, seeing the empty dining table and the tightly closed door, and it suddenly panicked. Had something happened to them? Did they forget about me? Gevoff, Gevoff, wake up. The gray mouse urgently slapped Gevoff's face with its paw, its small voice tinged with a whimper. They're all gone. Is something dangerous happening? Gevoff was dreaming of standing in a palace filled with magical treasures, holding a glowing staff in his left hand and embracing a princess wearing glass slippers in his right, feeling ecstatic, when suddenly he was jolted awake, grumpy from being roused. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up, he saw the gray mouse spinning in circles with anxiety and lazily said, "What's the panic? The little dwarves must have gone foraging. Your Brother Wolf is probably out hunting. This is quite normal, isn't it?" "Really?" The gray mouse blinked, its little eyes still a bit unconvinced. "Why would I lie to you?" Gevoff shook his head. "Don't worry, I forgot to mention that they do this every morning." Only then did the gray mouse let out a sigh of relief, patting its chest with its small paw. "You scared me. I thought it was just the 2 of us left." Having calmed the gray mouse, Gevoff also lost his sleepiness. He glanced at the remaining breakfast on the table and pulled the gray mouse to sit down. "Eat up, or it will get cold." The egg custard in the plate was incredibly tender, sprinkled with chopped green onions along with the honey bread specially saved by the little dwarves, sweet and delightful. The gray mouse held a small piece of bread, nibbling at it bit by bit, occasionally emitting cheerful squeaks, the tension from yesterday already forgotten. Soon they finished eating. In the past, Gevoff would have stayed at home with the gray mouse. However, now Gevoff was unwilling to remain indoors. He was a powerful wolf, albeit much weaker than Brother Wolf. He planned to play in the forest and search for the hidden wizard. Thinking of the wizard, Gevoff recalled the boy from town who had transformed into a bird. "Sigh, I missed an opportunity to ask about magic. Perhaps I could transform into a human." Hearing the word forest, the gray mouse shrank its small body. It had heard many legends about the forest while in the town sewers, saying there were giant snakes that ate mice and eagles that caught small animals. But looking at Gevoff's eager eyes, it steeled itself and nodded. "All right, let's go with you around." Before heading out, Gevoff grabbed a large bag of jerky from the rack. Dried deer meat prepared by the little dwarves, salty and flavorful enough to last 3 days. He checked the doors and windows one last time, ensuring they were locked before walking outside with the gray mouse. The little dwarves usually foraged not far from the wooden house, gathering wild goods and firewood. Brother Wolf went hunting or to the town, and his activities were generally around there. Gevoff thought for a while and headed in the opposite direction of Brother Wolf. There was still uncharted territory, perhaps there would be new discoveries. Just a short distance into the woods the gray mouse exclaimed, "Oh my God! The air deep in the forest is indeed sweeter than that in the town." The fresh scent of grass and trees mixed with the earthy aroma was 100 times more pleasant than the foul smell in the town's sewers. It couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, its little nose twitching incessantly. Gevoff chuckled to himself. Of course the air in the sewers can't compare to this. But he kept it to himself and quickened his pace. A few sparrows perched on branches overhead, fluttering their wings and chirping as they saw them pass, but they had nothing to say. Unlike those birds in town that shouted the wolf is coming, they were quite dull. Along the way they didn't encounter any other animals. Occasionally a gray rabbit would dart out, catching a glimpse of Gevoff's shadow, its ears drooping in fright as it turned and burrowed into the bushes, disappearing in a flurry. Every time the gray mouse witnessed this scene, it would poke its little head out and let out a sneer towards the fleeing rabbit. "Oh my God, look what I see. Haha, useless rabbit. Why run so fast? No one is chasing you." Its arrogant demeanor completely forgot how it had been so frightened by the wolf in town yesterday that it nearly squeezed into a wall crevice. Listening to its ridicule, Gevoff found it quite amusing and no longer felt bored. After walking for about half an hour, he noticed the gray mouse was getting dry in the mouth, so he stopped to rest against an oak tree, casually chatting with it. "Hey gray mouse, do you know? In the mouse world there is a particularly powerful mouse." The gray mouse immediately perked up, its little ears perked up. "Really? What is it like? I really want to be friends with him." "Of course." Gevoff deliberately dragged it out, speaking slowly. "It is a brown mouse." Actually, he couldn't quite remember if it was a mouse, as there were countless species of rodents, but that wasn't important. He continued, "Its name is Jerry. That guy is impressive. He can play the piano and the violin, and the tunes he plays are more beautiful than those of any musician in the world. Not only that, but he is also a brave swordsman, dueling cats with a small sword, and has never lost." Of course, it seemed he had never won either, as Jerry and Tom were always at a stalemate. The gray mouse's eyes widened with admiration, its breathing nearly halted, its little paws tightly gripping Gevoff's fur filled with awe. "Wow, he can even duel with cats. That's amazing." Of course, Gevoff chuckled at its expression, unable to contain his laughter. "I mean, this is his legend. But I think you can do it too. Perhaps one day you can be as impressive as he is." The gray mouse froze for a moment, pondering, "Can I really do it? I can't even stand steadily now. Oh, I have to crawl to walk. But Gevoff believes in me." It secretly glanced at Gevoff's profile, with sunlight filtering through the leaves and landing on his face, looking very gentle. Gevoff and the gray mouse were still chatting about Jerry's legend, while the fallen leaves beneath their feet rustled. The gray mouse squatted on Gevoff's head, its little paws gripping his ear, eyes sparkling. "Do you really think Jerry can dodge a cat's claws? Last time in the town's granary, I was chased by a cat running around the sacks, 10 times, nearly out of breath." "That's because you didn't find the right way." Gevoff casually brushed aside a branch in his way and said, "Jerry can squeeze through mouse holes and lead cats into traps. Next time you encounter a cat, just run to Brother Wolf, and it'll surely scare off." The gray mouse nodded, half understanding, and suddenly pointed ahead, shouting, "Look, what's that?" Gevoff followed its gaze and saw a corner of a wooden roof peeking through the dense forest, with faint white smoke rising from the chimney. It looked at least twice the size of a little dwarf's house, with ivy climbing up the wooden walls and neatly stacked firewood at the entrance piled high enough to reach the roof. "It's a big house." Gevoff's eyes lit up, his heart racing. Who would build such a large house in the wilderness? Could it be a wizard's dwelling? In fairy tales, wizards always preferred secluded places. Is my chance finally coming? Let's go take a look. Gevoff suppressed his excitement, quickening his pace. Though the gray mouse was a bit scared thinking of Gevoff's words about Jerry's courage, it steeled itself and remained silent, burying its little head in Gevoff's fur. As they got closer to the house, a sweet scent wafted through the air like honey mixed with the aroma of baked bread. The door was slightly ajar, with sounds of thump-thump coming from inside, as if someone was pounding something. Gevoff slowed his steps, tiptoeing to peek through the crack in the door. Inside, the floor was polished oak, with a huge wooden table in the middle piled with several beehives. Golden honey dripped down the edge of the table, pooling into small puddles on the floor. Standing next to the table was a furry giant at least 3 times the size of Brother Wolf, covered in brown fur, facing away from the door, using its thick bare paws to pound on the beehive. Its clumsy movements splattered honey all over its back. "It's a bear." The gray mouse was so frightened it nearly bit its tongue, gripping Gevoff's ear tightly. "Let's run. I heard bears eat mice." Gevoff instinctively thought that it probably wouldn't be interested in such a small morsel of mouse meat. But he soon paused in surprise. Was it not a wizard? Just a bear. He collected his thoughts and looked closely. The bear was wearing a coarse apron smeared with honey and flour, the strings loosely tied behind its back, making it seem less like a creature that would eat humans. Was it as clever as Brother Wolf? As he was pondering, a gentle female voice came from inside. "Pound gently, don't crush the larvae inside the beehive. We need them to make new honey." The bear stopped its actions, rumbling in response, "Got it. This beehive is too hard. Ooh, I can't break it without some effort." Turning around, Gevoff finally saw its face. A round head, shiny black eyes like 2 obsidian stones, with a piece of beehive stuck to its nose, looking rather silly, not fierce at all. Just then another bear walked out from inside, slightly smaller than the big bear, with light brown fur and an apron embroidered with a sunflower, holding a ceramic bowl filled with dough. Where's the cub? It was just here asking for honey. She walked over to the big bear, reaching out to wipe the beehive off its nose, her movements affectionate. It's playing in the wood shed. The big bear pointed to the back door. I saw you kneading the dough, and it insisted on learning how to knead, so I sent it to play with the firewood. As soon as the words left its mouth, the back door creaked open, and a fluffy little creature tumbled and wobbling as it walked, shouting, "Mommy, I want to eat honey bread." Its fur was light brown, just like the mother bear, with little paws still covered in wood shavings. It climbed up to the mother bear's leg beside the table. "Slow down, don't fall." The mother bear laughed as she picked up the bear cub, wiping the wood shavings off its paws with her apron. "Once the bread is baked, it'll give you some to eat. For now, try this." She took a piece of honeycomb from the table, broke off a small chunk, and stuffed it into the bear cub's mouth. The little one immediately began to munch honey, covering its face. Gevoff watched in fascination while the gray mouse quietly asked from atop his head, "Should we leave? They don't seem fierce. Let's observe a bit more." Just as Gevoff was speaking, the big bear suddenly raised its head, sniffing the air. "It seems we have guests." Gevoff's heart skipped a beat. Just as he wanted to hide, the big bear had already walked to the door and pulled it open. For eyes met. Gevoff smiled awkwardly, but wasn't particularly nervous. After all, if he wanted to run, he felt he could still outrun the bear. Besides, the bear didn't look fierce. But the gray mouse was so scared that it burrowed into his fur, leaving only the tip of its little tail sticking out. Then, seemingly remembering Jerry, it poked its head out again, trying to look strong, puffing out its little chest. "It's a wolf." The big bear's voice rumbled like distant thunder, filled with suspicion and wariness. It looked down at Gevoff, its heavy breathing tickling Gevoff's ears. "What do you want? How did you end up here? Are you lost?" Gevoff hesitated, looking into the big bear's bright black eyes, attempting to explain. "We mean no harm. We just passed by and saw the big house, so we came to take a look. I'm Gevoff, and this is my friend the gray mouse." Then the gray mouse, seeing the big bear's puzzled expression, tightened its little paws and tremblingly replied, "Yes, we mean no harm." Upon hearing the gray mouse's response, the big bear's wariness vanished instantly. It made an effort to create a friendly expression, the corners of its mouth tugging upwards, though on its furry face it still looked a bit fierce. "All right, I trust you both," the big bear said in a deep rumble. "A wolf that can befriend a mouse doesn't seem like an evil wolf." Of course, this confidence came from being a bear. After all, with its size, it wasn't afraid of much. It moved aside, clearing the way. "Come in and sit. It's warm inside." Once inside, Gevoff discovered the house was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. In one corner, there was a mound of hay for winter. The walls were adorned with dried wild fruits and animal skins, with a particularly striking fox pelt that looked glossy and smooth. The fireplace blazed brightly, crackling, with a giant loaf of bread baking on it, towering like a little dwarf, the aroma of wheat mingling with honey wafting into the air, making one's stomach grumble. The mother bear set the bear cub on a chair, and it immediately grabbed the chair legs and began to sway. She said nothing, occasionally glancing at Gevoff and the gray mouse out of the corner of her eye, her gaze still carrying a hint of wariness, the sunflower on her apron shining gold in the firelight. "We live in a small wooden house to the east with a few little dwarfs." Gevoff sat on the wooden stool that the big bear offered him. The stool was a bit too big for him, and he wobbled when he sat down, needing to cling tightly to the edge to avoid sliding off. Upon hearing his words, the big bear and the mother bear exchanged enlightened glances. The big bear even burst into laughter, its paw thumping the table loudly, causing the beehives to roll around. "Is it those timid little dwarfs? Last time I went over there to find wild berries, they saw me from afar and ran off with their basket like dandelion seeds blown by the wind. Why wouldn't they run? You're a bear." Both the gray mouse and Gevoff thought the same thing, exchanging glances without daring to voice it. Only then did the mother bear lower her guard, standing up and walking to the table's ceramic jar to pour 2 cups of water, which was sweet honey water, though the cups were made of coarse clay and particularly large. For Gevoff it was still manageable to hold, but for the gray mouse the cup was practically a bathtub. She pushed the water cup towards Gevoff and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for mistaking you for an evil wolf earlier." "Evil wolf?" Hearing those 2 words, Gevoff frowned, feeling puzzled, and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Are there wolves in this forest that specifically do bad things?" The gray mouse also perked up its ears, tilting its head in curiosity. The big bear sighed and moved closer to the fireplace, warming its paws while saying, "There's a group of despicable fellows, and it's not limited to wolves. There are also evil foxes." They paused, then the big bear explained, "Some animals in this forest haven't gained intelligence and only know how to eat and hunt. Others like us have gained intelligence, can speak human language, and understand some principles, usually don't interfere with each other. But wolves and foxes are exceptions. There are always some who don't play by the rules, stealing food from other animals, and even eating them, bullying the weak, which gave rise to terms like evil wolf and bad fox. No wonder in fairy tales wolves are always the villains." Gevoff thought helplessly, it seems this stereotype isn't without reason. Of course there are always those who don't believe this. I don't believe it either. The big bear patted its chest, honey glistening on its furry paws. "After all, I'm a carnivore too. Why should I have prejudice against wolves?" Until it suddenly stopped, frowning as if recalling something unpleasant. The mother bear added, "We opened an animal tavern in the forest not for profit, but because we thought it would be lively to have everyone gather together and anyone passing by could come in for a drink of honey water or a bite of berries." Right, just the other day, the big bear took over, its tone slightly indignant. I encountered a black wolf skinnier than a bag of bones, looking pitiful, so I took it back to the tavern and gave it half a roasted wild rabbit, of course one that hadn't gained intelligence. But then I heard a commotion in the tavern and ran to see that black wolf was brazenly chasing a pig. That pig was a regular customer of the tavern, trembling in fear. As the big bear recounted this, it subconsciously remarked, "What an uncouth, evil wolf." After saying that, it quickly waved its paw, glancing at Gevoff, adding, "Of course I know that not all wolves are bad like you, who even brought a mouse friend. You can tell you have a kind heart. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Have you eaten mooncakes?" Not long after sitting at the brown bear's home, the mother bear brought over a plate of honey cookies and some dried berries, saying it was a makeshift snack. The gray mouse happily nibbled on a small piece of cookie with crumbs sticking to its little whiskers, looking particularly adorable. While eating, the big bear patted its round belly and stood up, scratching its head with a smile, saying, "I need to check on the tavern. If you don't mind, would you like to join me for a stroll? Our tavern isn't about making money. We open whenever we feel like it. Today is just a good day for me to open the shop, quite coincidental." At this time the sun was nearly overhead. If it were a proper shop it would have opened long ago. But this tavern, which relies entirely on mood, has its own casualness. Gevoff was curious about what a tavern run by animals would be like and nodded eagerly, saying, "Sure, it's a great opportunity to broaden my horizons." The big bear bid farewell to the mother bear and the bear cub, and the three of them headed towards the tavern. On the way, Gevoff couldn't help but ask, "By the way, can you tell me more about that black wolf you mentioned?" He always felt that the black wolf resembled the one that had chased them out of their territory, but his memory of the black wolf was of one as large as a small mountain, completely at odds with the big bear's description of it being skin and bones. The big bear casually replied, "It's just a rogue wolf without any manners. I don't know where it came from. It looks like a drifter. Does it have any special abilities?" Gevoff pressed on, his claws instinctively tightening. "For example, can it conjure up strange things?" The big bear paused for a moment, then laughed. "What abilities could it possibly have? Aside from being quick to steal things and slipping away, it has nothing else. Do you think it can perform magic?" Gevoff remained silent, but in his heart he was troubled. Back then the black wolf clearly had the power to control corpses. Was it a power that awakened later? What a chaotic fairy tale world. Just as he pondered this, a wooden sign appeared in the forest ahead, marked with a bear paw print and a smiling bear head. After a few more steps the tavern came into view, a sturdy wooden house with a string of dried wild grapes hanging at the entrance and windows covered with oiled paper. It looked quite similar to the small tavern in the town, except that the steps at the entrance were particularly wide, clearly designed for bears. "We've arrived." The big bear pushed open the tavern door and the copper bell on the door chimed. Gevoff followed inside and saw a few rough wooden tables set up with large clunky chairs. Barrels were piled in the corner, and the air was filled with the sweet and sour scent of berry wine mixed with the aroma of roasted nuts. At the back was a bar counter, behind which were a dozen ceramic jars, presumably containing different beverages. The three of them waited patiently in the tavern. Gevoff used a piece of jerky to order 2 cups of fruit wine and some berries. Animal taverns didn't always use gold coins for payment. Most transactions were done by barter. 1 cup for him, and 1 for the gray mouse. Both cups were quite large. The gray mouse joyfully nibbled on the berries, its little paws clinging to the rim of the cup, carefully licking a bit of fruit wine. Its eyes instantly brightened. It's sweet and sour with a bit of bubbly sensation, much better than the well water in town. Gevoff raised his cup and took a sip. The liquid slid down his throat, carrying the fragrance of wild berries. Indeed, quite good. Before long the tavern gradually became lively. Gevoff observed the scene with fresh eyes. 2 rabbits sat in a corner with carrot juice, their ears perked up in alertness. 2 squirrels squatted at the bar, trading a pine cone for a cup of pine nut wine, chattering nonstop, and there was an old hedgehog sitting at the farthest table with a cloth bag, sipping a light wine. But the liveliness belonged to them. Gevoff and the gray mouse seemed to be encircled by an invisible barrier. A few goats just entered, and upon seeing Gevoff's wolf, for they hesitated, retracting their hooves, nudging each other with their horns, and turned to leave. A red fox hesitated for a long time, opting for a seat 3 tables away from them, stealing glances occasionally, its eyes full of caution. "Tisk, the smell of wolves is really strong," muttered a wild rabbit at the nearby table, just loud enough for Gevoff to hear. "Last time my cousin was chased by a wolf and broke its leg." Gevoff tightened his grip on the cup, saying nothing. In this fairy tale world, wolves have a truly terrible reputation. However, this animal tavern was indeed interesting. He hadn't expected there to be so many clever animals in the forest. The air in the tavern seemed to freeze, becoming increasingly heavy. The red fox in a vest clutched its glass, drinking in a manner so slow it seemed to be counting the bubbles in the liquid, yet its eyes were glued to Gevoff, glancing over every now and then, its tail sweeping back and forth on the floor, creating a small groove in the wood shavings. Finally, it thudded the glass down onto the bar, spilling quite a bit of froth. It tiptoed over to the big bear, its paw covering its mouth, whispering, "Look at that." Before finishing, it shot a fierce glance towards Gevoff, its intentions as clear as meat on the edge of a knife. The big bear, happily gnawing on a piece of honey bread, had crumbs fall onto the apron and mumbled, "What are you looking at?" Did some crumbs fall on the ground? "Look at that wolf." The fox's voice rose in urgency, unconsciously raising its tone. "Have you forgotten the last time the black wolf caused such a ruckus in the tavern?" Now the guests are shaking in fear. If this continues, who would dare step in here again? How about you let them avoid him for a while? This statement was like a match, instantly igniting the rabbit den in the corner. The most timid mother rabbit immediately clutched her carrot juice tightly, her voice trembling. Exactly, we feel so uneasy looking at him. The nearby male rabbit quickly chimed in. Last time my kids saw the shadow of a wolf and were too scared to touch carrots for 3 days. Further away, other rabbits joined in. Either let him go or we will leave. The uproar grew louder like a rolling snowball. A few squirrels clung to the edge of the table, starting to stuff unfinished nuts into their bags, indicating they were about to make a getaway. The big bear slammed the leftover bread onto the table, furrowing its brow into a knot. What's all this racket? Gevoff is my invited guest. How could I kick him out? But he is a wolf. The red fox retorted, its neck stiffening, its voice rising even higher. Can anything good come out of a wolf's den? I know some good wolves. The big bear stood up, abruptly slamming its paw on the bar, causing a loud crash, and the ceramic jars behind the counter swayed, with one jar that wasn't securely covered rolling out 2 wild berries. Don't judge a book by its cover. Since Gevoff has been in the tavern, he's done nothing to cause trouble. Why should he be driven away? The fox shrank back at his roar, its ears drooping, but its mouth remained defiant. As long as he's here, I won't stay. Turning, it walked towards the door, its claws scraping against the ground noisily, not forgetting to look back and call out, "Are you coming or not? Are you going to stay and watch a wolf flip the table?" Immediately, a few timid animals followed suit. The rabbit family carried half a cup of carrot juice, the mother rabbit shielding her little one in her arms, stumbling towards the door, the hedgehog with the backpack curled up into a spiky ball. Even the old tortoise, who usually took a breath every 3 steps, stretched its neck, straining to crawl towards the door. In the blink of an eye, the tavern was half empty. The remaining animals couldn't sit still, shifting in their seats, their eyes darting between Gevoff and the door, weighing whether to follow. The fire in the fireplace crackled, casting flickering shadows on the walls, making the room seem even more desolate. Gevoff looked at the empty tables and chairs, unconsciously scratching the table leg. He knew the big bear meant well, but now it felt like he had ruined the business. The gray mouse crouched on his head, its small claws tightly gripping his ear, not daring to make a sound, only stealing glances at the remaining animals. Those gazes still carried a timid caution. Gevoff looked at the wary eyes of those in the tavern, and the warmth he felt upon arrival gradually faded. After wandering for half the day, the sun hung low in the west. If he stayed any longer, he feared it would make things harder for the big bear. He stood up, gently tapping his claws on the rough wooden table, his voice calm. "It's getting late, I should head back." The big bear, currently enjoying a freshly baked nut bread, paused at his words, still chewing and mumbling. "Leaving already? Not going to stay a bit longer. I haven't even packed the bread I just baked for you to take back to the little dwarfs." Gevoff replied, "No, I've been out too long. I'm afraid they might miss me." Gevoff smiled and waved his paw. "Thank you for today. The tavern is really quite nice." The big bear placed the bread on the table, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he scratched the back of his head. "Sorry about that, those guys. They're just a bit narrow-minded." "It's all right." Gevoff shook his head, turning to motion for the gray mouse to climb onto his head. They just haven't seen a good wolf before. The gray mouse quickly scampered up his ear, clutching a half-eaten berry in its tiny paws, bright red and covered with a bit of fluff. Gevoff waved goodbye to the big bear and turned to walk toward the door. As he pushed open the tavern door, a sudden burst of fragmented cheers erupted behind him. He could vaguely hear a rabbit say, "Finally leaving," and a squirrel's high-pitched, "Now we can drink in peace." Gevoff paused, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his face. He thought to himself, mere mortals truly cannot be companions. However, the gray mouse tapped his forehead with a tiny paw, speaking earnestly, "They are just not fortunate. Gevoff is the best wolf." Hearing the childish words, Gevoff's momentary awkwardness vanished, and he couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, warming him. He slowed his pace and began chatting with the gray mouse idly. "Do you think that when the baby bear grows up, he will bake bread like the big bear?" the gray mouse asked, lying on top of his head, its fluffy tail swaying with anticipation. "Maybe even better, able to bake bread with pine nuts in it," Gevoff teased as he brushed aside a branch in their path. "Next time, should we have the big bear teach you how to knead the dough?" The gray mouse immediately drooped, its small head hanging down. "My paws are too small. Ooh, I can't knead." "Then let him bake you mini breads, the kind as big as you, one bite each." "Good idea, good idea." The gray mouse perked up immediately, its tiny paws clapping against Gevoff's ear, making a soft sound. As they walked, Gevoff pulled out the remaining jerky from his bag, tearing off a small piece and offering it to the gray mouse on his head, while he nibbled on a larger piece. The jerky was savory and chewy, mingling with the fresh scent of the forest, making it quite pleasant. They didn't walk any faster, meandering slowly as they watched the sunset stretch the shadows of the trees long like dark curtains. They listened to the returning birds chirping their goodbyes as they flitted to their nests. By the time they reached the vicinity of the dwarf's wooden house, the sky had darkened. The distant mountains were tinted orange by the sunset, resembling large pieces of amber. The smoke curling from the chimney carried a hint of bitterness from herbs different from usual. Gevoff frowned. At this time, the house should be filled with the aroma of grilled meat or baked potatoes. Oh, why was there a smell of herbs today? He quickened his pace to the door, and as he pushed open the wooden door, he heard a clattering noise from inside. The wolf elder was sitting by the fire sharpening his claws, iron shavings falling down. Upon seeing them return, he lifted his eyelids, his voice calm and gentle. Back already? Yes, Gevoff replied, but his attention was drawn to the scene inside the house. 7 dwarfs were bustling around the stove, 3 of them tiptoeing to add herbs to a clay pot, tossing in leaves and roots. As bubbles arose, 2 were squatting on the ground chopping firewood, with wood chips flying everywhere as their axes went up and down. The remaining 2 were beside a stone mortar, carefully pounding something inside, their movements light, as if afraid of breaking a treasure. The air was thick with the strong smell of herbs, making noses itch. What are you all doing? Gevoff set down the gray mouse and curiously leaned in. Who is sick? The dwarf who was adding wood didn't look up, throwing a branch into the stove. It's not us, it's a guest, Druid's lord. A guest? Gevoff was even more puzzled. He glanced around the room, his gaze suddenly fixed on the corner. 2 dwarfs' beds, usually separated, were pushed together today, piled high, with dry grass and soft animal skins, the quilt bulging. Clearly someone was lying beneath. As he approached, intending to ask the nearby dwarf, his gaze inadvertently swept over the quilt, revealing a small patch of skin at the edge, white as freshly fallen snow, delicate as if it would melt upon touch. Soon the quilt slid down a bit more, revealing a face. It was an extremely beautiful face, long eyelashes like butterfly wings kissed by morning dew gently resting on her eyelids, a delicate, slightly upturned nose with a hint of natural blush at the tip. Her lips were a light cherry blossom color. Even in her slumber, the corners of her mouth curled slightly, radiating innocent charm. The last ray of sunlight streamed through the window crack, landing perfectly on her cheek, revealing even the fine hairs as if dusted with gold. Gevoff felt as if he had been struck by a spell, his claws frozen in midair, his mind buzzing. This is not the Snow White from the fairy tales. How did she end up here? No, Snow White has actually come. The gray mouse leaned over to peek, clinging to the wooden post beside the bed, mouth agape in awe. Oh, a beautiful girl, even prettier than the baker's daughter in town. The dwarf at the stone mortar quickly turned around, hushing the gray mouse, lowering his voice. Quiet, she just fell asleep. Don't wake her up. The gray mouse immediately clamped its mouth shut, but its eyes remained wide with curiosity, its tiny paws gripping the wooden post tightly, afraid of missing anything. Gevoff also lowered his voice, leaning closer to the dwarf to ask, how did she get here? His heart was actually filled with a bit of excitement, not because of Snow White herself, but because of her. If Snow White was here, the wicked queen would inevitably come looking for her. He remembered the fairy tale saying that the queen had a magic mirror and could cast spells. If she could be transformed into an old woman, personally coming, perhaps there would be a chance to obtain a bit of magic from her. The dwarf sighed, putting down the stone pestle he was holding. When we returned in the evening, we found her lying outside the door, her face pale as paper, her lips chapped and dry, starving and thirsty. She had fainted long ago. We brought her inside. Gevoff listened, and a sudden jolt ran through his heart. In the fairy tale, wasn't she supposed to be hiding inside? Could the plot have changed? But then he suddenly remembered that before he and the gray mouse left, they had locked all the doors and windows. Dwarfs often forgot things, and he was afraid that a beast would enter when no one was home. If that was the case, Snow White fainting outside the door would also be partially his responsibility. If he hadn't locked the door, she might have been able to enter the house earlier and wouldn't have starved to faint. It seems she might also have a fever. Gevoff learned about Snow White and felt a surge of excitement. However, he quickly restrained himself. After all, Snow White was at best an ordinary person, while the queen was the important one. So they rested for the night, and Snow White did not wake up at all. The dwarf said that initially she woke, briefly claiming to be the princess of the kingdom, but she was jealous of the queen's beauty, who had hired a hunter to kill her. Yet in the end, the hunter let her go, and she escaped here. She did not say much before falling into a faint, possibly due to hunger and exhaustion. The kind-hearted dwarfs rescued her, and thus they spent the night. Gevoff, filled with excitement, woke up early. He rested his chin on his front paws, his green eyes shining like 2 stars in the dim light of the embers. On the bed across from him, Snow White's breath was as light as a feather, her hair scattered among the blades of grass, occasionally floating up with her slight tremors before gently settling down. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the corner, like someone grinding their teeth. Gevoff perked up his ears, looking over in the dim light, and was instantly stunned. A gray mouse was sprawled on a flat stone, its round body bobbing up and down, short legs alternating as it pushed against the stone, its belly almost touching the surface, resembling an overturned watermelon. Its claws scraping against the stone made a creak sound while it muttered 103. 104. Jerry will not stop at 105. What are you doing? Gevoff's voice, raspy like that of the wolf clan, echoed through the empty house. The gray mouse jumped up with a squeak, landing on its back in the hay, unable to right itself for a while. When he finally managed to sit up on his paws, his bean-like eyes widened in shock. Gevoff, why are you awake? You woke me up. Gevoff shifted a bit closer to the corner, the tip of his tail brushing against the gray mouse's back. What are you doing? I am getting stronger. The gray mouse pounded its chest. I am honing my skills. Yesterday you mentioned Jerry. You said I could be like him. Suddenly he lowered his voice, grabbing Gevoff's tail fur with his claws. Once I am strong, I won't have to hide behind you all the time. Gevoff's tail stiffened. Yesterday's casual mention of Tom and Jerry was just to tease the frightened gray mouse, not expecting this little fellow to take it seriously. At that moment, the little bearded dwarf pushed open the door. He walked in carrying a bundle of pine branches, and just as he piled the firewood by the stove, the gray mouse tugged at his pant leg. Mr. Bearded, can you make a mouse trap? I want to practice how to jump over it. The bearded dwarf scratched his head looking at the gray mouse, then at Gevoff in the corner, suddenly having an epiphany. Oh, you want to help Lord Druid catch wild rabbits? The gray mouse stomped its feet in frustration. Not to catch rabbits. It's to train and get stronger. The room gradually became lively. The dwarf in the hat squatted in front of the stone stove stirring herbs in a ceramic pot with a wooden spoon. The bearded dwarf dragged the one on the ground sitting beside the haystack, crafting a willow basket with his quick fingers, the rim already taking shape. The one who always squinted and smiled added a handful of resin to the fire, causing the flames to leap up, illuminating the shadows of everyone on the rock wall. A soft murmur came from the bed like spring snow falling into the initially melting stream. Gevoff instinctively looked up. Snow White's eyelashes trembled, the grass bits falling away, and then her blue eyes slowly opened, clear as the ice lake deep in the black forest. But when her gaze met Gevoff's, the surface of the lake suddenly roiled. Wolf. Her voice was as thin as a spider's thread, and the next moment, she suddenly shrank back, her hands frantically searching for the blanket at her sides, her knuckles turning white. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The bearded dwarf dropped the willow basket and rushed over. He ran too quickly, his grayish-white beard tangling together, resembling a knotted piece of hemp rope. He's not a wild wolf. It's Lord Druid. The dwarf in the hat also walked over with a ceramic bowl in hand filled with a light brown medicinal liquid steaming with warmth. Your Highness, this is brewed from herbs. Please drink some to warm yourself. Your Highness. Snow White repeated the term, her eyes suddenly reddening. Large tears dropped onto the moss, creating small dark patches. I am no longer a princess. The queen. She wants to kill me. She choked up, recounting what she had told the dwarfs last night, the hunter's trembling hand, holding the knife, the thorns in the forest, tearing her velvet skirt, and the queen's cold laughter in front of the mirror. Bring me her heart. As she spoke, her voice trembled like leaves in the wind. Can I stay here? I can sweep the floors, knead dough, and sew clothes very well. I am willing to do anything, and I won't be a bother. Of course you can. The 7 dwarfs spoke almost in unison. Just then a loud snort echoed in the house, followed by a dull thud, like someone rolling off the haystack. Gevoff suddenly turned his head. He then realized it was Brother Wolf. He was obviously just woken up, his green eyes half closed, letting out a sneeze that sent grass bits flying. The air inside the house felt as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Even the crackling sound of the fire had weakened. The little dwarves watched as Wolf Brother slowly straightened up. Their 7 round bodies shrank down by half. Even the one who usually loved to squint and smile had turned red in the face, nervously pursing his lips. The bearded dwarf stammered and spoke first, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, Wolf Brother. We didn't mean to disturb you. Yes. The one in the hat quickly nodded, gripping his wooden spoon so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The princess just woke up, and we got so excited that we completely forgot you were resting. Wolf Brother let out a yawn that could almost dislocate his jaw, his sharp fangs gleaming faintly, yet his gaze held no hint of menace. He shook his head, a few stray pieces of hay falling from his fluffy gray fur, and his large tail leisurely swept the ground. This was a sign of not a problem. He had lived in this cave for nearly half a year, and he was already used to the chattering of the little dwarfs. His green eyes swept over the little dwarves huddled together, and a low rumble came from his throat, as if to say, what's the big deal? Only then did the little dwarves breathe a sigh of relief, exchanging glances, secretly wiping the sweat from their foreheads, and the atmosphere in the house finally became a bit lively. Snow White sat on the bed, her face having turned pale from the sudden appearance of the big wolf, but now it was slowly regaining some color. She secretly raised her eyes to assess Wolf Brother. This guy was almost twice as sturdy as Gevoff, with bulging muscles on his shoulders, his lines as hard as the stones chiseled from a rock wall. So this wolf is... She finally couldn't hold back her curiosity, her voice still slightly trembling, but much calmer than when she first met Gevoff. At least, she didn't shrink back into the cracks. He is also a druid, my lady. The bearded dwarf hurriedly stepped forward, puffing out his round belly to appear more imposing, raising his voice a little. Wolf Brother is amazing. Previously, when that bear barged in to steal food, he went up and slapped it, directly causing that bear to bleed from all 7 orifices, dead as can be. Snow White's blue eyes widened in surprise as she instinctively glanced at Wolf Brother's claws. Those claws were indeed broader than Gevoff's, with thick calluses on the pads, dark and seemingly capable of easily crushing stones. She gently nodded, her voice softening. Thank you. Thank you, Wolf Brother, for being willing to take me in. Wolf Brother merely shot her a sideways glance without responding, turned and walked toward the door, his tail swishing as if he wanted to get some fresh air. At that moment, the dwarf in the hat returned with a bowl of herbs, steam still rising from the rim of the ceramic bowl. Princess, please drink it while it's hot. If you drink it for 2 or 3 days, you will definitely regain your strength. Snow White took the ceramic bowl, her delicate brows furrowing immediately. The bitter taste of the herbs pierced her nose far worse than the medicinal soup brewed by the palace physician. But she didn't complain, holding her breath. She tilted her head back and gulped it down. By the time she reached the last sip, she simply couldn't hold back, coughing and turning red in the face, almost bringing tears to her eyes. Drink slowly, drink slowly. The bearded dwarf fumbled to hand her a piece of wild berry candy, saying, suck on this, it's sweet, and can counter the bitterness. Snow White stuffed the wild berry candy into her mouth, the sweet and sour juice flowing down her throat, finally feeling a bit of relief. She supported herself on the bed, wanting to stand up. Can I help you all with the fire? Or, I can sweep the floor too, she said as she moved forward, but just as she straightened up, the world before her went dark with a buzzing sound. Her legs turned weak like noodles, without bones, and her body fell forward with a thud. Watch out! Squeak! Two voices echoed simultaneously. Gevoff instinctively wanted to raise his tail to support her, but from the corner of his eye he caught sight of the gray mouse practicing sit-ups at her feet, now scared, and rolling over with its 4 legs in the air, its little legs flailing in the air, almost getting pinned under Snow White, and it took a long time to flip back over its little whiskers, all standing on end. Snow White was caught by a little dwarf beside her, and looking at the gray mouse's awkward state, she felt a wave of guilt. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. The owner of the house could only comfort the princess, then suggested she rest for a few days, and it wouldn't be a problem for her to work once she recovered. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem if the princess didn't work at all. The little dwarves were kind-hearted. However, even though the princess had fallen into misfortune, she was still a proud person at heart, and deep down, she didn't allow herself to take advantage of others. She shook her head despite wearing a patched dress and her hair messily sticking to her cheeks. There was a stubbornness in her eyes. I cannot take advantage of everyone. Once I'm better, I can sweep, so need dough. I can do any work, and I will never be a burden to you. As she said this, her back stood straight, even though she was weak to the point of having trouble sitting still. That unwillingness to depend on others was evident. Gevoff watched from the pile of hay, a satisfied look flashing in his eyes. In the fairy tale world, Snow White could indeed be considered an exemplary princess. At that moment, a dwarf squatting by the stone stove guarding the ceramic pot suddenly cheered. All right, breakfast is ready. The aroma wafting from the ceramic pot instantly filled the entire house. Besides the bubbling wild fruit porridge and the golden crispy nut cakes, the most eye-catching was the ceramic pot by the stove. Inside was simmering chicken soup with glistening oil floating gently on the surface. The meaty aroma, mixed with the fresh scent of wild onions, making the gray mouse smack its lips, forgetting about its precious Jerry training plan, its nose twitching as it moved closer to the stove. This was specially cooked for the princess. A little dwarf lifted the lid of the ceramic pot, and the white steam burst forth, almost scalding his nose. Just right for you to regain your strength. The table in the house was filled with food, the sweet aroma of wild fruit porridge, the toasted nut cakes, smoky fragrance, and the rich scent of chicken soup intertwined in the warm mist of burning pine resin. The little dwarves brought over a few stools. Wolf Brother sat on one. Gevoff lay on the pile of hay at the edge of the table, while the gray mouse simply squatted at the corner of the table, its little paws gripping half a nut cake. Snow White was helped to the most central position with a small bowl of clear chicken soup in front of her. The oil skimmed clean, and inside lay a few plump wild berries clearly prepared especially by the little dwarves. Just as she picked up the wooden spoon, she heard Gevoff speak, his voice softer than usual. Princess, I haven't asked your name yet. Snow White paused, her hand holding the wooden spoon momentarily, and looked up at the wolf with green eyes. He looked even more adorable than when they first met, his ears slightly leaning forward as he spoke. Unlike those wild beasts in the forest that only bared their teeth, he had an oddly calm demeanor. She gently lowered the spoon, her voice soft and warm. My name is Callista. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the little dwarves at the table, the wolf brother across from her, and the gray mouse peeking from the corner. You don't have to call me princess anymore. I'm not one anymore. You can just call me Callista. That won't do. The dwarf in the hat immediately waved his hands, his face flushed with urgency. Even if you've come out, you're still a princess of noble birth. The other little dwarves nodded along, clearly feeling that the title princess was the only one worthy of her. Gevoff didn't respond, and Wolf Brother simply stuffed a piece of wild fruit candy into his mouth, crunching loudly. The animals seemed to have no obsession with these titles, and the gray mouse directly leaned closer to Callista, its little paws pulling at the table edge. All right, Callista. So am I your friend now? Friend? Callista seemed to be startled by these two words, her blue eyes widening slightly, followed by a glow of surprise. She had lived in the palace for 16 years without a single friend. The maids around her were either overly respectful or harboring ulterior motives, and the noble ladies who met her were either jealous or fawning. No one ever asked so directly if they could be friends. Her smile blossomed instantly like a white lily blooming suddenly in the dark forest. The red at the corners of her eyes not yet faded, her nose slightly upturned, and even her voice became a bit lighter. Of course I'm willing. Gevoff lay in the hay watching her expression, reminded of the short videos he had scrolled through before, those filtered glowing smiles, that kind of ethereal beauty. Good thing I watched a lot of short videos, my immunity is strong. He muttered to himself, the tip of his tail sweeping through the hay. But the others beside him clearly didn't have this immunity. Wolf Brother's chewing of the wild fruit candy slowed down, his green eyes losing some of their vigilance, replaced by a softer gaze, as if looking at a cub. The gray mouse was even happier, bouncing in place, its little whiskers pointing to the sky, revealing two small white front teeth. The most exaggerated were the little dwarfs. The 7 little guys all turned red in the face, some buried their faces in their porridge bowls, while others frantically stuffed cakes into their mouths. Even the most talkative bearded dwarf was too busy chuckling to get a word out. Callista looked at the little dwarf's expressions, seemingly stunned, unsure whether to laugh or not. All right, Callista, my friend. The gray mouse finally couldn't hold back patting the table with its little paw. In the future, when I practice my skills, you can watch beside me. Do you know Jerry? He is a very great mouse. Gevoff said so, and I can be like him. Once I practice to be as amazing as Jerry, I'll help you chase away all the bad guys. Sure. Callista nodded with a smile, scooping a spoonful of chicken soup as if coaxing a child. The warmth of breakfast gradually dissipated, and the ceramic bowl on the table was more than half empty, with only a few gnawed chicken bones remaining. The little dwarfs began to tidy up the dishes with remarkable agility. They were accustomed to heading out to work right after breakfast, either foraging for wild fruits in the forest or panning for gold at the stream, a long-standing routine that couldn't be altered even with enough food stored for half a month. Brother Wolf shook the fur on his neck, a few strands of hay-covered gray fur falling away as he walked towards the door. A few days ago, while hunting, he had keenly caught the scent of a herd of deer. The earthy smell mixed with the aroma of grass dampened by morning dew unmistakable. Calculating the days, it was the time when the deer came down the mountain to drink. Catching one or two would not only provide them with fresh meat, but also allow Callista to regain her strength. Gevoff and the gray mouse were set to explore, or rather play. Meanwhile, Callista, of course, was dutifully hiding in bed to sleep. However, the princess did not wish to be alone at home, as anyone being hunted would feel fear. Watching the group that was about to leave the queen's cold laughter, the hunters raised sharp knife, and the silence of solitude seemed to entwine like vines. Are you all going out? The little dwarfs froze in their movements. The one with the pointed hat scratched his head, saying, Yes, your highness, we need to gather some new wild berries. The herbal medicine you drank yesterday is almost used up. Callista's eyes gradually turned red, her long eyelashes drooping like the wings of two wounded butterflies. She bit her lower lip, her voice soft as a whisper, but I'm a bit scared being here alone. I'm still a patient. The last words were spoken softly, tinged with a hint of weakness, and her eyes glistened as she looked at the others, resembling a small abandoned creature. Please forgive the princess, as she did not intend to hinder the others, merely fearing to be accompanied only by shadows. Brother Wolf had just reached the door when he paused upon hearing this, glancing back. Brother Wolf had been with the little dwarfs for a long time and could understand most of their language. But he quickly turned away, shaking his bushy tail, and walked into the forest without looking back. He trusted Gevoff's abilities, deeming this trivial matter unnecessary for him to worry about. Moreover, he had no interest in the human princess. The soft silk dress was less appealing than the shiny fur of a she-wolf, and the delicate tone of her voice paled compared to the howls of his kind. The silver-gray she-wolf he had encountered some time ago, with her sharp gaze and agile figure, that was the kind of being worth marking his territory for. However, the little dwarfs could not hold back any longer. The bearded dwarf looked at the corners of Callista's reddening eyes, his heart nearly melting, and spoke in a voice softer than cotton. Your highness, we have no choice. We must go out to earn our meals. Yet despite saying this, their feet seemed nailed to the ground, none of them moving. In truth, they did not actually need this little bit of work right now. If they were the versions of themselves from the original fairy tale, they might indeed need to. But Gevoff had recently suggested they dig a storage cave in the mountainside, and it was filled with nuts and wild fruits stacked like small hills. The copper coins earned from panning were enough to buy bread for half a year. They truly no longer needed to toil every day, but the ingrained habit of working at dawn was etched into their bones, making it harder for them to do nothing than to work. The 7 little dwarfs exchanged glances, their noses nearly wrinkling like walnuts. The one with the pointed hat nudged the one with the beard, who then discreetly tugged at the hem of his long beard. Everyone wanted to speak, but feared dampening the prince's spirits. Suddenly, the shortest of the little ones had an idea and quickly glanced over at Gevoff. It was as if a fuse had been lit, and the remaining 6 heads swiftly turned towards him, 7 pairs of round eyes fixated on the haystack. Callista also raised her head, her blue eyes filled with timid anticipation, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, looking just like a little kitten waiting to be taken in. Gevoff and the gray mouse were huddled in the haystack, wishing they could bury themselves in it. Gevoff pressed his ear to the ground, pretending to study the ants moving their homes. The gray mouse was clutching a half-eaten nut cake, his little head bowed low, even his tail tucked between his legs. Just a moment ago, they had been plotting to sneak off into the forest for an adventure once the little dwarfs left, but they had not anticipated being spotted after hiding for so long. The gray mouse swallowed hard and laughed awkwardly. What are you looking at us for? It seems we don't have the convenience to go out today. Gevoff raised his head, meeting the pleading gazes filled with pleas, especially Callista, who was pressing her lips together looking at him, with sparkling blue eyes akin to stars, making him sigh inwardly. Logically, being with such a beautiful girl was a blessing that countless human lads would envy. However, Gevoff's gaze was set on the starry sea. Alright, maybe that was a bit grand. To be more realistic, when he saw the princess, he associated her with the countless princesses in this world. But the princess was human, while Gevoff was a wolf. Thus his pursuit of magic was urgent, and he could not waste a single second. The gray mouse, however, had less complex thoughts. He simply wanted to follow Gevoff to see if he could learn some impressive skills and hear some delightful stories. He aspired to become the second Jerry. Yet seeing the little dwarfs with their drooping heads and Callista's pitiful appearance, his little paws quietly set down the nut cake. Alright then, Gevoff finally spoke, sweeping his tail through the haystack. You all go ahead, I'll be here. Carista's eyes instantly brightened. Her previously damp eyelashes now seemed to be filled with sunlight. Really? Thank you so much. She smiled, her brows curving and her voice became notably lighter. The little dwarfs felt as though they had been pardoned, hastily picking up their tools, and before leaving they reminded, "Dear druid brother Grey Mouse, please take good care of the princess. If she's thirsty, there's water in the cistern. There's roasted nuts in the corner, she can eat if she's hungry." The door was gently closed, shutting out the sounds of the outside. The room fell silent instantly, leaving only the occasional crackling of the fire. Gevoff rested his chin on his forepaws, catching a glimpse of Carista's quilt shifting, revealing half an eye peeking at him. Her eyelashes trembled as if afraid of being caught. Seeing him look over, she quickly shrank back, leaving only a small bulge on the quilt. Staying at home and not going out to seek magic is a must. While it's just a few days of rest, Gevoff would not blame the princess for this. Watching the prince's cautious demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. However, he said nothing and leisurely strolled back to his pile of hay, stretching out his front paw and resting his chin on it, adopting a posture that suggested he was about to take a nap. Since he couldn't go out to seek magic, what else could he do besides sleeping? He couldn't just stare blankly like a sick patient. "Gevoff, are you going to sleep?" The gray mouse leaped in front of him, its little paws clinging to the edge of the haystack, its black bean-like eyes wide open. "What else would I do?" Gevoff didn't even lift his eyelids, his voice laced with a hint of the drowsiness of just waking up. Indeed, he was a Sigma wolf, not at all like the princess whom he had only seen in short videos before. And the white moonlight of the school. As a majestic wolf, how could he be an introverted type who had never experienced love? However, the gray mouse didn't pick up on his dismissive tone. It scooted closer, lowering its voice with a pleading tone. "Gevoff, could you not sleep?" Gevoff lifted one eyelid to look at him. "Moi. I mean, if we can't go out today, could you tell a story? The stories you tell are truly captivating." Gevoff paused, gazing at the gray mouse's expectant, starry eyes. He snorted through his nose, pawing at the hay beside him. All right, you were just a male mouse, why are you acting cute?" He even deliberately rolled his eyes, the whites of his eyes taking up a large portion of his fluffy face, making it look rather comical. "Hee-yo." The gray mouse chuckled at him, revealing its white front teeth like a freshly shelled seed. "Your stories are just so enjoyable. And since we can't go out to play, if you fall asleep, I would be so bored." Suddenly, he turned to look at Callista, who was peeking from beside the bed, raising his voice. Moreover, Callista would be very bored too. As soon as the gray mouse finished speaking, the princess on the bed felt a jolt in her heart, as if a wild fruit had fallen into an empty barrel. She admitted that she had indeed been eavesdropping just now, and upon having her secret exposed, her cheeks burned fiercely, her fair skin suddenly blushing with a layer of pink, even her ears turning bright red. "Oh dear." She hurriedly grabbed the quilt over her body and swiftly pulled it over her head, burying her whole face in the soft quilt, resembling a frightened rabbit diving into its burrow. To make it look convincing, she even deliberately cleared her throat, ahem. The princess thought to herself, I am a patient, I am a patient. But as soon as she coughed, the room fell into an eerie silence. Even the crackling of the fire seemed to be cut off. The princess coughed, and Gevoff immediately knew she had been eavesdropping. How foolish, Gevoff thought, she can't even pretend. The gray mouse, however, wore a big grin, its whiskers perked high, its two front teeth gleaming, and its tail wagging behind like a little flag, its fur all fluffed up. The princess waited and waited under the quilt, but couldn't hear any sound. Sometimes she thought, have I been discovered? Other times she wondered if she had been abandoned, just like her mother had abandoned her. Her biological mother when she left back, then didn't leave a word, not even a decent keepsake. Her father always stared blankly at the memorials. Her stepmother's gaze grew increasingly unfriendly, and the palace maids pretended to greet her hypocritically. She had long been accustomed to being left behind, but when the silence enveloped her, her heart still ached, as if pricked by thorns. As she pondered, the princess' eyes quietly turned red. That detestable mouse, clearly having agreed to be friends. That detestable druid who promised to accompany her, yet deceived her. A big liar, a scoundrel. Just as the princess was thinking this, Gevoff's voice suddenly came from the side, not loud, but like a small stone breaking the surface of the water. Do you want to hear a story? The princess abruptly threw off the quilt, her hair in disarray sticking to her face. Gevoff was lying on a haystack not far from the bed, his tail tip resting on the ground. The gray mouse was squatting beside him, holding half a piece of uneaten nut cake. She looked at them, her eyes red, her lips unable to help but drooped down. I want to hear. Sniffs. Gevoff looked at Callista, lifting the quilt, momentarily bewildered. Her blue eyes were as red as wild berries soaked in water, tears still clinging to her eyelashes rolling down her fair cheeks. Gevoff was baffled. What's wrong with you? Crying. I haven't bullied you. What's going on with this girl? She just started crying out of nowhere. The gray mouse was also frozen in place, its black bean-like eyes wide open. He scratched his head full of question marks. She was fine just now, why suddenly crying? The crying he had seen in the city was either children getting spanked by their mothers or vendors getting robbed, but no one had touched Callista at all. Could it be a ghost? As soon as this thought emerged, the gray mouse shivered, its fur standing on end. It darted behind Gevoff, peeking out with just its little head, its voice trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. See, Callista, you tell me, where's the ghost? Is it hiding in the cracks of the stones? Upon hearing their words, the princess was taken aback. Her vulnerable side was laid bare like a nutshell stripped of its covering. Thus the princess truly cried. She covered her face, her shoulders, shaking. The sound of her sobs mixed with intermittent laughter. There's no ghost. And, I'm not crying. The gray mouse hiding beside Gevoff poked its little head out, its front paws tightly gripping the wolf's fur, its voice carrying a hint of stubbornness, as it had its thoughts pierced through. You clearly cried. Tears have fallen onto the quilt. It paused, then recalled the ghost it had mentioned, instantly gathering courage, raising its small voice. And there's a ghost. You need to summon it. We three, me, you, Gevoff, will teach it a lesson. I guarantee, I tell El, never dare to cause trouble again. Callista looked at the gray mouse, whose neck was taut, obviously scared, yet trying to act brave, and suddenly her tears were stifled, leaving only a sour feeling at the tip of her nose. She sniffled, her voice still a bit hoarse. There are no ghosts. The room fell silent, only the occasional crackle of the resin fire breaking the stillness. Callista lowered her head, her fingers twisting the quilt's edge, finally, voicing the words she had kept hidden for so long. I'm just afraid that you all will leave too. She didn't mention the palace's coldness, nor did she bring up her stepmother's cruelty, only expressing how after escaping into the forest, she felt as if she were walking on cotton every day, fearing that the next moment she would fall into a deeper darkness. It was only after encountering the dwarves and them that she dared to breathe a little easier, but whenever the surroundings went quiet, she couldn't help but wonder, do they also find me a nuisance? Would they abandon me here tomorrow? Just like holding on to a wild fruit that is hard to come by, afraid that if I let go it will shatter. Listening to her words, Gevoff looked at the princess, whose emotions were slowly stabilizing, with the gray mouse's voice of always friends echoing in his ears. He fell into deep thought. It was not hard to understand why the princess cried at this moment. It was normal for emotions to fluctuate greatly upon seeing hope in despair. And such a princess had come to the dwarves' home. Although the dwarves were ugly, they were genuinely kind. Otherwise, while the dwarves were kind, they lived secluded in the deep forest, ignorant of the world, and in fairy tales they often left early and returned late, likely unable to provide the princess with companionship. So the princess still remained that lonely princess. Perhaps after cleaning up she would sit in the room, staring blankly by herself. Sitting on the bed, watching the sunlight move through the vines, listening to the wind outside change from hoo-hoo to shush-shush. Staring blankly at the empty room alone. Gevoff suddenly understood why she would easily believe in her stepmother's disguise in fairy tales. That kind of ridiculous little trick. Aside from the fact that fairy tales might dull one's wits, she might have also seen the malice hidden within that kindness. It's just, she truly didn't want to be friends only with shadows. Gevoff cleared his throat. The pine resin fire in the room crackled softly, casting his shadow onto the stone wall, flickering, shifting, lending an eerie aura to the tale about to unfold. Gray Mouse hastily stuffed 2 dried berries into his mouth, then cradled the remaining handful in his tiny forepaws, sitting bolt upright, his black bean eyes fixed unblinkingly on Gevoff, determined not to miss a single word. Callista edged closer to the edge of the bed. Her blue eyes still held a faint trace of redness, yet she listened with rapt attention, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of hair that fell across her chest. Gevoff observed their earnest expressions and recalled the foolish maiden from fairy tales who accepted the poisoned apple. His resolve hardened. He deliberately drew out his voice, lowering it to a hushed murmur, like cool spring water trickling down a mountain ravine. Do you know the tale of the man-eating bear? The man-eating bear. Gray Mouse and Callista cried out almost in unison. Gray Mouse nearly dropped the berries he held, frantically pressing them down with his paws. Callista's mouth parted slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing her eyes, yet she did not look away. Gevoff nodded, his tail tip tapping gently against the straw pile. Yes. The man-eating bear. It was a folk tale he remembered from his past life. Elders often told it to warn children against trusting strangers or opening the door to unknown callers. Perhaps the name man-eating bear was unfamiliar, but surely they knew the bear grandmother. Gray Mouse whiskers trembled as he swallowed hard, his voice quavering. Yuri going to tell us a horror story? Callista instinctively drew her shoulders inward, gripping the quilt beneath her tightly, her face pale with fear. Yet she whispered softly, I'm a little frightened, but it's all right. You're both here. Gevoff glanced at her, then at Gray Mouse, feigning sternness. Well then. If you're afraid, now's your last chance to stop listening. We'll listen. Of course we'll listen. Gray Mouse instantly adopted a comically woeful expression, waving his tiny paws frantically. I'm not scared at all. If Callista isn't afraid, how could I be? As he spoke, he stole a quick glance toward Callista, as if drawing courage from her presence. Callista too gave a gentle nod and shifted slightly nearer to Gevoff, as though proximity might lend her greater safety. Very well. Gevoff's voice suddenly dropped thick with unsettling gravity. The story begins. The cottage fell utterly silent save for the occasional spark popping from the pine resin fire, making his words ring with uncanny clarity. Both Gray Mouse and Callista held their breath, so still that even their heartbeats seemed audible. Long ago, deep within a dark, brooding forest, stood a solitary wooden cottage. Inside lived a family of 4, 2 humble, hard-working parents, and 2 children, a 12-year-old sister and a 7-year-old brother. Gevoff spoke slowly, each word landing like a stone upon slate, heavy with portent. One day the parents set off for the market town beyond the mountains, 2 days' journey away. Before departing, they knelt at the threshold, clasping their children's hands, repeating their warning again and again. Remember, no matter who knocks, do not open the door, especially not to strangers. Don't worry, Mama and Papa. We'll remember. The siblings vowed, nodding vigorously. Then they watched their parents disappear into the forest laden with baskets until their figures dwindled to mere specks. Only then did they reluctantly close the door, bar it securely, and shut every window tight. The daylight passed easily enough. They played pebbles flipped through illustrated storybooks. Sunlight pooled warmly on the windowsill, dispelling any sense of dread. But as play continued, dusk crept in, and wind began to rise in the forest, howling mournfully, like someone weeping just beyond the window. Gevoff paused deliberately here. Grey Mouse's paws had clenched into tight fists. Callista held her breath, instinctively leaning closer to Gevoff. Suddenly Gevoff's tone accelerated sharply, as if something were lunging forward. Just then, thud, thud, thud. He struck the stone floor sharply with his claw, filling the cottage with a muffled, resonant knocking. Then, pitching his voice high and raspy, like rusted hinges groaning, he mimicked an ancient woman. Children, open up. Your parents sent me to stay with you tonight. Grey Mouse squeaked in terror, shrinking against Gevoff's leg, his mind conjuring the man-eating bear, black-furred fanged, masquerading as a frail old woman. He blurted out, voice trembling on the verge of tears, they won't open the door, will they? Then they'll lock it tighter, won't they? Callista pressed her lips together, her wide blue eyes brimming with anxious suspense. Gevoff, however, shook his head, his voice calm, yet chilling. No. He continued, hearing the knock. The siblings scrambled beneath the bed. The younger boy, trembling, whispered tearfully, who are you? Mama and Papa said never to open the door for strangers. The old woman outside laughed, a dry, wheezing chuckle like a broken bellows. Foolish child. I'm an old friend of your parents. I held you in my arms when you were still in swaddling clothes. Then she shuffled toward the window. From beneath the bed, the siblings peered through the narrow gap. Moonlight spilled across the sill, revealing clearly an elderly woman with snow-white hair, deeply lined face, leaning on a gnarled cane, her expression benign, almost saintly. Gevoff paused again, his gaze sweeping over Grey Mouse and Callista's taut faces before asking slowly, so, what do you think? Would the siblings open the door now? Grey Mouse clutched the berries so tightly his knuckles whitened, muttering, no, they mustn't open it. Indeed, they did not. Gevoff's voice sank, dense as waterlogged timber. They watched her for a long while, their mother's warning still echoing in their ears. Her hair was white as frost, her wrinkles deep enough to trap a gnat, but their vigilance held firm. Their parents had taught them, no matter how kind a stranger appears, the door must remain closed. The older sister pulled her brother behind her, summoning her courage to call out through the window, grandmother, please leave. My parents forbade us to open the door for anyone. Her voice wavered, but carried stubborn resolve like wild grass refusing to wilt beneath winter's frost. The old woman's smile vanished, instantly replaced by a muttered curse. What foolish children. Yet she did not depart. Both Grey Mouse and Callista held their breath, watching as Gevoff slowed his movements, his paw hovering midair, mimicking the grandmother rummaging inside her sack. Then, she reached into her large cloth sack and withdrew a comb. Gevoff paused, emphasizing each syllable. Its teeth gleamed like gold dust crystal, its wooden handle was delicately carved with blossoms, clearly no common trinket. Again adopting the crone's voice, sweet, honeyed, seductive, open up, dear ones, and this comb shall be yours. Imagine how smoothly it would glide through your hair, silkier than flowing water, even finer than those used by palace princesses. Grey Mouse's tiny paws tightened further, his eyes wide with awe. He'd seen human girls comb their hair, transforming tangles into gleaming ribbons, a marvel he could scarcely comprehend. Callista too widened her eyes slightly. Though her own royal combs were exquisite, this one sounded even more extraordinary. Gevoff's tone carried a subtle undercurrent of tension. The sister's throat moved. She was tempted. Yet glancing at her brother's fearful eyes, and remembering her parents' solemn faces, she clenched her jaw and shouted, no, we don't want your comb. Please go away. Grey Mouse exhaled sharply, leaning gratefully against Gevoff. Bravo. Well done. Callista too relaxed slightly, a faint relieved smile lifting the corners of her lips, thankful the door remained shut. But the tale was far from over. Gevoff lifted his paw once more. When the comb failed, the old woman's eyes darted shrewdly. Then she drew forth a scarf from her sack. It was crimson as autumn maple leaves, luxuriously fuzzy, radiating warmth, its hem adorned with tiny silver bells that chimed with a delicate tinkle-tinkle. Good children, open up, cooed the old woman, her voice dripping with syrupy sweetness. This scarf is yours. Wrap it round your neck in winter, and you'll feel warmer than holding a brazier. No other such scarf exists anywhere in the forest. Grey Mouse stayed silent this time, staring intently at Gevoff, his tail tip rigid with anticipation. Callista bit her lip. She knew well how bitterly cold winters could be, and such a scarf truly stirred longing in her heart. Still the siblings refused to open the door. Gevoff's voice lightened ever so slightly. The sister tugged her brother backward, then called firmly through the window, we don't want your scarf. Leave, or we'll shout for help. Brilliant. Grey Mouse leapt up, slapping his paws together with a sharp clap-clap. These children aren't foolish, not like that bread-thieving boy I saw last week. Callista smiled too, her eyes still faintly reddened, yet luminous as starlit. Do they acted rightly? Gevoff watched their eased expressions, and a faint quiet curve touched his lips. He paused deliberately, his gaze drifting across the dancing flames, then lowered his voice to a chilling whisper, as if icy wind seeped between his teeth. But do you truly believe the story ends here? Grey Mouse's body snapped rigid once more. Callista's smile froze, Both turned to Gevoff with identical breathless tension. Clearly the tale had not yet reached its conclusion. Gevoff's voice grew frost-laden, slow, and deliberate when the siblings still made no move. The old woman sighed, a long trembling exhalation like wind rattling dead branches. She shuffled a few steps away from the window, turning her back, muttering, "Ah, these old bones. I fear I'll freeze to death in this forest tonight." A spark popped loudly in the fire, casting their three shadows onto the wall, swelling and shrinking like living things. Inside, the siblings' hearts clenched tight. The younger boy peered out. The old woman stood hunched, her thin robe flapping in the wind like a brittle, withered leaf. So fragile, he tugged his sister's sleeve. "Sister, she really looks cold." "Grandmother, what's wrong?" The sister called out, her voice losing its earlier wariness, laced now with genuine alarm. The old woman turned back, her voice quavering more intensely, as if her teeth chattered out here, pitch black and barren, not even a cave to shelter in. "An old woman like me can't walk farther. If I freeze tonight, I won't see dawn." Gevoff paused again. Grey Mouse gripped his own fur tightly, Callista's lips pressed into a thin line, both hearts tightening in shared empathy. The siblings exchanged a glance, their resolve softening like wax before flame. They remembered their parents' words, always treat elders with kindness. And there she stood, frail, trembling, exposed to the merciless night. At that moment, the old woman stepped closer to the window and slowly lifted her sleeve, revealing skin as dry and wrinkled as ancient bark. She then placed the comb, the scarf, and a vividly red apple upon the windowsill, her voice tinged with wounded pride. "You still don't trust me? Look, I'm this old. How could I possibly deceive you?" She paused, then spoke with startling precision. "Xiaohua. Xiao sure to. I truly come at your parents' behest. If you won't open the door and the night grows colder, well, perhaps this old woman has no choice but to meet her in tonight." Gevoff's voice dropped low, weighted with grim finality. Hearing his own name spoken, the younger boy's eyes lit up. "She knows my name. She must be someone our parents know." He tugged urgently at his sister's hand. "Sister, open the door. If she freezes to death, Mama and Papa will blame us." The sister gazed at the crimson apple on the sill and recalled her parents' teaching, "Be kind. Be good." Her inner resistance crumbled. Biting her lip, she walked forward and slid the bolt aside. "Cree, AK." Gevoff mimicked the creak of aging wood, stretching the sound out long and thin. "Oh no." Grey Mouse smacked his thigh in despair, stamping his tiny feet, his whiskers twitching in outrage. Why did they open it? They held out so bravely. Callista, however, shook her head gently, her voice soft, laced with quiet sorrow. But if they hadn't opened it, she truly would have frozen to death. Her gaze drifted to the flickering fire, her expression complex. Wouldn't it haunt them to watch an elder perish just beyond their door? Gevoff said nothing, only stirred the embers with his claw, sparks scattered with sharp pops, illuminating the depth of thought in his eyes. He watched Callista's empathetic expression and silently scoffed, how predictably foolish. After the door opened, Gevoff's voice sank to a near whisper. As if something dark and ancient were stirring from the shadows, the old woman hobbled slowly, step by step, into the cottage. Grey Mouse and Callista froze, holding their breath so completely that even their heartbeats seemed magnified tenfold in the suffocating silence. "Oh no, oh no." Grey Mouse whirled in frantic circles, paws flailing. "They're doomed. I knew it. Never open the door." "Not yet," Gevoff replied, flat and calm, as if dropping a stone into a bottomless well. The old woman entered and did nothing untoward. She sat beside the fire to warm herself, claiming exhaustion from her long journey, and urged the children to sleep, promising to keep watch through the night, ensuring their safety. Grey Mouse and Callista stared stunned, waiting breathless for Gevoff to continue. Though still uneasy, the siblings saw she merely warmed herself, and nothing more, so they lay down side by side on the small inner cot. Gevoff's voice softened further, steeped in the chill of midnight. But deep in the night, when all creation held its breath, the older sister awoke. She heard a sound from the outer room, crunch, crunch, as if someone were gnawing fiercely on something hard, crisp, brittle, unervingly loud in the profound silence. "Oh," Callista gasped, softly clutching the quilt so tightly her knuckles turned white. Grey Mouse trembled violently, like a leaf caught in autumn's first gale, his voice breaking as she, chewing bones. Gevoff offered no reply, only continued, her heart pounding. The sister nudged her brother, only to find his place empty. She steeled herself and called out toward the outer room, "Grandmother, what are you chewing?" The sound paused briefly. Then came the old woman's slow, amused reply, thick with muffled delight, "Nothing much, just rabbit bones I found in the woods. Crisp, delicious." Crunch, crunch. Gevoff imitated the sound himself, long drawn out, grating, until the cottage itself seemed to echo with that scalp-crawling noise. The sister couldn't sleep. Unease coiled tighter, so she called out again, "Grandmother, your comb is beautiful. Why did you bring it?" "Not mine," came the muffled reply through the door, dull and different. "Took it from another house. Looked fancy. Figured it might coax children to open the door." Callista's breath caught, horror flashing across her sapphire eyes. That comb was bait from the very beginning. Grey Mouse's eyes widened, his paws digging into Gevoff's fur. "Then what about the scarf?" The sister asked the same. Gevoff said, his voice glacial. She called out, "Grandmother, your scarf is so warm. Is it also something you found? Why bother finding?" The old woman chuckled, a dry wheezing rasp like bellows straining. "People wear scarves in winter, so I took one. Keeps me warm and makes me look respectable. Isn't that clever?" Gevoff paused, silence thick and broken only by the fire's occasional spark. Then what happened? Callista whispered, voice trembling. Clearly even the princess had fallen under the spell of this tale. Then, Gevoff's voice pierced the air sharp as claws scraping stone. The sister noticed. The shadow beneath the door had changed. Moments ago it had been the stooped silhouette of a frail old woman. Now, it loomed tall, vast, black as a mountain rising from the dark. Before she could cry out, the old woman's voice echoed from the outer room. Stripped entirely of age, now guttural and sandpaper. Oh, this sack. It's for carrying food. Gevoff enunciated each word with chilling precision. A little girl fits perfectly inside, tucked snugly beside that red apple simmering in the pot. Much tastier than rabbit, don't you think? Ah! Grey Mouse shrieked, diving headfirst into Gevoff's chest, covering his eyes with his paws, ears flattened tight against his skull. Callista sucked in a sharp, icy breath, recoiling until her spine met the cold stone wall, and realized with a jolt that her palms were slick with sweat. As the story reaches its end, the house is so quiet that one can hear the crackling of the pine resin fire. Callista's face glows white in the faint light of the embers, her fingers tightly twisting the corner of her garment. She hadn't expected that the brother and sister would ultimately not escape devoured alive by the man-eating bear. Even their bones gnawed to a crunch. The gray mouse cowers deeper in the pile of grass, its tiny paws covering its mouth, eyes rimmed red, as if it would break into tears if it continued to listen. So beware of strangers, do you understand? Gevoff's voice broke the silence, carrying a hint of deliberate seriousness, especially those who appear harmless, even making you feel soft-hearted. The gray mouse nodded hastily, its little head bobbing like a garlic clove, ears drooping. To understand. I want open the door for the old lady again. Callista also gently murmured an NM, her blue eyes still reflecting lingering fear. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Just sitting in a daze won't solve anything. Gevoff glanced at Callista, noticing that she occasionally stared blankly at the door of the room, her gaze vacant, realizing she was once again thinking about matters concerning the palace. Moreover, this princess grew up in the palace, undoubtedly knowing far more secrets than the little dwarfs in the forest or the townsfolk, especially about that stepmother queen. He cleared his throat and said, Callista, can you tell me what you know? Callista was momentarily taken aback, looking up at him. What about? Tell me about your stepmother. Gevoff gazed directly into her eyes. What does she usually do? Do people in the palace fear her? At the mention of her stepmother, Callista's body stiffened noticeably, a flicker of fear flashing across her eyes, as if stung by something. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. She is very beautiful, especially her lips red like freshly congealed blood. No one in the palace dares to defy her. She paused, her fingertips trembling slightly. Once I was daydreaming in the garden and saw her standing in the corridor from afar, holding a silver riding whip. A maid accidentally broke her perfume bottle. She didn't even blink and struck the maid's face with the whip again and again until the maid collapsed motionless. What happened next? The gray mouse couldn't help but ask, its tiny paws turning white. What happened next? Callista forced a bitter smile. Then someone came to drag the corpse away like dragging a bag of garbage. People in the palace would avoid her, not daring to breathe, let alone discuss her. Suddenly she recalled something and added, she has a secret chamber deep within her sleeping quarters, always locked with the key hanging around her neck. The old folks in the palace say that room hides her secrets, and anyone who dares to approach will vanish the next day. Gevoff's heart sank. Sure enough, there was a secret chamber, most likely the hiding place of the magic mirror. He glanced at the gray mouse beside him, noticing the little creature's eyes widening in interest as he teased it deliberately. Gray mouse, would you dare to sneak into that room to take a look? The gray mouse shook its head vigorously and fried its whiskers, quivering. How could I dare? It suddenly recalled the silver whip the queen mentioned and the people who vanished. That queen is so fierce, oh, wouldn't I be courting death by going in? Who knows, she might treat me as food for her mouse trap. Ha! Gevoff chuckled softly, deliberately elongating his tone. I have heard that there is a magic mirror in the queen's room. That mirror is extraordinary. It knows everything happening in the world and can even teach magic. If you can find it, you might become stronger, and then forget about just dealing with cats. You could become a mouse swordsman without any problem. Don't you want to be like Jerry? The gray mouse's ears twitched, a flicker of hesitation crossing its eyes. A mouse swordsman. That was exactly the dream it had, like the knights described in the tavern, wielding a small sword to protect all its kind from being bullied by cats. And Jerry, that super powerful mouse. But thinking of the queen's blood-red lips and the whip that struck people, it felt deflated, scratching its head with its tiny paws. But she is so formidable. Are you scared? Gevoff raised an eyebrow, lightly brushing the gray mouse's back with the tip of his tail. Who just said they wanted to teach the ghost a lesson with me? The gray mouse seemed to be stung at a sensitive spot, its face flushed, and it retorted defiantly, who is scared? How could a mouse's matters be called fear? Hearing the mouse's response, the cheerful atmosphere in the air suddenly exploded. Even the pine resin fire seemed to burn a bit brighter. Gevoff laughed so hard that he patted the ground with his front paws, while Callista gently groomed the gray mouse's ruffled fur, softly coaxing. Yes, our gray mouse is the bravest. Thus time passed. To prevent the atmosphere from becoming too silent, Gevoff occasionally told jokes, sometimes mentioned games, but now there were no cards available for playing landlords. So the game he mentioned was You Say I Guess. Callista's laughter was like silver bells in a mountain stream, ringing and bouncing against the walls, filling the entire room. Earlier while playing, you say I guessed the gray mouse had referred to the moon as the round biscuit in the sky, making her double over with laughter. Even Gevoff couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, his tail gently tapping behind him. Gulyalu. Gevoff's stomach growled inopportunely, especially loud amidst the crisp laughter. He patted his belly unashamed. I'm hungry from playing. Shall we eat something? Good, good. The gray mouse was the first to respond, having long been thinking about the jerky stored by the dwarfs. Gevoff picked up a piece of jerky and slowly chewed it. The aroma of the pine-smoked meat mingled with a hint of saltiness, becoming more flavorful with each bite. The gray mouse held a wild berry juice dripping down its chin, with several pieces of purpler fruit pulp stuck to its whiskers, looking just like a little squirrel that had stolen a bite. Callista also picked up a piece of jerky, nibbling on it delicately. Watching Gevoff devour his food and glancing at the gray mouse's greedy expression, she suddenly put down the jerky and said softly, "Once I recover, I'll cook for you." Gevoff looked at her, still chewing on the jerky. "You can cook." As he spoke, he remembered the fairy tale. Snow White indeed seemed to be able to cook. That was what the story said. It seemed like the fairy tale described the dwarfs came home and the princess had already cleaned up and prepared dinner. So he asked, "Is it delicious?" Callista felt a bit shy at his question, her fingertips gently curling the edge of her garment. "It should be okay. Then I must try it." The gray mouse immediately squeezed over its tiny paws, clapping enthusiastically. "I want to drink meat soup. It must have lots of wild berries. Where is there meat soup with wild berries?" Gevoff tapped its head but turned to Callista and said, "Make sure to stew more. I need to grow." Callista looked at their expectant faces, unable to help but smile. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes filled with warmth. "Okay, once I regain my strength in a couple of days, I'll make you meat soup." As dawn broke, the morning dew glistened like shattered diamonds on the windowsill, and Callista had quietly risen. The embers in the resin fire pit glowed with a dull red hue. She picked up a few slender twigs and carefully placed them on top, poking at them with a branch. Sparks flickered up like a group of mischievous fireflies, gradually licking at the dry, kindling the warm yellow light reflecting on her face. Her previous pallor had vanished. Her cheeks now radiated a healthy pink, like an apple washed by the morning dew, full of vitality. She tiptoed to the top shelf where the cloth bag was stored, and with a rustle, she poured out some millet, the yellow grains rolling into the ceramic bowl, each one plump like small ingots. The wild berries in the nearby wicker basket were a deep purple. She picked a few of the roundest ones, rinsing them with the clear water brought from the stream, droplets spinning on the fruit skin, sparkling brightly. The ceramic pot on the stone stove had long been polished to a shine. She scooped up 3 ladles of mountain spring water and poured it in, waiting for the water to bubble up with a gurgle. At the moment the water boiled, she grabbed a handful of millet, giving her wrist a gentle shake. The grains fell into the water like golden rain, creating ripples. "You need to stir it so it won't stick to the bottom of the pot," she murmured softly as the wooden spoon slowly traced circles in the pot. The fragrant aroma of millet mixed with the steam wafted out, delicate like the fresh grass just sprouting in the wind. At this moment, 3 little dwarves rubbed their eyes and sat up, stunned to see a figure by the stove. The bearded dwarf scratched his chin, his voice still hoarse from sleep. "Princess, what are you doing?" "I'm making some millet porridge," Callista smiled back, her wooden spoon never stopping. "And I'll roast some jerky to eat with the wild berries." As she spoke, she laid the marinated venison jerky onto the hot stone slab by the fire. The moment the jerky touched the heated stone, it sizzled and released oil, which dripped onto the charcoal, instantly rising with a rich aroma, mingling with the smoky flavor of the pine, would far more enticing than simply gnawing on dry meat. Another dwarf with a hat leaned in, staring at the rolling millet in the pot, smacking his lips. "Oh my, how did you get the millet to cook so evenly? Last time I cooked it, it turned into mush, and I spent ages scraping the bottom of the pot clean." Callista patiently explained, gently lifting the wooden spoon to add the wild berries into the porridge. The purplish red fruit flesh slowly spread in the golden millet porridge like a piece of evening glow falling in, and the sweet aroma immediately mingled with the fragrance of the rice. The scent seemed to have legs, first sneaking into the nose of a gray mouse hidden in the grass mound. The little fellow smacked his lips, drowsily murmuring, "It smells so good. Is that roasted nuts?" He turned over only to be jolted awake by the stronger aroma of meat, opening his eyes to see the cooking princess. He scrambled up, claws gripping the edge of the stove, shouting, "Callista, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good it feels like my tongue is melting." The dwarf in the grass mound, Gevoff, also woke up. He had been sleeping soundly, yet his nose was ensnared by a sweet and fragrant aroma. The refreshing scent of millet, the crispy jerky, and the sweet and sour wild berries mingled together, far more tempting than any meal prepared by dwarves. He sat up and saw Callista scooping the glistening roasted jerky into a stone plate. Sunlight streamed through the window, gilding the tips of her hair with a golden edge as if sprinkled with crushed gold. "Are you awake?" Callista turned around, her eyes sparkling brighter than the morning light. "As promised, I'm making breakfast for you. The porridge is ready, come and eat." No sooner had she finished speaking than a howl echoed as Brother Wolf had also woken up at some point, stretching lazily with his eyes still closed while his nose twitched vigorously, producing a woofing sound of desire from his throat, his tail thumping against the ground. The 7 little dwarves had already gathered around the table staring at the golden millet porridge dotted with purple wild berries alongside the fragrant jerky, their eyes wide with anticipation. The youngest one gulped, picked up a wooden spoon, and took a scoop of porridge. The moment it entered his mouth, he squinted his eyes. "Princess, your cooking skills are even better than those of the chefs at the tavern in town." The millet was cooked to a soft and glutinous texture, and the sweet and sour wild berries perfectly balanced the blandness of the rice, sliding warmly into his stomach, making him sigh in comfort. The slightly charred jerky was juicy, with every chew the aroma of the fat mingling with the sweetness of the porridge, as if a party had erupted in his mouth. The gray mouse wagged its tail while eating like a little flag. "This is 100 times better than what dwarves make." Brother Wolf was even more straightforward, simply focused on grabbing the jerky and producing a satisfied woofing sound from his throat. Gevoff sipped the porridge. The flavor was absolutely exquisite, the scent of rice, fruit, and meat intertwined, warming his heart and making him unable to resist smacking his lips. "This isn't just porridge, it's more exciting than all the snacks I've ever had. Even the ones from his past life." If he had to describe this flavor, he could only refer to the food wars he had seen in a previous life. This fairy tale world should be like this. So they happily continued their breakfast. However, the ceramic bowls on the table soon revealed their bottoms, with the last scoop of porridge snatched up by the gray mouse, who smacked his lips, staring longingly at the empty pot, his tail still swaying in discontent. Callista looked at this scene, her cheeks slightly flushed, and stood up to fetch more firewood. "I'm sorry, I didn't calculate your servings. Well, I'll cook some more." "No need, no need." The bearded dwarf hurriedly waved his hand. "Princess, you should rest. We can eat more jerky and fruits just fine." The other dwarves quickly agreed. "This food is indeed delicious, but how can we let the princess tire herself like this, eh?" Gray Mouse felt the same way, but he added, "Yes, we can just eat more dried fruits. You don't need to tire yourself out too much." Gevoff remained silent. He indeed wanted another bowl of porridge. The flavor of wild berries mixed with rice lingered on his tongue, but seeing the ash on her slender wrist revealed while she rolled up her sleeves, he swallowed the words back. Brother Wolf expressed the same sentiment. Callista could only apologize then. "I'm really sorry." However, just as everyone was discussing this, Brother Wolf suddenly managed a rare expression, an awkward smile. He cautiously spoke with a hint of testing. "Gevoff, do you want a sister-in-law?" PFF. The nut that Gray Mouse had just stuffed into his mouth was sprayed out, directly splattering onto the beard of the dwarf across from him. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his little paws, his round black eyes widened bigger than the copper bell at the cave entrance, his whiskers standing on end in shock, and after a while he managed to blurt out, "Wolf brother, what did you say?" Gevoff also turned his head sharply, his ears twitching slightly from the effort, his usually indifferent eyes now filled with disbelief, as if he had heard some absurd tale. "What did you say? Wait, we haven't been together for just a few days, and you already found a girlfriend. How can you betray the bond between brothers?" Brother Wolf felt awkward under Gevoff's glare, grinning sheepishly to reveal his sharp teeth. No, it's her chasing me. I mean, I found a companion, and she asked me to ask." As he spoke, he even showed a hint of a smile. "She's really beautiful, with silvery gray fur that shines in the sunlight, and the key is, she talks to me. Unlike those she-wolves before who could only howl or steal meat, chatting with her is more comfortable than gnawing on fresh venison." Gevoff thought, why is no one pursuing me? Gevoff noticed the dwarves and Callista staring blankly, so he cleared his throat and broke down the words of Wolf Brother. He said he found a mate, a silver-gray female wolf who can speak and is quite intelligent. Essentially, as you might say, he has taken a wife. Upon hearing this, the bearded dwarf slammed his fist on the table, causing the rough ceramic bowl to bounce twice. "Oh, this is wonderful news. If the druid master is getting married, what work do we have left for today? Tools down. Let's prepare a feast. Master, quickly bring back the new sister-in-law for us to see." Callista's eyes lit up as she turned towards the stove. "A feast? I'll bake flatbreads using wild honey and flour. They'll be sweet and fragrant. And I'll stew a mushroom and meat soup, and there's still half a jar of wild berry jam left, perfect to accompany the bread." The dwarf with the hat grabbed his axe and dashed outside. "The pine wood behind the mountain burns the best. I'll go to the cellar to fetch the honey wine." Another dwarf fumbled with the cellar key. "The wild jujube wine from last year is ready to be opened, just waiting for this moment to drink." "I'll go pick wild grapes." The youngest dwarf ran towards the door with a wicker basket, shouting as he went, "The sweetest ones are on the cliffs of the back mountain. Ooh, I'll brew a new wine to welcome the new sister-in-law." Wolf Brother stood still, watching the bustling figures in the cave, his ears turning red like heated iron, and even the fur on his neck glistened with a hint of pink. He had merely mentioned that he had found a mate to give them a heads up. Little did he expect this group to be even more excited than he was. The way the dwarves charged outside with their tools made it seem like they were off to seize a bride. "Isn't this a bit too hasty?" He scratched his head, his tail wagging faster behind him. Just moments ago, when Gevoff said marriage, he had been so nervous that his claws were trembling. Now, amidst this commotion, he felt like he was cradling a flailing little rabbit, both flustered and delighted. He turned to Gevoff, his gaze a mix of embarrassment and uncontainable joy. Gevoff shot him a sideways glance, as if to say, "Do you really think I would blame you?" He shook his head helplessly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and bring the wolf here." "How do I need to fetch her right now?" After a moment of hesitation, Wolf Brother turned and dashed out. his forelegs moving swiftly, his tail waving like a little flag fluttering in the wind. Even from afar one could still hear him shouting, "I'm going. I'll be back soon." The gray mouse was the most excited, watching Wolf Brother's figure gradually disappear. In the meantime, it was busy polishing a stone stool with a piece of burlap, making the surface shine. Then it ran to the door, its little paws clinging to the door frame as it tiptoed to peek, murmuring to itself, "A silver-gray female wolf. Will her fur be as bright as moonlight on snow? Are her eyes like obsidian from the forest? Will she be even more beautiful than Callista?" No one paid attention to its muttering as the sweet aroma of flatbreads quickly wafted through the cave, the soup bubbling in the ceramic pot, and the dwarves hummed off-key mountain songs, even the resin fire crackling more vigorously than usual. Before long, the gray mouse suddenly jumped high, squeaking, "She's coming, she's coming." Wolf Brother's shadow is behind the tree. The house fell silent in an instant. The dwarves who were adding firewood halted their actions, Callista's kneaded dough still resting on the table, and all eyes turned towards the door. Morning light slanted through the doorframe, casting a long beam on the ground, and dust danced lazily in the light. That was quick. One dwarf muttered softly, stroking his beard, though his eyes never left the doorway. "She was just on the other side of the forest, not far at all," another replied, still gripping the recently cleaned ceramic bowl. Then, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Wolf Brother first poked his head in. Today he wore a gray cloth hat, the brim pulled low, obscuring half of his face, giving him quite a gentlemanly appearance. He nervously peeked inside, seeing all eyes upon him. His ears twitched. Had it not been for the fur, his face would surely have turned as red as a wild berry. He quickly shuffled aside, making room, letting out a soft woo-woo sound from his throat, as if signaling the person beside him to come in. Then a silver-gray figure slowly walked in. The female wolf stood tall, her silver-gray fur shimmering delicately in the morning light, as if she had been dusted with crushed silver, each strand meticulously groomed and glossy. What was most astonishing was that she walked upright like a human, wearing a small, light, gray soft hat with a thin veil that covered the upper half of her face, which instead emphasized the gentle and delicate lines of her chin. She wore a dark blue coarse cloth shirt. Although the stitching was simple, it was impeccably clean, and the cuffs were carefully rolled up twice, revealing slender wrists, her claws neatly trimmed. She gently linked arms with Wolf Brother, her steps slow and infused with a hint of shyness from being new, yet she did not shy away, her lips curling with a faint smile, like a spring breeze rippling across a lake, creating gentle ripples. From a wolf's perspective, she was undoubtedly an impeccable female wolf, graceful in stature, glossy and fur bright, in gaze exuding a vibrant and healthy aura. Then Wolf Brother took the female wolf's paw and introduced her to everyone, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy, introducing one by one. "This is Gevoff, my brother, the wolf prophet, and this is Bay. This is Gray Mouse, the brother's sidekick. This is Princess and the dwarves' good friends." When the female wolf's gaze landed on Callista, she noticeably paused. She had heard Wolf Brother mention humans before coming here, but seeing one in person was still a novelty. Especially this princess, dressed in a simple cloth skirt with flower on her hands, yet showing none of the airs of the legendary human aristocracy, smiling brightly at her. Though it wasn't her first encounter with humans, witnessing such a friendly scene still amazed the female wolf. Gevoff truly lived up to being a bay. Indeed, in the female wolf's heart, the entire situation was a product of Gevoff's intellect. After all, who ever thought of wolves befriending humans? The food was still bubbling in the ceramic pot, and the aroma gradually spread through the cave. Since the meal was not yet ready, they simply sat down to rest. Gevoff gazed at the silver-gray female wolf, unable to resist asking, "Where did you come from? I've never seen you around here before." Previously chased away by the black wolf, neither he nor Wolf Brother had ever encountered her. Wolf Brother also perked up his ears, his tail lightly resting on the ground, appearing to listen earnestly. Gevoff glanced at him, inwardly grumbling, "Brother, don't you even know this?" He seemed quite focused now, but had failed to ask earlier. In this fairy tale-like place, had it been elsewhere, given his temperament, he would likely have been swindled out of all his fur. The female wolf lifted her head, surveying the assembled crowd, her voice calm, yet carrying a hint of unnoticeable weight. "I come from the forest near the kingdom of Golden Rose." As soon as these words left her mouth, the surrounding animals fell silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for her to continue. The female wolf paused before continuing, "The kingdom of Golden Rose is no more." "What?" Gevoff frowned, clearly not expecting this answer. He had heard of the kingdom of Golden Rose back when he was in town. A kingdom consisting of about 5 or 6 towns. However, he never expected that by the time he arrived the kingdom would already be gone. The female wolf's gaze drifted to the window as if peering into the distant past. About a year ago, a witch suddenly appeared. She waved her wand, and the entire kingdom was instantly petrified. The castle's streets and running children all turned into cold stone. What was even more terrifying was that she transformed the kingdom's citizens into colorful fish, throwing them into the nearby lake, trapping them forever in the water, unable to even cry for help. Her voice lowered slightly. The animals in the forest were not spared either. Many animals, regardless of whether they had awakened their intelligence or not, were subjected to her magic, either turned into immobile statues or driven from their homes. I barely managed to escape. At first, I ran aimlessly, taking many detours, until recently, I found my way here. "So do we want a single female lead or multiple female leads?" Gevoff Gevoff and the others joyfully held a banquet together. With too many people to fit inside, they simply moved all the tables outside and set up a bonfire for an outdoor feast. The flames crackled merrily, casting an orange-eared glow that enveloped everyone, their cheeks glowing warmly, even the laughter lines at the corners of their eyes radiating warmth. Several wooden tables were joined together, laden with food. Callista's baked flatbreads piled high, like small mountains, their golden crusts gleaming with oil. Picking one up and taking a bite, it crumbled delightfully, stretching into thin strands of honey that sweetly clung to the tongue. A clay pot simmered by the fire, bubbling with mushroom and meat soup, the fresh scent of wild onions mingling with the aroma of the meat making mouths water. The dwarves' wild jujube wine filled coarse pottery bowls sparkling with an amber hue. A sip revealed a sweet and sour taste that lingered with a hint of spiciness, like a small flame warming from the throat to the belly, bringing a sense of relaxation. Everyone sat in a circle around the bonfire, some squatting directly on the ground, others bringing wooden stools, their voices and laughter mixing with the crackling of the fire, more lively than the flames themselves. Someone clinked their pottery bowl together, the sound ringing out with wine splashing without a care. They wiped their mouths and continued chatting, the warmth of the air wrapping around, the fragrance of food drifting far into the night. The she-wolf held a piece of flatbread, her eyes slightly squinted, her silvery gray fur glowing softly in the firelight. She was immersed in the food, chewing slowly with delight. What a delicious meal. It's even better than the honeycomb I found in the forest. In this cheerful atmosphere, the gray mouse was particularly excited, even jumping onto the table and standing up. In his exhilaration, he forgot that he couldn't stand. He no longer appeared as plump as when Gevoff first saw him. He had lost quite a bit of weight, his once round body now exhibiting clear muscle lines. When he jumped onto the table, everyone was taken aback. But before anyone could react, the gray mouse spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, how can a banquet be without dancing? I, lacking in talent, have spent a few years in the city and have seen some dances. Allow me to present a dance for you. Thus, to the astonished gazes of everyone, especially Gevoff, who was shocked to see the gray mouse standing up, the gray mouse began to dance. He stood on tiptoe, his paws drawing graceful arcs in the air. Initially, he moved slowly as if walking on moonlight across a stone path, then suddenly quickened the tempo, twirling and leaping, his paws tapping the table to create a bright rhythm, even his tail swinging in sync. His dance steps were light and agile, carrying an indescribable sense of familiarity. And as the gray mouse danced, a dwarf exclaimed, "It's the dance of Adelon." The dance of Adelon is the most common dance of the Adelon kingdom, a rhythm ingrained in the very bones of the Adelon people. Whether it was commoners in coarse linen clothes stomping and spinning on the cobblestone paths of the market, or nobles in silk finery twirling in the banquet halls of castles, the soul of this dance could be found. Its steps are not complex, with rhythms like striking wooden bells and arms swaying like a gentle spring breeze. Even toddlers taking their first steps can sway along to the adults' rhythm. During breaks from work, in the fields, amidst the clamor of bonfire parties, and even during wedding blessings and festive celebrations, the shadow of this dance is ever present. Watching the gray mouse dance, several dwarves were moved to tears. Even after more than 200 years, they could not forget the songs of Adelon. A dwarf was the first to speak, singing the national song of Adelon. Soon, everyone joined in. The song intertwined with the crackling of the bonfire drifting through the air. When the wind and snow sweep over the hills of Adelon, we make our backs the walls and our faith the light. O winds of Adelon, blowing across countless faces, every pair of eyes shines with indomitable light. In this song, amidst the joy, Brother Wolf had long since shed the reserve he had when he first arrived with the she-wolf. He held a piece of dried meat in one hand and raised a wine jar with the other, clinking it joyfully with the dwarves. The bearded dwarf got drunk, wrapping his arm around Brother Wolf's neck and singing off-key, while Brother Wolf responded with a couple of howls, making everyone burst into laughter. After a few rounds of drinks, Brother Wolf suddenly put down his wine jar, wiped his mouth, and his eyes gleamed brightly. He scanned the group and finally fixed his gaze on Gevoff, the light of the bonfire dancing in his eyes. Gevoff seemed to sense something, glancing back at Brother Wolf. In the midst of the noisy sounds, looking at Gevoff, Brother Wolf broke into a grin. His hand gripping the wine bowl bulged with veins, his sharp teeth gleaming coldly in the firelight. He took a hearty swig of wine, the liquid spilling down his chin into his clothes, his voice hoarse, yet fiery. "Let us take our revenge. Return to our homeland. To personally slay that black wolf. I will become the Wolf King, and you, my brother, will be my most precious brain, an irreplaceable asset in the pack." Brother Wolf fixed his gaze on Gevoff, his eyes burning with intensity like the coals in the bonfire. He understood this brother all too well. When they were driven away, it was Gevoff who said, "A gentleman takes his revenge." 10 years later. Back then he was just a cub, but his ambitions were immense. He had originally planned to wait a few more months until Gevoff was fully grown before returning to their homeland. At that time, they would be more secure and have a better chance. But now it was different. There was a she-wolf by his side, her fluffy paws gently patting his hand when he felt restless, making him suddenly fearful. He had thought that if he were the only one chased away by the black wolf, he could simply accept it. The forest was a place of the survival of the fittest. He could find a cave and with his wife raise a litter of cubs, seeking food at dawn and embracing each other at dusk. What did hatred matter? But now it was no longer possible. During his years of growth, he had heard Gevoff speak of kings. Under heaven there is no land not ruled by a king. On the shores of all lands there are no subjects of the king. He knew his own uniqueness. No wolf could match him in strength, even a bear could be killed with a single blow. So why couldn't he become a king? He might not become a ruler of the world, but he was determined to fight for the title of Wolf King. Not to trample on anyone, but to make sure that all wolves knew Gevoff was his brother and no one could touch him, to ensure that his wife and future children would not have to worry about food, and most importantly to fear that if they settled down and formed a family the chances of him and Gevoff meeting would dwindle, eventually reduced to merely exchanging dried meat during holidays. You will come right. Brother Wolf's tail gently swept the ground behind him, his voice betraying a hint of anxiety he was not even aware of. Gevoff looked at him, noticing the obvious hint of anxiety in Brother Wolf's expression, and smiled faintly. Of course, my brother. The embers of the campfire emitted wisps of blue smoke, while the ceramic bowls on the table lay askew. Crumbs of wheat cakes mixed with the sweet stains of wild berries clung stubbornly to the ground, and the air was still infused with the slightly intoxicating aroma of wild jujube wine. Brother Wolf had already brushed off the grass clippings from his knees, his iron-gray claws grinding against the earth, as if measuring the distance of every step back onto his homeland. No more waiting, we leave now. He flicked his tail, his mane gleaming with a cold hardness in the morning light. The thought of revenge burned like a red-hot iron, tightening his heart. How could he possibly hold back? Moreover, he possessed ample confidence. Within the entire forest there were but a few beasts capable of withstanding his strike, just one black wolf that could control corpses. It may have been formidable in the past, but now, it was hardly worth hesitating over. The commotion of packing startled everyone. The youngest dwarf was squatting by the creek, washing a ceramic bowl. Upon seeing Brother Wolf tie dried meat to his back, the porcelain white rim of the bowl made a light sound in his hands as he asked, "Druid Lord, where are you headed?" "Revenge. I'll be back shortly." The dwarves paused their tasks, exchanging glances. Just as the bearded dwarf was about to inquire further, they saw Callista standing at the doorway, her delicate fingers gripping half a wheat cake, knuckles whitening as her brow furrowed into a frown. Worry enveloped her eyes like morning mist. Who were they seeking revenge against? Would they encounter danger? Yet she did not try to stop them, only watching with a sorrowful gaze. Gevoff noticed this too, suddenly recalling the cruel queen. No one could predict when that woman might slither back like a venomous snake. If they departed now, she could very well arrive with poisoned apples or a cursed comb, and Snow White might suffer a dire fate. After all, aren't the villains in stories always fond of stealing from others? He turned and called out to the hopping gray mouse that was eager to follow the little creature still smeared with honey from the feast. "You stay here." The gray mouse halted abruptly, confusion filling its round eyes. "Why? I can fight." It had recently built some muscle and felt it could be of help. Besides, for a friend, it would gladly risk its life for revenge. "You are needed here." Gevoff crouched down, lowering his voice. "Do you remember what the princess said about the queen? That woman who wanted to kill the princess out of jealousy. She might. No, she will definitely come back to kill the princess. You have your wits about you. You understand better than they do how to see through disguises." He nodded towards Callista and the dwarves, adding, "Revenge carries little danger, but this place might hold great peril. This place needs you. Then tell them to at least leave 2 people with the princess when they go out to work." The gray mouse blinked, recalling the princess's description of the queen, a woman who whipped her maidservants to death. It shivered all over its fur, standing on end. It glanced at Callista's worried face, and then at the confused dwarves, finally drooping its tail in acquiescence. "All right. But you all must return quickly." "Don't worry." Gevoff patted its head, the soft fur tickling his palm. Gevoff was well aware. The gray mouse, though appearing foolish in Tom and Jerry, was far more intelligent when it got serious than the simple princess and the straightforward dwarves. It was more than capable of dealing with the queen's tricks of disguising herself as an old woman to deliver poisoned apples. Additionally, leaving 2 dwarves as bodyguards would ensure the queen could not approach the princess at all, following the tale of Snow White. And if even after all this Snow White still perished, that would be fine. The corresponding solution was already written in the story. It was merely a matter of extracting the apple from her throat. While he was lost in thought, Callista stepped forward and shoved a burlap bag into Brother Wolf's hands, the corners of the cloth embroidered with a crooked wild rose. Inside is hemostatic grass. It can be used in case of injury. There are also a few freshly baked wheat cakes to fill your stomach on the way. Her voice was as light as a feather, the last note trembling imperceptibly. "You must be careful. We're off." Brother Wolf tossed the bag over his shoulder, speaking in a rough voice. Gevoff nodded and turned to follow. The mother wolf naturally followed as well. Yet she still asked in confusion, "You're going to seek revenge? Against whom?" Brother Wolf's green eyes ignited with wildfire at her words, his voice turning rougher. "To kill a black wolf." He paused, his claws forming fists on his chest, knuckles turning white. "But revenge is only part of it. I want to return to my homeland and become the Wolf King there." Gevoff took one last look at the crowd by the door. Callista stood in place, tightly clutching that half piece of wheat cake. The gray mouse crouched at her feet, its little claws nervously scratching the ground, its tail tip gently brushing against her shoe. The dwarves stood in a row, their ugly faces filled with reluctance. "We're off," he murmured, turning to follow in Brother Wolf's footsteps. Brother Wolf led the way, his strides quick and steady, tail held high like a flag waving in the wind. The mother wolf followed, closely, ears perked and alert, occasionally glancing around, her silver gray fur shimmering in the dappled sunlight. Gevoff brought up the rear, casting a glance back. The outline of the wooden cabin grew increasingly blurred in the morning mist, the figures of the crowd shrinking into a small black, ultimately swallowed by the dense forest. The wind in the forest swept up fallen leaves, swirling around their feet, almost urging them on, as if whispering secrets. Their footsteps crushed the morning dew in the forest, the fallen leaves crackling underfoot, moving swiftly like 3 darting shadows. The birds soaring above the forest were startled by this sudden commotion, taking flight in a dark cloud over the treetops, while even the squirrels clinging to the branches curled up tightly around their pine cones. The mother wolf followed closely beside brother wolf, her silver gray fur lifted by the wind. She turned her head to him, curiosity lacing her voice. "You are seeking revenge against a black wolf. What grudge lies between you and him?" Brother wolf's claws struck heavily against the ground, mud splattering onto the grass. "He drove us out of our birthright territory, and—" He paused, a low hoarse whimper rolling in his throat, ultimately refraining from mentioning that the black wolf sought to kill them. Instead, he flicked his tail, his tone suddenly turning harsh. "But that no longer matters. What matters is the position of Wolf King." His green eyes glimmered in the shadows of the trees like 2 flickering will-o'-the-wisps. "As for that black wolf, he is merely a stone I'll crush on my path." As he spoke, his heart raced violently within his chest, the thump-thump sounding like war drums pounding in his ears, the ambition within him burning fiercer than the campfire. He could almost see himself standing atop the highest rock in the forest, wolves bowing at his feet, silver gray mane rustling in the wind. Gevoff trailed behind, observing the increasingly familiar sights ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. The crooked-necked oak tree by the roadside still bore the marks of clawing from his childhood. The little stream flowing past his feet had smooth, rounded pebbles beneath the water. "Awoo!" Brother wolf suddenly threw his head back to howl, the sound shaking the leaves from the trees, carrying years of suppressed anger and the joy of impending fulfillment resonating through the forest in echoing waves. The mother wolf paused for a moment, then lifted her head, as well, letting out a clear wolf howl, her silver gray figure stretching in the sunlight, as if declaring her allegiance. Gevoff did not hesitate. A familiar heat surged in his throat, followed by a deep and powerful roar bursting forth, merging with the previous 2 howls into a torrent that exploded within the forest. The 3 wolf howls intertwined, startling the deer in the distance into fleeing in all directions, even the circling hawks soaring higher. Brother wolf halted, gazing ahead at the increasingly familiar woods, the ambition in his green eyes nearly spilling over. "We are close." He licked his sharp teeth, his voice filled with suppressed excitement. The air of the homeland felt like it had been tempered in ice, every leaf trembling. The echoes of the previous wolf howls still reverberated through the treetops, while the shadows around exploded into patches of green light. Those were the eyes of wolves, a pair stacked upon another, weaving a tightly woven net that trapped 3 figures in the center. Gevoff stood slightly behind. His gaze was like a blade tempered in ice, sweeping over the huddled wolf pack, finally settling on the tense back of the wolf leader. There was no roar, no tremor, only trust. The wolf leader stood at the front, his gray mane ruffled by the earlier gale, each hair now standing erect like steel needles, radiating an aura that demanded respect. The wildfire in the green eyes burned brighter, causing the surrounding shadows to heat up. The female wolf pressed closer to the wolf leader, her silver gray fur taut like a bowstring, every muscle coiled with latent power. The wolf lurking in the shadows finally emerged. It was so thin that its ribs were countable, its fur matted with dark brown blood, and there was not a shred of gentleness in its eyes. All that was there was a greedy hunger for flesh and a cunning laced with poison. One earless wolf carried a half-bone of a deer, drool dripping from its mouth, thud-thud, landing on the fallen leaves, as if marking the rhythm for the impending slaughter. The encirclement tightened further, the stench of blood emanating from the wolf's snout almost coalescing into a tangible form. Suddenly the wolf pack seemed to part as if sliced by an invisible giant hand, creating a narrow path barely wide enough for one wolf to pass. A black wolf walked in from the end of the path, standing upright like a human. With shoulders broad enough to block out half the sunlight, its sleek black fur glistened as if soaked in blood, its claws larger than those of an ordinary wolf, the dark nails glistening ominously, and with each step the ground trembled slightly. The pack of wolves lowered their heads in unison, ears pressed against their backs, even their breaths carried a cautious submission. This was not reverence, it was a fear etched into their bones. "Dare you come back?" The black wolf spoke, its voice like 2 red-hot irons grinding against each other, sparks flying everywhere. Its gaze laden with icy shards swept over the wolf leader, a cruel smile spilling from its lips, revealing sharp teeth glistening with drool. Of course it had no regard for them. After all, it was a wolf capable of controlling corpses. In its eyes, clever wolves were divided into ranks, and these 3 before it could only be considered as slightly intelligent pups. It even felt that the 2 brothers were able to escape from here back then solely because it had let them go. At that time it hadn't intended to kill them, and had purposely left a flaw. After all, there weren't many clever wolves in the forest. Keeping them might still serve a purpose. Little did it expect they would return as foolish creatures, sending themselves to death. The wolf leader stepped forward, his paw grinding into the earth, carving out 3 deep grooves, loose stones flying up. "This is my homeland, why shouldn't I return? Why not?" The black wolf laughed maniacally, shaking the needles above it down in a shower that cracked against the ground. Just because I am king now, everything in this forest must obey me. It raised its paw suddenly, the dark nails slicing through the sunlight. Wasting breath on you is a fool's errand, idiots unworthy of my words. Young ones, tear them apart. Awoo! The pack erupted into chaos. Lean forms flew like arrows, a gust of bloodlust rushing forward, drool, forming silvery strands in the air, the murderous glint in their eyes almost piercing through. The female wolf's silver gray fur tightened instantly, her front paws firmly anchoring to the ground, a warning growl rumbling from her throat. Though the tip of her tail quivered slightly, she did not retreat an inch. Gevoff was the same. He did not bristle like the wolf leader, nor emit a menacing growl. He simply stood there quietly, his gaze calm as an unfathomable icy pond. The wolf leader stood at the center, watching the unwavering figures beside him, observing the swarming pack, then looking at the black wolf's lofty demeanor. The fury in his chest erupted. Like the explosives buried for 10 years were ignited, scorching heat enveloped him down to his bones. He inhaled sharply. Hoo! The wind suddenly reversed, pouring into his lungs. The wolf leader's body swelled, as if inflated, cracking and expanding with a sound. In no time he had grown 4 or 5 times larger. His gray fur exploded outward, resembling armor made of fluff, every hair trembling in the wind, carrying an aura of destruction. The wild wind whipped up, toppling the first few wolves who were sent sprawling, desperately digging their claws into the earth, their throats issuing terrified whimpers, completely forgetting their earlier arrogance. The smile on the black wolf's face froze instantly, its upright form staggering, its green eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? How could it possess such power? Am I not the most powerful and intelligent wolf? In that moment of daze, the wolf leader exhaled fiercely. Who? A hurricane. The wild wind rising from the ground swept through like an invisible giant hand carrying a thunderous force. The wild grass at its feet along with the soil was uprooted, swirling upwards in clusters like a roaring yellow dragon. The wildflowers by the roadside were torn to shreds, petals in shades of pink and white fluttering through the air, resembling a tribute to the impending slaughter. Even more astonishing was the old pine tree embraced by 2 wolves nearby, which with a crisp crack echoed through the forest. The trunk, as thick as a bowl, was actually blown clean in half. The treetop crashed down, raising clouds of dust, causing the earth to tremble thrice. The charging wolf pack was doomed. Those closest were hurled like stones, howling in anguish as they flew through the air, crashing 4 or 5 meters away against tree trunks, some bursting their brains, others breaking bones, curled up on the ground whimpering. The cruelty in their eyes had long been washed away by fear as they looked at the wolf leader, a trace of the instinctive respect of beasts for the strong emerging. The black wolf could no longer maintain its upright stance, collapsing to the ground with a thud, its claws digging deep into the soil, its black fur pressed against its body by the wind, revealing the sinewy muscles beneath, but it was no longer arrogant. It struggled with all its might to avoid being swept away by the wind, its claws buried deep in the earth, joints turning pale, its green eyes filled with shock. As the wind gradually calmed, the wolf leader's form slowly returned to normal, though his chest still heaved violently, his gray fur dusted with grass and dirt resembling a badge of honor. Panting heavily, his green eyes swept across the battlefield, finally landing on the black wolf, now on all fours, his voice hoarse from the earlier explosion, yet striking like a hammer on every wolf's heart. Who else wants to try? The wolf pack on the ground huddled together, even the fiercest earless wolf tucked its tail, none dared to respond, even their whimpers suppressed low, as if afraid to disturb this suddenly awakened king. The black wolf suddenly arched its body, bending its neck grotesquely backward, letting out a roar that resembled not a wolf's howl, but the creaking of a rusted iron door being forcefully opened. The sound, enveloped in the stench of decaying flesh, crashed against the surroundings, causing even the century-old pine trees to tremble and shed their needles onto the ground. With this roar, eerie creaks echoed from the shadows around, as if dry bones were rubbing against each other or rotting wood was turning its joints in the wind. The once crouched live wolves erupted in panic, their whimpering cries rising and falling. They were all too familiar with this sound, the signal of the black wolf summoning the undead. Several wolves were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground frantically, trying to retreat with their claws, yet they could hardly move an inch. The ferocity in their eyes had been completely washed away by fear. The first to emerge from the shadows were dozens of rabbits. But no one found them cute. Their gray stiff fur clung tightly to their bones, exposing their bone-white claws. The most horrifying were their eyes, as white as if coated in lime, lacking pupils, or any spark, staring fixedly at the 3 wolves, as if assessing 3 pieces of bone to be gnawed upon. Their hind legs were angled in unnatural directions, and with each step their joints creaked, as if they might disintegrate into a pile of shattered bones at any moment. Following closely behind were the corpses of 2 or 3 deer. Their necks twisted at an eerie 90-degree angle, with dry vines and decayed leaves tangled in their antlers. A huge gaping hole in their abdomens allowed darkened entrails to hang out, dragging along the ground and leaving a sticky trail. They did not lower their heads to graze, but moved mechanically, their hooves thudding against the fallen leaves like distant funeral bells ringing, each sound striking at the heart. That's a hunter. The mother wolf's voice trembled, her silver gray fur taut with tension. She saw several human corpses in tattered boots emerge from behind the trees. One tall thin figure held a rusty shotgun, the barrel stuffed with bird droppings and soil, the dark muzzle inexplicably aimed forward. Another short one carried a hoe, its rotten wooden handle, covered in mold, crumbling with a touch, and a stout fellow clutched a pitchfork, its prongs smeared with dark brown goo, whether dung or something else was unknown. Most of their faces were decayed, leaving only half-exposing white skulls. Only one man with a goatee had a relatively intact left half of his face, yet his eyeball dangled out of its socket, swaying with each step, sending chills down the spine of anyone who looked. But what was even more terrifying lay behind them. The corpse of a black bear crashed through a thicket, its massive body riddled with bullet holes, matted black, fur clumped together, revealing the bluish-gray flesh beneath. Its right forepaw was missing, leaving only jagged white bones, and with each step murky liquid dripped to the ground, darkening the fallen leaves. Close behind was the corpse of a tiger, its once vibrant coat faded to a dull earth color, one hind leg twisted at an odd angle, yet that did not hinder its stiff march forward. Its gaping maw exhibited white fangs with dried meat strands stuck between them, as if it had just crawled out of a grave. And the corpses of wolves were the most numerous. There was an elderly wolf with only 2 teeth remaining, one eye blind, dragging a deformed broken leg, making creaking sounds with each step, as if all its bones were grinding together. There was a frail young wolf, its body small like a rabbit with bite marks on its fur, its neck twisted like a pretzel, yet it still took tiny steps forward. And several strong wolves who must have resisted the black wolf in life, but in death became its most loyal puppets, their hollow eye sockets devoid of any emotion, filled only with absolute obedience to the black wolf. They surrounded the living wolves from all sides, forming another layer of encirclement, the stench of decay mingled with the scent of blood, suffocatingly oppressive. "Is this your trump card?" The elder wolf's voice was raspy, as if sandpaper had been rubbed over it, yet it held a fierce determination, the fire of anger in its green eyes blazing fiercer, relying on a bunch of corpses to claim the title of Wolf King. The black wolf slowly stood upright, still in a disheveled state, but the smile on its face grew increasingly cruel. "Trump card. This is just an appetizer." It laughed maniacally, its laughter laced with arrogance. "One day, while I was strolling in my territory, I heard a great commotion from beyond the sea. 2 giants were fighting. One died, and the other left. Guess what I found?" Just as the words fell, a tremendous crashing sound erupted from the dense forest ahead, as if a small mountain was moving. Several pine trees as thick as a bowl were violently snapped, their branches and leaves crashing down, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Even the corpses seemed to be intimidated by this momentum, their movements noticeably slowing down, while the living wolves were so frightened that they retreated together, forming a tight cluster. A gigantic figure emerged from behind the trees. It was a cyclops. It must have been 3 stories tall, its bare skin covered in bumps and scars, the hair on its chest resembling withered grass tangled together. The most terrifying aspect was its face. Its left eye socket was empty, leaving only a dark hole, while the right eye was as large as a lantern, shockingly white, devoid of a pupil, staring blankly at the 3 wolves, as if observing 3 inconsequential stones. The mother wolf instinctively pressed close to the elder wolf, her silver-gray fur taut like a stretched silk cloth. Even her breathing was extremely light. She could distinctly feel the tremor of the elder wolf's muscles. Not an anger-fueled tension, but a tightness that he himself was unaware of. The surrounding corpses resembled moving tombstones, the white bones of herbivores gleaming coldly, the black muzzles of human corpses aimed directly at them, and the shadow of the cyclops loomed like a dark cloud, darkening the entire clearing. The elder wolf's gaze was locked onto the cyclops' ghastly white eyes, and for the first time a crack of fear emerged in its green irises. How to fight? This creature had no pain perception, no weaknesses. Its fists were harder than old pine trees. That previous gust of wind had only caused it to sway slightly. The previously inflated aura of kingship now felt like a punctured balloon, slowly deflating, even its mane drooping a little. Yet it did not back down, only determination shone through its gaze. Had it dragged down its brother again? And her? Ha ha! The black wolf laughed, even louder, its laughter like a poisoned needle piercing the ears painfully. "I admit I underestimated you, but I am still the smartest and strongest wolf." At that moment a steady voice suddenly cut in like a stone thrown into boiling oil. "Strongest? Did I ever admit it?" It was Gevoff. He stood beside the elder wolf, his voice not loud, yet it pierced through the stench of decay and the maniacal laughter, clearly reaching the ears of every wolf. Instantly, all the gazes of the corpses turned towards him. The white eyeballs of the rabbits, the dangling eyes of the humans, the hollow eye sockets of the wolf corpses, densely packed, all fixated on Gevoff. The cyclops leaned forward, its enormous shadow pressing down, distorting Gevoff's shadow, as if it would crush him into meat paste in the next second. "Be careful." Without a second thought, the elder wolf spun around, blocking Gevoff with its body, its gray form taut like a drawn bow. In that instant, a spark of hope ignited in its heart. It was its brother. It was that clever brother. His calmness must mean he has a plan. This thought felt like a shot of adrenaline, rekindling the deflated aura of kingship, even the fear in its green eyes lessening. Gevoff's palm gently rested on the elder wolf's hind leg, exuding undeniable steadiness. The elder wolf paused, instinctively stepping back half a pace, creating a pathway. Gevoff took a half step forward, his gaze crossing over the horrifying, grotesque corpses, landing directly on the black wolf. His voice was steady like a stream in the woods, revealing no hint of panic. "Black Wolf, do you really think you can rule relying on these corpses?" The Black Wolf's laughter abruptly ceased like a snapped violin string. A flicker of doubt flashed in its green eyes, quickly replaced by derision, still stubborn at death's door. It glanced at the Cyclopes, whose massive body was slowly straightening. The giant was incredibly powerful. What if the elder wolf could unleash a gust of wind? It would merely fan the giant's flames and cool it down. Haha, Gevoff chuckled softly. If the Black Wolf had conjured this giant's corpse upon arrival, he would have felt fear and dread. However, after the elder wolf unleashed a gust of wind, that fear no longer existed. He whispered softly to the elder wolf in front of everyone. The elder wolf's ears perked up, its green eyes sparkling with light. It straightened its back, its silver-gray mane erupting once more, its aura rising like a wildfire blazing upwards. The kingly aura that had been suppressed by the giant was now fully restored, even more potent than before. The Black Wolf watched Gevoff's confident demeanor and the elder wolf's increasingly overwhelming aura, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Clearly the giant and the corpses still remained, yet this unease wrapped around him, like vines choking him, making it hard to breathe. His heart truly felt panicked. In the blink of an eye, the Black Wolf suddenly realized the elder wolf was gone. Where did he go? Panic surged in its heart as it hurriedly turned its neck, scanning the surrounding wolves. The wolf corpses still kept their heads down, but the living wolves' expressions were off. They were filled with horror, not directed at the giant, but at something behind them. A chill crawled up its spine. The Black Wolf lowered its head sharply, and to its shock saw a fresh beating heart pulsating before it, still smeared with warm blood. A violent pain erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping through its entire body in an instant. "That's my heart." The Black Wolf's mind felt momentarily blank, as if struck by a heavy hammer. It slowly lowered its head, revealing a bloody hole in its chest, blood gushing out profusely, staining the dirt beneath it. The elder wolf stood behind it, blood dripping from its sharp fangs, green eyes burning with the flames of vengeance. As the Black Wolf fell, the corpses seemed to suddenly become puppets with severed strings, each collapsing with a thud, the sound of their joints falling apart echoing. The massive body of the Cyclops crashed to the ground, kicking up a storm of dust, shaking the surrounding pine trees. The Black Wolf's consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, growing dimmer. In its dying moments, it seemed to hear Gevoff's voice ringing in its ears, still so steady, yet carrying a calm that pierced through everything. "Killing you is all that is needed." So that was it. It wasn't until death that it realized its true opponent was never just the elder wolf, but this seemingly inconspicuous Gevoff, who had calculated everything. The elder wolf raised its head, looking at the terrified living wolves, glancing at the fallen corpses, and finally fixing its gaze on Gevoff. It bared its bloodied fangs, grinning. A woo! A loud wolf howl pierced the sky, filled with the delight of revenge and the majesty of a king. The living wolves in the distance gazed at the elder wolf who had slain the Black Wolf, hesitated for a moment, and finally bowed their heads, in unison, emitting submissive whimpers. A new wolf king was born. Defeating the Black Wolf didn't take much effort after all. That fellow was only capable of manipulating corpses and had no other remarkable skills. In terms of physical strength, he might be a bit sturdier than an ordinary wolf, but compared to Big Brother Wolf, the difference was as vast as the sky and the earth. Big Brother Wolf could summon wind strong enough to topple pine trees with a single breath, and his physique easily supported a speed akin to teleportation. The swift attack from behind the Black Wolf, which left not even a shadow, was clear proof of that. As for why so many wolves couldn't come up with this tactic and insisted on clashing head-on, Gevoff glanced at the still, trembling live wolves around him. It seemed to be a common ailment in this fairy tale world where many characters bore a diminished intelligence aura and only knew how to charge headlong into situations. It was precisely for this reason that so many protagonists could stumble upon treasures and carve out their own paths with a bit of cleverness. The victors and the vanquished have always been thus. The Black Wolf's reliance on those cold corpses ultimately couldn't surpass the tangible might of Big Brother Wolf. However, even in death, the Black Wolf inadvertently left behind a good thing: his brutal rule over the pack. This fellow never allowed the pack to be fully fed, always claiming hunger brings the ferocity needed for hunting, and only then can fierce light gleam in their eyes, resulting in the wolves becoming gaunt and emaciated. Once Big Brother Wolf took charge, he abolished this rule, leading the strongest wolves into the wild rabbit den, the very next day dragging back over 30 plump rabbits and allowing the entire pack to feast. Watching his companions devour the food with glimmering eyes reignited with hope, Gevoff knew that this tactic was more effective than any intimidation. The pack's loyalty would naturally follow. But this was just the beginning. Gevoff frowned as he observed the dwindling prey within their territory. Relying solely on hunting was not a long-term solution. He pondered the need for reserves. Thus, he gathered several clever wolves and enclosed a patch of open land in a valley, herding captured wild chickens and ducks inside. He also fenced off an area by the creek to raise a few gentle deer and goats. "This is called reserve food," Gevoff explained to the bewildered wolves, pointing at the flapping chickens and ducks in the enclosure. "When prey is scarce in winter, we rely on them to survive." The wolves seemed to half understand, yet they imitated him by carrying straw into the enclosure, their eyes filled with newfound curiosity. The most crucial step, which also brought Gevoff the greatest reward, occurred right after the black wolf's demise. Big Brother Wolf picked up the still quivering heart from the black wolf's corpse, an unusual glint flickering in his green eyes. This object possesses a strange power. He leaned closer to sniff it, glanced at the female wolf, then at Gevoff, who was on all fours, and turned back to Gevoff. If you consume it, you might evolve, you might stand up. Gevoff looked at the bloody heart, his stomach churning. He was instinctively wary of such savage things, but the word evolution hooked him like a bait. He hadn't learned magic yet, but evolution was still appealing, or perhaps he could even learn the black wolf's corpse-controlling technique. Eat it. Big Brother Wolf presented the heart to him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It's good for all of us. Gevoff closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and took the heart into his mouth. The taste of blood instantly flooded his mouth, accompanied by an indescribably fishy and foul odor, extremely unpleasant. He forced himself to swallow despite feeling nauseous, his throat constricting painfully, and finally managed to gulp down the entire heart. Not long after swallowing, a warm current suddenly surged from his stomach, coursing through his veins to every corner of his body. There was no pain, only a tingling sensation of expansion, as if something was taking root and sprouting deep within. He instinctively looked down, only to find his claws growing longer and thicker, while his body slowly rose in height. Crack. Amidst the gentle sound of cracking bones, Gevoff gradually stood upright. He looked down at his now vertical legs, his claws having transformed into shapes resembling hands, able to bend and form fists with agility. You've succeeded? Big Brother Wolf's voice carried a note of surprise. Gevoff tried to move around a bit, not yet having the chance to feel the novelty of walking upright, when he suddenly realized that something was off. He could see his claws below, yet his body was nowhere to be seen. He raised a hand to touch his face, feeling the warmth of his skin at his fingertips, but in his line of sight his body was becoming transparent. Seconds later he completely vanished. Big Brother Wolf stumbled back a step, his green eyes wide with shock. Where are you? I'm right here. Gevoff's voice came from the original spot, filled with incredulous excitement. He took a couple of steps forward, feeling the leaves beneath his feet crunch, yet Big Brother Wolf's gaze clearly fell upon the empty space. He could become invisible. This ability was entirely different from the black wolf's corpse-controlling technique, yet it was also a rare and extraordinary skill. As Gevoff concentrated, his body slowly reappeared, standing upright, made him half a head taller than before, and the brightness in his eyes was astonishing. It seems the black wolf's heart was worth eating. Big Brother Wolf grinned, patting his shoulder. The female wolf beside them watched quietly, her face also revealing joy. Thus the situation here was settled. It had only been 2 or 3 days. Then Gevoff also patrolled his territory. Before the patrol, he found the one-eared wolf. This wolf had been with the pack the longest, and had witnessed the days before the rise of the black wolf. He asked the one-eared wolf a question which perhaps they should have known, but they left when they were still pups, and thus were unaware now. Gevoff's question was why they did not think about occupying other places. The one-eared wolf answered as such, though he was not a wise wolf, so it was expressed in simple language. However, the expression was quite accurate. That is, the west side of the forest belonged to them. There were great bears on the east side of the forest. Moreover, the food in the west side was sufficient, so they had no thought of expanding their territory. I see. Gevoff nodded, having an idea in his heart. It seemed the power distribution of this forest had long been determined, the brutality of the black wolf hastening the decline of the pack, yet not changing their inertia towards expansion. He then began his patrol. After all, this was a large territory. Who could resist the urge to overlook their domain? Naturally, the patrol was conducted while walking upright. A dozen strong wolves served as guards, following him closely, their claws crunching on the fallen leaves almost as if clearing a path for him. Passing through a dense pine forest, the air carried the fragrant scent of pine resin. Sunlight filtered through the branches, creating dappled patterns on the ground. Gevoff took a deep breath. This was the scent that the black pine forest should have, not the stench of decay and fear he had encountered previously. Upon exiting the pine forest, he first arrived at the breeding ground in the valley. A dozen wolves were circling around a flock of sheep, driving the scattered goats like herding dogs. These wolves had been thin just a few days ago, their ribs showing, but now they were well, their fur brightened, and they seemed energetic while herding the goats. Upon seeing Gevoff approach upright, they all lowered their heads, letting out submissive whines, even lightening their steps, fearing to disturb him. Further ahead was the enclosure for chickens and ducks. 5 or 6 wolves lay lazily by the wooden fence, soaking up the sun. Upon noticing Gevoff, they hurriedly got up and lowered their heads. The chickens and ducks inside the enclosure flapped happily, their flight, feathers long since clipped, unable to fly high or run far, making them easy to manage. One small chick attempted to squeeze through a gap in the fence, but was gently pushed back by a nearby wolf who did not use any force. That was quite all right. As it turned out, the western part of the forest was indeed large, nominally their territory, but in reality their control was limited. In any case, there were no witches or anything. So this concluded the patrol. Next was to check on his family. When he faced the black wolf, his family had not appeared at all. Now they still searched and found that they were all dead. They had starved to death, and their bodies were found. They had become puppets of the black wolf. Who knew the black wolf was so exceptionally brutal and had such high combat power? Since the black wolf took power, it occupied the best hunting grounds, and the old, weak, sick, and disabled could not obtain food. Those who wanted to escape were blocked by his puppet corpses and could only starve to death in this cave. Then they became the Black Wolf's puppet corpses. There used to be over 200 wolves here, but now there were only a little over 80. On the way back, Gevoff did not say much. His upright steps crunched on the fallen leaves. In the evening, the big wolf brother sent a message through the wolves saying that a celebration was to be held. What celebration? Gevoff returned to the large stone, saw the big wolf brother, and could not help but ask. The Wolf King's celebration. The big wolf brother grinned, his green eyes shining. Now that everyone is settled so. Gevoff understood that this was to establish authority and also to unite the hearts of the pack. As night fell, over 80 wolves gathered together, forming a large circle. They were no longer the gaunt and fearful figures from days before. After being well fed these days, their fear had dissipated somewhat, and they stood tall, their fur glistening under the firelight. The big wolf brother stood atop the large stone, the she-wolf beside him, while Gevoff stood on the other side. The wolves below quieted down their pairs of green eyes, gazing at the figure on the stone, devoid of the previous fear, only respect and anticipation remaining. Gevoff watched this scene, a surge of excitement rising in his heart. Is this the taste of power? The big wolf brother was also very excited. He took a deep breath, threw his head back, and let out a long howl towards the waning moon in the sky. Alo. This howl contained no anger, no hostility, only the majesty of a king and expectations for the future, like a thunderbolt splitting the night sky, echoing through the black pine forest. Immediately the wolves below raised their heads in unison, over 80 howls merging into a torrent shooting towards the clouds. Ao. Alo. The roar shook the leaves down, even the distant stream seemed to be stirred, creating ripples. This was not a roar of submission to violence, but a heartfelt shout, as if proclaiming the wolves of the black pine forest have returned, their new life has begun. The big wolf brother stood on the black stone, listening to the howls below, his green eyes shining with ambition. He turned his head to look at Gevoff and Inu beside him, grinning, revealing his blood-stained fangs, yet he was gentler than ever. Gevoff also smiled. He knew this was just the beginning. How could the big wolf brother, accustomed to being a king, be satisfied to stop here? However, expansion was still far away. They had to recuperate first. As for him, he also had a new task, to thoroughly explore the entire western part of the forest. For the sake of magic, he had to get acquainted with every inch of land within the territory, even the secrets hidden in the corners. With the power granted, indeed, things went much smoother. With a command from Gevoff, more than 20 wolves familiar with the terrain split into 5 groups and immediately scattered to explore. In just 2 days, the entire landscape of the western forest presented itself clearly before him. Where there were streams, where there were cliffs, where the boundaries of the hunting grounds were, even which thicket concealed the most wild beehives, were all marked clearly. Then, based on the wolves' information, Gevoff learned about what lay deeper in the forest. There was a house made of candy with walls built of gingerbread topped with icing and smoke wafting from the chimney that carried a caramel scent. Inside lived an old woman who always sat at the door, soaking up the sun, her gaze rather strange. Near the sea there was a small wooden house, its wooden gaps stuffed with shells, where a little boy lived. Every day he sat at the door carving wood, singing while working. His singing was quite pleasant. Other than that, there was nothing more to say. Having learned this information, Gevoff also guessed at a fairy tale. The old, which was likely the story of the candy house, a fairy tale about famine, abandonment, and traps. He remembered in the story 2 children were abandoned by their parents in the forest and stumbled into the witch's candy house, nearly being turned into soup. There must be magic present here. As for that little boy, Gevoff was not sure, but he was carving and singing, which reminded him a bit of a tragic fairy tale he had read in his past life. The story of Garut and Psyche. In the story, the little boy Garut was lonely and helpless, his only companion being the butterfly fairy Psyche. They relied on each other until Psyche dove to the bottom of the lake for evolution, and Garut, consumed by longing, mistook a wooden statue for the fairy, ultimately getting killed by the returning Psyche, who also took her own life. It was a story soaked in sadness from beginning to end, with an ending that carried an indelible despair. Knowing all this, where would Gevoff choose to go? He chose to go to the little boy first. After all, the candy house would not run away, and the fairy tale world lacked magic. But the little boy, well, perhaps it was for the unresolved feelings of childhood. The sea breeze wrapped around him, carrying the salty and fishy scent, like a hook scratching at the little boy's cheek. Fine sand was whipped up, hitting the wooden house's boards, making a rustling sound, like someone secretly grinding their teeth in the dark. The setting sun painted the sky a burnt orange, the last ray of light lazily draped over the small figure in front of the wooden house, yet it could not warm the layer of chill that clung to him. The little boy sat on a rock. The rock, soaked in seawater, turned dark, its edges smooth, yet it jutted painfully into his bottom. He tightly gripped a rusted carving knife, slowly etching the wings of a horse. Perhaps he remembered wrong. Horses did not have wings, yet he always loved to carve them a pair. His blonde hair was tousled by the sea breeze, speckled with tiny grains of sand like a sprinkle of crushed gold, yet it could not hide his bright blue eyes. Was there any vastness of the sea in them? Only a bottomless pool lay within, filled with an unshakable sorrow, dark and deep enough to swallow one's heart. A wooden carving should be worth 10 copper coins. His voice was light as a feather, afraid of startling the crab dozing beneath the rock. Yet his fingertips held the carving knife steady, as if what he was carving was not wood, but his own bones. The soldier said this horse does not look like a horse, but rather like a sick bird. Tossed down 5 coins, and left. A thug stole 3, saying, "Little brat, consider this your protection fee, and I only have 2 left in my pocket." He looked down at the wooden carving in his hand, the horse's mane carved distinctly, and the patterns on its wings twisted and turned like trails of tears. The sea breeze lifted his washed-out coarse cloth shirt, revealing his thin arms, his wrists as delicate as dried reeds, seemingly capable of breaking with a light bend. Yesterday a few wolves came, he continued, speaking to the wooden carving, the carving knife gliding over the wood, leaving shallow marks. Their eyes were frighteningly green. I don't know if they came to eat me. I need to save up for a hunting gun, even if it's a rusty one. The knife finally tapped at the horse's eye, and when the wood shavings fell, his lashes fluttered like a butterfly landing upon them. The wooden carving was considered complete. He held it up to the newly risen moon, the moonlight casting shadows on his face, elongating the contours of his cheekbones. A faint glimmer flashed in his blue eyes, quick as a fish darting through the deep sea, just surfacing before sinking back down. "It's time to go home, Garut," he said softly, his voice carrying an unrecognized choked tone. "Mom and Dad must be waiting anxiously." The wooden house was as small as a matchbox, the walls made from salvaged planks stuffed with shells and straw, between the gaps creaking like an old man struggling to breathe whenever the wind blew. The little boy pushed the door open, and the light in the room dimmed instantly, the air filled with the scent of wood shavings and turpentine mingled with a hint of mildew, which was the only home smell he could recognize. In the center of the room stood 2 half-a-man-high wooden carvings, a pair of man and woman. The man wore work clothes, sleeves rolled up, seemingly holding a hammer. The woman wore an apron, her mouth curled up in a smile, with laughter radiating from the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, exquisitely carved. These were his parents, at least the way he desperately remembered them. They had once treated him very well. In these years of chaos in the country, with soldiers and thugs stealing everywhere, his parents said, "Let's go live by the sea away from them." They held his hand, walking for 3 days and nights until their feet were blistered, yet his mother always shoved the last piece of bread to him, and his father would hoist him onto his shoulders, saying, "Our Garut will be a carpenter in the future, carving the most beautiful wood in the world." Until that day, they went to town to trade for salt and never returned. Later, he secretly ran to the town and saw soldiers hanging 2 heads on wooden poles, one wearing his mother's apron, the other holding his father's old hammer. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." The little boy placed the horse carving on the table, bouncing over to the 2 large wooden carvings like a cheerful little bird, his voice bright, as if gilded. "I earned 10 copper coins today. I bought a big piece of bread and still have plenty of money left. I'm doing so well." He looked up, his eyes sparkling like 2 fallen stars, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth faded within 3 seconds. He kicked at the wood shavings underfoot, the fragments sticking to his worn shoes like a layer of unremovable dust. "Lied again." His voice was low like a mosquito's hum. "Today, I only earned 2. On the table lay a dozen wooden carvings. Some were birds, one missing a wing, some were bugs lacking a leg, and there was a half-finished little figure, its face carved indistinctly, all of them unsold. In the corner lay half a piece of hard black bread, its edges moldy, which was his dinner for the day. Just then, knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed suddenly in this house, where even the sea breeze held its breath, sounding particularly clear, like 3 pebbles hitting the ice surface. The little boy jumped in surprise, turning sharply to look at the door, and the wooden carving in his hand fell to the ground, breaking a wing. The seaside wooden house was hidden behind the rocks. Who would come besides him? Those soldiers, thieving thugs, or the wolves from yesterday. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again, slow and steady with an oddly rhythmic quality. It did not sound like a human's fingers tapping or stones hitting the door. The little boy slowly backed away, his back bumping against his parents' wooden carvings, the cold wood pressing against his spine, sending a shiver down his spine. His blue eyes widened in fear, staring at the shadow on the door, a shadow stretched long by the moonlight, curving and twisting unlike a human. Who is it? His voice trembled like a stream frozen in place, his hand quietly reaching for the knife hidden under the table, the sharper carving knife that his father had left him, its blade still dusted with ancient wood shavings. The little boy tightly gripped the carving knife, his knuckles white as snow. He did not know what lay outside the door. Was it a thug come to steal his last 2 copper coins? Was it a wolf coming to eat him? Or were they the things he dared not imagine, the horrors lurking in the darkness? It was naturally Gevoff who knocked at the door. To resolve the lingering unease of his childhood, he had to come and confirm. If it was Garut, then he would become friends with this lonely boy. However, he did not expect the sound of his knuckles tapping on the wooden board to fall into silence. The room was as quiet as if no one were there, only the sea breeze carried grains of sand gently hitting the door. Gevoff furrowed his brow. Could something have really happened? He was even prepared to sneak in, but his nose caught a faint scent of wood shavings mixed with a barely discernible breath. Someone was inside. They were just afraid. Why be afraid? Gevoff wondered. Just then the creaking wooden door suddenly opened a crack like a vigilant eye. A soft tuft of golden hair peeked through the gap, followed by a small head. The boy was short, wearing a faded coarse cloth shirt, the collar frayed, standing in the shadow of the doorway, resembling a dandelion yet to bloom, ready to topple with the slightest breeze. But when his gaze crossed the door gap and landed on Gevoff, that hint of timidity was instantly crushed by terror. A wolf. The sharp cry pierced the seaside tranquility like a bird caught in a grip. The sound waves crashed against the rocks and bounced back, carrying the salty tang of seawater, leaving Gevoff's ears ringing. The boy seemed to have all his bones pulled out, suddenly leaning back and landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. He frantically supported himself with his hands behind him, his knuckles turning white from the effort, fingers digging deeply into the earth. His bright blue eyes widened like two startled lakes, tears unexpectedly welled up, rolling down his pale cheeks like loose beads splashing onto his shirt, creating a small patch of dark wetness. The boy was clearly crying. The sound was not a wail but a suppressed sob, like a blocked stream gurgling in his throat. This reaction was much more intense than that of the little dwarfs in the forest. When he had previously encountered 7 dwarfs, although one of them had fallen, none had cried. Perhaps when 7 of them were gathered together, there was a certain courage in their unity. But this boy was all alone, and fear surged over him like rising tide, drowning him instantly. His lips trembled like leaves falling in the autumn wind, and in his eyes looking at Gevoff there was nothing but pure fear, as if standing before him was not a wolf but an all-consuming darkness. He was on the ground, waving his hands aimlessly in the air, mumbling for Gevoff to stay away, as if threatening. But the carving knife he held had long since flown out, when he fell, landing on the ground with a clink, casting a cold gleam under the moonlight before bouncing a couple of times to stop by Gevoff's feet. Gevoff looked at the little guy who was sobbing uncontrollably and for a moment felt somewhat at a loss. He knew that his appearance was indeed frightening. Standing upright, his wolf body with gray fur shimmered coldly in the night, and even with his mouth pressed shut his sharp teeth could still be seen. But he truly never thought he would scare someone like this. After all, he had not seen Snow White afraid, nor the dwarfs. Well, okay, they did seem to have been afraid at one point. Perhaps he had forgotten. He did not wear clothes to disguise himself. That was intentional. Since he planned to befriend Garut, he would eventually have to reveal his identity. Rather than hiding, he might as well be honest from the start. But from the looks of it now, this honesty seemed a bit reckless. Hey, don't cry. Gevoff looked at the boy's trembling shoulders, and he instinctively took half a step forward, his footfall on the sand, making a very soft rustling sound. The sound was softer than a whisper, as if afraid of disturbing the butterfly wings resting on the grass. Even the tail end carried a slight tentative caution. He even wanted to reach out a paw to comfort him. Just as that thought arose, he saw his paw suspended in midair. The gray-black claws glinted coldly in the moonlight, sharp enough to easily slice through wood. If they touched him, the little guy would likely faint from fear. Gevoff abruptly froze, his paw stiff in midair, unable to move forward or backward. Yet this half-step, this suspended paw was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly disturbing the boy's tense emotions. Garut, sitting on the ground, suddenly let out a bizarre cry, a hint of sobbing in his voice, but it was laced with a fierce determination of giving up. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, his small body like a firecracker ignited, charging straight at Gevoff. Gevoff was completely unprepared for this sudden move. By the time he was stunned, the boy had already collided with him. Bang! A muffled sound like a small stone hitting cotton. Gevoff remained motionless, not even swaying. After all, he was a wolf who had swallowed the heart of a black wolf and completed his evolution. His body was no longer comparable to an ordinary beast, and this impact felt like a mere tickle. Then, he watched as the boy sprawled in his embrace, weakly pounded his stomach with his soft fists. Oh, was he trying to hit him? Garut! He suddenly shouted. The voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable certainty, like a stone thrown into the boy's sobbing waves. This call was both a confirmation and a test. If he was not Garut, he should quietly leave, not disturbing this fragile tranquility, but if he was... The crying suddenly stilled like a snapped string. The fist resting on Gevoff's stomach also halted, softly drooping at his side, the knuckles still tinged with the faint redness from earlier. Garut stepped back 2 paces, his small body still trembling, yet he strained to straighten his back. He lifted his head, a pair of tear-soaked blue eyes fixated on Gevoff. Gevoff could see 3 emotions reflected in those eyes. Shock made his pupils constrict, fear made his eyelashes quiver, and curiosity added a hint of probing amidst the trembling. Who are you? Garut's voice was still a bit hoarse, but it was steadier than before, each word carrying a hint of inquiry. How do you know my name? Gevoff felt a light sigh of relief. Well, it was confirmed now. This little guy before him was indeed Garut. He tried to force a smile, making an effort to appear gentle, but the wolf's naturally sharp smile combined with his gray-green eyes made him look unavoidably like the big bad wolf, deceiving Little Red Riding Hood, exuding an indescribable oddness. I am a clever wolf, Gevoff began, his voice slow and soft as if telling an ancient tale. I am your good friend. He deliberately paused, watching Garut's eyes widen in surprise, then added with a hint of teasing, have you forgotten? Indeed, Garut was momentarily taken aback. He furrowed his small brows, struggling to search through his chaotic memories. Yet in his memories there was only the warm embrace of his parents, the scolding of soldiers in town, the sneering laughter of thugs robbing him, and endless loneliness. There had never been a wolf, let alone a good friend. This wolf was lying, he thought. But why lie like this? Was it to deceive his very soul? At that moment, the wind by the seaside picked up again, lifting the carving knife on the ground, gently nudging Garut's foot. He looked down at the knife, then back up at Gevoff, suddenly asking in a small voice, really, are you my friend? Indeed, those from the fairy tale world are easily deceived. Gevoff observed the growing expectation in Garut's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This casual lie he spun actually managed to convince him to a large extent. He cleared his throat, speaking with a conviction that sounded like a declaration of truth. Of course we are good friends. The golden-haired boy's cheeks flushed slightly as he smiled shyly, the corners of his mouth curving into a small arc like a shell kissed by moonlight. Is that so? But why do you look like this? His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his garment as if afraid of being too forward. Seeing him like this, Gevoff couldn't help but laugh, deliberately furrowing his brows and drooping his ears, putting on a sorrowful expression. Are you saying you dislike my appearance? No. Garut immediately panicked, his voice rising slightly as he hurriedly waved his hands. I didn't. I am just curious. You look like a wolf. He certainly knew that the creature before him was a wolf. The gray fur, pointed ears, and teeth gleaming in the moonlight all made it abundantly clear. Yet he held a small flicker of hope. What if Gevoff was lying? If he claimed to be merely a strange being covered in fur, then he could comfortably regard him as a friend, just as he accepted those wooden carvings with missing pieces. However, Gevoff did not give him that exit. I am indeed a wolf, he stated flatly without a hint of concealment, his green eyes reflecting Gurut's shadow honesty that made one feel uneasy. Off. The boy was taken aback, the shyness and anticipation on his face instantly frozen like a lake turned to ice. He fell silent. Standing in the moonlight, his small frame seemed to have lost all strength. His thoughts were a chaotic mess. Why wouldn't you lie? Wolves are dangerous. His mother had said that wolves eat children. How could I be friends with you if you say that? How can you be so straightforward, unwilling to even tell a little lie? It felt as if that tiny flicker of cautious hope in his heart had been pierced by Gevoff's sincerity. Gevoff noticed his silence and understood his thoughts. He took a half step forward, his voice soft. As I said, we are good friends. Since we are friends, I cannot hide anything from you. After all, Garut was different from those dwarfs. The 7 little dwarves by their very nature would only stay in the forest. But Garut was all alone. If they became friends, it would mean companionship. And with companionship, lies would eventually be exposed. So rather than waiting for the truth to be revealed later and shattering trust, it was better to lay it all out from the start. At least this honesty was genuine. Good friends, right? Garut lifted his head, his small chin slightly raised, locking eyes with Gevoff's green ones. Those pupils shone under the moonlight like dewdrop-drenched jade, devoid of the ferocity he imagined a wolf would possess. He couldn't articulate why, but though his rational mind screamed, "That's a wolf, it eats people," a voice deep inside gently whispered, "He seems to mean no harm." This feeling was strange, like the first time he touched a warm wooden carving, knowing well it was an inanimate object, yet feeling as if it were alive. In Gevoff's green eyes reflected were his shadow, the moonlight, and a pure, untainted kindness devoid of any ulterior motives, which quietly loosened the taut string in Gurut's heart. So, do friends pick up shells together? He hesitated for a long time before finally managing to utter this sentence, his voice as quiet as a mosquito's hum, yet carrying a resolve of desperation. Gevoff was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. This time his smile was devoid of the previous artifice, infused with genuine warmth. Yes, and we should watch the sun rise together, listen to the waves sing together. Gurut's mouth subtly curved upwards like a sail lifted by the wind. Thus the wicked big bad wolf successfully deceived an innocent little boy. Not far from them, a beautiful butterfly fluttered in the air, watching intently as the little boy led the big bad wolf into the small wooden house. The little boy's excitement was almost spilling out of his eyes, his cheeks flushed, his steps buoyant with a lightness. Perhaps it had been too long since he had spoken to anyone, or maybe it was the joy of finally not having to guard the empty wooden house alone. As he pulled Gevoff's paw toward the house, his fingertips trembled slightly. "Come and hurry up," he urged, turning back with a voice wrapped in the salty air of the sea and uncontainable joy. As Gevoff crossed the threshold, just as he steadied himself, he heard the boy exclaim, "Ah," as he looked at the scene inside, scratching his head in embarrassment. The floor was littered with wood shavings and unfinished pieces of wood, and in the corner were a few crooked wooden carvings with a half-dried piece of bread stuck beside a table leg. "Sorry, I didn't have time to tidy up." His face flushed as he explained, and as soon as he finished speaking, he dashed into the inner room like a gust of wind. "They'll get you something to eat. They'll be right back." Gevoff's gaze swept around the room. The wooden house was indeed small, the walls made of patched old planks letting the cold wind seep in, and the chill of the night crept in through the cracks. The air was filled with a mix of turpentine and mildew, an indescribable sense of oppression. The most eye-catching feature was the pair of half-human tall wooden carvings at the center of the room. A man in work attire and a woman in an apron, their eyes carved with warm smiles, appearing almost lifelike in the dim light. Gevoff stared at the eyes of the wooden carvings for 2 seconds, suddenly feeling as if those eyes had moved, glancing at him in a fleeting moment. He frowned, and when he looked again, the wooden carvings remained unchanged, their wooden patterns glimmering coldly in the moonlight, yet it seemed their smiles had grown warmer. Aside from that, there was no other change. Was it just his imagination? How could that be? This was a fairy tale world. It couldn't possibly be his imagination. But this fairy tale story didn't write about the tale of the wooden carvings. Here, the boy's voice interrupted his thoughts. Garut ran over, clutching a black loaf of bread, its crust hard and cracked with bits of dirt stuck to the edges. He awkwardly extended the bread forward, his fingers turning pale from the effort, as if holding something precious. "Here, eat this." Gevoff did not take it, his gaze falling on Gurutez's empty stomach. His coarse cloth shirt hung loosely, clearly revealing his protruding ribs. He asked, "Have you eaten?" The boy froze for a moment, his long eyelashes trembling like the wings of a startled butterfly. He quickly glanced up at Gevoff, his eyes hiding a hint of panic as fast as a shooting star across the night sky, then lowered his head again, pretending to be calm as he puffed up his little chest. "I have eaten." His voice was slightly higher than before, but carried a tone of guilt. "A whole loaf am full, and I'm not hungry at all now." "Really?" Gevoff raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone, a mischievous glint in his green eyes. "Really?" The boy stiffened his neck like a stubborn little goose, but the rolling of his throat betrayed his lack of confidence. "Well, okay then." Gevoff smiled, reaching out to take the bread. He deliberately opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs. That gaping maw could almost swallow the boy's head whole. In the next moment, he crunched down on that half piece of hard bread, chewing it to bits, and surprisingly swallowed it down. Ugh, this taste. Gevoff frowned inwardly. It was dry and hard with a hint of mold. Human food was no good. If it weren't for the little boy in front of him, he would have wanted to spit it out immediately. Garut watched him swallow the bread in one bite, instinctively swallowing hard. That was his ration for 3 days, originally meant to be divided into small pieces and nibbled slowly with seawater. Now being swallowed whole felt like a part of him had been hollowed out, but seeing Gevoff's satisfied expression, he quietly reassured himself, "It's fine, worst case, I'll be hungry for another 3 days of friends are more important than bread." He swallowed repeatedly, but how could he hide it from the wolf's keen ears? Gevoff heard it all clearly. He chuckled, reaching into the bag behind him and pulling out a large packet of goodies. Dried meat wafting the aroma of roasted meat, along with dozens of plump red wild fruits, round and full, clearly bursting with juice. These were all prepared specifically for him, knowing this child was having a hard time. He brought them over. Of course, if he weren't Garut, it would be none of his concern. "I ate your bread, so these are a return gift." Gevoff placed the items on the table, the oil paper bag making a rustling sound, and the fragrance of meat instantly filled the room, overpowering the mildew scent. Gurutez's eyes lit up like stars ignited. He stared at the jerky and wild fruits on the table, his mouth slightly agape, instinctively asking, "Really?" Gevoff's smile deepened his green eyes, reflecting the boy's astonishment. "Really?" The boy's gaze darted back and forth between the food and Gevoff, his small hands tightly gripping his knuckles, turning white. In his life, aside from when his parents were still around, he had never seen so much delicious food, let alone one gifted to him by a wolf. "But this is too much," he said softly, his eyes reluctant to leave the packet of jerky, his nose already catching the tantalizing aroma and his stomach audibly growling. His face involuntarily flushed, but Gevoff didn't mind. "Not too much," he said, picking up a wild fruit and placing it into his hand. "Friends should share good food." The wild fruit felt cool against his palm, heavy enough to make the boy's small hand sag slightly. He looked down at the red fruit in his palm, then back up at Gevoff, seeming like he wanted to smile, yet also wanted to cry. In short, his facial expression was quite bewildered. Finally, he cautiously opened his mouth. "How much does this cost?" "I will pay you." His eyes still glistening with the juice of the wild fruit, bright, yet tinged with a hint of apprehension. Gevoff remained silent. He looked at the boy's slender neck, at the faint tear stains on his washed-out shirt collar, and felt as if something was blocking his heart. He slowly squatted down to meet Gurutez's gaze, the gray fur glowing softly under the oil lamp. "No need for money. This is a gift between friends." Gevoff added, his voice gentle, yet carrying undeniable seriousness. "Things given by friends do not require payment." "Friends," Garut murmured, repeating the words, the tension in his eyes melting away like snow under the sunlight bit by bit. He lowered his head, looking at the jerky in his hand, then glanced back up at Gevoff, suddenly breaking into a big smile, his mouth corners stained with the red juice of the wild fruit. This time, he didn't hesitate, raising the jerky to take a big bite. The savory flavor of meat spread in his mouth, carrying a hint of smoke, a taste he hadn't experienced in a long while. Juice dripped down his chin, staining his shirt, but he didn't care about wiping it away. He merely squinted his eyes, smiling like a little bee that had stolen honey. That look of satisfaction filled his eyes with light, as if he had captured the entire starry sky within. Then, amidst Gurutez's voracious eating, Gevoff asked some common questions. For instance, where did he come from, and why did he live by the sea? Garut, wolfing down the jerky, paused at Gevoff's question, mumbling an unclear response before hastily swallowing, fearing he might waste the delicious food in his mouth. He picked up a wild fruit from the table, took a bite, and slowly began, "I come from the Iron Anvil Kingdom." Iron Anvil Kingdom? Gevoff raised an eyebrow as if he had heard of it in the town known for having many bandits. "Yes." Garut nodded, chewing the wild fruit more slowly, his gaze drifting toward the sea outside the window, as if peering through the night to see his distant homeland. "Once upon a time, my parents said it was actually a nice place. The old king was very gentle, never waged war lightly, and even reduced many taxes. And the eldest prince, he was both wise and kind, distributing bread to the beggars on the streets and teaching children to read." At this point, his eyes brightened, as if recalling some warm memory. The people of the capital loved him very much. They saved up for a long time to build him a large statue right in the center of the square, holding a mighty sword, smiling so gently. But that brightness didn't last long before it dimmed. Garut lowered his head, his fingers gripping the wild fruit's stem tightly, But I don't know why one morning the palace suddenly announced that the old king had passed away. Within 3 days, the eldest prince also was gone. His voice dropped, tinged with a hint of choking. Everyone said they were murdered, but no one dared to say it aloud. Then the Bluebeard king took over. Gevoff caught this familiar name, the cruel king from fairy tales who married many wives only to be discovered by them. He was the second son of the old king. Gurut's voice trembled, as if he were mentioning something terrifying. He has many scars on his face, and the beard on his chin is blue, particularly frightening. Once he took power, he raised many taxes and forced many people to go to war. Those who were unwilling were beheaded. He paused, his small hands gripping tightly, his knuckles turning white. Every day there were soldiers patrolling the streets. Anyone who spoke ill of him would be dragged away. My parents said that staying there would surely lead to trouble, so they took me to escape to the seaside, hoping to find a deserted place to hide. Speaking of his parents, his voice grew even lower. We walked for a long time before finding this seaside. My parents said it was quiet here and no one would come. But the day they went to the town to exchange for salt, they never came back. The last few words were almost squeezed out between his teeth. He quickly wiped his eyes and stuffed another piece of jerky into his mouth, as if trying to quell the tumultuous emotions with food. Gevoff listened quietly, not interrupting. Moonlight streamed through the door cracks, casting long shadows on the floor, leaving only the sounds of Gurut chewing and the distant whispers of the waves. So this child hid so many heavy stories behind him. The chaos of the Iron Anvil Kingdom, the cruelty of Bluebeard, the departure of his parents. These burdens combined on one child were indeed too cruel. In the following days, Gevoff accompanied the poor child, enjoying their time together. They watched the sunrise, admired the moonset, listened to the wind, and observed the ebbing tides. Even at night, Gurut would sleep beside him. He always loved to cling to Gevoff's arm while sleeping. The little fellow was as frail as a reed, shivering at night, sometimes mumbling incoherently, calling out "Daddy" and "Mommy," warm tears quietly soaking Gevoff's fur, bringing a salty taste akin to seawater. Gevoff never spoke much. He simply draped his tail gently over the child's back, like creating a windbreak for this delicate dandelion, and only dared to breathe a sigh of relief when the child's breathing became steady by dawn. What Gevoff remembered most was Gurut's singing. The child's voice sparkled as if washed by seawater, clean and bright. The lyrics were simple: just the stars follow the moon, and the waves crash against the rocks to sleep, mundane, yet imbued with a soothing magic. Sometimes Gevoff would lie on the ground pretending to doze, listening to him hum, while sitting on a wooden stool. Even the fur on his back relaxed, as if his soul were soaking in warm water, so comfortable that he wanted to sigh. However, such days ultimately had an end. Gevoff had to leave. On the day of departure, a mist floated over the sea, as if draping a layer of gauze over the surface. Gurut was sitting on a chair, munching on an apple, the peel crooked, and the fruit still marked with bite marks. Gevoff approached, asking, "Would you like to come with me?" This time the journey was not to stay at the dwarf's home. A wolf had already informed him that the elder wolf had repaired the house. 2 large wooden houses awaited, one for the elder wolf and one for him. Thus he was inviting Gurut to join him. After all, he still sought magic. And there at least there would be a pack of wolves and the elder wolf to protect them. Gurut would be safer and their time together would be extended. Perhaps Gurut could also learn magic. Upon hearing this, Gurut paused, his apple munching though he had been prepared. His small hand still gripped the core, tightly, knuckles turning white. His eyes were fixed on the 2 wooden carvings of his parents in the center of the room. The wrinkles of his father's sleeves, carved from memory and modified, the floral patterns on his mother's apron, painstakingly chiseled out petal by petal. Countless nights he had sat beside the carvings, saying that today's wind made the windows rattle, that he had eaten a large loaf of bread, and that he truly missed them. These wooden carvings were his most tangible thoughts in this world. Losing them felt like having a piece of his heart gouged out. But when he turned to look at Gevoff, the sincerity reflected in those green eyes made his internal balance suddenly tilt. Walking with Gevoff meant there would be someone to talk to every day, no longer staring blankly at the empty room, nor conversing with the wooden carvings. The turmoil felt like a damp ball of string constricting his chest and making it hard to breathe with an ache. Just then, with a swift whoosh, a strange wind suddenly swirled into the room. The doors and windows were tightly shut, yet the wind surged forth like a wild beast emerging from the cracks in the walls, carrying an indescribable chill, rushing towards the wooden carvings in the center of the room. "No!" Gurut screamed as he lunged forward, his short legs stumbling on the ground, bumping his knee against the edge of the table. Without a thought to rub it, his mind solely focused on one thought: he must not let his parents be shattered. But the wind was too swift. With brute strength, he watched as the 2 wooden carvings swayed in the wind, their bases scraping against the tabletop. With a loud crash, they toppled towards the ground. His heart thudded against his throat, and Gurut's tears streamed down instantly. But in the next moment, a gray shadow zipped past Gevoff. With a long reach, he steadied the man's carving with his left hand and securely held the woman's carving with his right, forcefully suspending the 2 falling carvings in midair, unmoving like a stable bridge. Just as Gurut was about to breathe a sigh of relief, still choking on the lump in his throat, he heard 2 crisp cracks, snap, snap. The 2 wooden carvings unexpectedly began to crack in Gevoff's arms. First, the shoulder of the father's carving split open as if torn apart by an invisible hand, followed by the mother's carving, which bang erupted with cracks on her cheek. These cracks spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, resembling a spider web covering the entire statue, too fast for one to react. Wood shavings fell like a light snowfall, landing on Gevoff's hand, cool and imbued with the unique fragrance of walnut wood. How could this be? Gurutez's voice trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide as he watched the two carvings filled with his heart's blood gradually shatter into small pieces right before him. He attempted to reach out to catch them, but the fragments seemed to have a mind of their own, slipping through Gevoff's fingers and crashing to the ground with a clatter. Strangely, those splintered pieces fell to the ground, forming a crooked heart shape by themselves, with jagged edges appearing fierce, yet exuding an indescribable gentleness. Gevoff stood there, still holding his supportive posture, his fingertips suspended in the air, unmoving for a long while. He was clearly holding them steady without touching or shaking, yet those cracks seemed to sprout from the core of the wood, unstoppable, as if the carvings had chosen to shatter themselves. As the wind stopped, the room fell silent, allowing the sound of Gurutez's suppressed sobs to fill the air, each sound wrapped in the fragrance of wood and the scent of dust swirling in the atmosphere. Gevoff watched Gurut, who was crouched on the ground, crying, his throat moving as if wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words, softly patting the child's back, feeling his small body shaking beneath his palm. In the end, Gurut nodded, deciding to follow Gevoff. He had little to pack, just a small bundle of faded coarse clothes tucked under his arm, the corners digging into his ribs, yet it felt secure. The most precious wooden carvings of his parents had already shattered. He glanced at the remaining butterflies and little wooden horses, ultimately deciding not to take them. It felt as if something heavy in his heart had broken, making these memories feel lighter, like a dandelion blown away by the wind. Before we go, I want to take one last look at the sea, he said, looking up at Gevoff, his voice free of the previous turmoil, now calm, like the surface of the sea after rain. Gevoff nodded in agreement. Although it wasn't a permanent farewell, this glance back before parting was necessary, like putting a period to the past days. The two stood side by side on the rounded reef, shaped by the sea, the ocean breeze swirling the thin mist around, causing Gurutez's golden hair to stick to his cheeks like a layer of soft golden gauze. The mist over the sea was thick, resembling unbreakable milk, hiding the distant waves beneath a blanket of white. There was no beautiful scenery, yet Gurut gazed intently, his eyes unblinking, as if to engrave this sea into his heart. After a while, he softly began to hum a tune. It was a farewell tune, lilting, imbued with a hint of saltiness from the sea, yet not sorrowful, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. Once he finished humming, he suddenly smiled, revealing a row of small teeth, his gums slightly pink. Let's go, he said. Gevoff was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit shocked. Just a moment ago, this child had cried so hard over the shattered wooden carvings. How could he now be so cheerful? That smile shone brightly, like light filtering through mist, pure enough to soften one's heart. Yet Gevoff felt a hint of something hidden in that smile, like a rock obscured by fog, indistinct, yet undeniably present. When we get there, if you want to carve wooden sculptures, I will find you the best. Would Gevoff couldn't help but comfort him, fearing he was merely putting on a brave face while the wounds in his heart were still bleeding. Yet Gurut shook his head, smiling even more joyfully. No need. He lifted his face, his eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars. My parents told me that I will have a new home. Your parents? Gevoff raised an eyebrow. Did he mean those two shattered wooden carvings? Did his parents turn into spirits and secretly whisper to Gurut? That was indeed a possibility. The logic of this fairy tale world was truly baffling. Unable to comprehend, he could only conclude that this place was inherently unreasonable, yet it posed no harm, so he ceased to inquire further, simply reaching out to tousle Gurutez's hair, fluffy, like a clump of dried dandelions. Let's go, the new home isn't far. The two turned and walked towards the forest, the small bundle in Gurutez's arms gently swaying like a quiet little bird. They failed to notice that at the moment they turned, a pale blue butterfly suddenly flapped its wings rapidly in the sky, its wing tips almost overlapping, as if being chased by something, and with a whoosh it darted into the thick mist, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a fleeting blue light like a shooting star. After walking a short distance, they passed through a patch of low shrubs, the thorny branches scratching against their pant legs with a rustling sound. Gevoff's ears suddenly perked up. He caught a faint sound of breathing just behind a half-height boulder, delicate as a spider's thread. He abruptly halted, his green eyes narrowing in vigilance, fixating on the gray stone as the atmosphere around him thickened, akin to a hunter in waiting. Gurut also stopped, instinctively shrinking a bit behind Gevoff, then following his gaze he too stared at the stone, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. Surely it wasn't the town soldiers pursuing them. Or perhaps the Bluebeard King's men. The area behind the stone was eerily quiet, not even the sound of wind rustling through the grass was audible, carrying a hint of the earthy scent of vegetation. Just then a head peeked out from behind the stone. It was a little girl appearing to be around Gurutez's age, with soft golden hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes were like blue sapphires, large and bright, timidly gazing at them, her lashes fluttering like small fans. But Gevoff keenly noticed that at the moment the girl saw them, he caught a glimpse of her expression, which seemed to hold anger. It was as if she was saying, "Why did you take him away?" Yet that emotion vanished as quickly as it appeared, fading into mere shyness and curiosity like a startled fawn. Gevoff had read this fairy tale, so he recognized her instantly. It was Puxike, the butterfly fairy who had a tragic ending with Gurut in the story. Gevoff understood immediately. This little girl was upset that he had taken Garut away. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a hint of satisfaction like a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. After all, their fate was destined to be tragic. He considered it a way to alter their destinies. What was there to be angry about? However, soon his expression shifted back to a smile. He should have thought of it earlier. Pucksyke was a butterfly fairy. How could she not know magic? He could learn from her. As for not teaching, that was no issue. As Gevoff had predicted, the little girl who emerged from behind the stone was the butterfly fairy Pucksyke. Every night she would eavesdrop on Garut's singing and subsequently fell in love with him. At this moment, Pucksyke had completely stepped out from behind the stone. The light blue gauze dress she wore should have resembled a shattered starry sky, with silver threads embroidered along the hem, shimmering under the light. However, the edges of the dress were now stained with grass and dirt, frayed in several places. Her waterfall-like golden hair was a tangled mess caught with a few dried leaves, and two clear tear tracks streaked down her pale cheeks, resembling a wilted flower battered by wind and rain, utterly homeless. I was abandoned in the forest by my parents. They no longer want me. She stopped 3 steps away from them, her voice thick with sobs, each word punctuated by a hitch in her breath, her shoulders shaking like a small branch trembling in the cold wind. Tears fell like loose pearls pattering against the gauze dress on her chest, spreading small dark, wet stains, evoking a pang in the heart. Can you take me in? After saying this, she slowly lifted her head, her sapphire-like large eyes filled with a sense of grievance, looking so pitiful that it seemed she would melt away in the next moment, making anyone who saw her soften their heart. Gevoff couldn't help but chuckle coldly in his heart. What a performance, keep it up. Not to mention he had already recognized her as Pucksyke, but this pitiful appearance was a tad too contrived. Tears flowed down like water without restraint, and even the curvature of her lips seemed rehearsed in front of a mirror. Moreover, with his wolf body standing there, his furry claws still sharp, what normal person would confide their homelessness to a wolf? This act was simply written all over her face in the word deliberate. Everyone could see through it. Just as he was silently mocking, his arm was suddenly tugged gently. The pull was as light as a feather brushing against the skin, almost imperceptible, yet carried an irresistible insistence, like a kitten playfully tugging at a person's pant leg with its tail. Gevoff turned to see that it was Garut who was pulling him. The little guy peeked out from behind him, half of his face buried in Gevoff's fluffy fur, revealing only a pair of deep blue eyes that stared intently at Pucksyke. He said nothing, his lips pressed tightly together, yet the emotions in his gaze spoke volumes. Look at how pitiful she is, just like I used to be. Hiss. Gevoff secretly clicked his tongue. Are the people in this fairy tale world all this kind? No, not entirely. The Bluebeard King and his gang were quite ruthless. Perhaps some people naturally possess such soft hearts. And Garut. Perhaps it was because she was the same age, equally homeless and helpless, that he felt a deeper empathy. Just like those who have been caught in the rain always want to hold an umbrella for others. Gevoff sighed inwardly. In truth, he never truly intended to drive Pucksyke away. After all, this butterfly fairy understood magic, and he might need to seek her guidance in the future. Besides, befriending a fairy who had lived for who knows how long sounded pretty cool. Thus, under Garut's beseeching gaze, Gevoff extended his furry paw. The gray fur shimmered softly in the sunlight, the pads of his palm warm and plush. He tried to make his movement appear gentle, saying, "Come with me." Pucksyke visibly paused for a moment, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise passing through her sapphire eyes, seemingly not expecting this wolf to agree so readily. However, she reacted quickly, immediately displaying a look of gratitude and hastily reaching out her small hand. Her palm was delicate and fair, with the tips of her fingers still stained with grass juice lightly resting on Gevoff's paw. She softly said, "Thank you, Mr. Wolf." Just as she finished speaking, it seemed she remembered something, quickly turning to look at Garut, her eyes sparkling as she instinctively took his hand. Garut's hand was grasped by her, and he paused for a moment before a shy smile appeared on his face, tightly holding her hand, as if to say, "Don't be afraid." The 3 of them walked deeper into the forest, the fallen leaves crunching underfoot. Unlike before, the silence was gone. Pucksyke's crisp laughter rang out, like silver bells occasionally erupting in the woods, startling a few sparrows into flight. She constantly pestered Garut, asking him when the tide was strongest at the seaside, then telling him strange and bizarre stories. Garut, amused by her antics, laughed heartily, the melancholy of parting gradually fading away. Gevoff walked at the front, but his ears were discreetly perked up, listening intently to the conversation behind him. He was not curious, truly not curious. Garut, do you know? Pucksyke suddenly lowered her voice, leaning mysteriously towards Garut's ear. 2 giants once came to the seaside. Garut's eyes brightened. Giants. Were they as tall as the clouds like in the stories? Not that tall, not that tall. Pucksyke shook her head, deliberately deepening her voice to imitate the giants. They were big, tall, and ugly giants who loved to eat children. Saying this, she made a grimacing face, her eyes wide open, staring intently at Garut, waiting to see his frightened expression. But Garut merely blinked, not afraid at all, and scratched his head. Do they really eat children? Pucksyke's scary face froze, feeling a bit disappointed. Tisk, how is this little guy so brave? I wanted to use this opportunity to get him to hide closer to me, but it seems I miscalculated. She reluctantly put away her scary face and cheerfully continued, They were two particularly ugly giants with skin like tree bark and yellowed teeth. One headed east, the other west, traveling for 3 whole days and nights, only to end up going in circles and meeting again by the seaside. Puxikai animatedly gestured. It was nighttime when they sat on the rocks stargazing, counting one star after another, and suddenly got into an argument. Gyrit listened intently, asking, "They argued. Why? Just listen to me." Puxikai cleared her throat and mimicked the giants' gruff voices. After a while, one giant pointed to the sky and said, "Hey, why is there one less star?" The other giant looked up and said, "There's not one less, it's still the same number." Then the first giant got upset, shouting, "How can that be? I clearly counted one less. Those stars over there are so bright, did you hide one?" The other giant got angry too, saying, "That's not a star, it's the moon. Fool." At this point, Puxikai burst into laughter, and Gyrit joined in, thinking how silly these two giants were. Then the first giant got even angrier, pounding his thigh and shouting, "You're the fool. Why do you always argue with me?" The other giant yelled back, "I didn't argue with you. You're just stupid." As Puxikai got more excited, she gestured as if they were fighting. As they talked and talked, the two giants started to fight. Their fists swung like windmills, their feet stomped the ground, shaking the sky and the earth, getting closer and closer to the homes of seaside residents, making that little guy think it was thunder. Gyrit furrowed his brows. Thunder is indeed very scary. Yes, yes. Puxikai nodded, her tone suddenly turning mysterious. At that moment, a beautiful fairy flew down from the sky, the kind that's especially beautiful, just like me. She wore clothes just like mine, and to prevent the giants from harming the residents, she secretly cast a spell. Guess what happened? Gyrit held his breath, ignoring the just like mine part, and asked, "What happened?" She made one of the giants suddenly go mad, his eyes turning red, grabbing a rock and throwing it at the other giant, eventually killing that giant. Puxikai spoke decisively as if she had witnessed it herself. The remaining giant was scared of the fairy and ran away. The residents were saved. Gevoff rolled his eyes inwardly. "Oh, so the corpse of the black wolf giant was made by you. Such carelessness and handling, regardless of who is good or bad, just cuts through." He glanced at Gyrit, who had admiration for the fairy while listening to the story, and felt uneasy. "This won't do. I can't let this butterfly spirit mislead the child. In the fairy tale world, there are always some characters who have great power, but act without reason, relying solely on their own whims, without regard for right or wrong." So he cleared his throat and made a sound just enough to interrupt Puxikai's next sentence. Gyrit immediately shifted his gaze from Puxikai's face to Gevoff, his eyes curious, unsure of what he was going to do. Puxikai also turned to look, her smile fading, her lips pressed together slightly, her eyes clearly saying, "Why did you interrupt us? Don't you see him whispering with Gyrit?" Gevoff ignored her little mood, simply looking at Gyrit, and spoke in a calm tone. "The fairy in that story earlier did something wrong." Gyrit blinked. "Was it wrong?" Gevoff nodded. "If those two giants were truly heinous villains who took pleasure in killing, then any punishment would be justified. But according to the story, they were just a bit foolish, arguing and fighting without actually harming anyone, so they cannot be considered evil." He paused, looking into Gyrit's serious eyes, and continued, "For such cases, it doesn't necessarily mean they must be killed. Perhaps a few words of explanation would have stopped them from fighting. Even if they wouldn't listen to reason, if they truly posed a danger to others, then it wouldn't be too late to take action at that time. Using magic to make them harm each other right away is too rash." Gyrit listened intently and nodded heavily after finishing. Of course he didn't agree. He simply thought Gevoff was right. Meanwhile, Puxikai, listening beside him, had a flash of pride in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth even curled into a barely noticeable cold smile. She shot Gevoff a glance, her eyes seeming to say, "What do you know?" The situation was so urgent. The houses near the seaside were just a few steps away. What if they went mad and hurt Gyrit? "I don't care about right or wrong. As long as it could threaten him, it must be eliminated." However, she didn't say anything, just leaned closer to Gyrit, took his hand, and shook it, her voice turning sweet again. All right, let's not talk about that. Gyrit, you still haven't told me what your biggest wooden carving looks like." Gyrit's attention was indeed diverted, and he immediately excitedly said, "It's a very, very big whale. I carved it for a whole month, but..." His voice lowered. "It was later ruined by the waves." "That's all right," Puxikai immediately replied. "When we get to the new home, let's carve an even bigger one together, okay?" "Okay." Gyrit laughed again, having long forgotten the earlier entanglement about the story. Gevoff looked at Puxikai's expression of "as long as it's good for Gyrit, nothing else matters," and sighed inwardly. Jealousy indeed distorts a person's appearance. After walking for a while, suddenly a few shadows sprang out from the shadows of the forest, landing with a gust of wind, startling Gyrit to shrink back behind Gevoff. Gevoff shielded the two children behind him, his green eyes narrowing with vigilance. There were 4 or 5 wolves with mottled fur, looking somewhat unfamiliar, not like the locals of Wolf Brothers territory. But before he could take a defensive stance, the few wolves suddenly thudded to the ground, their front paws pressed down, their heads lowered, emitting whimpering sounds, displaying a posture of submission. Gyrit and Puxikai were both stunned, especially Gyrit, as it was his first time seeing wolves showing such great respect to their kind. At that moment, the black wolf at the front slowly stood up, its movements cautious and ingratiating, lowering its head to Gevoff. "Your Highness, we come to welcome you on the orders of the Wolf King." "Your Highness." Gevoff was momentarily taken aback. This title left him in a daze. He turned to look at Gyrit and Puxikai beside him, seeing both their faces filled with confusion, and quickly patted their shoulders to reassure. Don't be afraid, they are our people. Then he turned back to the black wolf, frowning. The black wolf hurriedly explained, its tail wagging like a flower as it took 2 steps forward, its voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. The Wolf King accepted your previous suggestion and said to recruit talents among wolves regardless of their backgrounds. During this time, many stray wild wolves and abandoned dogs have been recruited. Just like me, your highness, just call me shall we. I used to be a hunting dog, injured my leg while hunting with my master, and was abandoned in the forest, but the Wolf King took me in. It pointed to the wolves behind it. Some escaped from other packs, some were abandoned by humans, and later returned to the forest. Now they are all working in the Wolf Kingdom. Wolf Kingdom. Gevoff was even more confused. What Wolf Kingdom? It's a kingdom modeled after human countries established the Wolf Kingdom. Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled. The Wolf King said we can't be messy like before, we need rules and divisions of labor. For example, some are responsible for patrolling, some for hunting, and some learn from former shepherd dogs how to manage sheep. Alright, we even enclosed a piece of land in the forest trying to grow human potatoes. Gevoff stood there in a daze, his mouth half up in disbelief, filling his green eyes. He looked down at his furry paws, then back at the tail wagging Xiao Wei, his mind tangled like a mess. Was it really just a few days? Wolf Brother actually stirred up such a big commotion. He suddenly remembered the previous nights, sitting by the campfire boasting to Wolf Brother, saying how powerful human emperors are able to make a limping strategist a prime minister, make former enemies generals, even taking out a broken book babbling about how to recruit talents without restrictions, boasting that this is how great things are accomplished. At that time, Wolf Brother only drank silently, occasionally grunting. He thought this guy hadn't taken it in, but had he memorized everything? Recruiting talents among wolves. Gevoff muttered these 4 words, his gaze falling on Xiao Wei's obviously injured leg, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Isn't this just the talent recruitment order he had blurted out? Even the details matched. He even recruited a hunting dog abandoned by a human. Wolf Brother's execution is more reliable than those emperors he boasted about. He could even imagine how Wolf Brother did it, probably gathered all the wolves and announced in his deep voice, from now on, whether wild wolves or domestic dogs, as long as you have the ability, you'll get meat to eat and a place to stay. Maybe he even imitated humans and hung a wooden sign in the forest, scratching out crooked characters with his paws. It must have been tough for him, as not all wolves are intelligent. After passing through the last dense woods, the view suddenly opened up. In the center of a cleared open space stood 2 fortresses made of sturdy pine logs, not very tall, but exuding a solid, sturdy aura. Shallow trenches were dug around the fortresses, sharpened wooden stakes inserted at the edges, and dozens of shadows moved about, patrolling wolves, some standing, some not. The open space was bustling. On the left, a clearing held more than a dozen huts, some made of branches, others simply hollowed out tree hollows, with neatly stacked dry grass at the entrances, presumably the houses. Several female wolves squatted by a stone stove, using their paws to stir the contents of a clay pot, a mixture of meat and wild vegetable aroma wafting over, surprisingly similar to the smoke of human villages. What surprised him even more was on the right. A piece of land enclosed by wooden fences divided into several plots, some planted with green wild vegetables, others buried with just sprouted potatoes, while several sturdy wolves were digging into the soil with their paws, next to a red-brown fox squatting in front of a wooden sign, pointing at the carved marks, with its tail tipped, chattering away, as if counting. That's Mr. Fox. He used to sneakily learn accounting in human countries. Xiao Wei noticed Gevoff's gaze and quickly explained, the Wolf King let him manage the food. He's sharper than anyone else. Gyrit instinctively shrank back behind Gevoff upon seeing so many wolves tightly gripping his clothes, his knuckles turning white. At his age, it was his first time seeing so many wolves gathered together. Some showed their fangs, some had shiny fur, and just the way their eyes swept over made his heart race. Especially when he saw a gray wolf carrying a thick wooden stick. It thudded against the fortress wall. The strength of it startled him, making him burrow further into Gevoff's embrace. Don't be afraid. Gevoff gently patted his back. They won't hurt you. Just then, an old wolf with a limp came out of a hut holding a clay pot. Upon seeing them, it first perked up its ears warily, and when it recognized Xiao Wei leading the way, it immediately slowed its pace, lowly whimpering at Gevoff as a greeting, then leisurely walked towards the stove, making sure to avoid bumping into Gyrit as it passed by. Gyrit was taken aback, peeking out from behind Gevoff. He noticed that although these wolves looked fierce, none of them were staring at him. Instead, they were all busy with their tasks, some repairing the fences, others transporting prey, and a few adolescent wolf cubs frolicking in the open space, emitting childish yips, no different from the wild dog pups he had seen by the sea before. One wolf carrying firewood passed by, dropping a branch that rolled to Gyrit's feet. He instinctively shrank back, but the wolf merely paused, gently nudged the branch back in front of itself with its nose, picked it up, and left without giving him an extra glance. You see, they're not fierce. Gevoff's voice rang in his ear. Gyrit slowly released his grip on his clothes, his gaze sweeping over the busy figures. The wolf digging potatoes was tired and lying on the ground, stretching. Mr. Fox finished counting and jumped onto a rock, proudly wagging its tail. Even the female wolves by the stove would occasionally lift their heads to scold the distant wolf cubs with a tender tone, exactly like how his mother used to call him for meals. His fear gradually receded like the ebbing tide, replaced by a sense of novelty and tranquility. So this is what the wolf's kingdom is like. They are not like the soldiers in town who bully others, nor like the man-eating wolves in stories. They are just living their lives well like humans. Gevoff, look. He suddenly tugged at Gevoff, pointing at the fortress entrance. Isn't that the wolf brother you mentioned? My dear brother, welcome back. Brother Wolf's voice was wrapped in laughter, his rough voice like wood that had been sanded down, yet it carried a rare gentleness. He stood there, his tall figure almost blocking half of the slanted sunlight, casting a deep shadow. He did not open his arms to embrace like a human would. He knew Gevoff too well. This little fellow appeared to be a majestic gray wolf, but deep down there was a hint of awkward shyness. If one were to approach for a hug, he would surely blush and mumble a few words like "don't be clingy." Brother Wolf's gaze first fell on Gevoff, his green eyes filled with genuine warmth, as comforting as fur warmed by the sun. Then his gaze swept to the two children behind him. Gevoff was stared at by this gray wolf, who was half a circle larger than Gevoff. Instinctively, he shrank back behind Gevoff, his small hands nervously gripping the edge of his clothes, his knuckles turning white, breathing softly, afraid that even the sound of his breath would upset the wolf. Brother Wolf merely blinked gently, his gaze passing over them without lingering. Naturally, the children protected by Gevoff were his own. When it was Puzik's turn, Brother Wolf's gaze paused. The little girl stood straight, her golden hair draping over her shoulders like melting sunlight. She wore a neutral expression, but her sapphire-like eyes hid a barely perceptible pride, resembling a little peacock with fluffed feathers, clearly a guest, yet displaying a hint of a host's demeanor. A flicker of surprise flashed in Brother Wolf's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, merely observing her for a couple of seconds, as if weighing something. Gevoff also smiled, reaching out to ruffle Gerut's hair, making the little fellow's messy hair even more disheveled before introducing, "This is Gevoff family." He paused, glancing at Puzik beside him, his tone slightly hesitant. "This little girl is named Puzik. Well, she can be considered family too." Brother Wolf nodded, asking no further questions, but took out a few shiny honey candies from his pocket. The amber-colored sugar cubes were dusted with sparkling sugar, looking irresistibly sweet enough to make one's mouth water just by looking at them. He picked up 2 pieces and handed them to Gevoff and Puzik, his green eyes sparkling with open friendliness. Gevoff was momentarily stunned, first looking at Gevoff, and upon seeing him nod slightly, he cautiously reached out his small hand to accept. As his fingertips touched the candy, he felt the sticky sweetness warming his heart, his cheeks involuntarily flushing, as he softly said, "Thank you, Brother Wolf." Puzik took hers as well, her earlier pride instantly replaced by surprise, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars, quickly tossing the candy into her mouth and mumbling "thank you." Brother Wolf then withdrew his hand and patted them. "Let's go, let me show you around the house." The few of them followed him into the fortress. It was a simple house with walls of exposed wooden beams, still bearing the texture of tree bark, rough, yet exuding a solid wooden fragrance. The floor was covered with thick straw, soft and cushioned like a layer of plush carpet. Yet the space was quite large, feeling 3 or 4 times bigger than a dwarf's house. What was most surprising was the table. There stood a coarse clay flower pot with a vibrant little daisy blooming inside, its tender yellow petals layered and striking under the bright light, adding a touch of vibrant warmth to this woodland-scented space. "It's a bit crude," Brother Wolf scratched his head, his tone a bit embarrassed, "not as exquisite as human houses, but it suffices for living." "It's already quite good," Gevoff thought silently. Setting things up was simple. The fortress had several small compartments, and Gevoff let the 2 little ones choose their own rooms. Gevoff chose a room by the window, saying he could see the potato field outside. However, Puzik with a quick glance pointed to the compartment beside Gevoff and said, "I want to live next to Gevoff. No, I want to live in the same room as him. We're both kids, it's better to stick together." But Gevoff would never allow that. He spat and cursed inwardly. What age is that butterfly fairy? How dare she call herself a child? Want to live in the same room as Gevoff? Do you think I can't see through your intentions? How embarrassing. No, Gevoff directly rejected her, his tone decisive. "There are enough rooms. Each person stays in their own." Puzik did not expect him to be so unyielding, her smile faltering, and then she turned to Gevoff, tugging at his sleeve. "Gevoff, tell me, is it okay for us to live together? I can tell you more stories." Gevoff was a bit dazed by her shaking, and just as he was about to nod, he was pulled back by Gevoff. "What I say goes." Gevoff glared at Puzik, his gaze clearly saying, "Don't pull any tricks." But Puzik still wanted to live in the same room as Gevoff. She even pretended to be pitiful, acted cute, and called out to Brother Wolf. However, Gevoff still did not agree. So the butterfly fairy had no choice but to sulk, puffing her cheeks in anger, and stormed into her own room. The bang of the door slamming nearly shattered the wooden boards. Not only that, she also deliberately made huffing sounds inside, like an annoyed little beast venting, afraid others wouldn't know she was angry. Gevoff scratched his head, quietly asking Gevoff, "Is she really angry?" "Actually, I don't mind living with her." "No," Gevoff stated firmly. "You can't share a room with her." "Why not?" Gevoff looked confused. "She's a child too." Beside them, Brother Wolf was drinking water while subtly eavesdropping. Gevoff choked on the question. He couldn't say that girl was an elf who had lived for countless years and had ulterior motives towards him, could he? He thought for a moment and lowered his voice. "Bah, does she want to live with you? She's just lusting after you. Ah, she's despicable." Brother Wolf's ears perked up in shock, his green eyes filled with astonishment, clearly not expecting this layer of meaning. Gerut's eyes widened in panic, his voice pitchy. "Is she a man-eating monster? Does she want to eat me?" "Ah, That's not it. Gruwolf quickly waved his hands, afraid to scare him. In any case, you're still young. Before you reach adulthood, don't spend too much time alone with her. Just trust me. Although the naive little boy didn't fully understand seeing Gruwolf's serious expression, he obediently nodded. Oh, I understand. Later that evening, there was naturally a banquet. A bonfire party. This banquet was not grand, but lively enough. Mr. Fox with a few little foxes squatted by the fire skewering potatoes with sticks over the flames, occasionally fanning the smoke, with his tail murmuring, almost done, as the potato skins charred black, releasing golden steam from the cracks. On the other side, several sturdy wolves were skewering meat chunks on sharpened sticks, flipping them over the fire with fat dripping into the flames, causing small sparks to pop, the scent of meat mingling with the smoke, making one's mouth water. The foxes, perhaps born dancers, began to dance around the bonfire after filling their bellies. They tiptoed and twirled their reddish-brown fur shimmering in the firelight, their tails swishing like little flags, their movements agile and comical, prompting the surrounding wolf cubs to howl. When it was the wolves' turn to sing, the atmosphere changed. Several male wolves tilted their heads back and howled a woo, a woo. The tune raced faster than a rabbit. Some howled off-key to the ends of the earth, while others simply broke pitch, making Gerat quietly tug at Gruwolf's clothing. Are they singing? Gruwolf held back his laughter and nodded. Yes, this is our wolf clan's battle song. As long as it has spirit, that's enough. Pusick sat by the fire, a small pile of honey candies in front of her, stuffing one after another into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel. She was not particularly intrigued by the lively scene. Gerat initially felt a bit reserved, sitting next to Gruwolf with half a piece of roasted meat in hand, watching the surrounding animals frolic, his eyes sparkling. But as the bonfire blazed higher and the laughter of the foxes mixed with the howls of the wolves, his nervousness gradually melted away, swaying his head to the rhythm. When an old wolf howled hilariously off-key again, Gerat was likely infected by the atmosphere, suddenly stood up, cleared his throat, and joined in with a woo, for a couple of howls. Those simple two howls seemed to possess magic, instantly silencing the entire party. The foxes stopped their twirling, the wolves holding skewers forgot to turn them, and even the crackling of the bonfire seemed to become clearer. Gruwolf raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of just as I thought. Gerut's singing was indeed captivating. Even the butterfly fairy was drawn in. How could you all possibly resist? Pusick also paused her candy munching, lifted her head to look at Gerat, her lips curling into an uncontainable pride, as if to say, see, the person I chose is different. The first to react was the limping old wolf, who shook its ears and suddenly responded with an a woo, the pitch noticeably more accurate than before. Immediately, the surrounding animals erupted into cheers, the foxes leaping higher, the wolf cubs circling Gerat. Even the most composed Mr. Fox wagged his tail in applause. Good voice. Good voice. Gerat was startled by this enthusiasm, shrinking back, wanting to hide behind Gruwolf, but was pulled by a little wolf cub at his clothes. It looked up at him, its round green eyes sparkling, its nose nearly touching the hem of Gerut's clothing, panting softly, its throat making a woo-woo sound like a little cat rubbing against a hand. Sing another one. Immediately, several little wolf cubs and pups surrounded Gerat, all raising their faces like little students. A few were too impatient and simply circled around Gerat, humming an off-key a woo as if to accompany him, their little legs running fast, their bellies jiggling, making them look adorably silly. Gruwolf nudged his back. Sing, they like your voice. Gerat hesitated for a moment, glancing at the eager faces around him, took a deep breath, and began to sing again. This time he didn't imitate the wolves, but sang a seaside ballad, the melody simple, filled with stars, waves, and shells, his clear voice flowing like spring water over stones, mingling with the warmth of the bonfire, pouring into the hearts of every animal. The foxes immediately danced along to the new song, this time, not in a comical fashion, their movements gentle, like the sea breeze. Several wolves found hollow logs, drumming out a thump-thump rhythm as accompaniment. Even Brother Wolf sat by the fire, lightly tapping his tail to the beat, his green eyes filled with laughter. Pusick rested her chin on her hands, watching Gerat surrounded by animals, her gaze a bit entranced. No way, that wicked gray wolf won't stop me from being with Gerat. The warmth of the party had not yet dissipated, the bonfire gradually burning down to a pile of dark red embers, animals yawning, wandering back to their dens or the fortress in twos and threes. Some wolves carried their drunken companions, some foxes held uneaten potatoes, all wearing satisfied expressions of exhaustion, their steps languid. As Gerat returned to his room, it felt like he was carrying a string of little lanterns. 4 or 5 half-grown wolf cubs, puppies, and fox cubs clinging to him, some climbing on his shoulders, some hugging his waist, and one even curled up in his arms, its furry head rubbing against his neck, making a cozy purring sound. Time to sleep. Gerat gently patted the little cubs on him, his voice soft as cotton. Let's play together again tomorrow, okay? The little ones reluctantly let go, drooping their ears, glancing back 3 times as they followed their elder. Before leaving, they rubbed their noses against his palm, leaving behind a trail of wet marks. Gerat stood at the door, watching them disappear into the night, feeling warm inside. The fear he felt upon arriving here and the nervousness before attending the banquet had been dispelled by the lively bonfire party, leaving only an abundance of joy. He lay on the straw-covered bed, the faint scent of wood lingering at his nose. The moonlight outside filtered through the wooden cracks, casting fragmented light spots on the ground. He closed his eyes, first envisioning his parents, then the sparkling eyes of the little wolf cubs, Mr. Fox's wagging tail, and Gruwolf's figure. I have friends now, he quietly said to himself, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. There will be many, many friends in the future. Life seems to really be getting better, like those beautiful shells washed ashore by the tide, hiding unexpected tenderness. Just then a light knock came from the window, clear and distinct in the quiet night. Garut's heart sank, and he opened his eyes instantly, looking warily at the window. This is the Wolf Kingdom. Who would come at night? Under the bright moonlight, he saw the shadow outside the window. It was Pusick. She was leaning on the windowsill, her golden hair gently swaying in the night breeze, those sapphire-like eyes shining astonishingly in the moonlight, as if holding two handfuls of shattered stars, so beautiful that it made one forget to feel nervous. Garrett sighed in relief, walked to the window, and opened the creaking wooden window. What are you doing here? Aren't you sleeping? The night breeze carried the fragrance of grass and trees. Pusick tilted her face up, revealing a sweet smile, the two small dimples appearing in the moonlight. I want to sleep with you. Her voice was soft, like it was wrapped in honey, the tone still carrying a hint of a spoiled child, entirely different from her daytime demeanor. Garrett was taken aback, instinctively recalling Gruwolf's words during the day, scratching his head. But Gruwolf said we can't live together. Just for one night. Pusick blinked, leaning closer to the window, her nose almost touching his cheek. I can't sleep alone. Oh, I always feel like there's a sound outside. Stay with me, okay? Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow beneath her eyelids, her eyes carrying just the right amount of grievance, like a little cat abandoned. Garut's heart wavered. He remembered how he used to be afraid when living alone in the seaside cabin at night, always wishing someone would talk to him. But he hesitated, but Pusick suddenly grabbed his wrist, her fingertips cool, carrying a bit of the night's dew. Just chat. Oh, we don't even have to sleep. She gently shook his hand. I can tell you stories about elves, ones you've never heard before. The moonlight outside fell on her face, half bright, half dark, but her sparkling eyes were filled with charm. Garrett looked at her, holding his hand, then glanced at the empty room, the struggle in his heart swaying like leaves blown by the wind. Should I let her in? Garrett was still drumming in his heart when Puxikai, like a feather, lightly leaped through the window. The wooden window creaked twice, and the wind it stirred brushed against her golden hair, cascading like a stream under the moonlight. Seeing the girl suddenly appear before him, Garrett was momentarily flustered, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Fearing to alert the patrolling wolves outside, he could only lower his voice to a near whisper, trembling slightly as he asked, What are you doing? Puxikai remained silent, simply gazing at him. Moonlight seeped through the crack of the window, casting alternating patches of light and shadow on her face. Her sapphire-like eyes were clear and devoid of malice. Garut's eyes reddened with urgency. If this continued, he would surely be reprimanded if Gevoff found out. Gripping the hem of his shirt, his voice became even softer, almost a hiss. You should leave, or I will have to call for help. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly caught a flicker of pain in Puxikai's eyes, as if she had been pricked by a needle, her lips drooping. Tentatively, she reached out her hand, wanting to grasp his wrist, but just as her fingertips were about to touch the fabric, Garrett recoiled, as if scalded, his back hitting the edge of the bed. Puxikai's hand froze in midair, silent. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes, perhaps not expecting her sudden intrusion to make the boy who had been chatting and laughing with her earlier in the day so flustered. After a long while, she finally spoke, her voice a bit hoarse, like a leaf dried by the wind. I just want to be with you. Garrett discerned the bitterness in her voice, akin to chewing on an unripe wild fruit, both bitter and numbing. His heart skipped a beat, suddenly puzzled. Having only met once, why was she so insistent on clinging to him? Yet he was all too familiar with the taste of such pain. During those nights after his parents had passed, he would sit in the empty house, holding a wooden carving, listening to the sound of waves outside, his heart gripped, as if by a hand, even breathing painful. He never wanted to taste that bitterness again. The girl couldn't possibly be a man-eater, right? He secretly observed Puxikai. She looked even smaller than him, her eyes shining like stars, and she didn't seem capable of causing harm. Moreover, if Gevoff thought she was dangerous, he surely wouldn't have brought her back to the Wolf Kingdom. Gevoff had said to avoid being alone with her before adulthood, but she looked so sad right now. Garrett bit his lip, the scales of his heart wavering, and ultimately softened. Lowering his head, he spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Then, we will just sleep for one night. Puxikai abruptly lifted her head, her eyes instantly brightening like sparks ignited. She squinted and smiled, revealing a sweet dimple on her left cheek, shallow under the moonlight, like half a cup of honey. Garrett watched her smile, and for some reason his cheeks suddenly flushed, feeling as if they had been roasted by a campfire. Perhaps it was because he was defying Gevoff's words, making him feel a bit uneasy, or perhaps it was. Her smile was simply too beautiful. Okay, Puxikai's voice was wrapped in laughter like spring water soaked in honey. They certainly did not do anything out of line. Garrett shifted in the bed, making space for her on one side, and they lay down back to back. The hay mattress was soft, carrying the scent of sun-dried grass, yet the air was still thick with an indescribable tension. When Puxikai first lay down, she harbored a small thought. She originally wanted to quietly inch closer and gently wrap her arms around his, just like she had imagined countless times while listening to him sing from the windowsill. But the moment her back touched his, feeling the warmth through the coarse fabric, her face flushed bright red, even the tips of her ears burning. Her hands felt as though they had been bound by a spell, unable to lift. A voice in her mind shouted, hurry, reach out and take his hand. but her fingertips were tingling as if filled with lead refusing to move. Her face grew even redder with her neck blushing as well. No, she was a butterfly fairy who had lived for over 100 years. How could she be stumped by such a trivial matter? A great fairy never hesitates in her endeavors due to shyness. The little voice inside her fiercely debated the left, saying hurry up the right, agreeing, I wanted to, until the steady breathing from Garut's back reached her ears. He was simply too tired today from farewells to journeys, and then to the evening banquet. His nerves had been taut, and now that he relaxed he soon fell into a deep slumber. Puxikai instantly ceased all struggle. She did not turn to look at his sleeping face, but kept her back against his, burying her face in the hay, secretly smiling, her dimples deepening. Memories flashed through her mind like a movie. Back then she was still a light blue butterfly flitting around the world, flying from snowy mountains to flower-filled seas, sweeping over deserts and lakes free without a single worry. Until one day she flew over a vast blue sea and heard a clear melody like a wind infused with honey sweet enough to make her wings tremble. Following the sound, she saw a small wooden house by the sea where a family of 3 was gathered around a stone table for dinner. The boy's mother, wearing a floral apron, was serving the freshly grilled fish into his bowl. His father was carving a piece of wood into the shape of a butterfly, and the little boy sat on a wooden stool swinging his legs, singing an off-key tune. His singing seemed magical, making the wildflowers in front of the house bloom overnight. Even the sea breeze carried a hint of sweetness. At that time she did not understand what it meant to be touched, as she only knew that at that moment she did not want to leave, wanting to listen forever. Later the boy's parents disappeared. The wooden house was left with only him, and the songs changed, no longer filled with the joy of before, replaced only by a hollow loneliness like a spiderweb soaked by rain, heavy and sagging. She still perched on the windowsill every day, watching him days off, while holding a wooden carving of his parents, watching him sneakily wipe his tears while collecting shells by the sea. She had thought of turning into human form to talk to him, but feared that her sudden appearance would frighten him. After all, she had only ever been a butterfly, never interacting with humans. So she waited and waited, accompanying him through one spring, summer, autumn, and winter after another. The tides by the sea came and went, the leaves of the forest turned green and yellow, and she thought she would continue to silently protect him until the gray wolf appeared. She had already planned to secretly use magic to make the gray wolf think the fish here were unpalatable, to ensure it dreamed of nightmares at night, in short, to drive it away and bring the boy back to the world that only she could protect. But she did not expect when the boy smiled at the gray wolf, his eyes shone as if they had never dimmed. That was the first time she had seen him smile so genuinely since his parents left, like sunlight breaking through dark clouds, instantly exposing all her schemes to the light. Puxikai leaned back, feeling that faint warmth, her cheeks still burning. I'm really sorry, Garut, she quietly said to herself in her heart. I originally thought you would be afraid of my sudden appearance, afraid of that furry gray wolf, but I was wrong. What you fear the least is the unfamiliar, but what you fear most is solitude itself. I should have appeared sooner. In any case, it was another peaceful Christmas Eve. The next morning Gevoff prepared to head to the dwarfs. How long he would stay there remained uncertain. After all, the queen could arrive at any moment. He could choose not to go for now, since he had already discovered the witch in the candy house. Where else could he find magic? As for Snow White, that would require waiting. But then again, who could blame him when he had friends over there? Still, the atmosphere this morning felt a bit strange. During the meal, Garut was pushing the mashed potatoes around in his bowl, his cheeks flushed like the evening glow, with his head nearly touching the rim of the bowl. Each time Gevoff glanced over, he quickly averted his gaze, as if burned, his ears turning pink. I am going to the dwarves today, Gevoff stated as he set down the leftover bone he had been gnawing on. Brother Wolf raised his head, having been tying a string around a pottery jar with his paw. He glanced at Gevoff, but asked no further questions, merely nodding. Bring them over then. This way there's no need for back and forth trips. He gestured with his chin towards the empty space behind the fortress. Moreover, with the animals' care, the dwarves will have a better life, he added after a pause. If you encounter anything troublesome, don't force it. Come back and tell me. Gevoff smiled and nodded. Got it, brother. Upon hearing this, the 2 little ones at the table changed their expressions. Garut's wooden spoon clattered as it fell into the bowl. He raised his head, his eyes misty, and softly said, Can you not go? His voice was soft as cotton, carrying a hint of unspoken reluctance. Gevoff ruffled his hair. The fluffy texture felt very comforting. I have to go pick up my friends. They are coming, and you'll have more people to play with. Garut pursed his lips and remained silent, lowering his head to continue pushing the mashed potatoes, his shoulders slightly hunched like a deflated balloon. Even the chewing motion slowed down. Pusick sat opposite her, her lips curling slightly, a hint of barely noticeable joy flashing in her eyes, quick as a butterfly fluttering its wings. But that small joy was soon replaced by some inexplicable emotion, like ripples on the water, dissipating in an instant. Why am I worried about him? The butterfly fairy thought. Perhaps it was because of Garut. Sigh, this is really annoying. He just started running around after not being here for long. With that thought, she lifted her head, her sapphire-like eyes fixed on Gevoff. Will you encounter danger? Danger? According to Snow White's story, the queen's hunter, the poison apple. It seems there isn't any. But Gevoff still nodded. It might happen. As soon as the words left his mouth, Garut's sobbing began, soft and delicate, like leaves stirred by the wind. He clutched the hem of his clothes, tears dripping onto the tablecloth, creating small wet spots. He couldn't bear to part with Gevoff. This gray wolf had pulled him from the desolate wooden house, showing him what it was like to have friends. Just the thought of possibly not seeing him made his heart feel blocked and heavy. Gevoff quickly reached out to pat his back, about to say something comforting when Puzik suddenly exclaimed, pulling something out from somewhere. It was a dagger. The dagger's handle was made of mother-of-pearl, shimmering with iridescence in the sunlight, intricately carved with fine patterns like the veins on a butterfly's wings. The blade was thin and sharp, reflecting the morning light so clearly that it cast a shadow of a human silhouette, unmistakably an extraordinary item. This is a dagger that can cut through iron as if it were mud. Even a dragon cannot defend against it, Puzik said, handing over the dagger with a calm tone. Borrow this for self-defense. Gevoff was taken aback for a moment, staring at the dagger. Could this be the one from the original story where Puzik accidentally killed Garut? He never expected her to lend it to him. He raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing her. Is this a gift for me? Puzik immediately frowned, reaching out to snatch it back. Dream on. You have to return it when you come back. Gevoff laughed as he held the dagger, feeling the coldness of the blade, the handle's pattern pressed comfortably against his palm. Looking at the frowning Puzik, he deliberately waved the dagger. Where did this dagger come from? You a young girl, why do you have this? Garut also stopped crying, curiously staring at the dagger, his eyes filled with confusion. Puzik's smile froze on her face. Her heart felt like a stone had been thrown into it, instantly becoming chaotic. No way. I'm just lending you something out of kindness, and you're questioning my identity. She forcibly suppressed the panic inside her, squeezing out a smile that was more difficult than crying. It was given to me by a fairy, saying it can protect myself. Then who is that fairy? Gevoff persisted, a cunning light flashing in his green eyes. Are you going or not? Puzik suddenly stood up, extending her hand towards him with a hint of embarrassment and anger in her tone. If you're not going, then give it back. Gevoff, seeing the opportunity, tucked the dagger into his waist and patted Garut's head. Wait for me to come back. Garut nodded, slightly sniffing back his tears, and fell silent. In the dwarf's house, the doors and windows were tightly shut. Through the fogged glass, Snow White could be seen standing by the window. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and fell on her face, adding a touch of warmth to her pale cheeks. She gazed at the swaying shadows of the trees outside, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if watching something interesting. Yet that smile did not reach her eyes. Her lashes trembled from time to time, hiding a lingering fear, like cradling a fluttering little bird. A gray mouse was perched on her shoulder, its tail drooping over her sleeve, and even its usually lively whiskers were drooping, too lazy to move. Its small black bean-like eyes were fixed on the outside, but devoid of spirit, as if covered in a layer of dust, the whole mouse exuding a lethargic vibe. At that moment, the gray mouse's ears suddenly perked up like two sensitive little antennas. It straightened up, claws gripping the window frame, straining to see outside, its black bean eyes suddenly brightening, like little coals being ignited. Gevoff. It could no longer hold back, and exclaimed, its voice sharp and bright, nearly shattering the glass window. It's Gevoff. Lower your voice. Snow White hurriedly reached out her hand, her fingertips cool, as she gently pressed down on the gray mouse's head, her voice trembling with a low whisper. Don't be so loud. Are you sure? He really is Gevoff. The gray mouse's excitement was suddenly doused with cold water, instantly deflating its fur on the back of its neck, standing on end, cold sweat trickling down its spine, dampening a small patch of its fur. It scratched its head, its voice shaky as it stammered. It should be right. Just as the words fell, the figure outside had already reached the front of the wooden house. It was a wolf, walking upright, wearing a long coat that had faded from washing, the hem gently sweeping over the fallen leaves, with each step topped with a brown cowboy hat, the brim low enough to obscure most of its face. But that grayish fur, the upright posture, and the familiar agility in its movements all made it look just like Gevoff. He raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door, the rhythm neither fast nor slow, carrying a reassuring certainty. After a few knocks with no response, he moved to the window, tilting his head slightly. From under the hat brim, sharp green eyes peered in at the two inside, filled with confusion. The gray mouse felt a chill from that gaze, gripping Snow White's shoulder tightly, its voice trembling as it stammered through the glass. How do you prove you are Gevoff? Gevoff raised an eyebrow, a hint of understanding flashing in his green eyes. It seemed the queen had indeed passed by. He cleared his throat, his voice carrying the cool, damp air of the forest as it came through the glass. Did you forget about that jar of oil in the town? Oh, right. The gray mouse jumped up suddenly, its paws slapping against the glass, excitedly spinning in circles. It's him. Exactly. Only then did Snow White let out a sigh of relief, her tense shoulders relaxing, her fingers gripping the window ledge, slowly loosening, the pale knuckles regaining color, and her face finally showing a hint of blood. She quickly turned and ran to the door. With a click, she unlatched at the pine door, carrying a damp wooden scent, and creaked as she pushed it open. Gevoff took off his cowboy hat, shaking off the few leaves that clung to the brim, walking in and asking, "What's going on with you all?" Before he finished speaking, a gray shadow shot over fast as a flash of lightning. The gray mouse clung to his coat collar, scrambling onto his shoulder in a few moments, rubbing its fluffy head against his cheek, its tail wagging like a little flag, chattering incessantly. It spoke of missing him dearly after just a few days apart, and of the wicked queen's arrival. Gevoff extended his claw, gently stroking the back of the trembling gray mouse, its body shivering beneath the soft fur. All right, I'm here. No need to be afraid. His voice was as steady as a stream in the woods. Take your time, no rush. Perhaps it was the calm tone that worked its magic. The gray mouse gradually slowed its movements against his palm, the panic in its black bean-like eyes receding like a receding tide, leaving only a lingering blush. Snow White seemed to recall something, turning to the dining table, picking up a coarse pottery jug, and pouring a cup of hot water. The steam rose in delicate wisps, filling the cool room with warmth. The three of them sat around the wooden table, the steam from their cups blurring their outlines. The gray mouse squatted on Gevoff's knee, its tail curled into a small circle, not mentioning the queen, but instead curiously staring at Gevoff. You can stand up like a human now. The gray mouse couldn't help but ask, its voice tinged with disbelief. Gevoff nodded, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table. My brother and I have successfully avenged ourselves. Now my brother has become the Wolf King, establishing a kingdom for wolves. Wolf King. The gray mouse's voice shot up, its claws almost slipping off his knee. Wow, that's amazing. Does that mean many wolves listen to him? Gevoff was amused by its overly excited demeanor, warmth blooming in his green eyes. Pretty much. Let's not talk about that. Tell me what happened to you. Why did you seal the house so tightly? All right, The gray mouse's excitement was instantly pulled back to reality, its voice lowered, little paws nervously scratching Gevoff's fur. Not long ago the king came by. As the gray mouse recounted, Snow White's grip on the warm cup tightened, her knuckles whitening, and her face gradually turned pale, as if the steam from the cup was making her uncomfortable, or perhaps recalling some terrifying imagery. Actually, it shouldn't have just been the two of us. The gray mouse drooped its ears. You said before to let one of the dwarves stay with the princess, but they wouldn't agree, would they? It mimicked the dwarves' tone, speaking in a rough voice. It's so boring to stay at home. There are chores in the mountains that still need to be done. What danger could there be? The queen could even reach this deep in the mountains. Those dwarves were quite stubborn, thinking that besides wild beasts there was nothing to fear in the forest. Besides, when they worked they lost track of time, leaving home before dawn and returning only after dark, completely disregarding Gevoff's instructions. Even when the gray mouse anxiously exclaimed the king came by, they just assumed the little creature had made a mistake, waving their hands dismissively and saying, don't talk nonsense, and went out as usual the next day. So that day only Snow White and the gray mouse remained in the house. Remembering Gevoff's reminder, the two dared not wander outside, instead playing in the house. Just as they were getting into the fun, they suddenly heard a selling voice from outside, thin and penetrating through the crack of the door. Selling ribbons, pretty ribbons. Hearing this, Gevoff paused in his movement of holding the cup, surprise flickering in his green eyes. So it was ribbons. He had thought it was a scarf when telling the scary story to the princess, and the gray mouse vividly describing scarves, not realizing he had made a mistake. And then, Then we peeked through the window. The gray mouse's voice dropped even lower. We saw an old woman dressed in gray cloth with white hair, a face full of wrinkles, carrying a bamboo basket filled with many colorful ribbons, red-green patterned. They looked quite beautiful. The old woman noticed the shadow behind the window and immediately revealed a kind smile, her wrinkles bunching together as she warmly waved to the house. Pretty girl, would you like to come and take a look? These ribbons I wove by hand, soft yet sturdy. With your beauty, they would look even better on you. Snow White's eyes lit up at that moment. Her dress was missing a decent belt, and those ribbons indeed looked exquisite. She put down the broom and wanted to open the door, murmuring to herself, just one look, it's fine, even if I don't buy. Luckily, the gray mouse was there to stop her. The gray mouse exclaimed, are you silly? An old woman, how could she come to sell ribbons in this desolate forest? It stomped its foot anxiously. Have you forgotten the queen? Snow White's hand froze on the latch as if splashed with a bucket of ice water, instantly waking up. She looked down at the gray mouse, whose fur was bristling in panic, her face going pale in an instant, even her lips losing their color. And no, I won't buy it. She waved her hand towards the window, her voice trembling uncontrollably. The smile on the old woman's face froze for a moment, as if she hadn't expected to be rejected, but soon she put on a smile again, raising her voice to continue promoting, come on, take another look, I'll sell it cheap, just as a fate. Snow White dared not listen anymore, turning around and rushing to the window. With a whoosh, she pulled the thick curtains shut, blocking the enthusiastic selling voice and the shadow outside. Gradually, the selling voice outside faded like a receding tide. In its place came a sharp curse, piercing like a poisoned icicle, penetrating through the crack of the door. Oh, my foolish princess. How did you suddenly become so clever? Who is teaching you? Is it the master of this house? I will strip your skin off, my foolish princess. Guess what happened to the hunter who let you go? Hearing the word hunter, Snow White's body trembled violently, her nails digging deep into her palm. How dare he deceive me, deceive the most beautiful woman in the world? The madness in her voice almost overflowed. I cut off his tongue because he lied and said you were dead. Ooh, I gouged out his eyes because he dared to say you were more beautiful than me. And finally, the voice dragged on, filled with a sickly delight. I skinned him, chopped off his limbs, and threw him into the snake pit. His soul is wandering nearby. Won't you pull back the curtain to take a look? He is wailing, calling, princess, save me. Stop. Snow White suddenly covered her ears, tears streaming down like loose pearls, her whole body shaking like leaves in the wind. She couldn't hold back any longer and pulled back the curtains. But she found nothing outside. No, outside was her biological mother, the woman she had only seen a few times, yet felt an extraordinary love from. Her biological mother looked at her kindly and gently said, "Callista, quickly open the door." "I'm so sorry, my daughter." "I." The mother closed her eyes, revealing a remorseful expression. Snow White's heart felt as if tightly gripped by a hand, aching to the point of breathlessness. She remembered her childhood when her mother held her on her lap, combing her hair, while humming lullabies, and remembered her mother's last moment holding her hand and saying, "Mom will always love you." Those warm memories surged like a tide, overwhelming all her defenses. "Mom." She choked her tears, blurring her vision. "You are the person who loves me the most in this world, the light I thought I would never see again. You did nothing wrong. The fault lies with those who have harmed us. I won't allow you to feel guilty, Mom. I miss you so much." She trembled as she reached for the window. Eek! A sharp squeak of a mouse pierced the air, followed by a stinging pain, as the gray mouse suddenly jumped from the prince's pocket and bit her hand hard. "Aunt!" Snow White shrank back her hand, instantly waking up. The clear pain on her hand felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on her head. Mother! Mother has long passed away. How could she suddenly appear here? The vicious curses earlier and this gentle voice now were clearly from the same person. It was the stepmother, the demon in human skin disguised as her mother. Snow White looked at her hand, which had almost opened the window, cold sweat crawling down her back, the earlier excitement and sadness turning into chilling dread. She stared intently at the window, watching that disguised face outside, still so loving. My God, she actually disguised herself as my mother. She has defiled my mother. Anger ignited like flames from the depths of her heart, burning away, fear burning away weakness. Bastard. A curse she had never uttered before erupted from her mouth, though it wasn't particularly vulgar. The noble upbringing made her face flush. Then she suddenly turned around, using all her strength to pull the curtains tightly shut. With a whoosh, even the curtain rod shook. The sounds outside abruptly ceased. A few seconds later, a frantic scream followed, like a wildcat having its tail stepped on, filled with disbelief and rage. "You dare to curse me? You vile little wretch. I will kill you. I will surely kill you." The sequence of events roughly unfolded like this. The queen outside, in a fit of rage, finally fell silent after hurling a barrage of threats about flaying and dismemberment, realizing that her simple tricks could no longer fool Snow White, and retreated in frustration. Gevoff stroked his chin, gradually clarifying his thoughts. The queen's ability to disguise herself as an old woman and even mimic the voice of the prince's real mother clearly indicated she had the skill to change her appearance. It was no wonder that when he arrived, Snow White was so tense. Who wouldn't be nervous after experiencing the terror of selling a strap and then seeing a familiar yet uncertain figure? After this commotion, the queen didn't show herself again, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, momentarily retracting her fangs. What is she plotting? Gevoff lightly tapped the wooden table with his claws, producing a soft tap-tap sound. He recalled the queen's methods from fairy tales: the choking strap, the poisoned comb, and the infamous poisoned apple. These were all small tricks, not particularly earth-shattering. But since she had failed this time, what would she resort to next? Surely she wouldn't conjure a dragon. He shook his head. No matter what malicious scheme the queen was concocting, it no longer mattered. The urgent task was to relocate Snow White and the Gray Mouse to the Wolf Kingdom. It was the safest place. Just thinking of the Wolf Kingdom eased Gevoff's mind. Once they're surrounded by wolves, and with Brother Wolf in charge, even though Pusic, that butterfly sprite, tended to overthink, she would not stand by idly in a crisis. Just a queen, even if she knew some magic, could she really harm anyone in a den of wolves? In fact, he hadn't planned to leave so urgently at first. The initial plan was to stay with the dwarfs for a while, gather intel on the queen's background, and then decide what to do. After all, he couldn't be sure how long this standoff would last. However, after hearing the Gray Mouse's account, especially about the queen mimicking the princess mother, he completely changed his mind. A friend's life cannot be gambled with. The queen in fairy tales might not be that terrifying, but the uncertainties of reality are far too many. Who could guarantee she wouldn't suddenly produce a more powerful magic? Who could ensure that after her next trick fails, she wouldn't go insane and just burn down the wooden house? Besides, magic isn't exclusive to the queen. There was no need to endanger a friend over this magic. In any case, although he had changed his mind, Gevoff did not regret it. So it would be until evening when he discussed with the dwarfs. They should agree to move right. In the royal palace of the Adelon Kingdom, the gilded columns cast a cold, hard light under the flickering candle flames, and the light, refracted by the crystal chandelier, fell upon the ground, scattered with shattered porcelain, like stars strewn across the floor, yet exuding an indescribable malice. The beautiful woman known as the queen stood in the center of the grand hall, her silk gown sweeping over the debris on the floor. She grabbed a decorative vase and smashed it against the wall. The loud bang of the porcelain shattering pierced the silence. Damn it, truly damnable. Her voice was sharp, tinged with lingering rage, and her exquisite face was twisted with resentment. That wretched child. How dare she insult me? The servants nearby knelt in unison, their heads pressed tightly to the ground, not daring to breathe, loudly fearing they would be the next victims. The carpet still bore the remnants of the shattered jade plate, mixed with a few drops of dark red blood. That was from a maid who had been slow to bring water and was cut on the back of her hand by the queen's hairpin. After smashing and breaking for a while until her arms grew sore, the queen seemed to lose steam, her chest heaving violently, and her gaze gradually shifted from madness to a chilling calm. She glanced at the cowering servants beside her, as if viewing unimportant furniture, and casually ordered, "Take him away and execute him." Yes. Several armored soldiers immediately rushed out from the shadows, seizing the unfortunate servant she had named. The poor soul, terrified, collapsed to the ground, letting out a pitiful hiss sound from his throat, but could not utter a complete plea for mercy before being dragged away like a dog. Before long, a soldier returned, holding a silver platter on which lay a bloody, severed head. The dead man's eyes were still wide open, frozen in extreme terror. The queen looked at the head, and the corners of her previously tense mouth slowly curled upward, a hint of morbid delight flashing in her eyes. She reached out to grab the head, its cold touch making her shiver, yet her laughter grew even more joyful. Holding the head, she turned and walked toward the door at the back of the hall, draped with black velvet curtains. She lifted the curtain, revealing a pitch-black secret room where not a sliver of light could penetrate. However, the queen walked through it, as if she were in her own garden, confidently. Making her way to the back, where stood a copper mirror, as tall as a person, its frame etched with twisted runes emanating a chilling aura. "Oh, my dear sweetheart, what are you doing?" Her voice suddenly turned gentle, as if whispering to a lover. As soon as she finished speaking, the copper mirror suddenly lit up with a soft white light, dispelling the darkness of the secret room. The mirror's surface rippled like water, and an ugly green sprite gradually emerged. He had a sharp nose and chin, ears like 2 dry leaves, but eyes that were disproportionately large, swirling with cruelty, gentleness, and a hint of surprise at seeing the queen. "Oh, my queen, I was just thinking of you." The sprite's voice was sharp and thin like nails scraping glass. "Did you bring me some snacks again?" "Yes, my sweetheart." The queen smiled, bringing the head closer to the mirror's surface. The copper mirror immediately rippled, as if alive, opening a small mouth and swallowing the entire head, leaving not a trace of blood. "Huh. Tangy and bitter with a hint of fear. Delicious." The sprite smacked his lips, his large eyes full of satisfaction. The queen laughed along her fingertips, lightly tracing the cold edge of the mirror. "I'm glad you like it. Oh, I'll bring you one every day from now on." No need, no need." The sprite waved his hands, his thin fingers tracing back and forth on the mirror's surface. "Too much will make you sick. Now tell me, my queen, what troubles have you encountered today?" Mentioning this, the queen's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a furious, gritted teeth expression. "My dear sweetheart, you have no idea. That Snow White, that foolish and ugly wretch, how dare she insult me? And someone is helping her, ruining my plans." "What do you say? How should I kill them?" The sprite's eyes narrowed instantly, a hint of brutal red flashing within his large eyes. "What? She dared to insult you? She must be tired of living." He turned around in the mirror, speaking sharply, "Let me see who is meddling." Suddenly, the mirror's light intensified, revealing a series of images. 7 dwarfs were working. The gray mouse perched atop Gevoff's shoulder, gnawing on a nut. Brother Wolf patrolling in front of the fortress of the Wolf Kingdom, and Puzik sitting by the campfire telling a story to Gurrit. Yet just as the image focused on Puzik's face, the mirror abruptly shook violently. The white light fizzled out with a crackle, and the image shattered like broken glass, vanishing instantly. "It's another sprite." The sprite's voice became sharp, tinged with incredulous anger. "She is interfering with my sight. She is targeting you, my poor queen." "A sprite?" The queen's face turned pale instantly, her fingers gripping the edge of the mirror, turned white from the force, her voice trembling. How could there be a sprite helping her? "What does that wretched child have? What should I do?" "Don't worry, my queen." The sprite's voice softened, laced with pride. "That sprite is much weaker than I am at most. She can only do minor tricks. As long as I am here, she cannot harm a hair on your head." The queen then relaxed, a smile returning to her face, even carrying a hint of coyness. My sweetheart, you are truly amazing." She said this and leaned down, gently kissing the cold surface of the mirror. The green sprite in the mirror instantly turned red all over like a shrimp boiled. Even his pointed ears showed a hint of pink. He spun around in a panic, shouting in a sharp voice, Who told you to kiss me? How dare? Don't think that I will help you deal with that sprite just because of this." The queen looked at his contradictory demeanor and couldn't help but laugh, her earlier malice dissipating significantly. She knew that with the magic mirror around, what did it matter if the sprite was involved? Snow White and those meddling fools would eventually meet their demise at her hands. "All right, my sweetheart, help me think of a way to capture that princess." She leaned closer to the mirror, her eyes glinting with malicious light. "I want her to know that to provoke me will lead to a grim fate." The mirror's glow brightened once more, this time no longer a soft white light, but a chilling green that illuminated a scene that made the queen's eyes sparkle. There was a group of bandits lurking at the edge of the forest, each with fierce faces, holding bloodied, curved knives, gathered around a campfire, dividing their loot, their laughter coarse like broken gongs. "My queen, you need manpower. That princess is currently protected by a pack of wolves and has already been frightened once. Trying to lure her out with sweet words again will be like climbing to the heavens. So we need a strong assault. As for betrayal, these bandits are different." The sprite's voice carried excitement. "They deserve to die greedy and cowardly. You bring them to me and I will cast the most vicious curse upon them. If they dare betray, their bodies will rot their insides, turning into nests for poisonous insects, making them unable to live or die." The image in the mirror suddenly zoomed in, focusing on a one-eyed bandit. He was chewing on a piece of bloody meat, when suddenly, as if feeling something, he shivered and instinctively touched his own eye. "With the curse restraining them, they will become your minions." The sprite continued, "A pack of wolves cannot withstand bandits. Then we can get the princess." and you can dispose of her as you wish. He licked his sharp lips. You will forever be the most beautiful woman in the world, and no one will ever abandon you. Everyone will love you. Thank you, my sweetheart. The queen leaned down again to kiss the mirror's surface. This time, before the sprite could explode in anger, she turned and quickly left the secret room. The door to the secret room was closed again, darkness enveloping everything once more, leaving only the mirror still glowing dimly. The green sprite watched the direction the queen had disappeared, his red hue slowly fading, replaced by a complex expression. He extended his thin fingers, gently stroking the spot where the queen had kissed, muttering, Who cares about your thanks? What a foolish queen. In a distant kingdom. A powerful realm with 100 towns. Yet today this peace was thoroughly disrupted. The palace bells had rung 3 times, and the wedding horns that should have sounded remained silent. The red carpet stretched from the church to the castle gate, but at the end it was empty. The second Prince Eric, who always carried a poetry collection and daydreamed at the moon riding a white horse with a 20-person ceremonial entourage meant for his wedding, slipped away through the back door. The sound of horseshoes clattering against the cobblestone road echoed in a hurried tap-tap, as if chasing something. They dared not stop running from the early morning light to the zenith of the moon, then from a sky full of stars to the rising sun. For a full 3 days and nights the reins dug painfully into their palms, the horses frothing at the mouth, until they crossed the kingdom's border and saw the unfamiliar forest, finally daring to stop by the creek to catch their breath. Your Highness, you really ran away? A knight took off his helmet, sweat dripping down his chin, his voice still filled with disbelief. Eric pulled the reins, tore off his cravat, letting the wind fill his open shirt, smiling like a child who had stolen candy. Of course. He pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his chest, which contained a note for the king, the handwriting flowing like a dragon and phoenix. Send this back with someone and tell them I'm off to seek my destiny. When the news reached the palace, the king was in the banquet hall, receiving congratulations from his ministers. When a guard stammered out, the second prince has fled the wedding, the golden cup in his hand crashed to the ground, spilling wine all over his boots. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. The king, furious, pushed away the attendant supporting him and stormed towards the wine cellar. As a result, that afternoon the maid found the king snoring while hugging a wine barrel in the cellar, surrounded by 50 empty bottles, the air thick with the scent of malt. The eldest Prince Alvin found the farewell letter in the second prince's chamber. The room was tidy. A copy of the sonnet lay opened on the desk with a piece of stationery pressed beside it. I am off to pursue my love, my destiny. The note's end was marked with a crooked arrow pointing towards the distant horizon. Alvin held the note tightly, frowning, then sighed softly. His younger brother had always lived in a dream. When the third Prince Onani heard the news in the tavern, he was arm wrestling with a group of knights. Hey, now that's my brother. He slammed the table, causing the wine jug to topple, laughing heartily. What daughter of a minister? To not love and just run away, now that's a real man. The fourth Prince Aya spent the entire day in the library. When a servant tiptoed to inform him, he was lost in thought over an ancient star chart. Fled the wedding. Aya paused, adjusted the silver-framed glasses on his nose, then shook his head and continued marking symbols on the star chart. Send a bottle of hangover remedy to father and tell him that getting angry will harm his health. Meanwhile, the daughter of the minister who was supposed to become the princess sat in a rocking chair by the window. She wore a wedding gown embroidered with roses, the skirt spread out on the ground like a blooming flower, yet in her hands she clutched a book. Hearing the maid say the second prince has run away, she not only did not cry, but instead gently smiled, her fingertips tracing the words on the page. A piece of stationery on the table was lifted slightly by the wind, revealing another sheet pressed underneath it. That was a letter Eric had sent 3 days earlier, the handwriting much neater than the one for the king, yet exuding the same stubbornness. On the day of the wedding I will flee. If you think it absurd, tell father I will stay behind. If you do not stop me. The note paused here, the ink darkening a little, as if hesitating for a long time, before continuing, then I will leave with the ceremonial entourage and head far away. They say there are singing sprites and castles hiding secrets there, perhaps. I can find something different. Finally, I wish you can also find your destiny, not as the daughter of a minister, not as a prince's wife, but just as yourself. The kingdom's sky remained clear, but within each heart waves were stirred. Some cursed the second prince's absurdity, others praised his bravery, some awaited his disgraceful return, and still others quietly hoped for an unexpected romance in some unknown corner. At this moment, Eric stood at the entrance of the forest leading his white horse. His heart told him that his destiny awaited him right here. The night was like a piece of velvet soaked in dark ink, slowly spreading across the forest. The little dwarf's wooden house glowed with a warm yellow light, resembling an amber gem embedded in the night. Gevoff was helping Snow White stuff the last piece of bread into the bundle, when suddenly a thud-thud of footsteps echoed from outside, crunching the dry twigs on the ground, mixed with a chorus of laughter and banter, rough, yet lively. There was no doubt the dwarfs had returned. Today's luck is quite good. Ooh, I caught a fat rabbit by the creek, enough for a stew. What's that? I dug up a bright blue gem deep in the mine, shinier than the king's crown. You two stop boasting. Ooh, I saw the third one sneaking a nap under the oak tree for 2 hours, drooling all over his beard. Nonsense. I was just pondering the vain direction. Amidst the laughter, the pine door creaked open and 7 dwarfs squeezed their way in. They were all covered in dirt, some carrying pickaxes, others holding rabbits, and a few clutching shiny stones, their faces lined with smiles. But when they saw Gevoff sitting inside, all laughter was abruptly cut off like a snapped guitar string. 7 pairs of round eyes widened like 7 polished black buttons, first filled with surprise, then quickly flooded with joy. Gevoff. The shortest dwarf dropped his axe with a clatter, the iron blade hitting the stone floor and sending sparks flying. He rubbed his eyes hard, then pinched his own arm, yelping in pain before breaking into a grin that revealed 2 rows of yellow teeth, cheerfully exclaiming, "You're back." "Did Brother Wolf come too?" "No, just me." Gevoff stood up with a smile, walked over, and patted his shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through the coarse cloth of his shirt. "I've established a wolf kingdom with my brother. I'm here to take you and the princess to live there." "Take us." The bearded dwarf scratched his head with mining dust still embedded in his fingers. "Where to?" "We're doing just fine here. The mine has endless stones and the forest is full of wild fruits. No need to move." "To the wolf kingdom." Gevoff gestured to Snow White sitting by the fire, tightly clutching her bundle, her fingertips turning white. "The queen has been looking for the princess, came here to kill her, but didn't succeed." Only then did the dwarfs notice Snow White and the bulging bundle by her legs. The bearded dwarf frowned, his thick beard twisting into a knot. "The queen. Has she gone mad? This deep in the forest, not even a bird would dare to poop. How could she find it here?" The other dwarfs nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with confusion. They had lived here for 200 years, and aside from the occasional hunter passing by, they rarely saw anyone. How could the queen have tracked them here? Gevoff didn't respond, but added another stick to the fire, the flames crackling as they leaped high, casting his shadow on the wall, like a poised wolf, his gaze exuding an undeniable seriousness. Not only did she come, but she also disguised herself as an old woman wielding a poisoned ribbon, attempting to strangle the princess. He paused, observing the dwarf's expressions shift from confusion to astonishment before continuing. "In the wolf kingdom, there are wolf brothers planting potatoes, Mr. Fox managing the granary, and an old wolf grandpa who can heal injuries. They won't look down on you for being short, nor will they mock the wrinkles on your faces. Once you're there, you will have warm meals, cozy nests to sleep in, and meet many comrades. True comrades, not those hiding here, just to keep warm together." This message stirred waves in the hearts of the dwarfs. They fled to the forest 200 years ago precisely because they were mocked as short melons and ugly monsters. Aside from each other, no one had ever treated them kindly. As for animals working, they had heard Gevoff talk about such matters before, which wasn't too surprising, but the words "won't look down on" felt like warm water, slowly soothing their hearts that had long since hardened. The bearded dwarf swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. "Is there really such a place? What good would it do to deceive you?" Gevoff shot him a glance, his tone suddenly turning stern like a blade tempered in ice. "But if you insist on staying here, I won't stop you. Just bear the consequences yourselves." He shoved another stick into the fire, embers flying out and landing on the ground, scorching small pits. "The queen didn't succeed this time, and do you think she will just let it go? She is the type who holds grudges with a heart smaller than a needle's tip." The dwarfs exchanged glances, none of them spoke. Had the queen truly been here? Was Gevoff's mention of the poisoned ribbon real? Her next move will surely be to send robbers. Gevoff's voice was as cold as the biting winter wind. "They're the kind that specializes in heinous deeds, gouging out people's eyes to use as marbles, smashing bones to feed wild dogs, not sparing even 3-year-old children. You 7 can fight, but the robbers have knives and arrows, and probably even dark magic given by the queen. When the time comes, no matter how hard your pickaxes are, can they withstand it?" He deliberately paused, scanning each dwarf's face, watching as their expressions shifted from shock to pale, their lips trembling as if frozen. "When that time comes, no one will be able to save you. Your bodies will be left in this house, gnawed by rats, devoured by insects, with no one to collect your remains." "Stop talking." The youngest dwarf abruptly interrupted him, his voice trembling, the stone in his hand dropping to the ground with a bang, shattering into 2 halves. Words like gouging out eyes and smashing bones slithered into his ears like poisonous snakes, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, leaving him feeling cold all over. The other dwarfs were also panicking, one tugging at another's clothes, their voices tinged with a cry. "Brother, is what he said true? Will the queen really send robbers? We can't fight against robbers with magic." The bearded dwarf gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw twitching, as if he had made the greatest resolution of his life. He suddenly looked up at Gevoff, his voice hoarse yet firm. "Let's go. We'll go to the wolf kingdom." After deciding, the dwarfs sighed in relief, hastily starting to pack their things. The youngest dwarf stuffed a pickaxe into the bundle while mumbling softly, "I hope the robbers don't really come." Gevoff patted his back, his gaze turning towards the pitch-black forest outside the window. The wind whistled through the treetops, sounding like someone sharpening their teeth in the dark. Whether the robbers would come, he didn't know. This was just a lie he told for his purpose. But he knew the sooner they left, the better. Thus the dwarves prepared to relocate. 2 dwarves strained with all their might to haul out 2 donkeys. Animals whose glossy wax-polished coats shimmered under the light, and whose broad backs could easily accommodate 2 wooden crates side by side. Thick canvas pads had already been laid upon them, secured tightly at the edges with hemp rope. "Load up," one dwarf called out, gesturing for his companions to stack the bales of cloth and clay jars onto the donkeys' backs. The beasts flicked their tails placidly, their hooves striking the earth with a steady, resonant clack-clack. clearly seasoned laborers built for burdens. The bearded dwarf rolled up his sleeves and began herding the sheep from their pen. Those 2 sheep were plump as snow-white cotton balls, bleating softly, yet stubbornly refusing to budge. Their hooves dug frantic little hollows into the muddy ground, and tufts of curly wool on their foreheads clung with stray grass blades, as if clinging heartbroken to their old home. The bearded dwarf, exasperated, slapped one sheep sharply on its rump, only for it to whirl around instantly and sink its teeth precisely into his coarse trousers, tearing a small hole in the fabric. "You've gone mad," he hopped on one foot, cursing. "Once we reach the wolf kingdom, you'll be stewed into soup." Yet the sheep, as though comprehending every word, obediently fell into step behind him, though its tail remained defiantly raised. The dwarf wearing the pointed cap cradled 2 speckled hens against his chest, their wings bound with straw rope. They flapped wildly, sending golden and crimson feathers flying across his clothes, and even catching 2 strands in his beard. With one hand shielding the wicker cage, he used the other to steady the bundle nestled against his chest, inside which lay his cherished bronze tobacco pipe. The hens, however, showed no gratitude, cackling merrily, as if protesting this sudden unwelcome migration. The most arduous task involved the 2 white pigs. They huddled motionless in the corner of their sty, round and stout as 2 overturned earthenware jars, refusing to stir despite the combined efforts of 4 or 5 dwarfs tugging and pushing. They grunted low and steadily, snouts burrowing insistently into the mud, splattering everyone with flecks of wet earth. "This fat alone must weigh 200 gene, puffed one dwarf, wiping sweat from his brow. "Bring out the cart. There's no other way." At once the others dismantled old wooden planks from the wall corner, binding them tightly with green vines into a crude flatbed cart. With Herculean effort, they lifted the pigs aboard, the 2 leading dwarves straining forward like riverboat trackers, while 3 more shoved from behind. Yet the pigs, utterly at ease, rolled lazily onto their backs mid-cart, provoking both laughter and groans from the onlookers. Inside and outside the cottage erupted into a bustling marketplace, braying donkeys' soft bleats, from sheep porcine grunts and frantic hen flapping mingled with dwarven shouts and the creak of timber, animating the entire forest. Just after securing the sheep, the bearded dwarf turned to find the pointed cap dwarf squatting beside 2 others, counting gemstones on the ground. They dragged 3 coarse sackcloth bags from beneath the bed and upended them all at once, spilling carnelians red as blood, topazes blue as twilight, and emeralds green as spring leaves across the floor, gleaming fiercely in the moonlight filtering through the window. These treasures represented 2 centuries of careful accumulation, normally guarded so jealously that even a fingertip's touch would draw sharp glares. Now, however, they were hastily bundled into coarse cloth and strapped tightly around their waists. Though such wealth held little practical use for dwarves, parting with any single piece felt unbearable. Only the elderly dwarf wearing the broad-brimmed hat remained still. He paced slowly about the cottage, his gaze lingering on the stone hearth in the corner, the clay jars lined along the shelf, and finally settling upon the ancient wooden bed, its frame groaning softly with each shift of weight. Its planks shone with decades of wear, and the carved motifs adorning its 4 posts, crooked and uneven, were his own handiwork from long ago. Suddenly the old dwarf collapsed face down onto the bed, burying his face in the mildewed bedding. His shoulders trembled, tears streaming down his deeply furrowed cheeks and soaking into the worn wood, leaving dark spreading stains. "What's there to cry about?" The bearded dwarf approached and tugged at his arm. "It's just an old bed. Once we're in the wolf kingdom, the foxes will weave you a grass mat mattress so soft you'll sink right in, 10 times more comfortable than this." The elder did not lift his head. His voice was muffled as though choked with cotton. "This bed has kept me company for many long years. Remember, the first piece of rose quartz I ever unearthed. I hid it inside the crack of its leg. You've forgotten, haven't you?" The felt-hatted dwarf crouched beside him, scratching the back of his head. "Uncle, we're not leaving forever. Once we've dealt with the queen, we'll return. This very bed will still be here." His words pierced the festive clamor like a slender needle. Indeed, would any of them ever return? This drafty wooden cottage, this creaking bed, even crumbling to dust, it had been their home for 200 years. Gevoff leaned against the doorframe, saying nothing, simply watching the old dwarf. After a long silence, the elder slowly raised his head, roughly wiping his face with his sleeve, smearing tear stains across his whiskers. "Let's go," he declared, rising abruptly, his voice still hoarse. "Are the gems securely packed? Is the pig cart firmly lashed? And for heaven's sake, keep the foxes away from the hen coop." "All set," the bearded dwarf replied promptly. The elder gave one last glance toward the hearth, where only a few dying embers flickered faintly within the ash. He stepped forward, pulled a thick log from the firewood pile, and thrust it deep into the coals. With a sharp crackle pop, the sparks leapt once, his quiet farewell to the cottage. The group filed out into the night. Gevoff led the way, holding aloft a pine torch whose flame carved a luminous path through the darkness, stretching their shadows long and thin across the forest floor. Snow White walked beside Gevoff, frequently reaching out to steady a dwarf who nearly stumbled over stones. Perched upon Gevoff's shoulder, the gray mouse sat upright, round eyes wide and alert, scanning the shifting silhouettes among the trees. 7 dwarves followed behind, one leading the donkeys, another steadying the pig cart, others guarding the hen coop. Each step unsteady, yet not a single complaint escaped their lips. The elder dwarf brought up the rear, glancing back again and again, until the wooden cottage dissolved entirely into the dense velvety blackness, vanishing from sight forever. Across the forest echoed the sheep's gentle bleats, the pig's rhythmic grunts, and the occasional chime of gemstone sacks brushing together. Loneliness somehow never took root. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the oppressive heat of the forest had begun to rise, and Gevoff's party finally crossed into the territory of the Wolf Kingdom. In the distance stood a circle of wooden palisades enclosing scattered thatched cottages and timber-framed houses. Wisps of white smoke curled from their chimneys into the azure sky, blending with distant barks and cheerful voices, a warm, homely fragrance of hearth and life. "It's Prince Gevoff!" A shout rang out from behind the palisade, and several gray shapes shot forward. Wolf sentries' ears pricked, upright tails tucked low, bowing respectfully to Gevoff before darting off toward the fortress to deliver the news. "The Wolf King. The prince has returned with guests." Before the group even reached the palisade gate, the fortress's heavy oak door groaned open with a deep, rasping creak, its timbers grinding against one another. The eldest wolf emerged from the doorway. His gaze first met Gevoff's, green eyes crinkling warmly, then swept past him. Snow White stood there, skirts gently gathered. The dwarves bore mining picks and shielded hencoops, and perched upon Gevoff's shoulder, the gray mouse peered out curiously. "Well now, you've all arrived." The elder wolf grinned broadly, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. His voice boomed like a struck gong. "A long journey. You must be exhausted." Before Gevoff could reply, the elder wolf had already turned and bellowed, "Don't stand idle. Lend a hand." At once, not only 7 or 8 wolves bounded forth from behind the palisade, but also several fiery red foxes, their pelts lustrous and tails luxuriant as blooming chrysanthemums, clearly drawn by the commotion to assist. The wolves moved with practiced efficiency. 2 sturdy males seized the hemp ropes lying on the ground and swiftly looped them around the axle of the pig cart. With a low, unified heave, the taut ropes bit deep into their thick necks and shoulders, muscles rippled beneath their fur, and the cart rumbled forward along the stony path, its crooked tracks winding steadily inward toward the fortress. Inside, the pigs grunted twice as the cart swayed, then rolled onto their backs and resumed, sleeping limbs splayed skyward, so comically serene that the wolves' throats rumbled with soft, rolling laughter like distant thunder across the meadow. Other wolves converged upon the donkeys, using their sharp teeth with surprising delicacy to loosen the knots tied across their backs, handling the rope-bound clay jars as tenderly as if untying fragile glass vessels, lest a single strand of hemp snap and shatter their precious cargo. The liveliest scene unfolded beside the hencoop. Several foxes gathered, their eyes gleaming as they stared into the cage, saliva glistening at their mouths, plainly famished. One particularly eager red fox trotted up to the felt-hatted dwarf, brushing his wrist gently with its bushy tail, then tilting its head to nudge the coop's base with its damp nose, as if pleading, "Let me take it. Let me take it." The hens, unaccustomed to such attention, flapped wildly in panic, squawking shrilly, red combs thudding against the cage walls with loud hollow knocks, scattering feathers across the fox's head. Undeterred, the fox pawed idly at the feathers stuck to its head, then continued gazing at the dwarf with even greater eagerness, its tail wagging faster than ever. "You little glutton," chuckled the felt-hatted dwarf, offering the coop toward the fox. "Be gentle, don't frighten the hens." Instantly, the fox grasped the handle in its mouth and trotted briskly toward the fortress, pausing beside the elder wolf to tap his leg with its tail, an unmistakable gesture of pride. The other foxes trailed behind, peeking repeatedly into the cage, emitting soft, hungry whines, until the elder wolf cast a stern glance backward. "Behave yourselves. Anyone caught scheming tonight forfeits their bowl of meat broth." At once the foxes sobered, falling obediently into line, though their eyes remained stubbornly fixed upon the hencoop. Snow White stood quietly, observing the wolves unload supplies with calm precision and watching the dwarves trail behind them. Asking questions, marveling aloud, the bearded dwarf gestured animatedly to the red fox, inquiring where best to hang the coop. The pointed-capped dwarf reached out curiously to stroke the thick, velvety fur of a passing wolf. Sunlight bathed them all in a soft golden halo, gradually dissolving their earlier tension. Her lips curved upward, and the light in her eyes blazed brighter than the noonday sun itself. Perched upon Gevoff's shoulder, the gray mouse watched the bustle with glittering, excited eyes, its tail sweeping playfully across Gevoff's neck and occasionally letting out cheerful little chirps at passing foxes, as if exchanging greetings. Amidst the flurry of activity, 2 small figures darted from behind the cottages. Gevoff. Grut wore a faded homespun tunic, his cheeks flushed rosy from the sun. Spotting Gevoff, he dashed forward with astonishing speed, like a tiny cannonball, launching himself into Gevoff's waist and burying his face deep into the soft, furry belly. "You're finally back. I carved a wooden likeness of you. It sits on my windowsill, polished daily until it gleams." Gevoff smiled, lifting a paw to gently tousle the boy's hair. "Wonderful. I'll be sure to see it soon." Beside him, Psyche remained reserved. Dressed in a pale blue cotton dress, her golden curls crowned with a bright yellow daisy, she watched Grut cling to Gevoff, and pouted so fiercely her lips could have held a bottle of oil. Stealthily, she scooped up a pebble from the ground and hurled it toward Gevoff's heel. It struck the earth with a sharp snap, but she instantly withdrew her hand, tilting her head skyward to study the clouds. as if utterly unaware of what she'd done. Just then Grutt let out a startled huh, eyes widening as his gaze locked onto Gevoff's shoulder. There sat the gray mouse, its coat gleaming like polished wax, its bead-black eyes darting keenly at him, its tiny mouth curling upward in a remarkably sly, knowing smile. A rat. Grutt recoiled as though pricked by a thorn, releasing Gevoff instantly, and leaping half a step backward, brows knitting into a tight knot. A woodcarver by trade, he loathed rats above all else. Last month, a magnificent eagle he'd carved mid-flight had lost its beak to nocturnal gnawing, ew, and hazelnuts stored in clay jars always vanished overnight, leaving only hollow shells. The mere mention of the creatures filled him with ire. The gray mouse, sensing his revulsion, let its tail droop and flattened its ears against its skull, its expression suddenly subdued, almost sorrowful. Gevoff watched silently, then sighed softly. Gently he extended a paw, lifted the mouse, and placed it carefully upon Grutt's shoulder. This is Gray Mouse, a true friend. Give him a chance. Perhaps you'll become fast friends. The mouse steadied itself on Grutt's shoulder, tiny paws resting lightly on his collar, and cautiously rubbed its nose against the boy's ear. Tickles. Grutt instinctively jerked his head away, lifting his hand to brush the creature off. Yet the moment his fingertips brushed the soft, downy fur along its back, he met those bright, liquid eyes gazing up at him, filled with quiet, wounded appeal, and froze, his hand suspended midair. Psyche watched from the side, arms folded, head tilted with amusement. Scaredy-cat. You're afraid of a mere mouse. Who's afraid? Grutt's face flared crimson as he stiffened his neck in protest. I'm just worried its claws'll snag my tunic. The elder wolf threw back his head and laughed, a rich, resonant sound that rustled the leaves overhead, then clapped Gevoff heartily on the back. Come inside and rest. I'll have the stew reheated, fresh wild mushrooms added. It's deliciously fragrant. The dwarves finally settled down in the wolf kingdom. Since there weren't many houses, they squeezed into a few of them. The floor of the house was covered with freshly dried hay, soft like a thick mattress, and in the corner, neatly stacked firewood awaited to be burned, providing a warm comfort that made the ordeal bearable. As for the subsequent construction, it could be done gradually and should be completed swiftly. Snow White's residence required much more attention. Since the queen might come, Snow White was placed in the house of Brother Wolf. Here there were not only wolf sentinels, but also the exceptionally powerful Brother Wolf. Safety should not be an issue. The gray mouse's dwelling was quite simple. In the corner of Gevoff's wooden house, there was an old wooden box. He brought in some old cotton batting, nestled inside, rolled around a couple of times, and called it home. At night, when it got cold, he curled up on Gevoff's furry tail to sleep warm enough to snore occasionally, kicking his legs, as if chasing rabbits in his dreams. On the very night they settled in, a grand bonfire naturally lit up the wolf kingdom. The fire pit in the center of the yard crackled and leaped, high sparks drifting upwards with the smoke, casting a rosy glow on the faces around. The wolves brought several barrels of wheat beer, which landed heavily on the ground. As the lids were removed, the rich aroma of the brew wafted out. The foxes moved back and forth with ceramic plates filled with glistening roasted hares, tender stewed mushrooms, and berries drizzled with wild honey. The dwarves were also busy, with a bearded dwarf squatting by the fire to roast chicken, the sizzling fat popping in the flames, and the golden skin, curling at the edges, filling the yard with an enticing aroma that drew the little wolf cubs to circle around him. The dwarves were all flushed with excitement. For 200 years they had guarded that broken wooden house deep in the forest, and it had been ages since they had seen such a lively gathering. Watching the wolves clink wooden bowls together with a loud bang, splashing the liquid over their faces without a care, listening to the foxes sing out-of-tune mountain songs, their lyrics jumbled, yet filled with joy, they too raised their bowls, imitating the wolves gulping down the drinks, and before long, they were all tipsy, swaying from side to side. The dwarf in the felt hat tugged at an old flowered wolf and began to dance the stomp he used to know, his feet thumping on the ground, while the flowered wolf wagged its tail in sync, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Snow White sat on a wooden stool by the bonfire, holding a bowl of hot soup with wild onions and tender bamboo shoots floating in it, fresh enough to make one's eyebrows lift. A little wolf cub, just a month old, wobbled over to her feet, rubbing its furry head against her palm. She couldn't help but laugh, gently touching the soft ears of the little creature, her eyes sparkling with joy, sweet like melted honey, blissfully carefree. What captivated everyone the most was Guru Tez singing. That child had learned a new forest tune from somewhere, standing in the middle of the bonfire, throwing his head back and belting it out. The tune wasn't perfectly pitched, fluctuating like the wind through the trees, yet it carried a bright joy that warmed the hearts of those who listened. After just a couple of lines, several adult wolves lifted their heads, joining in with howls of a woo, their voices rising and falling, creating a semblance of accompaniment. A dozen little wolf cubs circled around him, their tails wagging like little flags, occasionally bumping into each other and tumbling over without a hint of annoyance. Even the tipsy dwarves struggled to stand, forming a circle, hand in hand, stomping their feet in rhythm and shouting hee-hee, shaking the bonfire end, sending sparks flying into the sky like scattered stars. Caught up in the excitement, Garut suddenly ran back to his wooden house, returning with a wooden sculpture, presenting it to Gevoff like a treasure. Look, this is you. Gevoff looked down, unable to help but be astonished. The sculpture was about the height of a hand, and it indeed depicted a wolf, but from head to toe it was far from imposing. Its rotund body looked as if it had swallowed a pumpkin, with short legs spread apart, one front paw outstretched straight, clutching a crooked little wildflower. A wrinkled scarf was wrapped around its neck with the edges carved to resemble fluffy fur. One ear drooped, and the eyes were round and glossy dark like two freshly picked wild grapes, resembling a bear that had just finished eating honey, grinning foolishly, so cute it made one want to laugh. It was indeed not imposing at all, Gevoff thought to himself, but looking at Gurut's bright expectant eyes, what could he say? He quickly lifted the sculpture high, deliberately deepening his voice to exclaim, "It's amazing. Isn't this just me?" The surrounding laughter rolled over the grass like thunder, even making the bonfire crackle loudly. Brother Wolf stood by, watching the little wooden wolf holding the flower, unable to resist, nodding in agreement, his smile betraying him. "It does resemble you, especially this cuteness, just like a miniature version of your brother." Gurut blushed with pride, like a layer of evening glow painted on his cheeks, but he puffed out his chest and patted the sculpture's head like a little adult, saying, "Of course. I picked the softest peach wood, carved it without shaking my hands, and the scarf's fluffiness was meticulously detailed. It will surely keep warm in winter. They'll make you a bigger one when it gets cooler, to be placed in the yard as a guardian." "Sure." Gevoff laughed, ruffling his hair. "You'll be my model then, I guarantee. You won't move a muscle." The party gradually dispersed. The wolves yawned as they headed into the house, their tails sweeping the ground and stirring up a breeze. The foxes carried empty barrels, their steps unsteady as they hummed off-key tunes. The dwarves supported each other, still mumbling, one more bowl half dragged and half carried back to the storage by the wolf sentinels. The bonfire slowly shrank into a pile of red coals, leaving only a few sparks flickering in the ashes, stretching the surrounding shadows long. Snow White stood by the window, watching the yard gradually settle into silence. She pushed the window open a crack, and the night breeze brought in the fresh scent of grass and would causing the strands of hair at her temples to sway gently. The wolf sentinel downstairs changed shifts, their footsteps as light as a cat. She smiled as she closed the window and turned towards the bed. Tonight there would probably be no trace of the queen in her dreams. Gevoff embraced the wooden sculpture of the little wolf and returned to the wooden house with the gray mouse. He placed the sculpture on his bedside, examining it under the moonlight, growing fonder with each glance, unable to resist, gently touching the little wooden flower with his paw, his lips curving like a crescent moon. The gray mouse curled up in the wooden box, watching him with this expression, chirping twice, as if mocking, yet shrank deeper into the cotton batting, wrapping itself tighter. The entire wolf kingdom had sunk into slumber, the only sound being the chirping of insects among the grass. At that moment the moon quietly pushed aside the clouds, its silvery light flowing down like water, illuminating the dense forest surrounding the wolf kingdom. The moonlight swept over the swaying treetops, gliding over the wild rabbits hidden in the grass, but suddenly paused behind a thicket of low trees. There lay 40 knives, their blades gleaming coldly in the moonlight, like 40 coiled venomous snakes. The knife handles were tightly gripped by rough hands, knuckles turning white from the pressure. The owner of the knives shrank in the shadows of the trees, breathing low, only his eyes shining in the darkness, intently staring at the wolf kingdom. Their boots were muddy, and their pant legs were torn by branches. The 40 knives remained hidden in the shadows, their cold gleam gently swaying with each breath. The moon observed closely the 40 knives, exuding murderous intent. The night watch wolves yawned, shaking their tails, completely unaware of the 40 chilling gazes 100 meters away. The dwarves inside the house were still snoring, the ruby light covered by shadows resembling a sleeping blood droplet. The moon quietly sighed and retreated back into the clouds. The knives in the dense forest still gleamed, only gripped tighter. The witch was right, today is indeed the easiest time to strike. The night was as deep as if soaked in ink, and even the most boisterous insects had silenced, with only the wind swirling close to the ground, stirring a few brittle dry leaves outside the wooden fence of the wolf kingdom, creating a faint sound that was soon swallowed by the darkness. 40 shadowy figures crouched low, their spines bent like drawn bows, their feet gliding across the grass, like 40 loaches freshly emerged from the mud, silently creeping toward that wooden house. That was the dwelling of Snow White, as well as the residence of the big wolf. The thatch on the roof shimmered a cold white under the moonlight, as if covered with a thin layer of frost. Their clothes had been soaked in a special potion made by the queen, which not only suppressed the smell of sweat and blood, but also dulled the sound of their footsteps. From a distance, they resembled 40 weightless shadows drifting by. This appearance bore no resemblance to that of robbers. This group usually caused such a ruckus when they stole things that their shouts could be heard 3 miles away. They would shout until their throats were hoarse before even drawing their blades, eager for the whole world to know they had arrived. But at this moment, they all pressed their lips together, even their breaths were carefully regulated through their noses, their throats felt as if stuffed with cotton, as the skin on the back of their necks still throbbed faintly. The queen's curse was like a venomous snake, drilling into their bones at the slightest disobedience, a sensation worse than death. They did not dare to gamble, nor did they dare to make any noise. The one-eyed leader of the thieves halted 2 yards in front of the wooden house, the light in his eye colder than a blade. He raised his hand and gestured backwards, and immediately 39 heads bobbed over like mushrooms. 40 knives were raised simultaneously with a sharp sound. The moonlight, gliding over the blades, reflected 39 pairs of fierce and fearful eyes resembling wild dogs driven to a dead end. We must be quick. The one-eyed voice was suppressed like a mosquito buzzing barely above a whisper. Do not alert the other wolves, or we will be in serious trouble. The two thieves quickly nodded, crouching as they reached the door. Their fingers touched the wooden bolt, and the sweat on their fingertips left 2 damp marks. They gently twisted it. The door hinge creaked loudly, creating a gap. The sound was particularly jarring in the dead silence of the night, like nails scraping against glass, startling the two so much they nearly dropped their knives, their hearts pounding against their ribs, as if to leap out. As soon as the door opened half a foot, 2 points of green light suddenly lit up inside, suspended in midair, like 2 lanterns soaked in oil, blindingly bright. Who? A deep voice sounded rough, like the unique rasp of the wolf clan, echoing through the room and causing the door panel to hum. The thieves jerked their heads up, and in the shadows of the room, they saw a wolf sitting there. He was taller than an ordinary wolf, his shoulders broad like a small mountain, with gray fur so glossy it could reflect human shadows. Most peculiarly, he was dressed in a human gentleman's outfit, his shirt collar unbuttoned, without a tie, the cuffs rolled to his elbows, revealing fuzzy forearms. Though it looked outlandish, it exuded an indescribable authority. It was the big wolf. He sat beside the fire on a stone bench, his green eyes indifferently fixed on the doorway, as if he had been waiting for them all night, not even lifting an eyelid. The one-eyed thief's pupils contracted sharply, the light in his eye instantly fading, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. He never expected that there would still be a wolf guarding this house, but his mind worked quickly, realizing that he could not let this wolf make a sound, or else the surrounding wolves would be alerted. Even if they could kill their way out, at least half of them would die. Without time to think, he forced a low growl from his throat like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Make your move. Slay him. 40 knives were drawn in an instant, the cold gleam pouring down upon the big wolf like a torrential downpour, the sound of the blades whooshing through the air, carrying a scent of blood, about to chop him into pieces. But before their blades could touch the big wolf's fur, a shadow suddenly flashed before their eyes. They saw a dark figure darting through the blades of light, as fast as lightning. The wind it stirred, stinging their faces like ice shards. Then a series of light sounds erupted, like someone wringing out a waterlogged cloth, both light and crisp. In the next second, the first few thieves who charged in suddenly went limp, their knives clattering to the ground with a piercing sound, their bodies falling stiffly sideways, their necks twisted at an odd angle, like broken branches, their eyes wide open, filled with terror, as if they could not comprehend what had happened even in death. The thieves behind were so frightened that their calves cramped, their knees buckled almost to the ground, their hands holding knives, trembling, no longer daring to advance. But before they could retreat, the shadow moved again, this time even faster, leaving only an afterimage like a dark gray lightning shooting through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the room was completely silent. Only the crisp sound of dozens of knives falling to the ground remained, clinking like a broken string of bells echoing in the empty room. All 40 thieves lay sprawled on the ground. No blood, no screams, only the light sound of necks being twisted clean, as if it were an unfinished dream. The big wolf stood amidst the corpses, his chest slightly heaving, his nostrils flaring, the indifference in his green eyes long gone, replaced by a coldness like iron tempered in ice. He glanced down at the corpse beside his feet, the hand still posed, as if holding a knife, the knuckles pale. The big wolf's claws unconsciously tightened, the nails digging into his palm, drawing several lines of blood. If it weren't for his immense strength, if it weren't for his clear mind that made his body even stronger. Perhaps these damned human thieves would have made it to his room before being awakened. And what then? Would any random cat or dog be able to sneak in, and while he was unawares kill his poor sickly brother? This thought ignited like fire, bursting forth and fueling his anger, surging like lava to the top of his head, making his temples throb fiercely. The night watch wolves were useless. These intruding humans were also useless. Did Gevoff really dare to send people here? Just a village woman ruling over 9 towns who gave her the courage. Accustomed to Gevoff's tales of wars involving thousands, the big wolf looked down on the small nations here. Moreover, as a wolf, a clever wolf, he had always believed himself to be at the top of the food chain. So this was also a provocation. A blatant provocation akin to spitting in his face. He took a deep breath, suppressing the low growl that surged in his throat, and called out softly toward the door, "Little Black." Immediately a wolf sprang out from the shadows, dark-furred, as if covered in a layer of ash, with one hind leg not moving, well, limping slightly each step, swerving to the side. He kept his head down, his ears pressed tightly against his head, his green eyes filled with shame, his tail tucked tightly like a dog that had been beaten by its master. "My king." His voice trembled, and from his throat a few woofs escaped, a hunting dog's instinct as well as fear. Little Black has failed in his duty, unable to detect danger in advance. Please punish me, even if it means cutting off my leg. The big wolf glanced at him. Little Black was the hunting dog who had gone to fetch Gevoff before. He had broken his leg while following hunters and was abandoned. The big wolf had picked him up, seeing his cleverness, and made him a shadow guard responsible for vigilant protection. At that moment, this hunting dog's shoulders were trembling, clearly hating himself for failing to protect the territory, wishing he could smash his head against the wall. "No, your duty is..." What was it? "A right to guard the royal family and supervise and capture. The mistakes today lay with the night watch sentinels and had nothing to do with you." Little Black buried his head even lower, his nose nearly touching the ground, the grass bits sticking all over his face. He did not care whose fault it was, he only knew that he was a shadow guard, and failing to stop the enemy was a great humiliation. His legless self should have repaid the big wolf's kindness with his life, but now, enough. The big wolf suddenly spoke, interrupting his self-reproach. Drag these corpses outside, and bury them, dig deep, and cover them with soil. Make it quiet, don't wake the others. Yes. Little Black responded through gritted teeth, his voice laced with a whimper like a wet rag, both hoarse and choked. He turned and gave 2 low barks into the shadows, and immediately 3 shadows of wolves sprang out. All shadow guards like him, their fur dark, their steps as light as a cat. They approached with their heads lowered, tails tucked tightly, none daring to make a sound, simply grabbing the corpses by their clothing and dragging them outside behind Little Black. Little Black's limping legs stumbled along every step, swerving, leaving a trail of crooked footprints in the mud like a line blown astray by the wind. The big wolf, however, did not move. He continued to stand in the open space, scattered with corpses, his green eyes burning like 2 blazing ghost fires. He lifted his head, gazing at the moon outside the window. The moon was half obscured by clouds, and the visible half looked pale and ghastly like a cake that had been bitten into. The clear light streamed through the window, casting intermingled shadows and light patterns across his face, while the violent glow churned in his green eyes, as if he wanted to rip the half-moon down and swallow it. He was the Wolf King, the pillar of the Wolf Kingdom, not just an ordinary wolf foraging for food in the forest, nor a soft persimmon to be manipulated by others. Only by having clear thoughts can one break through limits. If he tolerated even this slight provocation, he would be trapped in this wolf fortress for his entire life, never amounting to anything. You want war? He murmured to the moon, his voice low as if squeezed out from between his teeth. Then I shall give it to you. Brother Wolf's heart was as clear as a mirror. When it came to real national strength, the Wolf Kingdom could not compete with the Adelon Kingdom. He often scoffed, saying, only 9 towns, putting on an air of disdain, but deep down he knew the entire Wolf Kingdom barely equated to the scale of a single town from Adelon. In terms of iron tools from the blacksmith shop, their spears sparkled with a cold, menacing light capable of piercing through 3 layers of iron armor. The iron tools of the Wolf Kingdom were limited to pots. Even the houses were different. Adelons were built with blue bricks, with white lime plastered in the cracks, impervious to rain. The Wolf Kingdom mostly had wooden and thatched houses, which made a rustling sound in the wind, as if someone were scattering beans on the roof. But if the comparison stopped there, what would that be called? War. If one were to sit down and tally things up, the grain storage, the number of blacksmiths, the number of houses. If they lost, they would admit defeat, so why draw swords and risk their lives? Brother Wolf licked the stone dust off his claws, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his green eyes. If it came to a fight, he had full confidence. With his physique, he could flatten Adelon by himself. The king's golden crown could be twisted into an iron ring. The soldier's armor could be torn into rags. One twist could snap a neck, and a group could topple a city as easy as crushing a few ants. However, this fierce spirit and pride did not last until the next morning. Just as dawn broke, smoke rose from the chimneys of the Wolf Kingdom. The grayish-blue plume mixed with the charred smell of firewood and the sweet aroma of roasted flatbreads, slowly dispersing in the morning mist. Brother Wolf stood on the stone mill in the center of the yard, his foreclaws resting on the grinding plate, recounting the events of the previous night. Bandits sent by the Queen of Adelon attempted to harm Snow White, but fortunately, he had caught them in the act. The little dwarfs listened in shock. The bearded dwarf pressed a hand to his chest, his heartbeat audible even through his coarse cloth shirt, his mouth agape for a long time. My goodness, the bandits really came. Are they hiding just behind the forest? The other dwarfs nodded along, their faces wrinkled with anxiety, clearly still shaken from the fright. Snow White stood to the side, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, her fingertips digging deep creases into the fabric, her brow furrowed tightly, her eyes misty, as if tears could fall at any moment. She did not speak, but her shoulders trembled slightly, clearly recalling the queen's ruthlessness. Gevoff, hearing about the bandits, turned pale, but still reached out to tightly grasp Pushikai's wrist, his voice trembling. Don't be afraid, Brother Wolf is very powerful. Pushikai was not that afraid, merely smiling quietly. Brother Wolf looked at the expressions of everyone and felt a surge of anger rise within him. He stomped heavily on the stone mill, causing the grinding plate to tremble, and said in a deep voice, I have decided tonight I will lead the wolf pack to flatten Adelon. Let that queen know that the Wolf Kingdom is not to be trifled with. No way. A clear voice suddenly rang out like a block of ice thrown into boiling water, instantly dousing the agitation in the yard. Brother Wolf turned sharply to see it was Gevoff, the gray mouse perched on his shoulder. Brother Wolf's face showed disbelief, his green eyes widened. You want to stop me? His voice was like a ground stone, rough and hard. Are you worried about my strength? He felt a deep unease in his heart. Why was his brother trying to stop him? Isn't this for you? For the princess? For this whole family? Does he think I can't handle that queen? Gevoff sighed, placing a hand on his trembling shoulder. Brother Wolf's muscles were as hard as red-hot iron. The tension felt even through his fur, clearly indicating he was filled with pent-up anger. If this were not a fairy tale, he would agree. But this is a fairy tale. Killing without reason must come with consequences. Who knows when a hero might pass by? He paused, looking around, his gaze landing on those innocent faces. First, what have the citizens of Adelon done to deserve this? The queen is evil, but that doesn't mean everyone in the city deserves to lose their heads. The blacksmith might be crafting longevity locks for children, the baker might be kneading dough for beggars. Why should they pay for the queen's mistakes? Is it really justifiable for a king's anger to cost 100,000 lives? That would be treating human lives like grass. Brother Wolf's momentum weakened somewhat, but his mouth remained stubborn. But the queen. Second, Gevoff interrupted him. Do you remember the boy we met in the town of Adelon? He can turn into a bird. Brother Wolf's brow furrowed. How many strange things are hidden in this world, can you count them all? Gevoff continued. There may be brawny men among Adelon's soldiers who can turn into bears, the maids in the palace might be witches who can use magic, even the beggars on the street might carry lamps that summon thunder. They may not all be ordinary people. Are you truly confident you can defeat all the extraordinary? Brother Wolf opened his mouth wanting to argue. I can take on 10, but then swallowed the words back. He recalled his own strength, thought of the boy who turned into a bird, and then looked at Gevoff's calm, yet seemingly all-knowing eyes, suddenly feeling his throat tighten. The yard fell silent, only the wind rustling the fallen leaves against the fence made a soft sound like someone quietly sighing. Brother Wolf's claws slowly relaxed, his nails moving away from the stone mill, leaving shallow white marks, stone dust falling away and landing on his claws. So, is that it, eh? His voice was muffled, as if something was blocking it, sounding very aggrieved, like a big wolf that had its meat bones snatched away with its tail drooping to the ground. Gevoff looked at him in such a constrained state, suddenly laughed, and patted his arm. Not yet. But we need a different approach. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. We want to attack the kingdom. Well, go directly to the palace to find the queen. Revenge has its source. The trouble she caused is hers alone to bear. Brother Wolf's ears perked up at once, a glimmer of light flashing in his green eyes like two sparks igniting. You mean? Yes. Gevoff nodded, his eyes sparkling with cunning. We go straight to her. Regardless of whether this method will be detected by the queen's magic mirror, even if the palace is filled with thousands of troops, as long as our target is not the entire kingdom, but just one wicked queen, things will be much simpler. At that time, those soldiers might even secretly let us pass. Who would truly want to help a vicious queen? Brother Wolf stared at Gevoff for a long, while suddenly grinning, revealing 2 rows of sharp, white teeth. All right, let's do it this way. Once the decision was made to directly target the queen, Brother Wolf could no longer contain his nature and declared, we will act tonight. Well, simply twist off that queen's head to prevent her from playing tricks again. He pondered over what Gevoff had said, suddenly slapping his forehead. Right, what was that called again? Oh, to hear the Tao in the morning and die by evening is acceptable. We shall call this morning plan evening revenge. Gevoff stood aside, shaking his head helplessly. He intended to remain still and wait for the queen to arrive so he could seize her directly. However, he never expected the cunning queen would counter with a different strategy, sending forth 40 bandits. This immediately struck at Brother Wolf's breaking point. Had he not acted quickly to intervene, the entire pack of wolves in the wolf kingdom would have charged out by now. When the battle between men and wolves erupted, countless innocents would perish, not to mention the potential disturbance it could cause to those lurking in the fairy tale world. The crystal chandeliers in the palace refracted thousands of golden lights, illuminating the room, yet failing to penetrate the thick darkness in the queen's eyes. She reclined on a soft couch covered in snow-white velvet, her silk nightgown wide open, revealing a necklace inlaid with rubies around her neck. Playing with a gold-embedded jeweled wine cup, her laughter was sharp like shattered glass scraping against ice, each sound laced with poison. 40 bandits are enough to deal with a pack of wolves, and a few dwarfs enough. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with images of Snow White being dragged back. Would she be skinned and nailed to the city gate as a carpet, or have her limbs chopped off and thrown into a cellar filled with venomous snakes? The queen's nails dug deep into her palm, her scarlet-tipped fingers trembling slightly. No, that's not enough. She suddenly opened her eyes, madness flickering in her pupils. First, I must mar that face. Slice it into a spiderweb. Why should she be more beautiful than me? The most beautiful in this world can only be me. The red wine just poured by the maid was still steaming, the liquid swirling in the cup a seductive crimson. The queen tilted her head back and downed half the cup, the wine trickling down her chin into her collar, soaking the delicate lace trim, yet she paid no mind, frequently glancing out the window. By now there should have been a signal. She had specifically instructed the bandits to let loose a signal arrow after their success. Its red flame could pierce 100 feet into the sky, yet she saw not even a spark. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The queen slammed her wine cup onto the gilded low table, the crystal shattering into 8 pieces with a crash, the wine splattering onto the carpet, blooming into an ugly red. She stepped in her 10-inch high red-bottomed heels, the heels tapping against the ground with a rhythmic thud like a death knell as she strode toward an inconspicuous hidden door deep within the palace. Just as the queen stood still, the mirror suddenly lit up with a buzz and a green fairy floated into view. Sweetheart, the queen pinched her throat, her tone betraying her impatience as she poked the mirror. Why hasn't my person returned yet? Could they have been devoured by those foolish wolves, leaving not even bones behind? The green fairy's voice was sickly sweet. My queen, don't worry, let me take a look. He raised his hand and gently brushed the mirror, causing ripples to appear, revealing the scene deep within the forest. 40 bandits lay sprawled on the ground, their necks twisted at unnatural angles, eyes wide open, lifeless. The smile on the queen's face froze like a wax figure caught in ice. Before she could ask, the mirror suddenly darkened, leaving only an inky blackness, as if drenched in ink. Not a glimmer of light could penetrate. Sweetheart, what happened? The queen's voice tightened, her nails digging deep into her palm, leaving bloody marks. What kind of trick are you playing? Suddenly beads of sweat appeared on the green fairy's forehead, sliding down his translucent cheeks. For the first time, panic flickered in his usually smiling eyes. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen death cold with the stench of wolf claws. He did not answer the queen, but pressed both hands against the mirror, the light flickering wildly, images rapidly changing, the stone mill of the wolf kingdom, Snow White's furrowed brow, Gevoff's calm face, finally freezing on a pair of green eyes blazing with fury. No one could see how much ferocity lay within, they only felt a cold chill emanating from the mirror. After a moment, the green fairy slowly spoke, his voice dry like sandpaper against decayed wood. The weak bandits have failed. What? The queen screamed, the heels of her high shoes stomping harshly against the ground, nearly breaking, sparks seemingly flying from her feet. A bunch of useless fools. Can't even handle a few wolves. Within that group of wolves is the Wolf King. The green fairy spoke with unusual calmness, as if he were discussing something unrelated to himself. He is strong enough to be invincible. What of it? The queen's face turned as pale as paper in an instant, her lips trembling, yet she stubbornly asserted, strong. So what? I am the queen. I have magic. I have you. If he dares to come, I will turn him into roasted wolf meat. When the moon rises, he will come with soldiers seeking revenge. But don't worry, my queen, as long as you stay by my side, nothing will happen. He was lying. In that moment of foreseeing the bandits' corpses, he had clearly seen two paths, either be torn apart alongside the queen or kneel in submission to the Wolf King. But in this world, he would not submit to anyone except this venomous yet utterly dependent woman before him. What troubled him further was that the entire world seemed to reject them. The Wolf King's revenge was marked with the label of justice, even the winds were guiding them, and the blades of grass were marking their direction. A hero's revenge against a villain. Why didn't the Wolf King choose to incite war? At least that would have stained his justice with the blood of innocents, yet he precisely came for the queen. The green fairy dared not think further, suddenly raising his hand to wave, the mirror shimmered, and a cup filled with a purple-blue glow appeared out of nowhere, hovering before the queen. The liquid in the cup seemed to contain countless tiny creatures swimming, producing a faint buzzing sound. This is a wine that conceals one's presence. He tried to make his voice sound casual. Drink it, and the Wolf King will not be able to find you. Once his anger subsides, he will naturally leave. The liquid's glow was bizarre, with a faint fishy sweetness. But the queen was already in a panic, not caring to discern good from bad. She seized the wine cup and tilted her head back to down it. The spicy liquid slid down her throat, carrying a taste of iron rust, as if she had swallowed a handful of broken blades. Yet she smacked her lips and suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha. The Wolf King. Even if he comes, he won't find me. Once he leaves, I'll send 100 bandits after him. No, 1,000. Let's raise the wolf's den. Skin that little wretch and make lanterns out of her skin. Hang them at the palace gates. Her laughter grew louder and sharper, yet black blood began to seep from the corners of her mouth, dripping down her chin onto the royal blue velvet of her gown, blossoming like sinister poisonous flowers. Yet she seemed oblivious, continuing to laugh wildly, calling out ways to torment Snow White, until her laughter abruptly ceased, her body collapsing like a marionette, with severed strings, eyes still wide open, filled with lingering resentment and madness. The green fairy quietly watched as the queen died. The warmth that usually resided in his large eyes faded bit by bit, like the receding tide, leaving only cold resolve. He certainly knew the wine was poisoned. This was the wine of delusion, capable of leading one to laugh themselves to death in an illusion. Rather than let her fall into the hands of the Wolf King with her neck snapped and her skin torn apart, suffering immense torment, it was better to let her die in the delusion of victory, at least with her cherished superiority. Sometimes he hated his eyes that could see through the future, hated this all-knowing information, and more than anything hated that he couldn't truly see 1,000 years ahead. If only he had known earlier how powerful the Wolf King would be. The day he foresaw was the easiest day to act. But because of disdain, they all overlooked the Wolf King. Had it not been for the foresight, he wouldn't have to personally kill his only master. He looked down at his semi-transparent hands, his fingertips already beginning to blur. The world had clearly marked his death like a red cross drawn on a page. If it were based on his own strength, the world could not influence it, but as a spirit, his power was indeed tied to the world. If he submitted, perhaps his strength would be restored. But it was impossible. The pressure in the air grew stronger, and he could feel his power draining rapidly, like sand slipping through an hourglass, falling relentlessly. Perhaps when the Wolf King arrived, he wouldn't even be able to mount a decent resistance and would be easily torn apart. Perhaps in the end, he would shatter into dust like an ordinary mirror, just a touch from a wolf claw. But so what? The green fairy raised his hand to caress the mirror, the bronze mirror producing a low hum. You touched my queen. His voice was soft as a sigh, yet carried a fierce determination. There must be something left to exchange. Outside, the moon had already climbed to the treetops, silver light flowing into the palace, illuminating the shadows at the entrance of the secret chamber. Those seeking revenge walked beneath the moonlight, their footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. Those who guarded were gathering strength within the mirror, the green light, concealing a madness of mutual destruction. This flame, ignited by beauty and jealousy, was finally reaching its most fervent moment. The moonlight cascaded like scattered silver coins, gently falling upon the palace's glazed tiles, slipping through the crevices of the ornate railings, and trickling into the garden, forming a shimmering river on the bluestone path. Brother Wolf led 3 shadow guards along the walls, their fur blending into the deep gray of the night, their paws making no sound as they treaded upon the stone cracks, not even disturbing the night moths beneath the corridor. Gevoff followed closely behind, the cool scent of mint cloth enveloping his nose, masking the faint scent of forest that clung to them. Turning the last corner as per the map drawn by Snow White, a strange odor suddenly wafted through the air, like a rusty iron anvil steeped in decayed flower petals. Gevoff wrinkled his nose as Brother Wolf came to a halt, his green eyes gleaming astonishingly in the dim light. With a creak, the slightly ajar secret chamber door was pushed open, unleashing a strong stench of blood mixed with the scent of cosmetics, causing the shadow guards to instinctively gasp for air. Brother Wolf dashed inside. First, Gevoff followed closely behind. With the moonlight filtering through the crack of the door, he discerned the scene inside. The queen lay sprawled before the bronze mirror, her silk nightgown soaked a deep purple, the hem trailing on the ground like a frozen river of blood. Her mouth was twisted as if she had seen something absurd just before death, and her wide-open eyes still held traces of dried blood. What happened? Gevoff's voice was barely above a whisper, yet his tail tip betrayed his tension, taut with anticipation. They had come filled with a bellyful of vengeful fury, only to stumble upon this scene, as though arriving late to a play that had already concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, the one-person-high bronze mirror suddenly glowed with a green light, piercing their eyes with its brilliance. A green shimmering shadow emerged on the surface, writhing like a snake trapped underfoot, revealing itself to be a green spirit. You truly have come. The spirit's voice was sharp enough to pierce the eardrum, its face contorted in the green light. It was you who caused the queen's death. I want you to rot here alongside her. Brother Wolf let out a low growl from his throat. Just as he was about to leap forward, the spirit suddenly raised a hand, pointing directly at him. A stream of green light flowed from its fingertip, sharp as an icy needle. I curse you. Watch as those around you turn to ash, leaving you behind in this world, unable to forget. I curse you to witness the ones you trusted and loved all turn to dust, leaving only a youthful shell with a decayed soul inside. I curse you to remain conscious even if ground to powder and buried in the depths of hell, enduring endless pain and never finding rest. The curse coiled around Brother Wolf's limbs like a cold chain, binding him tightly. He suddenly arched his back, his claws scraping deep grooves into the ground, a low groan escaping his throat. His green eyes turned a deep crimson in an instant. The sensation was akin to countless icy needles piercing through his veins, burrowing into his bones. Brother! Gevoff rushed forward, attempting to pull him back, but was repelled by an invisible wall, slamming his lower back against a stone table, causing him to wince in pain. The 3 shadow guards howled as they lunged towards the bronze mirror. Just as their claws were about to touch the surface, a sharp crack echoed, and the mirror split down the middle, the green light extinguishing with a pop. The cracks spread like wild vines across the mirror's surface before shattering into a multitude of pieces, the shards scattering light more densely than the stars. The spirit's scream was caught in the fissures, ultimately dissolving into a series of soft whimpers scattered amidst the swirling dust of the shattered mirror. The secret chamber was so quiet that one could hear their own heartbeat, while Brother Wolf crouched on the ground, clutching his chest, his shoulders trembling slightly. When he looked up, Gevoff saw that all the ferocity in his eyes had dissipated, leaving behind an empty hollow white, as if a piece of flesh had been ripped away. I am cursed. His voice was hoarse, like it had been ground against sandpaper. The shadow guards huddled in the corner, their ears drooping to the ground. This curse was too sinister, sending shivers down their spines. Gevoff felt helpless. He hadn't anticipated the magic mirror would cast a curse, and could only hastily ponder what the curse entailed, hoping to find a solution. However, the final few resentful words of the spirit echoed in his mind, becoming increasingly unsettling. Are you sure this is a curse? Wait, he suddenly spoke, his voice trembling slightly with a realization. He hadn't noticed this. Doesn't seem like a curse at all. Brother Wolf shot up, his green eyes filled with astonishment. What did you say? Gevoff smiled. The first line, watching those around you turn to ash, unable to forget. Doesn't that mean you get to live longer than anyone else? Isn't that immortality? The ears of the shadow guards perked up in surprise. The second line, watching the ones you trust and love be ground to dust, leaving only a youthful shell. The emphasis is on youthful shell. Doesn't that mean you will never grow old? Eternal youth. Gevoff's voice brightened. The third line is even more powerful. Even if ground to powder and buried in hell, you must remain conscious. Isn't that immortality? Brother, this magic mirror grants you eternal life. Brother Wolf listened to these words, but let out a heavy sigh, his claws leaving shallow marks on the ground, a layer of despair clouding his green eyes. You want me to watch you all grow old and die, leaving only me to guard an empty house? If this is not a curse, then what is? My dear brother, you needn't comfort me. Gevoff shook his head, his mind racing with thoughts of the magic mirror's final words. Even so, it seemed somewhat endearing. The magic mirror roared, I shall grant you eternal life, eternal youth, and immortality. He spoke up, I too wish to pursue eternity, brother. Brother Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief. Prince Eric rode at the forefront on a pure white steed, his silver-gray cloak billowing elegantly in the wind, the jeweled hilt of his sword sparkling with each step he took. Behind him followed a ceremonial retinue of 20 their knights clad in gleaming armor. The sound of hooves crunching on fallen leaves echoed in perfect harmony, particularly clear in the stillness of the forest. "Your Highness, it seems there are traces of smoke ahead." The leading knight reined in his horse, pointing towards a clearing shrouded in morning mist. Eric leaned slightly forward, his golden brown curls tousled by the wind. He placed a hand over his heart, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the family crest on his chest, a confident smile playing on his lips. "No need to rush. I can feel that my destiny is drawing nearer." He had been saying this since entering the forest, and the ceremonial retinue had long become accustomed to it. Prince Eric had always possessed this peculiar intuition, reputedly having pointed to the daughter of the court painter at the age of 3 and declared, "She will become my embroiderer," and indeed, she later became the royal embroiderer. The procession moved forward, passing through a thicket laden with vines, when a quaint wooden house suddenly appeared before them. The roof was neatly thatched, no smoke billowing from the chimney, and a few wilted morning glories climbed the wooden fence. This was the dwelling of the 7 dwarfs. However, the gate was slightly ajar, and the stone mill in the courtyard was covered in a layer of fine dust, clearly indicating that no one had lived there for quite some time. Strange. The knight commander furrowed his brow as he dismounted, pushing open the gate, which creaked with age. Eric also dismounted, leading his horse to the wooden house. The door was crafted from pine boards carved with 7 quirky dwarf faces, though the paint had long faded. He pushed the door open, a faint musty scent mingling with the aroma of pine wafting out. The sight inside left him momentarily stunned. Against the wall stood 7 small wooden beds, each covered with a coarse cloth blanket neatly arranged, as if waiting for someone to return and lie down. In the corner, a small table held 7 ceramic bowls with remnants of dried porridge clinging to the edges. The iron pot on the stove gleamed brightly, while the iron spatula hanging on the wall had begun to rust. "You aren't here." Eric's brows furrowed slightly, his tone laced with evident confusion. His heart had been racing just moments ago. That close-at-hand sensation was intense enough to feel almost tangible, yet now the house felt empty, not even a mouse in sight, only the sunlight streaming through the window, casting mottled patches of light on the floor. He walked to the table, picking up the smallest ceramic bowl. The rim still bore tooth marks, clearly from one of the dwarfs during a meal. "Your Highness, it seems the occupants of this house have moved away." The knight commander returned from inspecting the backyard, holding a fallen hair ribbon in his hand. "The vegetable cellar in the back is empty, and there isn't even a scrap of hay left in the shed." He set down the ceramic bowl, letting his fingertips trace the wood grain of the table. That feeling of destiny still lingered, though it had grown hazy as if veiled in mist. He walked to the window, gazing deep into the forest, a flicker of confusion passing through his golden brown eyes. Had his intuition been wrong? Or had the person he was searching for already left this place? The wind blew in through the open door, stirring a few leaves on the ground, one of which landed perfectly beside his boot. Eric bent down to pick up the leaf. "Let's keep moving." He suddenly spoke, tucking the leaf into his cloak, his gaze regaining its previous certainty. "She hasn't gone far." The retinue exchanged glances, quickly gathering their belongings in preparation to continue their journey. The knight commander observed the prince's figure in the distance, quietly pondering. This forest is vast, with not a single shadow in sight. What exactly is his highness searching for? Only Eric himself understood. That thumping sensation in his chest had grown clearer, even more so than before, as if it were telling him, "Just a bit further, move faster, and you will catch up." Brother Wolf listened to Gevoff's words, slowly loosening the paw pressed against his chest, with a bit of mirror dust still clinging between his claws. The dull pain in his heart, reminiscent of watching them leave one by one, lingered like a piece of ice that had yet to melt, but the light in his brother's eyes was too bright, like a bonfire blazing on a winter night, softening the chill in his heart considerably. He flicked his tail, his green eyes sweeping over the queen's corpse on the ground. Her nightgown was soaked dark with blood, and the smile at the corner of her mouth remained frozen, looking somewhat ridiculous. He glanced at the shattered mirrors scattered across the floor, their fragments reflecting the moonlight like scattered stars, and muttered, "Though I did not personally twist her neck, she ultimately feared me enough to seek her own demise. This grudge is settled." Gevoff nodded, running his fingertips along the edge of the largest mirror shard, the icy touch causing him to frown slightly. He had originally calculated meticulously to capture the queen alive, or find a way to control the magic mirror, gradually prying out the magical rules of the fairy tale world from its mouth. How did those abilities that could transform people into birds or summon thunder and lightning come about? But now one was dead and the other shattered, leaving his entire plan in tatters. "We can't just leave like this." Gevoff suddenly spoke, his gaze sweeping over the stone cabinets and wooden boxes in the secret chamber. "Search. Turn this place upside down. Don't miss any scraps of paper jars or even the dust in the wall crevices. We might find something like a magical tome." Brother Wolf was the first to move, his claws rummaging through the stone cabinet. An iron box clattered against a pottery jar, making a loud noise. The 3 shadow guards also split up. One went to rummage through a wooden box in the corner, sending wood chips flying. Another used his nose to poke at the queen's jewelry box, spilling the gems across the floor, crimson and emerald rolling everywhere. The last simply knocked on the wall, with his claws listening for hollow sounds. But after much commotion, they found nothing, not even a scrap of paper with a spell drawn on it. In the end, it was Brother Wolf who rummaged out a cloth bag from a dark compartment in the corner, and upon opening it discovered 3 items inside: a silk ribbon embroidered with roses smooth to the touch, a peachwood comb with tiny pearls embedded between its teeth, and a vine pattern carved on its back, and an apple crimson to the point of being purplish, its surface slick as if coated with wax. Seeing these items, Gevoff certainly recognized their purpose. Wearing the ribbon around one's neck could bring about death. Combing one's hair with the comb could also lead to death, and eating the apple would bring death as well, though it was a mix of life and death, and Gevoff could not distinguish which half was life and which was death. Of course, these items could not truly cause death. At most, they could only induce a deep slumber. Unfortunately, they had not found any magical tomes, but there was nothing they could do. They had to leave first. The group of wolves slipped out of the secret chamber like shadows, quietly moving along the corridor back to the outside. The night breeze gently swayed the lanterns in the corridor, and the candlelight cast flickering shadows on the ground, stretching their silhouettes long. As they passed a side hall, Gevoff suddenly stopped, his ears twitching slightly. This side hall appeared unremarkable, with gilded door rings and carved window frames lacking much presence in the luxurious palace. However, for some reason his gaze crossed the slightly ajar threshold, landing directly on a wooden table inside. The table held a book with a dark cover seemingly coated with a faint halo under the candlelight, as if an invisible thread was pulling his gaze toward it. This is it. Gevoff felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. The book gave him a special feeling, as if it concealed some secret quietly waiting to be discovered. "You all wait here," he instructed in a low voice, his figure flashing as he darted into the side hall. Brother Wolf and the shadow guards immediately became alert, pressing their ears against the door, seems to listen for sounds, their claws poised on the ground ready to respond to any sudden situation. Moments later, Gevoff emerged holding the book, his eyes filled with excitement. For this book was none other than the Queen's magical notes. He had just been searching in the secret chamber, drenched in sweat, finding nothing, and unexpectedly stumbled upon the real deal while passing by this inconspicuous side hall. It was akin to searching for a path in the dark with a lantern, wandering for a long time without seeing any light, only to suddenly look back and find the light shining right on the windowsill behind him, warm and illuminating the very thing he sought. Thus they returned triumphantly, as if aided by divine intervention. As dawn broke on the horizon and the dew in the forest had yet to dry, Brother Wolf led Gevoff and the shadow guards silently back to the Wolf Kingdom. The wooden door was gently pushed open, emitting a soft creak, startling several sparrows resting on the branches which fluttered into the morning mist. Gevoff did not wake everyone, nor did he feel the urge to share his experiences. At such times, Brother Wolf would naturally clarify the entire situation. His mind was now filled with the magic notes, making his steps quicker than usual. Pushing open his pine wood door, a familiar scent of pine resin greeted him. Gevoff closed the door behind him, walked to the wooden box in the corner, clicked open the brass lock, and carefully placed the cloth bag containing the 3 items inside, pressing a few old books on top before securing the lock. After doing all this, he turned to the wooden table, taking out the black-covered notes from his pocket and gently placing it on the surface. By candlelight, Gevoff stared at the cover for a long while before suddenly bursting into laughter, the sound growing louder and more carefree, causing the ink bottle on the table to tremble. "Huh, it worked. It worked." He slapped the table. "Gevoff, am about to learn magic." This statement was like a spark igniting the long-repressed desire in his chest. He would finally become human, finally able to summon flames with a thought, and finally possess magical power. Now the Queen's magical notes lay right before him. The magic was near at hand. While laughing, Gevoff suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if a pair of eyes were watching him. He abruptly looked up and saw a gray mouse perched on a beam, its small paws clinging to the wood, its round eyes wide with surprise, its tail hanging in midair, clearly startled by his delighted expression. Gevoff's laughter abruptly ceased, the flush on his face not yet faded, but his mouth tightened immediately. Oh no. He usually maintained a calm demeanor, even able to analyze things coolly when Brother Wolf was angry, but that moment of unrestrained joy had been completely witnessed by this gray mouse. He cleared his throat and quickly composed himself, adopting a serious expression and deliberately coughing twice, trying to cover up his embarrassment. "Ahem. What are you doing here? Why aren't you outside welcoming Brother Wolf? Why come to me?" The gray mouse leaped down from the beam to the table, crossing its little arms and tilting its head at him, suddenly bursting into laughter, its voice full of mockery. "If I went to welcome the Wolf King, how could I see you like this?" It pointed at Gevoff's still slightly flushed cheeks. "You laughed so loudly just now that even the little dwarf next door must have heard." Gevoff's ears turned a bit red. He reached out to pinch the gray mouse's tail, but it nimbly dodged out of the way. What nonsense! He picked up the notes and opened them, pretending to read seriously, but his voice sounded somewhat unnatural. "I was just testing a new breathing technique. You wouldn't understand." Gevoff intended to casually flip through a couple of pages of the notes, pretending to have already calmed down, hoping to silence the gray mouse's teasing. His fingers flicked through the pages, moving aimlessly backward while he pondered the gray mouse's previous teasing laugh. This little creature would definitely need to be dealt with later, perhaps by rummaging through all the sunflower seeds it had hidden. But as he flipped through, his fingers suddenly froze. The handwriting on the pages was sparse, mostly trivial records today, added 2 extra drops of rose essential oil, the maid's blush color, is too vulgar, and occasionally mentioning magic, but only trivialities like my sweet little darling. The initial excitement deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle. He flipped the pages faster and faster, the sound of the paper rustling resembling the sound of wind. The smile on his face gradually stiffened until it completely vanished, leaving only bewilderment in his eyes along with a hint of disbelief. Oh my goodness. Gevoff slammed the notes onto the table, causing it to shake with a thud, his voice tinged with exasperation. Are you really going to mess with me like this? I feel like a rabbit chasing after a carrot, panting and running close, only to find that half of the carrot is buried in the dirt, and the exposed part is prickly, making it impossible to bite. Clearly the magic was right in front of him, yet when he reached out to grasp it, it felt as though there was a layer of frosted glass in between, allowing him to see only a blurred outline, but unable to touch anything concrete. Why is there only one transformation spell from start to finish, and I can only understand half of it? He scratched his hair, his wolf ears standing up in irritation, sharp, like little triangles. Who is this half-baked stuff written for? You must be deliberately teasing my appetite, right? Indeed, this queen's notes, when flipped back and forth, were filled with trivial matters with only a legitimate spell noted. A transformation spell. But the transformation spell, he could only understand half of it. The other half was a jumble of nonsense. Gevoff stared at the pile of gibberish, his claws rubbed against the table, feeling a blockage in his heart. So he put in all that effort, taking such great risks, only to bring back this piece of junk. A young boy was staring at himself in the mirror. He had 2 wolf ears on his head. His skin was pale but devoid of color. His features were deep-set with eyes of a dark muted green. His hair was pure black, soft and smooth, but slightly disheveled, falling along his neck. The young boy frowned, and naturally it was Gevoff. Beside Gevoff on the ground squatted a boy about the same height as a mouse, with gray messy hair sticking to his head, and a thin mouse tail weakly sweeping the ground, his face showing as much worry as Gevoff. This was the gray mouse that Gevoff had taken revenge on. After all, it had laughed at Gevoff for successfully transforming, only to turn around and end up in the same incomplete spell form. Where did my 2-meter-tall and robust body go? Gevoff muttered at the mirror, his small hand instinctively reaching to touch his arm. Thin arms and legs utterly different from the strength he once had, which could easily take down a deer. This incomplete transformation spell was far too unreliable. Even though it turned him from a gray wolf into a human figure, he was merely a half-grown boy, and he still had a pair of wolf ears that had not been retracted. Thankfully, his tail had transformed back, otherwise it would have been even more troublesome. He touched the wolf ears on top of his head, his fingertips brushing against the furry tips, and his worries eased a bit. Well, it's not a total loss. He forced a smile in the mirror, reassuring himself. Even though he had shrunk into a young boy with a pair of wolf ears, he had at least become human. When the time comes, if he finds a wide enough hat to wear covering his ears properly, wouldn't he be able to strut confidently into the human world? If he were caught, he could always slip away using his invisibility spell, this much ability he still had. Yet the relief he had just felt returned, and a thread of unease crept into his heart. He lowered his hands, his gaze turning somber. That is to say, magic, he seemed only able to understand half of it. Just like the last time he ate the heart of a black wolf, he should have awakened the ability to control corpses, yet instead, he ended up with an invisibility spell completely off track. Gevoff frowned and turned his head, glaring at the gray mouse still squatting on the ground, sighing and lamenting, and impatiently waved his hand. Enough, stop sighing, you're driving me crazy. As soon as the words left his mouth, he picked up a thread of weak magical energy with his fingertips and gently pointed at the gray mouse. A pale gray light flashed, and the gray mouse's tiny form instantly shrank and faded, returning to its original state as a palm-sized, sleek gray mouse. As soon as it regained its form, the gray mouse hurriedly patted its round body with its small paws, tugged at its agile tail, confirming that every part was intact, and immediately perked up its ears, its small eyes sparkling. Gevoff, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, turned a couple of circles in the courtyard, but as the tips of his exposed wolf ears brushed against the door frame, he collided head-on with Brother Wolf. Where did this little cub come from? Dare to invade the wolf kingdom? Brother Wolf's roar shook the leaves, his green eyes wide open. Until Gevoff pushed the hat aside, revealing his pair of dark green eyes. Brother Wolf abruptly halted, the low growl in his throat caught halfway, as if choked by something. Brother, it's me. Gevoff's voice was bright with youth as he reached up to scratch his wolf ears. I transformed using the spell from the Queen's notes. Brother Wolf leaned in closer, sniffing at his neck, Gevoff's unique scent. He opened his mouth, but struggled to find words, finally managing to say, You shrank way too much, didn't you? The commotion in the courtyard had already attracted the attention of others. Garrett ran over with a wooden carving knife, curiosity etched on his face. Gevoff, did you really transform into a human? Can I transform too? I want to try becoming an eagle. Gevoff then flicked his fingers, glowing with faint light, towards Garrett. Suddenly Garrett's body whooshed and elongated, his clothes tore into strips, his limbs grew stout, and his hooves clomped against the stone, transforming into a donkey. But the most ridiculous part was that the donkey's neck still bore Garrett's face, his eyes wide with surprise. Huh, it's a donkey. The little dwarfs laughed, so hard they couldn't straighten up. Garrett was also curious, lifting his front hooves to bounce a couple of times, his hooves thudding on the ground, shaking his own head, still quite pleased. This body has such great strength. Can it carry a millstone? In the crowd, the butterfly fairy Pucksyke stood frozen. She looked at Gevoff's dark green eyes, and then at the donkey with a human head. Her lips moved, but she said nothing. The records of the fairy lineage clearly state animals do not possess souls, at most awakening some shallow abilities through bloodlines, and cannot learn magic on their own. She quietly took a couple of steps back, feeling as if a tangle of confusion had been stuffed into her heart. Pucksyke, do you think my donkey body can run faster than before? At this moment, Garut's voice emerged from the donkey's mouth, carrying a bit of pride. Pucksyke forced a smile, but did not respond. Gevoff did not notice her unusual behavior, and was laughing at Garut's human-headed donkey. Stop bouncing, I'll try to change you back. His glowing fingertips reignited, but when they landed on Garut, they suddenly flickered, as if encountering an obstruction. Huh? Why didn't it change back? Garut's donkey hooves halted in place, his smile frozen. Gevoff furrowed his brow, feeling a laugh bubbling up inside. Strange, logically this spell should be reversible. Brother Wolf leaned over to see the commotion, patting Garut's back. Not being able to change back is also fine. You'll be responsible for grinding the mill from now on. Watching Garut hopping on the ground with a human head, the donkey's hooves thudding against the stone slab, Gevoff finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. He raised his hand and pointed at Garut, the soft glow emanating from his fingertip gentler than before. All right, turn back now. In the moment the light flashed, the sturdy body of the donkey swiftly shrank back. Garut staggered to regain his balance, still draped in torn coarse cloth, looking as if he had just scraped himself down from a tree branch. He touched his face, then looked down at his hands and feet, suddenly glaring at Gevoff with his hands on his hips, his voice louder than the donkey's braying. Damn big bad wolf. Was this intentional? Who told you to insist on trying it yourself? Gevoff raised an eyebrow, adjusting his wide-brimmed hat to cover the tips of his wolf ears that nearly perked up. Besides, at least you got to experience what it's like to run on 4 legs, so it might come in handy later. Not a loss. The laughter in the yard nearly lifted the roof off. The little dwarves were laughing so hard they were slapping the stone mill. The wolf elder held his belly, his green eyes narrowed into slits. Even the usually frowning Puzik couldn't help but smile. Just as everyone was laughing, 3 wolf soldiers ran in from outside the fence shouting, Wolf King! Wolf King! A prince has arrived outside accompanied by 20 soldiers. He wants to meet the king. The wolf elder's laughter abruptly stopped, his brows furrowing instantly. A prince? What does he want here? He waved his hand. Bring him in to take a look. The prince was of course Eric. At this moment, surrounded by ceremonial soldiers, he rode on a white horse, slowly advancing under the guidance of the wolf soldiers. He looked at the wolves and foxes here, living like humans, building houses and trading. Moreover, the cubs were playing. It seemed that since the establishment of the wolf kingdom, there had been more and more clever wolves and foxes. The cubs born were increasingly intelligent. Thus it led to the present, where Eric observed all around him, seeing upright wolves and foxes. Some were even dressed in clothes looking quite human-like. Fresh buns just stolen from a human town. Delicious. 2 for 1 fish. A limping fox shouted, waving a cloth bag, its tail wagging joyfully behind it, its voice tinged with pride. Eric couldn't help but laugh, his voice clear as a mountain spring. This truly is a marvelous kingdom. The captain of the knights behind him lowered his voice to remind, Your Highness, these creatures may not have good intentions. Please be cautious. Don't say that. Eric dismounted, patting the neck of his white horse, letting it graze aside. Look at them, they have trade, they have laughter, they are more orderly than many scheming human city-states. Then under the guidance of the wolf soldiers, they finally arrived before the wolf elder. The surrounding soldiers naturally couldn't advance, although they were worried about the prince. However, the prince smiled. Don't worry about me. I can feel that I am not in danger. So the knights had no choice but to stop in place, watching the prince go forward. Eric's gaze swept across the yard, spotting the little dwarves in burlap clothes, seeing Puzik, and even a young boy wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Although he felt there was something furry beneath that hat, it was still human-like, easing his tension significantly. His gaze finally fell upon the wolf elder. This wolf was twice as robust as the others around it, dressed in human clothing with an air of authority in its green eyes, clearly the leader here. Eric halted, performing a proper gentleman's salute to the wolf elder, his right hand on his chest, slightly bowing. Esteemed Wolf King, I am Eric, the second prince of the Poseidon Empire. I apologize for the intrusion. It is truly because your country is so wondrous that I couldn't resist coming to visit. May we be allowed to stay for a few days? Just as his words fell, his heart suddenly thumped, as if a little deer had collided inside. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was in the forest. He suddenly looked up, following the direction of that pulsation, only to see a black-haired girl rubbing her eyes, the straps of her nightgown loosely tied, clearly awakened by the commotion, here, wanting to take a look. It was Snow White. Her black hair shimmered softly in the morning light, her cheeks slightly flushed from just waking up, and her eyes resembled blue roses holding dew. Eric's heart skipped a beat, and the cloak in his hand nearly fell to the ground. He opened his mouth, suddenly forgetting what he wanted to say, feeling as if the surrounding laughter and wind had disappeared, leaving only the black-haired girl slowly approaching. Gevoff looked at the dazed prince and suddenly realized in that moment that he was the so-called Prince Charming, the pervert who wouldn't even spare a corpse. In the grand hall of the Adlan Kingdom's palace, the gilded candlestick was smashed to the ground, the flames extinguished with a loud pop, and the hot wax splashed onto the carpet, burning a charred hole. The king, dressed in a night robe, had his tousled gray hair sticking up, his bloodshot eyes wide as copper bells, the silver wine cup in his hand twisted, and deformed wine streaming down his fingers, soaking his luxurious robe. Waste. A bunch of waste. He kicked over the nearby wooden table, crystal vases, and jade artifacts shattering everywhere, the sound echoing like thunder in the grand hall. How did the queen die? You, my subjects, couldn't even keep one person safe? A dozen servants knelt on the ground, their heads almost touching the carpet, trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. The elder servant's face was pale, his lips quivering, unable to say a complete sentence. Your Majesty, please calm down. We have already sent someone to investigate. Investigate? After a whole night, what have you found? The king grabbed the nearby scepter, slamming it down, nearly breaking the jewel-encrusted tip. Find them for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find the murderer. Otherwise, I will chop off each of your heads. Just then a young servant suddenly spoke up, his voice trembling, as thin as a mosquito's hum. Your Majesty. I smelled the scent of wolves when I passed by the secret room. As soon as he finished speaking, another maid responsible for cleaning the queen's chambers hurriedly added, her voice choked with tears. It's true. The queen always complained to me, saying that the wolves in the forest were always against her, and that there was a particularly fierce wolf that tried to break into the palace several times. Wolves, eh? The king abruptly paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his bloodshot eyes. Are you saying the murderer is a wolf? And another servant mustered the courage to look up, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Recently, I heard hunters say that deep in the forest there seems to be a wolf kingdom. Those wolves can walk upright like humans and then can build houses. Wolf kingdom. The king sneered, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. A bunch of lowly beasts dare to establish a kingdom. Dare to harm my queen. He suddenly raised his scepter, pointing outside the hall, his voice hoarse, as if sanded down. Deliver my command. Gather soldiers from across the nation. I will flatten that wolf den, skin those wolf cubs alive, and avenge the queen. The elder servant quickly bowed his head. Your Majesty, think it over. The wolf clan is fierce and the forest terrain is complex. Recklessly starting a war may. Think it over. The king stepped on his back, crushing him fiercely. My queen is dead. You want me to think it over? He surveyed the trembling servants, the fire of rage in his eyes nearly igniting. Now. Immediately. Right now. Gather the army for me. Anyone who dares to delay even a moment, I'll chop off their head right now. The grand hall fell into a deathly silence. Only the king's heavy breathing and the choked sobs of the servants could be heard. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting colorful light on the shards scattered across the floor, yet it couldn't penetrate the king's eyes filled with hatred. The moment Eric saw Snow White, it was as if he had been struck by a freezing spell, leaving him rooted to the spot. Sunlight poured onto her black hair, creating a halo, and even the air seemed to be enveloped in honey. His heart raced, as if it would burst from his chest, with only one thought remaining in his mind. This was his destined fate, the meaning behind his journey through mountains and forests. Everything around him blurred into indistinct shadows, the authority of the wolf elder, the tension of the nights. He even forgot where he was. He stared blankly, his eyes sparkling like stars. Even his breath became lighter, fearful of disturbing the person before him. Until a clear cough broke the silence. Ahem. Gevoff stood beside him, the wolf ears peeking out from under his hat, trembling slightly, his dark green eyes filled with disdain. This cough was like a bucket of cold water, abruptly waking Eric from his daze. He suddenly regained his senses, only to realize that the laughter in the courtyard had long ceased, and everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. The wolf elder frowned his displeasure, nearly spilling from his green eyes, his tail anxiously sweeping the ground. The dwarves whispered among themselves, their gazes laced with mockery. What chilled him the most was Snow White. Her previously dazed expression now held a hint of wariness, even shrinking back slightly, hiding behind the dwarves, her blue eyes clearly conveying the message of disgust. No, it's not like that. Eric's cheeks flushed bright red, spreading from his ears down to his neck. He hurriedly bowed toward Snow White, his voice trembling. I didn't mean to lose my composure. I just what? Gevoff suddenly sneered, his voice laced with ice. Just that you've never seen a woman. Or do you think we, the people of the Wolf Kingdom, are easy to bully, allowing you to stare at us like that? He stepped forward, the wolf ears under his hat becoming slightly visible, his tone unyielding. This prince, be gone. The Wolf Kingdom does not welcome someone like you who lacks manners. Eric abruptly looked up, his face filled with astonishment. He never imagined he would be driven away so directly, the flush on his face instantly fading to pale. The wolf elder was taken aback as well. Although he was displeased with Eric's loss of composure, he thought that since the other party was a prince, he should at least show some leniency. But since Gevoff had said that, he followed suit, his expression darkening as he growled, "Get lost." After so many days, the wolf elder had learned the human language. The moment the words left his mouth, nearby wolf soldiers immediately stepped forward, each seizing one of Eric's arms. He wanted to struggle to steal another glance at Snow White, but he was firmly held by the soldiers, being dragged out like a sack. Wait, I still have something to say. Eric turned to look at Snow White, his eyes filled with longing, hoping to see even a hint of hesitation in her gaze. But Snow White simply frowned, turning her head away. There was no fondness, only aversion. It dawned on him what he had done, staring like a fool at a stranger, forgetting even the most basic etiquette. This was not a gesture of goodwill, it was clearly an offense. I was rude. I truly was rude. Eric's voice trembled with a hint of tears as he was dragged away by the wolf soldiers, his boots scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. As he was thrown out of the wolf kingdom, the knights hurriedly rushed over to support him. The wolf soldiers stood with arms crossed, glaring fiercely. Get your prince far away, or don't blame us for being rude if you dare come close again. Eric, supported by the knights, felt his knees weaken and nearly fell. He stared at the closed gate of the wolf kingdom, suddenly raising his hand and giving himself a sharp slap. With a loud crack, the knights exclaimed in unison, "Your Highness, what happened to you?" He seemed not to hear, raising his hand again to slap himself, the force making his cheek instantly bear the imprint of 5 fingers. The knights hurried to restrain his hands, but he struggled, tears streaming down like loose pearls. When he looked at the knights, his voice choked. I messed everything up. His destined fate had come to despise him, leaving no room for redemption. All the encounters, greetings, and walking side by side that he had imagined in the forest had been ruined by his own rude behavior. Why am I so foolish? Eric's vision began to blur, his chest feeling as if a giant stone was pressing down on him, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. The knights were still anxiously calling out to him, but he could hear nothing clearly. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted completely. Meanwhile, after dragging Eric out, Gevoff's gaze quietly fell upon Snow White, his wolf ears under the hat subtly twitching. What he feared most was the storybook trope of love at first sight. What if the princess was entranced by that prince's appearance? Wouldn't all his previous caution be in vain? Fortunately, Snow White was now furrowing her brows, reaching to adjust the loose straps of her nightgown, her blue eyes still reflecting displeasure from the offense, softly mumbling, "Why is this person like this?" It seemed that the environment truly could change a person. When she was with the dwarves, she was always timid, even afraid to speak loudly. Now, with their company, and having stayed long in the wolf kingdom, she appeared more confident, no longer the girl who could be easily scrutinized. Gevoff let out a quiet sigh of relief, stepping forward to ask, "Are you all right? That guy didn't scare you, did he?" I'm fine, really." Snow White shook her head, just about to say something, when her gaze suddenly landed on Gevoff. Her words abruptly caught. "You. Who are you?" Having lived in the wolf kingdom for so long, she had never seen this pale-skinned boy with dark green eyes. This child had his hat pulled low, looking somewhat familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had seen him. Nearby, Garut could no longer contain himself, covering his mouth as he laughed out loud. "He's Gevoff. How could you not recognize him?" "Gevoff." Snow White's eyes widened in surprise like a startled deer, her mouth slightly open, unable to close for a long time. She looked at the fair-faced youth before her, then thought of the tall gray wolf she usually saw. There was no way to connect the two, and her adorably confused expression made the dwarves laugh heartily. Gevoff also broke into a smile, raising his hand to remove his wide-brimmed hat, revealing a pair of fluffy wolf ears on top of his head, gray and shiny with a hint of pink at the tips, gently shaking with his movement. "I learned transformation magic." He shook his head, his ears following suit, a glint of pride in his eyes. "I turned into a human. How do I look? Does it look like me?" Snow White finally came to her senses, reaching out to touch those ears, but suddenly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing. "It really is you. This magic is amazing. And the ears are still there." Gevoff suppressed a laugh in his heart, but put on a look of heartbreak on his face. His eyebrows drooped like wilted grass, his dark green eyes were half closed, and the corners of his eyes deliberately drooped down, resembling a cat that had its tail stepped on, but dared not make a sound. That gaze clearly conveyed the message, "Can you really not recognize me? Can't you even tell how I've changed?" The Snow White was lightly poked by that gaze, and inexplicably felt a softness in her heart. She stared at Gevoff's exposed wolf ears, furry and pointed, tinged with a hint of pink like 2 tender fruits freshly picked from the branches, making her unable to resist the urge to touch them. The slight annoyance from being offended by the prince had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, she boldly leaned forward, her fingertips trembling with excitement, wanting to touch those ears. With a soft pop, Gevoff jumped back as if scalded, narrowly avoiding her hand. His ear tips instantly turned hot, and a faint flush crept up his neck. The laughter in the yard grew louder. Only the big wolf stood still, not laughing, his green eyes shining remarkably. Snow White's hand froze in midair, her cheeks flushed, yet she did not retract her hand. Instead, she blinked, her blue eyes displaying a soft expression, as if she were admiring her pet. "Your ears look so soft. What's wrong with me wanting to touch them? Just once." Gevoff did not respond, grabbing a wide-brimmed hat nearby and pulling it down over his head, the brim lowered enough to completely cover those troublesome wolf ears. Disappointment immediately surfaced on everyone's faces. The dwarfs even sighed like children who had lost a piece of candy. Gevoff glanced at the expressions of the crowd, suddenly turned around and dashed away, as if his feet were smeared with oil, disappearing along the fence behind the wooden house, leaving behind a sentence caught by the wind, "I'm going to study magic." "This kid." The big wolf chuckled and shook his head, tapping his claws on the stone table. "Don't mind him, let's go have our meal." Snow White gazed in the direction Gevoff had disappeared, her fingertips still lingering with the illusion of almost touching his fur, her lips involuntarily curling upward. A transformed Gevoff was cuter than the big gray wolf before. The dwarfs clustered around her as they headed to the kitchen, mumbling, "Once he masters the magic, he must turn into a rabbit. A fluffy white one would be so cute. I think turning into a bird would be nice, that can fly and bring us wild fruits." But Gevoff wasn't going to study magic. He had already grasped the half-understood transformation spell from the queen's notes, learning it at a glance. Magic in the fairy tale world is quite simple. As long as you can understand it, you can learn it. Now he could transform the ancient beast into a donkey with a human head, turn a gray mouse into a boy with a tail, and even change animals into stone, though all with some flaws, but it was enough for daily use. As for more powerful spells such as turning people into dragons, there wasn't even a shadow of them in the notes, and he couldn't be bothered to exert that effort. And Gevoff ran so fast not because he was studying magic, but purely because he was flustered by that "let me touch." He was shy. Oh dear. He leaned against the fence, covering his face with both hands, the tips of his ears peeking out between his fingers, flushed like they were on fire. His heart raced in his chest, thumping so loudly that it made his eardrums tremble. Even his breath became slightly erratic. Snow White is truly beautiful, her black hair flowing in the sunlight, her blue eyes like lakes nestled in mountain streams. Just now, she actually wanted to reach out and touch his ears. This was different from when he spoke to her as a wolf. At that time, he was a furry wolf, and she was a timid princess separated by a layer of beast and human. But now, with the face of a human boy being approached by such a stunning beauty, made every hair on his body stand on end. No, Gevoff, you are a formidable wolf. He waved his fist at the air, trying to disperse that flustered feeling. You are destined to be the man of the harem king. And there are so many princesses waiting. How can I be tripped up by this trivial matter? Yet despite saying this, the corners of his mouth curled up like they had been smeared with honey, refusing to be suppressed, and secretly rising into a silly arc. As he encouraged himself while walking forward with his chaotic thoughts, he realized he had already stepped into the soft river mud. The river water was clear and bright, like an unfolded mirror reflecting a fair-skinned black-haired boy. His dark green eyes shone like two gems immersed in water, his eyelashes long and thick with a pointed nose and a smile that revealed two shallow dimples. Gevoff stared at the reflection in the river, his eyes widening as he murmured, "My goodness, whose handsome boy is this?" He raised his hand to touch his cheek, and the boy in the river did the same. He wrinkled his nose, and the reflection mirrored his action. There must be many people who would like me, right? As soon as the word slipped out, he suddenly realized his cheeks flushed again, even the roots of his ears burned. This is me. He forced a brilliant smile at the river, his eyes crescent-shaped, causing his eyebrows to take on a proud hue. The queen is really a great person. If not for her magic notes, how could I have the chance to see this appearance? Just as he was lost in admiration, the reflection in the river suddenly rippled, as if the silk was disturbed by the wind. Gevoff suddenly looked up, only to find that he had unknowingly walked out of the Wolf Kingdom's territory, standing by a river deep in the forest. Not far across the river, a wisp of white smoke was rising from the woods, carried by the wind, was a sweet, yet cloying aroma, like the scent of caramel mixed with mint, reminiscent of the smell of the candy house in the forest. Gevoff's eyes widened in an instant, his heart tightening. The candy house. That house made of gingerbread walls, candy windows, and a chocolate door, where a witch lived who lured children in to roast and eat them. Logically, that house should always be wafting with an enticing sweet smell, and the witch should be guarding her oven. But this smoke, it looked like the roof was on fire. Not good. His mind buzzed. It was the end of the candy house story. Those clever siblings had pushed the witch into the oven. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to sneakily learn some candy magic, and now it was all gone. Gevoff took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Furrowing his brows, his feet involuntarily moved toward the opposite bank, stepping on the river's pebbles, splashing water on his pants, but he didn't care. Another gust of wind blew over, and the sweet aroma was indeed mixed with a hint of burnt smell, as if something had been thoroughly roasted. His brows furrowed tighter, and he simply took off, running toward where the smoke was rising. Regardless of anything, he had to see how serious the fire was, hoping that the house wasn't completely burned. Perhaps he could still find some magical recipes that hadn't turned to ash. Oh, what a pity. Gevoff sighed as he ran, having been so focused on saving Gulute and defeating the queen that he completely forgot about the candy house. But he reassured himself that the candy magic didn't seem like a good thing either. After all, it was used by a wicked, which most likely some tricks to lure children. Better not to learn it. That's right, a trashy which uses trashy magic. Even if this magic was given to him, he wouldn't want it. Gevoff dashed towards the direction where the smoke was rising, the leaves underfoot rustling with each step, and the wolf ears beneath his hat quivered slightly with urgency. The further he went, the hotter the air became, and the cloyingly sweet smell of burnt sugar clogged his nostrils, provoking a fit of coughs. Turning around a dense thicket, he suddenly halted in shock. The candy house was ablaze. Its gingerbread roof had collapsed halfway, and the walls made of frosting were melting and flowing, pooling into sticky syrup on the ground. Flames licked at the chocolate door, turning the once polished entrance into a charred lump. Thick smoke billowed up, dyeing half the sky a gray-black color, even the sunlight appearing with an eerie orange hue. This is bad, it's burning too fiercely. Gevoff gritted his teeth and quickly used his transformation spell. In a flash of light, his body swelled with a whoosh, bones cracking as gray fur burst out from his skin, and in mere seconds he transformed into a robust elephant. Though this elephant was quite special, its body was covered in wolf-like gray fluff, and it occasionally emitted huffing breaths that carried a hint of wolfish scent. Whoa! He swung his long trunk, feeling the immense strength coursing through his limbs, and turned to charge towards the riverbank. The thundering sound of his feet echoed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Reaching the riverbank, he plunged his trunk into the water, sucking in a full trunk of water before turning back to rush in front of the candy house. Splash! Water sprayed from his long trunk like an artificial waterfall, crashing down on the flames and creating a cloud of white mist. He busied himself using his trunk to poke at the charred walls and stamping out the remaining flames on the roof with his feet drenched in sweat and his gray fur darkened by smoke. After toiling for a full 5 minutes, the fire was finally subdued. The last sparks were snuffed out as he covered them with mud using his trunk, leaving the candy house as nothing but broken walls emitting wisps of white steam, the air filled with a peculiar mixture of caramel and wet wood. Gevoff panted heavily, transforming back into his child form, though his hair was disheveled from the smoke and his clothes were smeared with black soot, looking like a cat that had just crawled out of a chimney. He wiped his face and stepped into the ruined house. It was empty, with only a few twisted iron frames and shards of glass scattered on the floor, clearly indicating that the siblings had long since fled. In what used to be the kitchen, he discovered a curled-up charred corpse, its outline unrecognizable, but according to the story, it should have been the witch. Gevoff frowned, not lingering longer, and continued further inside. The floorboards in the corner were slightly loose, and he kicked at them, causing a plank to creak and lift, revealing a dark hole beneath. A damp breeze mixed with a metallic scent wafted out. It was a dungeon. Gevoff then descended the steep stone steps. The dungeon was small but filled with numerous items. A dozen heavy wooden chests stood open, overflowing with gleaming gold coins and pigeon egg-sized gems that sparkled under the firelight, blinding to the eyes. In one corner, a few bundles of silk lay, though dusted with grime, still felt smooth to the touch. While this witch has hidden quite a treasure, he whistled, calculating in his mind. If he could transport these gold and gems back to the Wolf Kingdom, he could use them to buy supplies from the human countries. He ventured deeper into the dungeon, where he found several empty iron cages with only a few shoelaces and torn doll remnants remaining, likely left behind by the children that had been captured before. Gevoff's heart sank, and he quickly backed out. Returning to the surface, he gazed at the wreckage, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Though he hadn't learned the candy magic, finding such treasures wasn't a loss. He needed to hurry back to the Wolf Kingdom to report, so the Wolf brothers could send someone to collect the goods, lest they be claimed by passing hunters. Yet he still felt a pang of regret, as this was magic, and he couldn't just let it disappear before his eyes. How infuriating. So he began rummaging through the ruins again, not minding when a shard of glass nicked his finger. While doing so, his wolf ears keenly picked up the sound of someone approaching. He whipped around, spotting a young man standing at the edge of the woods, holding a hunting rifle that glinted coldly in the sunlight. The man walked slowly towards him, his gaze sweeping over the broken walls, landing directly on Gevoff, clearly having noticed him long ago. Gevoff did not panic, quietly waiting, squinting to size up the man. The man wore a faded coarse shirt, sleeves rolled to his forearms, revealing sturdy arms. His face was dusted with a bit of dirt, yet could not hide his handsome features, especially those eyes shining like obsidian submerged in water. This face. Could he be a protagonist from a fairy tale? Gevoff mused internally. At that moment, the man reached the ruins of the candy house, bent down to pick up a piece of undercooked gingerbread, blew off the dust atop it, and popped it into his mouth, chewing slowly, with a satisfied look on his face, as if savoring the sweetness. Once he swallowed the piece, he raised his eyes to Gevoff, his expression devoid of hostility, instead exuding a hint of friendliness. Hey kiddo. The man hoisted the rifle onto his shoulder, his voice gentle. What happened here? Why is it burning so badly? Are you hurt? His gaze swept over Gevoff's dirty clothes and the cut on his fingertip from the glass. Gevoff's eyes darted, and he immediately adopted a timid expression, softening his voice like a frightened little beast. I was lured here by an old lady who said she would give me candy, but instead locked me up. I don't know how it caught fire just now, and that old lady has vanished. I only managed to escape. He deliberately rubbed his eyes, feigning a look of grievance. Oh my goodness. The man indeed revealed an expression of surprise, quickly walking over and squatting in front of him, his tone filled with sympathy. Are you okay? Does anywhere hurt? He reached out to touch Gevoff's shoulder, hesitating as he feared startling him. His hand paused in midair before retracting. I'm fine. Gevoff lowered his head, his voice softer. I just don't know where to go. Do you remember where your home is? The man asked patiently. I can take you back. Gevoff raised his head, blinking his emerald eyes. My home is in the Poseidon Empire. My father is a carpenter there. He casually fabricated an identity while carefully observing the man's reaction. Sure enough, a look of confusion crossed the man's face, his brows furrowing slightly. Poseidon Empire. I've never heard of that before. He thought for a moment and added, it must be quite far from here. Apologetically, he continued, I'm sorry, but I might not be able to help you get back. However, if you're willing, you could come to my place to rest. It's too dangerous for a child to be alone in the forest. Seeing Gevoff hesitate to answer, the man added, we belong to the Anvil Kingdom, which has been suffering from famine lately. Crops won't grow, and many people are starving to madness. His voice grew heavier. If those desperate people find you a homeless child, they might. He didn't finish, but the concern in his eyes was evident. They might kill and eat me. Gevoff interjected innocently, his tone carrying a hint of childlike naivety. The man paused for a moment, nodding solemnly, his voice heavy. I've already seen several cases, all desperate people. He gestured to his rifle. I'm not actually a hunter. I came into the forest hoping to chance upon a rabbit or a wild chicken to feed my family due to the famine. My name is David. He extended his hand, the palm rough and calloused. I truly mean no harm. I just think it's too dangerous for a little child like you. Gevoff stared at his hand for 2 seconds, then looked up into his eyes. There was no hidden agenda in those eyes, only genuine concern. He understood that even if the man had ulterior motives with his current magic, he might not end up worse off. Moreover, he was curious about the human world. As for the treasures here, David might take a little. The rest he would transform into a bird at night and fly back, then inform the Wolf brothers. While thinking this, Gevoff slowly extended his hand, gently gripping David's fingertips. My name is Gevoff. Can I come to your house? I really don't know where to go. David visibly relaxed, a smile spreading across his face as he stood up. Of course you can. My home is in the village just outside the forest. It's a half-hour walk. He'll help you find a clean cloth to wipe your face. Thus Gevoff followed David out of the forest. Before leaving, David wandered around the ruins of the candy house and somehow discovered the entrance to the dungeon. He took a torch down to have a look, and when he came back up, he had a heavy piece of gold in his hand. He went back down to grab 2 more pieces, stuffing his canvas bag until it was bulging, then patted the bag and said, "That's enough." Gevoff observed him taking only 3 pieces and couldn't help but ask, with so much treasure, why not take more? David shrugged the bag onto his shoulder and smiled. If I take too much, I wouldn't be able to carry it. Instead, it would become a burden. He squatted down and looked seriously into Gevoff's eyes, saying, "Little one, remember, if you don't have the ability to protect your treasures, don't be greedy. Being robbed is a small matter. Losing your life is not worth it." Gevoff nodded, but was secretly plotting. Taking a little now was fine. Oh, when it got dark, he would have Wolf brother bring his mates, and they would ensure not even a speck of gemstone would remain. As for the charred body of the witch, David did not hesitate. He found a thick wooden pole and prodded the corpse to the center of an open area, leaving it to rot in the wilderness. Such harmful things should be left for birds and beasts to eat. He spat, his tone filled with disgust. After finishing these tasks, David collected some unburnt candies from the ruins, handed a handful to Gevoff, and pocketed many for himself before leading him out of the forest. The wind in the woods carried a hint of chill rustling the leaves. David chewed on a mint candy and mumbled, "What kind of country is the Poseidon Empire you mentioned?" Gevoff, with a fruit candy in his mouth, casually fabricated, "It's a place where everyone has bread to eat, can drink hot milk in the morning, has charcoal fires in winter, and shade from trees in summer." David paused, a look of longing in his eyes. "Inside our Iron Anvil Kingdom used to be like that too. At that time, golden wheat grew in the fields, fat fish swam in the rivers, and children chased pigeons in the square." He hesitated, his voice lowering, "But now everything is gone." Gevoff did not respond, merely chewing on his candy while listening to David ramble on about the past. As they walked, David's steps grew lighter, and he even began humming a cheerful little tune, indicating they were not far from home. Suddenly, he turned to Gevoff, his eyes sparkling as if hiding stars, and asked, "Pretty little one, do you know what love tastes like?" Gevoff nearly choked on his candy, his mouth twitching. This topic had turned too suddenly, discussing love with a little one. He mumbled, "I don't know." David laughed, warmth radiating from the corners of his eyes. "You will know in the future." He gazed at the treetops in the distance, as if looking at a beloved far away, and his tone suddenly deepened. "In the past, I would think of her when I was at my saddest, loneliest, and felt empty inside. But now it's different." He kicked a small stone at his feet, his voice soft as a sigh. "In the morning when I walk and see the dew on the grass, I wonder if she is watching too. When I tie a new tie, I ponder whether she would like this color. When I see others performing a play and come across a funny scene, I think if she were here, she would definitely be laughing so hard she couldn't stand up. Even when I look at a menu and see a dish she loves, or encounter small annoyances like tripping while walking or finding a pretty stone, I suddenly think of her." He turned to Gevoff, the warmth in his eyes capable of melting candy, and said, "This isn't because I have too much time to think, but because she has filled all my moments. Love is like this." Gevoff was stunned, the fruit candy in his mouth slowly melting, the sweetness fading, yet his heart felt as if gently bumped by something. Will I ever have someone who loves me like this? Probably not. However, Gevoff's moment of emotional stirring had not yet warmed up before David's next action doused him with cold water. This person wasn't heading towards town at all, but instead turned into a flower-filled path, humming the sweet little tune from earlier. "Are we not going to your home?" Gevoff frowned, his wolf ears slightly perked under his hat. "First, we need to meet someone important." David turned back to him, smiling, his eyes brighter than when he talked about love. "It won't take long." Gevoff muttered to himself, "This can't be good," but still followed along. Passing through a patch of waist-high wild chrysanthemums, a flower pavilion suddenly appeared before them, covered in honeysuckle vines, with delicate white and yellow flowers adorning it. As the wind blew, a sweet fragrance wafted over, making one feel a bit dizzy. Standing by the flower pavilion was a girl, her golden hair gently swaying in the wind, the hem of her white dress stained with grass, eagerly watching their direction as they approached. When she spotted David, her eyes lit up and a smile spread across her face like a lily suddenly blooming. Gevoff understood. This was not a return home, but clearly a setup for him to be a third, will a glaringly bright one at that. With his youthful appearance, standing next to the young couple would only cause chaos. "You wait here, don't wander off." David patted his shoulder, his tone bubbling with restrained excitement. After saying this, he hurried toward the flower pavilion, his steps lighter than usual. Gevoff stood still, watching as David reached the girl. They exchanged a few words, and then she was pulled into David's embrace. Sunlight filtered through the spaces in the honeysuckle, falling on their clasped hands. The golden hair and white dress intertwining, even the floral scent in the air, seemed to be blended into honey. "Where have you been for so long?" The girl's voice was soft and sweet with a hint of a playful lilt, like feathers gently tickling the heart. She tilted her head, her blue eyes sparkling as she stared at David. David looked down at her, his eyes brimming with joy. He pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket, opening it to reveal not only a few pieces of gold, but also several colorful candies wrapped in cellophane. He handed her the candies, shaking the gold, and said, "Look, I found some good stuff. Now your brother shouldn't oppose anymore, right?" The girl immediately smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped as she reached for the candies. Her fingertips accidentally brushed against his palm, and her cheeks flushed lightly. She unwrapped an orange candy and popped it into her mouth, her eyes squinting with sweetness. The two leaned against the wooden pillars of the flower pavilion, shoulders pressed closely together. David spoke to her about the fun things in the forest, how he dodged snakes and climbed trees to pick wild fruits. Whenever he recounted a thrilling moment, the girl would tightly grip his sleeve, and when he described something funny, she would giggle incessantly, occasionally playfully hitting him, her strength as light as cotton. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the flower pavilion, enveloping them, even their shadows on the ground intertwined, indistinguishable from each other. Gevoff stood a few steps away, his expression as blank as hardened mud under the sun. He watched the two of them behave intimately, as if no one else was around, feeling that the floral fragrance in the air was overwhelmingly sweet, suffocating his chest. He silently pulled out a mint candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. The cool flavor exploded on his tongue, tinged with a prickling chill, finally suppressing the nauseating sweetness. He frowned, glancing around the flower pavilion at the two of them, then quickly shifted his gaze to a distant tree trunk, where a gray sparrow was perched pecking at the bark. At that moment, the girl in the flower pavilion seemed to finally notice him, her blue eyes filled with curiosity as she gently waved at him. "Little one, come here. David says you are very impressive. Go off." He looked at the girl's smiling face, then shot a glance at David, who was winking at him. The mint candy in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Is it still too late to turn and run? As soon as he moved his feet, he heard David's voice calling, "Gevoff, come here. Lily won't eat you." After saying that, he winked at him, looking just like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Gevoff ground his back teeth, the mint candy crunching in his mouth. Just as he was about to stubbornly say, "I'm not going," Lily had already run over. She suddenly squatted down, her skirt brushing the grass, creating a rustling sound, her gaze steady and level with his. Her palm opened, revealing a fruit candy resting within the wrapper, adorned with red and yellow strawberries, sparkling and dazzling. "Here you go." Lily offered the candy into his hand, her fingertips warm like sun-warmed pebbles. "It's delicious." Gevoff stared at the candy, the wrapper slightly crumpled, probably from being carried for a while. He glanced at David not far away, who had straightened up, arms crossed over his chest, chin held high, wearing a smug expression that said, "I knew you would be tempted." In short, this matter is settled. After parting ways with Lily, David patted Gevoff's shoulder and led him towards the town. The setting sun stretched their shadows long as they walked on the carpet of fallen leaves which rustled beneath their feet. David's home was nestled in the innermost corner of the town, a low wooden house with whitewashed walls. At the entrance sat 2 pots of wild chrysanthemums, wilted, yet still blooming. As he pushed the door open, a scent of pine, mingled with sunlight, wafted through the air. Though small, the place was spotless. The table shone brightly, the legs of the stools were wrapped in cloth to prevent noise when moved, and several coarse ceramic bowls rested on a wooden shelf in the corner, all free of stains. "Stay at home and don't wander around," David instructed as he led Gevoff to a stool by the window, pointing to the door latch. "And don't open the door for strangers. You know how severe the famine is lately." He turned and dragged a small wooden box from under the bed, opening it to reveal it lined with oil paper containing several pieces of dark brown jerky that looked like it was made from deer meat, tough, yet exuding a bit of saltiness. "Eat this if you get hungry, it will hold you over," David said, handing the jerky to him. He then grabbed a ceramic bowl from the stove, filled it with fresh water, and set it beside him. "I'm off to the grain shop to exchange some gold for flour and rice. I'll be back soon. Perhaps I can treat you to a grand feast." Gevoff nodded, taking a small bite of the jerky, which was chewy and had a hint of smoke flavor. Once David's footsteps faded at the end of the alley, he stood up, curiously surveying the small house. On the wooden shelf against the wall sat an old picture frame containing a yellowed photograph of David standing beside a gentle-looking woman, presumably his mother. Next to it were some odds and ends, shiny sides, a spindle wrapped in thread, and a chipped ceramic jar. To his surprise, the top shelf held a few books, their covers worn. Gevoff tiptoed to pull down a book, brushing off the dust on its cover. The thickest book was wrapped in cowhide. Upon opening it, he found it filled with crooked handwriting, the ink varying in depth, clearly revised multiple times. "Lily, I saw you wearing a blue dress today, like a cornflower by the creek. Last time you mentioned liking wild berries, I picked half a basket from the back mountain, and he'll bring it to you tomorrow." It turned out to be a love letter written by David, filled with silly joy. The other books were comic books, their covers illustrated with stories of knights slaying dragons and princesses eloping, their corners quite worn. Gevoff found a stool to sit on, using the light filtering through the window to flip through the books. He was surprised to find these fairy tale comic books quite interesting, with a dragon in the drawings sporting bunny teeth, the knight's armor askew, and the princess running faster than anyone while holding up her skirt. He became engrossed, his fingers tracing the rough pages, even forgetting to chew the jerky in his mouth. Suddenly, a few light knocks sounded from the window, as if someone was tapping the glass with their fingernails. Gevoff jolted up, his heart skipping a beat. The window was covered with a thin layer of paper, and outside the sky had darkened. In the dim light, a gaunt shadow was starkly reflected. The figure pressed its face against the glass, its nose squished into a strange shape with two eyes that looked like those of a starving wolf staring intently inside, as if its eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Seeing Gevoff glance over, the figure suddenly grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellowed black teeth, holding up a crumpled piece of fruit candy, the wrapper nearly torn. It croaked in a hoarse voice against the glass, the words seeming to squeeze out from its throat. "Child, open the door. I have candy for you." "Sweet." Gevoff twitched his mouth, rolling his eyes internally. Did the fool think he had never seen candy before? He slowly rose and walked to the window, swiftly pulling the coarse curtain shut, instantly blocking that unsettling gaze from outside. The room immediately darkened, leaving only the flickering embers in the stove. The knocking sound from outside ceased, and all went quiet. Even the sound of the wind passing through the alley was audible. After a while, when familiar footsteps came from the alley, Gevoff was just finishing putting the last comic book back on the shelf. He looked up to see David approaching with a bulging sack, his steps light, as he hummed a tune that was out of tune. "I'm back." David pushed open the wooden door, placing the sack on the table. With a clatter, a ceramic jar rolled out, accompanied by a piece of meat tied with twine, the oil glistening on the sack. He untied the sack, pulling out its contents: fluffy white rice packed in a cloth bag heavy enough to make the table legs creak, 2 strings of shiny jerky hanging from the edge of the table, looking thicker than what he had given in the morning, and a ceramic pot, which made a gurgling sound when shaken, presumably containing wine. "Today we have a feast." David clapped his hands, grinning, his eyes sparkling like fallen stars. "I exchanged gold for 3 pounds of rice, and the butcher even threw in an extra piece of smoked meat, as thanks for fixing his pig-slaying knife last time." He caught sight of the comic book in Gevoff's hands and chuckled. "Isn't this book interesting? The old carpenter in town drew it. He used to stay in the royal palace and claimed all the stories inside are true. By the way," David suddenly recalled something, glancing at the door. "While I was gone, did anyone come to knock?" Gevoff shook his head, his gaze falling on the ceramic jar on the stove. "No." David then sighed in relief, rolled up his sleeves, and headed towards the kitchen. "That's good. You sit and rest, I'll cook." Soon smoke began to rise from the kitchen, the firewood crackling in the stove, wafting a fragrant aroma of rice. David's cooking skills weren't particularly great. The rice was cooked grain by grain, the smoked meat cut unevenly, and the stir-fry had a hint of burnt flavor resembling the taste of the little dwarfs' haphazardly stewed meals. He also poured a bit of wine from the ceramic jar, the amber liquid sloshing in the coarse bowl. After taking a sip, he smacked his lips, a flush rising to his face. "You're still young, you can't drink wine." He pushed a bowl of clear water in front of Gevoff, taking another sip himself. "When you grow up, I'll teach you how to brew wine made from wild berries, sweet and smooth without burning your throat." Gevoff was busy with the rice, remaining silent. Although the smoked meat was a bit burnt, it was rich in flavor, pairing well with the rice. After finishing the meal, David stacked the bowls and soaked them in the basin, then pulled out a straw mat bundled together from under the bed, laying it in the corner. He also took a patched thick coat to use as a blanket. "You can sleep here tonight. The ground is damp and the straw will keep you warmer." Gevoff nodded, watching David blow out the oil lamp and lie down, drifting into a light snore. The room was now only illuminated by the silver light of the moon filtering through the window, accompanied by the sound of crickets chirping in the corner. Not knowing how much time had passed as David's snoring became steady, Gevoff quietly sat up. He glanced outside. The moon hung low in the treetops, casting a pale light over the alley, which was eerily still. It was time to return to the Wolf Kingdom. Gevoff didn't think too much and let a faint glow emanate from his fingertips, silently reciting the transformation spell. Under the moonlight, his body shrank with a swoosh, bones cracking softly as his arms transformed into wings covered in gray feathers. In the blink of an eye, he became an inconspicuous sparrow. Except this sparrow was a bit special, with 2 rows of sharp little teeth hidden in its beak, glimmering coldly in the night. He flapped his wings a couple of times, adjusting to the balance in the air, and then took off into the sky. However, before flying away, he made a quick turn here, finding the gaunt man he had encountered earlier that night. This didn't take long, as the man was still awake and his house was still lit. He landed on the windowsill of the dilapidated house, claws gripping the decayed wooden frame, peering inside through the gaps. The man was crouched in front of the dirt stove, adding something to the pot, which bubbled and frothed over the sides. His face was smeared with black grime, his gaze fixated on the pot, a strange smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps hearing the sound of wings flapping, he suddenly looked up, directly meeting Gevoff's gaze. He was momentarily stunned, then a glint of greed flashed in his eyes, staring hungrily at the bird that had delivered itself to him, licking his cracked lips as he slowly stood and reached for the window. Gevoff would not give him the chance. Seizing the moment the man lifted his hand, he flapped his wings and soared into the air, circling once. The moonlight swirled around the man like flowing water, Before his startled exclamation could escape, his body suddenly expanded with a whoosh, his head unchanged, but below the neck sprouted a gray donkey body, hooves thudding heavily into the muddy ground, shaking the stove. Wah! Ah! The man, now a monster with a human head and donkey body, looked down at his donkey hooves, then touched the mane that had grown on his neck, his eyes wide with panic as he spun in place, his hooves digging into the ground and producing a sound that resembled both a human's cry and a donkey's bray. Gevoff settled on a nearby pile of firewood, using his beaked mouth to straighten his feathers, glancing coldly at the panicked creature. This was his revenge for being stared at earlier that night. He didn't linger any longer, flapping his wings and soaring into the night sky, heading towards the wolf kingdom. The night wind howled past his ears, and the moonlight made the forest look as if it were covered in a layer of silver frost. Moonlight spilled into the wooden houses of the wolf kingdom, warm yellow light shining through the window. Gevoff landed on a tree in the yard, and when he transformed back into his human form, the cuffs of his pants were still damp with a few dewdrops. Gevoff. There was immediate movement inside the house as Wolf Brother pushed the door open and stepped out, his green eyes shining astonishingly in the night. A group of people followed behind him. Snow White, the dwarfs, and Gevoff. Where have you been? Wolf Brother patted the dust off Gevoff's shoulders with a rough palm. We've mentioned you several times, wondering if you got lost in your studies of magic. Gevoff scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He then recounted the experience of rescuing the candy house from fire, meeting David, and discovering the treasure, hoping they could take the treasure away later. He also indicated that he would return afterward. He thought that this statement would elicit a few concerned remarks at most, but to his surprise, someone actually opposed him. It was Gevoff the gray mouse. You're going back? That's not acceptable. Gevoff was taken aback. What's wrong? We're friends. Gevoff frowned. You can't abandon us. The gray mouse perched on his shoulder, chittering in agreement, patting Gevoff's ear with its small paw, the message clear. If you go, we go together. As for the others, they were fine, enjoying their time in the wolf kingdom. For instance, the dwarfs had already begun building houses, not just their own, but also helping others. Snow White was making friends with the she-wolves. Watching Gevoff and the gray mouse's serious expressions, Gevoff was momentarily taken aback. Did I overlook my friends? It seemed so. He then spoke up, deciding to go together. Gevoff immediately grinned widely, and the gray mouse leaped into his palm, spinning in circles. Pusick also immediately chimed in, insisting on coming along. Then let's go together. Gevoff cast the transformation spell once more, turning them all into birds with sharp teeth. However, Gevoff was a bit shocked that he could even transform Pusick into a bird. After all, Pusick was a butterfly fairy, perhaps she didn't resist. Gevoff didn't know, but he didn't dwell on it. Thus, four birds bid farewell to Wolf Brother and flew away together. Wolf Brother stood in the yard, gently grinding his front paws into the mud, watching the shadows of the four birds flit past the treetops, growing smaller until they vanished into the dark blue night sky, leaving no sound of their wings flapping. A low sound rumbled in his throat. The words, "I'll go too," rolled around on his tongue, but ultimately got swallowed back, turning into a heavy sigh in his chest. The king's responsibility. He lifted his head, gazing at the waning moon on the horizon, his voice so low it was like smoke scattered by the wind. He once listened to his brother tell stories of the human kingdom, where a king's rage could pave the way with 1,000,000 corpses, and a mere wave of a scepter could redirect rivers. At that time, he lay on the grass, paws supporting his chin, eyes shining as bright as a starry night. How magnificent it was to be a king, to fight when he wanted to venture into the forest as he pleased, with no one to stop him. So later, after becoming the Wolf King, he secretly rejoiced for several nights, feeling that he could finally live as freely and flamboyantly as the kings in the stories. But only upon sitting in this position did he realize that power was a stage meant for others, while responsibility was the real burden weighing on his back. He needed to ensure the well-being of the creatures in this nation. The night wind slipped through the gaps in the wooden fence, bringing the dampness from deep within the forest, causing the mane on the back of his neck to flutter slightly. Wolf Brother turned away, heading towards the wooden house. He took a few steps, but paused, turning back for one last glance at the night sky. The shadows of the four birds had long vanished, with only a few bright stars hanging in the sky like scattered diamonds quietly blinking. My dear brother. He spoke to the empty night sky in a voice only he could hear. From now on, it seems I can no longer accompany you into the forest fighting witches, or to see the sights we've never seen together. Now he was the Wolf King. Wolf Brother shook his tail and turned to enter the wooden house. The fire hadn't gone out, yet casting a long shadow of him on the wall like a silent mountain. He had to guard this place, protect these little ones who depended on him for shelter. This was the king's responsibility, and also the most stable support he could now provide for his brother. The wind outside continued to blow, and moonlight filtered through the window, casting a patch of fine silver light on the ground, like a secret path leading to a far, far away place. For birds with sharp teeth swept through the mist, their wings slicing through the damp air as they silently landed on the roof of David's house. At this moment, David was still sleeping, completely unaware. Dew on the tiles dampened the feathers, and Gevoff shook his wings and dove down first, landing on the windowsill. With a flash of light, he transformed back into his youthful form. The gray mouse followed closely, swiftly shrinking into a small ball and scurrying up Gevoff's pants leg into his pocket, revealing only its fluffy head cautiously peeking out. However, Gevoff and Pusick were in a bit of trouble. After all, it wasn't every day that two children suddenly appeared. But it was fine. Gevoff had turned the two of them into bracelets, wearing one on each wrist. Afterward, he lay back down on the straw mat in the corner, the straw rustling under him, blending with David's even breathing, creating a sense of tranquility. Not long after, the bracelet on his left hand began to vibrate slightly, as if someone inside was snoring. The pocket fell silent, suggesting the gray mouse had succumbed to sleep. They must have been waiting for him for quite a while, and now that it had quieted down, they were asleep. Pucksyke, however, was still awake, and thus the bracelet began to speak. Pucksyke asked, "When will you give me that dagger?" Gevoff smiled awkwardly. "I thought you had given it to me since you never asked for it." Pucksyke snorted coldly. "That is a knife that can cut through iron like mud, and you are not Garut. Why should I give it to you?" Gevoff raised an eyebrow, teasing her intentionally. "Oh, are you so in love with Garut?" He paused, leisurely asking, "Do you know what love is?" The bracelet suddenly went still like an extinguished spark. After a long while, Pucksyke's voice finally came softly, filled with a hint of stubbornness. "Of course I love him. I would be willing to die for him, even if my soul shattered into stardust and scattered in the wind, it would not matter." But in the next moment, that little stubbornness deflated and her voice took on a note of grievance. "But it seems he does not love me. Did Garut really like Pucksyke?" Gevoff did not know. "Oh, anyway, the story said that he had fallen in love and had gone mad because of it." Gevoff pretended to ponder. "To love someone is to think of her at all times. It's not because you have the time to think aimlessly, but because she has already filled every moment. Thinking of her while walking, thinking of her while eating, even when sneezing, you can remember her." Pucksyke let out a chuckle. "You can actually say something like that." Gevoff fell silent. In any case, the topic ended there, and Pucksyke did not ask again about the dagger. When the sun had heated the window paper to a scorch, Gevoff groggily opened his eyes. The straw on the mat was itching his back, the bracelet on his left hand still vibrating slightly, suggesting Garut had not woken up yet. The bracelet on his right hand was quiet. Perhaps Pucksyke had finally fallen asleep after staying up late. In his pocket, the gray mouse's tail peeked out from the fabric, swaying gently with his breathing. He stretched lazily, the joints of his body cracking, and as he sat up, he realized there was already movement in the room. David was sitting at the desk by the window, his back to him, holding a feather quill, writing on paper. The sound of the quill gliding across the paper, blending with the birdsong outside, creating a quiet ambience. Gevoff tiptoed over and peeked. There it was again, another love letter. The handwriting was neater than the last time he saw it, and at the end there was a crooked drawing of honeysuckle with the words "for Lily" written beside it. "Awake." David turned his head, a hint of a smile on his face, and a bit of ink smudge still lingered at the corner of his eye. "You really slept in today. The sun is almost shining on the back of your head." He pointed to the ceramic plate on the stove. "The food is ready. Go eat something. I'm going to Lily's house later. Do you want to come along?" Gevoff shook his head like a rattledrum. "Go. To see those two lovebirds. Once was enough for being a third wheel." David laughed at his reaction, ruffled his hair. "It's fine if you don't want to go. Just stay at home and don't run around to lock the door and don't open it for strangers, understand?" Gevoff nodded and then went to eat. It was bread, milk, and roasted meat. Gevoff took a big bite of the bread. The aroma of wheat mixed with the slight sourness of yeast spread in his mouth, and he swallowed it down with the milk, instantly warming his stomach. This breakfast was quite sumptuous. One might think there was no famine here, but in reality, outside this house, some people could not eat anything at all. Similarly, the Iron Anvil Kingdom and the Adelon Kingdom were not too far apart. However, one was peaceful and prosperous with enough bread to feed pigs. Yet on the Iron Anvil side, the land was so parched it cracked like a spider's web, and starving people gnawed on tree bark. Famine had reached this extent. As he was eating, the gray mouse and the others also woke up. At this, Gevoff realized that he was the only one with food. It seemed he would have to go back. Well, he might as well find a grocery store to eat and pay him back later. "I'm going out," David said as he opened the door, then turned back to remind him, "Don't open the door carelessly. Things have been a bit unsettled in town lately." Gevoff nodded, watching David's figure disappear around the corner of the alley, then tiptoed to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to peek outside. The gray mouse jumped onto his shoulder, its fluffy tail brushing against his neck, and together they stared at the alley entrance, until David's shadow completely vanished. Gevoff released the curtain and sighed in relief. What a kind human. The gray mouse clung to the window ledge, gazing in the direction David had gone. "If it were someone else, seeing you, an unknown child, would have probably tied you up already." Gevoff nodded in agreement. "He even gave me jerky and didn't skimp on the cooking." The bracelet also expressed agreement. "Let's go find something to eat." Gevoff unfastened the two bracelets, his fingertips glowing faintly, transformed into butterflies so as not to attract attention. With a flash of light, Garut transformed into a large dark brown butterfly, its wings dotted, and not particularly pretty. Pucksyke, being an elf, transformed into a butterfly more comfortably, her blue-purple wings shimmering with phosphorescence, resembling a sprinkle of stars. The gray mouse shrank into a grayish cabbage-white butterfly, its wing edges slightly tattered, while Gevoff chose the most common white butterfly, completely unrecognizable among the flowers. The four butterflies flapped their wings and flew out of the window, drifting toward the town's center with the wind from the alley. Sunlight passed through their wings, casting colorful spots on the ground. As they flew past the bakery, the gray mouse almost tumbled down, lured by the freshly baked aroma of wheat, only to be steadied by Gevoff bumping into him with his wing. Before long, they landed on the roof of a restaurant at the eastern end of town. Gevoff led the dive, slipping through the kitchen's air window. Inside, meat soup was simmering, bubbles rising in the iron pot, and freshly baked long loaves were arranged on the counter, the aroma of butter blending with the meat scent wafting towards them. Shoo! Gevoff pointed with his wing at the dozing chef, landing first on the breadbasket. Garut could no longer hold back, flapping his wings as he dove towards the soup pot, slurping noisily with a straw-like mouth. Puxite grabbed a piece of breadcrumbs sprinkled with sesame, her wings trembling with excitement. The gray mouse was the cleverest, clutching a piece of ham and hiding behind a flour sack, nibbling happily. Gevoff also didn't hold back, taking a bite of the bread and a sip of the soup. Once the four of them had stuffed their bellies round, the chef was still dozing. Gevoff flew to the stone slab in the back kitchen and used his paw stained with soup to write down the crooked words on credit, then flapped his wings to signal everyone to leave. The four butterflies flew back into the sky, circling above the small town. Garut flapped his wings with the most effort, unable to help but exclaim, "I can't believe how the Iron Anvil Kingdom has changed so much." Following his gaze downward, most of the shops on the street were closed, and in front of the occasionally open grain store there were long lines of people clutching crumpled coins, their eyes filled with anxiety. Only in the noble district at the town center, high walls echoed with the sound of silk and bamboo, and straight smoke billowed from chimneys, contrasting sharply with the surrounding decay. When I came here before Gurut's wings drooped, the market was filled with fruits, and children chased after the candy sellers. Although it was still quite chaotic, at least there was no shortage of food. Eric awoke as the light just crept over the treetops of the forest. He was roused by the chirping of birds, but the moment he opened his eyes, that hint of natural vitality seemed to be snuffed out, like an extinguished spark, fading completely in his eyes. He sat there blankly beside the tent built by the knights, his back straight, yet his gaze was empty, like an ice-covered lake. His luxurious silk cloak was smeared with grass and dirt, the exquisite embroidery dampened by morning dew clinging to him despondently, yet he seemed oblivious, not even moving a finger. The knights had already gone hunting early, bringing back a plump wild rabbit. Skinning it, threading it, and roasting it over the fire, the fat sizzling as it dripped onto the charcoal, the aroma wafting far away. A young knight carefully handed him a golden-brown roasted rabbit leg, saying gently, "Your Highness, eat a bit while it's hot. You haven't eaten all day." Eric did not move, not even lifting his eyelids. The rich aroma of the rabbit leg wafted to his nose, and he merely tilted his head slightly, as if evading a pungent smell. The knight sighed deeply, approached him, took the rabbit leg back, and cut off a piece of the tender meat, offering it to his mouth. "Prince, even if you feel miserable inside, you still need to eat. You are the Prince of Poseidon. How can you let your body weaken?" Eric's gaze finally moved, but it wasn't directed at the offered meat. Instead, he looked over the knight's shoulder, gazing deep into the forest, toward the wolf kingdom. The dense canopy blocked out the sun, yet he stared fixedly, as if he could see through layers of branches, catching sight of a blue-eyed girl smiling. "She doesn't love me." Suddenly he spoke, his voice hoarse like it had been scraped by sandpaper, light and ethereal like a dream. "She doesn't love me." Eric repeated, this time with more emotion. It felt like shattered glass shards piercing the ears painfully. "I understand now. Oh, it was my rudeness." The knight commander put down his dagger and crouched before him, saying, "Your Highness, there are many beautiful women in the world. Why are you so fixated on that one? When we return to Aidland, His Majesty the King will surely find you a princess of suitable lineage." "You don't understand." Eric interrupted him, his eyes finally gaining focus, yet carrying a near-obsessive seriousness. "She is different." The knight commander scoffed, muttering to himself, Yes, I don't understand. Your royal family's love affairs are always so complicated." But he dared not voice it, merely shaking his head in resignation. No one expected that Eric would sit there for half a day until the sun rose to its zenith, shrinking his shadow into a small bundle, and then he suddenly stood up. He brushed off the debris from his cloak. Although his eyes still had bloodshot veins, the previous emptiness had vanished, replaced by a strange determination. "You all pack your things and go back to your country." The knights erupted in chaos. "Your Highness." The young knight nearly dropped the roasted meat in his hand. "What did you say? Are we going back to Poseidon? What about you?" Eric gazed into the depths of the forest, his tone calm, almost uncharacteristic of himself. "I am not going back." "Why not, Your Highness?" "I have already met my destined one." Eric's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. "She doesn't like me. It isn't her fault. I was too reckless back then and frightened her." He paused, the corners of his mouth forming a bitter arc. "But now that I know who she is, I doubt I can ever pretend to love anyone else in this lifetime." The knight commander frowned tightly. "Your Highness, you are the Prince of Poseidon. How can you?" "I have decided to live in the forest." Eric interrupted him, his gaze sweeping across the shocked faces of the knights. "I know the Wolf Kingdom will not welcome me. I will probably never set foot there in my lifetime." He looked down at his hands, which had played the piano and held a scepter, yet had never touched tree bark or picked wild fruits. "But I can live like a wild man, wandering in the forest like one. This way at least I can be closer to her." His voice grew softer, as if speaking to himself. "I will wish her happiness even if she never knows of my existence. I will silently guard her even if she has never looked at me properly. My life will probably just be this, dedicated to the years spent guarding her in the forest. But you are different." He turned to the knights, his eyes filled with sincerity. "You are knights of the Empire with your own families and bright futures. You should not waste your time in this desolate forest with me. Go back to Poseidon and continue your lives." The knights wanted to say something, but he raised his hand to stop them. Before you leave, I have one request. Eric's gaze suddenly sharpened like the edge of a sword tempered in ice, sweeping over each knight's face. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting half-bright and half-dim light on his face. Swear an oath. He enunciated each word, his voice carrying an undeniable weight. Swear that you will never disclose the existence of the Wolf Kingdom, nor reveal anything you have seen here, especially her. And never disturb her life in any way. The forest fell silent save for the wind whispering through the treetops. The knights exchanged glances, yet none spoke up immediately. The young knight tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, knuckles turning white. A few veterans exchanged looks, their eyes hiding the same resolve. In the next moment, they all knelt on one knee. The sound of iron armor hitting the ground resonated, echoing like a dull thump in everyone's hearts. This was not a mere formality, but as solemn as when they had sworn to become knights in front of the king. Back straight, right hand pressed against the left chest, heads slightly bowed, yet their gazes were steadfast as iron. The knight commander's voice sounded first rough, yet steady, resonating through the forest. Your Highness, about the love you speak of, perhaps I truly do not understand. He raised his head, locking eyes with Eric without flinching. You say you will dedicate your life to that princess you have only met once. I cannot fathom this obsession. But I do know what loyalty means. The knight commander's voice suddenly rose, carrying a metallic ring. When we swore our allegiance before the king, we said, I swear by my soul, to follow my master. You are the Prince of Poseidon. You are the one we have sworn loyalty to. He paused, glancing over the knights behind him, each bearing the same fiery determination in their eyes. If you dedicate your life to her, then I will naturally dedicate my life to you. Humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, honesty, justice, and spirit. These 8 virtues of knighthood are etched into our bones, not mere empty words for the king's ears. Moreover, the empire is strong. 20 knights are nothing. The knight commander's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile, tinged with a hint of an old soldier's stubbornness. But for you, you will surely need us. And now you want to stay in the forest, we will guard the forest's edge. You want to live like a wild man, we will be the wild man's guardians. Eric was stunned, opening his mouth, but found his throat tight, unable to utter a word. Gevoff clearly had a lot to say, gazing out at the smoke rising from the town, thin and sparse, unlike the heavy scent of firewood always wafting from the chimneys of the Wolf Kingdom. His heart felt like it was stuffed with damp cotton, constricting and anxious. The Iron Anvil Kingdom he had heard of from his parents was one where soldiers on horseback would give candy to children, where market carts piled with apples were common, and where the blacksmith's clang could be heard from 10 miles away. Later what he encountered were rogue soldiers robbing peasants of their food, and guards hanging stray dogs from trees for amusement. But now what he saw were starving people chasing wild dogs, and emaciated cattle, and sheep collapsing by the roadside even. The vultures too lazy to peck. But even in the newly formed Wolf Kingdom, people lived in peace. Yet here, in the end, he said nothing. The 4 of them sat in David's house, enveloped in silence. Pushikai looked on with concern, reaching out to hold his hand. The gray mouse squatted in the corner of the table, enraptured by a small comic book with turned pages depicting a knight feeding an apple to a princess. Gevoff leaned against the wall, observing Gerutt's tense profile, gently shaking his head. He knew this boy's heart was tumultuous, yet he didn't know what to say. The silence accumulated like ash in a stove until Gerutt suddenly stood up, the wooden chair scraping sharply against the ground. Gevoff, his voice was a bit hoarse, but his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Do you think the Wolf Kingdom would accept the animals from the Iron Anvil Kingdom? Surely they could accept them, but people might not necessarily be welcomed. After all, the Wolf Kingdom is ultimately an animal kingdom. Gevoff raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Gerutt spoke up, his eyes growing brighter. I think at least we can save those animals. The cows and sheep starving by the roadside, the dogs being chased, and the horses nearly dying of thirst. He paused, his voice softening. They haven't done anything wrong. This refers to wise animals. For children, especially in a fairy tale world, the lives of intelligent animals and humans are equal. He also knew that the idea of saving people might not be feasible. After all, the Wolf Kingdom is ultimately an animal kingdom and is still in seclusion, quietly developing. But saving animals should be possible. Gevoff agreed, and the 3 little ones perked up again. Gerutt immediately pounded his chest, saying, I can transform into a giant wolf and carry 10 sheep at once. Pushikai's eyes lit up. I can lead them towards the forest. The gray mouse also lifted its head from the book, squeaking. I can scout the way and see where there are trapped animals. Gevoff looked at these 3 who had suddenly come to life, letting out a helpless sigh. He had originally wanted to enjoy a peaceful outing, but now there was an added troublesome matter. Little did he know that this one act would create a tremendous impact across the entire animal world. Years later, any intelligent animal would be able to recite a tale. They would say that in a faraway place there exists a great forest home to a particularly powerful animal kingdom. That place is wonderful, with trees tall and dense soft grass carpeting the ground, and the clear water in the streams, tasting sweet, refreshing to drink. In the kingdom, there is a remarkable wolf king, tall and strong, with shiny fur and bright eyes, capable of overcoming any trouble that arises. He also has an incredibly adorable little brother, soft-furred and always bouncing around, especially affectionate towards everyone. This wolf king is particularly responsible, leading strong animals out to hunt every day. Whether they catch deer or rabbits, he distributes the food according to everyone's needs, ensuring the old, young, and injured all receive enough. If any fierce wild beast dares to cause trouble, the wolf king roars, immediately rallying his companions to chase the intruder away, never allowing the kingdom's animals to be bullied. The little wolf brother is no idle hand, either often helping take care of small animals, staying by their side when they fall ill, and comforting those who are sad with gentle nudges. Truly heartwarming. Under their protection, life in the kingdom is incredibly comfortable. Every day there is an abundance of food. Wild fruits on the trees go unharvested, mushrooms are freely picked, and fish in the river can be caught easily. During the day, birds sing in the trees while fawns and bunnies frolic on the grass. Monkeys swing from branches, occasionally tossing fruits to their friends below. At night, everyone gathers in a clearing, with foxes leading the dances, wild boars drumming the ground for rhythm, and wolves howling in song, creating a lively atmosphere. Here, animals live freely without fear of anything. They do not worry about being chased by natural enemies, for the wolf king watches over them, nor do they fear thunder and rain, as sturdy houses can shield them from the elements. Thus, the older animals tell the youngsters, if you're hungry, head towards that kingdom. If you feel wronged or in trouble, also go in that direction. That place is the paradise for animals. The plan to rescue the animals of the Iron Anvil Kingdom is set. Gevoff deeply disliked the idea of carrying them directly. Although the giant wolf transformed by Garut looked imposing and could carry 10 sheep at once, the town's dogs had keen noses and would bark wildly at the scent of wolf, causing the cattle and sheep to panic and collide, alarming the humans and exposing them all. They need to run into the forest on their own. Gevoff squatted on David's eaves, pinching a freshly fallen sycamore leaf between his fingers, gazing at the old dog curled up at the wall of the slum in the distance. It was so thin that its bones were clearly visible, and it bolted into the trash pile at the sight of someone. Find some clever ones to act as messengers and spread the news. The first few days were indeed exhausting. He and Garut transformed into 2 gray wildcats, crouching on a broken basket at the alley's mouth, trying to talk to the stray dogs, but those dogs had been frightened by humans, and upon seeing them approach, tucked their tails and scurried into the gutters, letting out mournful whines as if terrified of being skinned. Pusick felt sorry for the pigeons, nearly dying of thirst, flapping its wings to guide them toward the forest, but after barely flying half a mile, it was driven back by children throwing stones, leaving a bloody scratch on its wing and staining its body red. On the 3rd day, the gray rat stumbled upon the local rat family in a hole at the wall. The leader, an old rat with gray whiskers that looked wise, had small twinkling eyes. Upon hearing that the wolf kingdom had endless food and a peaceful life without being chased by humans, its eyes lit up with excitement, more spirited than seeing a vat of oil. Leave this to us. The old rat patted its chest, its tail proudly raised high. Which cat or dog in the town doesn't recognize us rats? Rest assured, well, spread the news to every corner. Even the old sow in the pig pen will understand. With the help of the rat family, things went smoothly like flowing water. The old rat led its offspring into the barn, crouching beside a cow nearly drained of milk, whispering that the tender grass in the forest could cover their hooves, and the stream was as sweet as honey. Sneaking into the stable, it used its little paws to lick the rust off the old horse's reins, mumbling about how vast the wolf kingdom was without needing to carry millstones or pull carts anymore. Pusick flew around the forest edge every evening like a guiding sign, brightly pointing out the way to safety. Garut transformed into a giant wolf, guarding the entrance, its green eyes shining frighteningly at night, scaring off any hunter who dared to approach to capture animals with a howl that could make them wet themselves. Gevoff had the least to worry about, going every morning to meet with the old rat. The old rat always carried a piece of cheese that Gevoff had given, squatting under the millstone to report. Yesterday, I convinced that old horse from the mill. It said, its mouth full of milk stains, mumbling. That old fellow has carried the millstone for 10 years. His hooves are worn out and his knees are swollen. When he heard he could go to the wolf kingdom to graze on grass, tears streamed down his face, making me feel heartbroken. Gevoff leaned against the wall, watching the thin plume of smoke rise from the town in the distance. It was light and airy, unlike the heavy, aromatic smoke from the chimneys of the wolf kingdom, and he suddenly felt that this troublesome matter didn't seem so hard to endure. At least the cattle and sheep by the roadside, which had been waiting to die, were slowly regaining a glimmer of hope. Upon seeing the rat family's messenger, they would lift their heads and flick their ears. When night fell and silence enveloped the forest edge, a sudden bustle emerged. The old horse lowered its head, carefully protecting the little foal behind it, its hooves making no sound on the fallen leaves. The old dog led a litter of fluffy puppies, stopping occasionally to sniff, afraid of leaving one behind. Even the sow that escaped from the pigpen followed behind, its bony body squeezing through the bushes, causing the branches to rustle. The offspring of the rat family ran back and forth to guide the way. Some jumped onto the backs of cows as guides, while others darted into doghouses to fetch lost puppies. Gurut's giant wolf shadow loomed behind the trees like a silent mountain, steadily protecting this peculiar group. Gevoff stood on the hillside, watching them disappear one by one into the depths of the forest. He touched the wild berry-dried fruit that the gray rat had stuffed into his pocket. The little guy had already run off to celebrate with the rat family, saying he wanted to gorge on cheese all night long. In the distance, lights flickered in the town, but the wind from the forest was already carrying a hint of the wolf kingdom's scent mingled with the fragrance of grass and earth. On this day, as the sun began to set in the west, Gevoff heard the sluggish footsteps coming from the alley. Almost an hour later than usual, slow, as if dragging a lead weight. He peered out through the window gap and saw David approaching with his head down the sleeve of his blue shirt stained with deep brown mud, his hair, in disarray, sticking to his forehead, and even the corners of his mouth, which usually curved with a smile, hung down like a sunflower battered by rain, devoid of any spirit. David pushed open the door, saw Gevoff, and when he lifted his head, the bloodshot eyes were clear, as if he had not slept all night. He forced out a smile, his voice dry. I came back a bit late today. He didn't ask Gevoff if there were any strangers knocking at home as he usually did, nor did he mention what color dress Lily wore today. He simply squatted in front of the stove in a daze, the flint in his hand, dropping with a clatter to the ground, rolling to his feet, unnoticed, his gaze vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Gevoff raised an eyebrow. Something was off. When David left in the morning, he was still humming a tuneless song, while stuffing love letters into his pocket, his steps light, as if stepping on springs, and he even bought a honeysuckle flower to pin on his chest, while passing the flower stall. How could he have turned into this in just half a day? He didn't rush to ask, turning around to rummage through the juvenile comic books on the table, but his ears were perked up, listening to the sounds behind him. The sparks in the stove crackled, and David's breathing was heavy and deep, particularly noticeable in the quiet room. David squatted in front of the stove for a while, finally standing up slowly, his voice hoarse, as if ground with sandpaper. Gevoff, I need to go on a long trip soon. Long trip? Gevoff paused in his page, turning his fingertip lingering on the page, depicting an evil dragon. David nodded, his gaze drifting to the window, as if looking far away. It might take a while. He walked over to the wooden box in the corner, pulled out the jerky and hard bread, piling them on the table like a small mountain, saying, I'll go to the grain store again later to buy more food to stock up. You stay at home, don't go out randomly, lock the door. Gevoff looked at the growing pile of food on the table, his doubts swelling, like cotton soaked in water, becoming more pronounced. Where are you going? David didn't answer, just stared at him for a while, suddenly smiled, and ruffled his hair. His hand, which usually carried a hint of smoke from cooking, felt unusually cool today. You little guy, quite clever, he said. Having stayed in my house so long, not being tricked away by strangers, and not opening the door randomly, is much more reliable than those wild kids in town. He paused, his tone becoming serious, as if a stone had been placed on his chest. If this food runs out, and I'm still not back, you should go find Lily at the flower pavilion. She has a good heart, and will help you. Mentioning Lily, his voice suddenly trembled. He took out a worn, shiny cloth bag from his pocket, carefully opened it to reveal a bright rose. At that time, he stuffed the cloth bag into Gevoff's hand, his fingertips as cold as ice. Just tell her that I'm dead. Tell her not to wait anymore, and to find a good family to marry. Gevoff held the dried flower, the cloth bag, still carrying a faint floral scent reminiscent of Lily's smell. He looked into David's resolute eyes as if he had made some kind of determination, and finally couldn't help but ask, his voice a bit muffled, What are you going out for? David sighed, his shoulders slumping as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden, or like all his strength had been drained. Lily's brother asked me to go to a distant place and bring back a golden apple. To prove my love for Lily. After speaking, he didn't look at Gevoff again, turning to walk out the door. I'm off to buy grain, I will be back soon. The moment the door creaked shut, Gevoff clenched the cloth bag in his hand. The stem of the dried flower pressed painfully into his palm, and he suddenly thought of David's roasted meat. Though it was occasionally charred, it was always sprinkled with the most aromatic salt. He remembered the crooked letters he wrote in love letters, edited repeatedly, until the paper was worn through. He remembered how, when he said Lily's eyes are like cornflowers, the light in his eyes was brighter than the stars in the sky. The gray rat in his pocket poked its head out, gently tapping his hand with its little paw as if comforting him. The bracelet on his right hand shimmered, and Pusic's voice was faint like a mosquito, filled with a bit of heartache. It seems he doesn't want Lily to worry. The left bracelet also vibrated a bit. Garut's voice was muffled, like it was filled with anger. That brother is really a bad guy. Gevoff said nothing, only walked to the window, watching David's figure slowly disappear at the alley's mouth. The setting sun stretched his shadow long on the stone-paved road, yet it exuded an indescribable loneliness, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Forget it, why am I getting tangled up in this? Gevoff furrowed his brow, a faint glow slowly emerging from his fingertips. He was a wolf magician. How could he just watch someone he found pleasing being bullied? If you make me unhappy, then don't blame me for being rude. He curled his lips into a smirk, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Let's go turn that brother into a donkey, making him grind the mill until his legs go weak, working to the bone. When David returned with the heavy grain sack, the sunset was dyeing the eaves a golden red. I have to go now. He patted Gevoff's shoulder, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Take care of yourself. Gevoff suddenly spoke up. Stay for a day before you go. David paused. Why? After a day, everything will be fine, Gevoff said firmly. Trust me. David looked into his bright eyes, finding no trace of jest in them. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately nodding. Okay, I will wait. He shifted the grain sack to the corner and took out half a sesame cake from his pocket. This is for you. I'll buy a new one tomorrow. After he left, Gevoff and the others transformed into butterflies. Initially, they turned into birds, but now they found that being butterflies was better. In this famine-stricken country, no one noticed them. They went to find that brother. For butterflies flapped their wings out the window, flying in the direction of Lily's house, guided by memory. As they crossed the cobblestone road at the town center, Pusick suddenly nudged Gevoff with its wings. Around the street corner ahead, Lily's brother was huddled in the shadow of the blacksmith shop, staring intently at the alley's entrance precisely where David had left. Is he waiting for David? The voice of the gray rat was faint as a mosquito. Gevoff remained silent, merely flapping his wings to follow. Indeed, before long, David emerged from the alley, gripping a map in his hand, likely studying the route to a distant place. Meanwhile, Lily's brother stealthily followed his steps, light as a sneaky cat. What is he going to do? Gurutez's wings trembled with anger. Gevoff's white wings shimmered in the sunlight. He had an inkling of what was happening, but chose not to voice it. The four butterflies trailed from a distance, watching Lily's brother follow David, heading toward the forest outside the town. Upon entering the forest, the moonlight filtered through the branches, casting mottled silver light, and David indeed halted his steps. Instead of following the route drawn on the map toward the east, he bent down to pick up scattered twigs, piling them into a small pile in the clearing, striking the flint to ignite it with a whoosh. The flames crackled and licked at the dry wood, quickly rising to half a person's height, making the surrounding shadows dance as if alive. David pulled out a piece of hard bread from his pocket, sitting beside the fire, and slowly nibbling on it, the sound of his teeth crunching the hard bread faint but clear. Hidden behind a pine tree 3 feet away, Lily's brother's eyes gleamed frighteningly. He cautiously peeked from behind the trunk, his coarse cloth jacket dusted with grass, and at some point he had obtained a brightly polished sharp knife, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight, reflecting his twisted face. He crouched low, advancing slowly, his feet crunching over the decaying leaves as light as a leaf carried by the wind. When he was only 2 steps away from David, he suddenly tensed up like a beast ready to pounce, lunging forward with a low growl. Die. Almost simultaneously, the white butterfly circling overhead suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light. Gevoff's spell shot forth like an ice-infused stone. Lily's brother's sharp knife was mere inches from David's back when he suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, the sound exploding through the woods, startling the night birds into flight. Under the moonlight, his body seemed to swell like an inflated bag. Whoosh. His form elongated and distorted. His head remained unchanged, but below the neck sprouted gray donkey fur. His hands turned into hooves, and with a loud thump, he crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A creature with a human head and donkey body suddenly appeared beside the fire, its hooves still stepping on the fallen sharp knife. Oh! David was so startled that he recoiled sharply, the hard bread in his hand falling to the ground with a thud, rolling to the edge of the fire and turning golden brown. He pointed at the monster, his lips trembling. What is this thing? The white butterfly twirled in the air, the golden light dissipating, and Gevoff stood firmly beside the fire, the warmth of magic still lingering on his fingertips. He kicked the donkey hoof on the ground. What else could it be? Your good brother-in-law asked you to pick golden apples, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Pusick fluttered its wings to reveal its form. The gray cabbage butterfly landed on a stone, transforming back into a plump gray rat. Jumping onto Gevoff's shoulder, the deep brown butterfly folded its wings. Garut thumped into existence, its fists still crackling with energy. David stared at them, dumbfounded. Then he looked at the crazily struggling human-headed donkey, opening his mouth, but unable to utter a sound. Until Gevoff cleared his throat, he snapped back to reality, his voice tinged with tears. Why did he want to kill me? Gevoff raised an eyebrow. He had thought David would first ask about the magic, but instead his primary concern was this. He shrugged. How would I know? Just ask him yourself. David gritted his teeth, taking 2 steps forward, staring into the donkey's face. You tell me. Why? The donkey seemed to know it was thoroughly exposed, suddenly ceasing its struggles, fixing its human-like eyes on David, filled with resentment. I want to offer Lily to the king. You block my way, or if I don't kill you, who should I kill? Offer her to the king. That cruel king. David staggered back a step as if all his strength had been drained, his eyes instantly reddening. How could you do this to Lily? He looked as if he were on the brink of collapse. Gevoff frowned, saying no more. A flicker of light flashed from his fingertip, and the human-headed donkey suddenly whooshed down to the size of a fingernail-sized black bug wriggling on the ground. He lifted his foot and thumped down, grinding it into the ground, leaving no trace. Everything is fine now. Go back and tell Lily that her brother likely ate some poisonous herbs and was taken away by a bird. You all will be happy now. You all have found happiness. David seemed to be jolted back to reality by these words, his unfocused gaze gradually sharpening. Suddenly the dimples appeared at the corners of Lily's smiling eyes, along with the sight of her on tiptoes, tucking honeysuckle into her hair. He took a deep breath, the rising and falling of his chest slowly calming, and when he looked up again, the collapse in his eyes had faded into a dazed relief, like the sky clearing after a storm, still retaining moisture, but now revealing light. He looked at Gevoff, then scanned through Pusick's golden hair, Gurutez's concerned eyes, and the gray mouse on Gevoff's shoulder. Finally, mustering a question, his voice slightly hoarse, who exactly are you? Gevoff kicked a stone at his feet, which rolled into the fire with a crackle, sending sparks flying. I am a magician. He pointed to his companions beside him. They are my friends Garut, Pusick, and the gray mouse. He paused, recalling David's kindness when they first met. He added, you helped me back near the candy house. Magicians never owe anyone a favor, so we are friends now. I see, David murmured, seeming to digest this answer. People in the fairy tale world have a natural acceptance of the miraculous, as if magic is meant to hide behind trees among flowers tucked away in the crevices of every ordinary day. He recalled Gevoff's certainty when he said everything will be fine in a day, the monster that suddenly turned into a donkey, and these children who could appear out of thin air. Indeed, magicians can always accomplish what ordinary people cannot. He suddenly laughed, the red veins in his eyes still visible, but the warmth of his smile outshone the glow of the fire like a sun-warmed quilt. No wonder you are so confident. So you are an all-powerful magician. Accepting this premise, a wave of relief surged in David's heart, washing away his previous fears and confusion. He stepped forward a couple of paces, his tone earnest. Gevoff, and all my friends, if you don't mind, you can stay at my home for as long as you want. My house may be small, but it has a warm stove that makes you feel toasty in winter, and... He paused, a slight flush spreading across his face like an apple heated by the coals. When Lily and I get married, you must come to our wedding. Pusakai's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. We will come. Garut grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. I'll sing for you then. The gray mouse on Gevoff's shoulder also nodded. Gevoff looked at the renewed light in David's eyes like a wick that had been reignited and smiled along. No one mentioned Lily's brother again, as if that crushed bug had never existed. Some dirty matters simply do not deserve a place in the impending happiness and should be swept away like garbage. The fire gradually dwindled, the remaining embers flickering within the ashes like scattered stars. David stood up, patted Gevoff's shoulder, the warmth of his palm transmitting through the fabric, feeling very real. Let's go home. Tomorrow we'll find Lily and tell her. Tell her all the good news. Gevoff nodded and followed him along with his friends. Garut walked at the back, casually picking up the muddy dagger on the ground, swinging his arm and tossing it far into the bushes. With a thud, it was swallowed by the dense foliage. From then on, no one in the alleys of the Iron Anvil Kingdom saw that Lily's brother, who loved to make trouble, as if he had never existed. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, casting them onto the leaf-laden path, resembling an elongated ellipsis. The scent of grass and trees in the forest mingled with the earthy smell, creating a sense of tranquility, like lying on a sun-dried pile of grass listening to the distant chirping of insects. As David walked, he suddenly hummed a tune, still that off-key love song. The lyrics jumbled, but the melody rang out much louder than in the morning, as if to sing all his joys to the moon. In any case, this is how it went. Afterward, they returned to the town. David brought Gevoff and the others back to town, and the next morning at the break of dawn, he tucked a red rose into his pocket and went to find Lily. The honeysuckle in the flower pavilion was blooming perfectly, clusters pressing against the branches, yellow as honey, white as snow, filling the corners of the pavilion with fragrance. He didn't hold back telling Lily how her vicious brother had troubled him, how he had tried to harm him, and how Gevoff had turned him into a donkey, ultimately crushed into a bug. He felt no need to lie and believed Lily would understand. Lily listened, her face first turning pale with fright, her fingers gripping David's arm tightly, her knuckles digging into his flesh, and she didn't let go for a long time. When she realized she would no longer be forced by her brother to do things she didn't want to, and that she would no longer have to live in fear, tears suddenly fell from her eyes, large droplets splattering onto her clothes, soaking a small patch. But those were not tears of sadness. They were tears of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted off her chest. She suddenly grabbed David's hand and began to twirl around in the flower pavilion, her laughter ringing like silver bells crashing against the petals, causing the golden pollen to fall. Even the honeysuckle seemed to bloom brighter under her laughter. In the following days, the entire town could hear their laughter. David busied himself fixing the roof, moving ladders and handing up tiles, humming a song, replacing old wooden beams with new ones, saying he wanted to build a new house with a garden so that Lily could plant honeysuckle by the window. Lily, on the other hand, ran to the bakery every day, tying on a little apron, learning to bake bread from the owner flour, dusting her nose like a white star, which she didn't wipe off, just smiling at David. They smiled at everyone they met, their excitement like having pockets full of candy sweet wherever they went. Gevoff had been grinning from ear to ear these days. The next morning, he was leaning on the windowsill watching David deliver freshly picked honeysuckle to Lily, tied with twine still dripping with dew, and when Lily received them, their fingers brushed against each other, both blushing. At that moment, the gray mouse suddenly burrowed through the door crack, its little mouth carrying a small notebook wrapped in oilcloth, which still had some dirt on it. It was sent by Brother Wolf. The gray mouse placed the notebook on the table, its little paws clapping excitedly, its eyes shining like 2 black beans. Gevoff unwrapped the oilcloth, revealing a notebook that was charred on more than half of its pages, the edges curled black like withered leaves that had been burned, still carrying a hint of caramel's burnt scent. It was indeed the Candy Witch's magical notebook. He had mentioned the candy house to Brother Wolf before, and he didn't expect that the companions from the Wolf Kingdom would actually find this in the ruins, and specially sent a mouse courier to deliver it. Most of the writing in the notebook was burned and unclear, a dark mess like spilled ink. Only the last page remained relatively intact, on which 3 crooked large characters were written in dark red ink: Candy summoning technique. It can summon candy. Pusakai leaned in to take a look. What a strange, yet delightful magic. Gevoff suppressed his excitement, cleared his throat, and recited the spell from the notebook. Light flickered at his fingertips as if wrapped in a layer of sugar glaze. Pop! A strawberry-flavored lollipop fell onto the table, the candy wrapper sparkling, adorned with a little rabbit looking sweet enough. It worked. Garut slapped Gevoff's shoulder, the force nearly knocking the lollipop off, while he himself burst into joyous laughter. Gevoff tried again, this time summoning a chocolate ice cream in a small paper cone, emitting a cool breeze, its sweet fragrance drilling straight into the nose. Reciting the spell again, a pile of fruit-hard candies materialized at the table corner, red like cherries, yellow like lemons, a colorful mix, as if a handful of small pebbles had been scattered. But no matter how hard he tried or how many times he recited the spell, he could only summon these palm-sized candies at most. Trying to conjure up gingerbread for the roof, chocolate bricks for the walls, or toffee that could serve as chairs yielded no response at all. Not even a crumb of sugar fell down. It must be because the magic I learned has flaws. Gevoff held the notebook with a hint of regret, yet still quite satisfied. But having these is enough. Oh, at least I can eat candy anytime. He divided the summoned candies among Garut and Pusikai, while he himself nibbled on the strawberry lollipop, leaning on the windowsill. Outside, David was up on a ladder painting the roof beams. The sky blue paint spread evenly, as if the sky had been brushed onto the wood. Lily stood below, handing him brushes, occasionally reaching out to wipe the paint spots off his face, their eyes meeting in a smile, the sunlight spilling over them warm like a piece of butter just taken off the stove, nearly melting. Gevoff licked the lollipop, the strawberry flavor blossoming on his tongue, sweet and mingling harmoniously with the paint smell and the honeysuckle fragrance wafting in from outside. Of course, it would be better to ignore the distant famine. When Snow White opened the window, the morning dew still hung on the carved window frame, refracting the newly risen sunlight like scattered diamonds. The wolf kingdom outside the window had long since changed from what it had first appeared. Beside the well-packed earthen houses, there were many brick houses, the red brick walls bathed in morning light, turning warm golden, the smoke from chimneys rising thicker than before, mingling with the scent of wheat fields in the distance, weaving a gentle net in the air. "Make way!" A shout from downstairs broke the scene, where a wolf traffic officer in a crisply washed gray uniform with his tail standing straight was directing a wooden cart to turn. That cart was a new invention by the fox Aji, decorated with grapevines, the wheels made from hollowed-out pumpkins, and the most peculiar part was a tin funnel at the front. Toss an apple inside, and the wheels would turn merrily. At that moment, the cart was piled high with freshly picked peaches, rosy and tempting. And Aji had another better invention, a wooden man that eats fruit. The wooden man stood on the ridge made of smooth oak with joints connected by brass axles, making a creaking sound as it moved, resembling a silent old farmer. The best part was that it had a wooden trough on its belly. As long as you tossed in some apples or pears, the wooden man would come to life, stumbling clumsily into the fields, bending down to drop the iron plow, which would dig deep into the soil, with the turning gears immediately turning up a shiny furrow behind it. If a ripe peach was tossed in, it would move faster, lifting the plow higher, suitable for tilling the soft ground after rain. Conversely, if a hard hawthorn was thrown, it would move slowly, pressing the plow deep, perfect for breaking the hardened wasteland. When it got tired, no one had to manage it. Once the fruit was gone, it would obediently stand on the ridge like a statue waiting for the next feeding. In the past, the animals of the wolf kingdom relied solely on their paws to dig and their shoulders to carry, working hard, without completing even half an acre in a day. Since Aji created this wooden man, the labor in the fields became much lighter. In the early mornings, one could often see mice carrying fruit baskets, stuffing wild fruits into the wooden man's mouth, watching it gulp them down before it started working, making them clap in delight. Even some elder animals stroked their whiskers in admiration. This little fellow really extracts the strength from the fruits. At this moment, several wooden men stood in the eastern wheat fields, diligently plowing. The sunlight spilled over their shiny wooden bodies as if gilded. Aji squatted on the ridge, holding a chisel, adding new gears to one of the wooden men. Rumor had it that after this improvement, it could even eat sour wild grapes. Snow White's gaze drifted over the bustling streets, landing on the center of the square. There stood two stone statues. On the left was Brother Wolf, his mane carved distinctly, his expression both majestic and gentle. On the right was Gevoff, his lips slightly curled upwards, the very expression he often wore. The bases of the two stone statues were covered in ivy, with dew on the leaves dropping from the wolf's claws, as if gently applauding. The streets were no longer filled solely with wolves and foxes. Rabbits in blue blouses carried vegetable baskets filled with freshly picked carrots. Bears in straw hats carried half a bag of new wheat, heading towards the mill. The most eye-catching was the bun shop at the street corner, run by a round, plump pig, wearing a white apron, wielding a rolling pin that made a swishing sound, steam billowing from the steamer as it opened, the fragrant meat aroma wafting far away. Freshly steamed meat buns could be heard 3 streets away. The recipe for those buns was taught by Gevoff back in the day, and it had become the most popular breakfast in the wolf kingdom. "They'll have 2 meat buns." A fox cub with a little backpack was standing on tiptoe, clutching a coin in its paw. Beside it, a little wolf cub held a lotus leaf with freshly purchased sugar cakes wrapped inside, the two of them giggling as they ran by the bell on the backpack, jingling, startling the swallows resting under the eaves. Life here flowed like water, so slow that you could count the shadows of sunlight moving on the brick walls. As Snow White watched, she suddenly smiled. She saw a young wolf couple playing in the water beside a puddle at the street corner, splashing water all over themselves, yet smiling brighter than the clouds in the sky, their tails wagging like flowers. Childish, she pouted her fingertip, just touching the window frame about to close the window when she caught a glimpse of something white fluttering in the air. It was a paper airplane. No one knew who had folded it. The wings were cut squarely, though the edges were a bit ragged, as if the wind had curled them. It spun in the morning breeze, rising and falling, sometimes lifted high by the airflow, and at other times plunging straight down, like a lost white butterfly frantically circling in the air. It was first pushed by the wind, brushing past Gevoff statue's ear in the square, its wings nearly colliding with the stone carving. Then suddenly soared high, sweeping over the steaming steamer of the bun shop, almost tumbling into the freshly steamed meat bun pile. Finally wobbling like it was pulled by some invisible string, it flew precisely towards Snow White's window. Thud! The paper airplane landed on the windowsill, its wings trembling slightly from inertia, the wind it stirred brushing against the mint leaves on the sill. Snow White was momentarily taken aback, her fingertip hovering over the window frame, forgetting to close the window. She leaned down to pick up the paper airplane, her fingertip brushing against the coarse texture of the straw paper, carrying a hint of the morning's chill and a faint scent of grass. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the inner side of the wing seemed to have something drawn on it, so faint it was almost invisible, as if gently smeared with charcoal. Do you want to know about the heroine now? If you do, it can be told. Eric sat on the rooftop, the half stack of wheat straw paper at his feet, dampened at the corners by the morning dew, exuding a faint sense of moisture. This house was built by the 21 of them, each with an axe and a chisel. The warmth of the night's hands still lingered on the wooden beams. The thatched roof was thickly laid, preventing even the most mischievous winds from sneaking in. Climbing up the yellow mud and grass-mixed walls, a few morning glories blooming in purple added a touch of liveliness to this humble dwelling. His coarse linen garment had faded to a pale color, the frayed cuffs resembling a blooming dandelion, yet it shone with a crisp cleanliness. Even the creases at the hem radiated tidiness. The wind emerged from the depths of the forest, lifting his hem and revealing his still erect shoulders. Despite having been a wild man for so long, the inherent uprightness within him remained unshaken. Yet his handsome face was always shrouded in an unshakable mist, especially his eyes, which resembled obsidian immersed in stream water, bright enough to reflect the shadows of the treetops, yet harboring an unfathomable sorrow deeper than the darkness of the forest night. The wheat straw paper in his hands was meticulously folded, and as his fingertips grazed the wings, he could feel the raised letters on the surface, each character inscribed with a charcoal pencil in a fervent longing. The wild roses in the forest bloomed today, pink and white, resembling the patterns embroidered on your skirt. The stones by the stream glistened from the water, reminding me of you washing your hands, your hair hanging over the surface. Once filled, he aimed it toward the direction of the wolf kingdom and gently blew as if to warm this small thought before pushing it away with his fingertips. The paper airplane wobbled and flew out, initially soaring steadily with the help of the wind, its wings spread wide like a jubilant little bird. But not far off, it was pecked at by a sparrow that swooped in. Those little creatures perhaps mistook the paper airplane for a delectable insect, immediately puncturing a small hole in its wing, causing it to spin down into the bushes, caught on thorny branches like a deflated balloon. Some fared better, barely flying over the treetops, only to be snagged by protruding branches swaying in the wind, the charcoal letters fading under the sun until they became indistinct. Others were less fortunate, plummeting straight into the mud upon release, covered in yellow muck, the words longing reduced to a smeared mass, as if someone's heart had been crumpled. He could no longer remember how many he had made. Since the day the house was completed, he had written in the gaps, while mushroom picking beside the bonfire, during night watch, in the moments of wild fruit gathering, and even huddled by the stove. Whenever he had free time, he would fly them, and now the half stack of paper at his feet contained thoughts he had accumulated over a long time. The Knight Commander had secretly counted, claiming there were at least 9,000, enough to stretch from the rooftop to the stream. Flying again. The voice of the Knight Commander came from below the rooftop as he climbed a ladder to nail something to the beam, the hammer striking the wood with a rhythmic thud. The wind isn't blowing toward the Wolf Kingdom today, so it probably won't make it. Actually, Eric understood that without needing the Knight Commander to say it. This place was too far from the Wolf Kingdom, separated by 2 streams and an endless dense forest. No matter how light the paper airplane was, it couldn't fly over. Yet he still wanted to give it a try, like a child clutching a jar of candy, always believing that the next piece could be the sweetest. Eric did not look back, only gazed toward the direction of the Wolf Kingdom, where the treetops swayed in the wind, waves of green rolling, as if hiding countless secrets along with his soul longing. "It's okay," he whispered, his voice as light as the wind brushing past the grass, audible only to himself. "As long as it flies out, that's enough." He folded another airplane, this time drawing a small sun on the nose, round and plump, even adding rays of light, as if to send a bit of warmth to the girl far away. He had heard that winter came early to the Wolf Kingdom, and he wondered if she would be cold. With a push of his fingertip, the airplane soared into the sky, propelled by the wind, flying higher than ever, as if trying to pierce through the clouds. Eric watched it, not blinking, even his breath quieted, afraid that any movement might disturb the paper airplane's journey. He watched it cross the babbling stream, fly over the flower bed filled with dandelions, and just as it seemed about to dive into the dense forest at the border of the Wolf Kingdom, suddenly out of nowhere another paper airplane emerged, not the one he had just sent off, but whiter with sparkling specks on its wings, flying straight toward him. It was not meandering in circles nor being blown back by the wind. It flew directly towards him with an inexplicable vigor, as if someone was pushing it from afar, its wings steady and stretched, charging toward the rooftop. With a smack, the paper airplane hit Eric's forehead squarely, not too hard like a leaf falling, yet carrying a refreshing fragrance of grass, and with not the damp smell of decaying leaves from the forest, but rather the scent of wheat straw kissed by the sun, mixed with a faint sweetness reminiscent of honeysuckle. Then it bounced lightly, landing perfectly in the palm of his open hand. Eric was stunned, his fingertips instinctively brushing the spot on his forehead, where it had struck, still tingling slightly, as if someone had gently touched it. He looked down at the airplane in his palm, its wings spread wide and firm, the body seemingly adorned with unfamiliar phosphorescence, sparkling under the sunlight, as if sprinkled with crushed stars, swaying gently in the breeze. The hammering from below ceased, and the night commander poked his head out, just catching sight of their prince, bowing his head, his fingertips pinching the paper airplane, his eyes shining astonishingly bright, as if the long-hidden mist had finally begun to dissipate, along with a subtle upward curve at the corners of his mouth, warmer than the small sun drawn on the airplane's nose. The princess opened her window to look outside, and suddenly a paper airplane flew by. Curiously, she opened it only to find that the paper airplane was filled with love. 3 kinds of fervent love. One was the young man's affection for his beloved, sweet as freshly picked wild honey. Another was the blind man's yearning for light, tinged with a desperate resolve, yet softened by the words, "I want to see you." And the last was the sick person's hope for health, plain like the wild grass on a field, yet rooted in the words "for you." Snow White's fingertips gently brushed over the letters, the paper seeming to retain the warmth of its writer. She leaned out to look outside. Steam was rising from the bun shop, and the Square Wolf traffic police were directing wooden carts to turn, and the little ones with backpacks ran by laughing, not a single person glancing her way, not even the sparrow that usually perched on the windowsill. Where did this paper airplane come from? She held the paper airplane, feeling as if something had gently bumped into her heart. The people of the Wolf Kingdom were mostly straightforward. They said what they missed and pursued what they liked, never having seen anyone conceal their feelings within a paper airplane. After hesitating for a moment, she rummaged through her drawer for a charcoal pencil and drew a big smiley face on the blank part of the paper airplane, the corners of its mouth curving high, even adding 2 round dimples. After finishing, she gently blew on the smiley face as if infusing it with warmth, then raised her hand to toss it. "I see everyone wants to know who the female lead is, so let's just say the female lead is the little match girl. Speaking of which, this is also an unresolved matter from childhood. As for Snow White, I didn't manage it well before, but thankfully I didn't write much about the ambiguity. As for how this paper airplane turns out, the prince and princess are engaging in an online romance." Gevoff and his companions had lingered in the small town long enough that even the feral dogs at the alley's entrance, who usually bared their teeth at strangers, couldn't be bothered to lift their eyelids when they saw them. Galuda often tossed bones to them in secret. The 3 of them, along with a mouse, usually stirred up mischief in David's little house. Galuda and the gray mouse loved to compete over who could squeeze under the table faster. Often the gray mouse darted past like a flash of gray lightning, while Galuda got stuck halfway his rear and stuck up high, causing Pusick to flap his wings and laugh, his tinkling voice shaking the dust from the beams. Gevoff would sometimes use a candy summoning spell to conjure piles of fruit candies, red, green, yellow, scattering them on the table to use as chips for their stone-throwing game, where the loser would get a little gray rubbed on their nose by the gray mouse. David knew they were magicians and didn't stop them too much, just reminding them before they left, "Just don't tear the roof off. Oh, I can't afford to hire a carpenter again." Sometimes they would go out for a stroll. Gevoff wore a wide-brimmed hat, the brim tilted low, followed by Pusick and Gilyud, while the gray mouse squatted on Gevoff's shoulder, its round eyes darting around. The town's children, Sharpied, had long set their sights on these outsiders. Seeing their delicate appearance, always accompanied by a sweet scent, and never acting fierce, the children gradually dared to approach. A small boy with a missing front tooth ran over and stammered, Can I play with you?" Gevoff never refused. They strolled slowly along the cobblestone path, watching Galuda carve wood sculptures with a knife. The little bunnies he carved were exquisitely detailed, and always snatched up by the children, listening to Pusick recount secrets about the fireflies in the forest, saying those sparkling bugs were actually fragments of stars. Playing until the sun began to set, stretching their shadows long, Gevoff would then cheerfully pull out lollipops, handing one to each child, strawberry-flavored, orange-flavored, grape-flavored, while the candy wrappers sparkled in the sunset like scattered gold. The children, sucking on their candies with cheeks puffed out, would always huddle close and whisper reminders. A little girl with braids tugged at Gevoff's sleeve, saying, "Don't go to the broken mill at the west end of town. The mouse traps there are bigger than my dad's hand, and last time a dog's leg got caught and bled." A boy as thin as a bean sprout said on tiptoe, "Don't go near the abandoned house to the north. My grandma says you can hear someone crying inside at night." A boy with dark circles under his eyes leaned close to Gevoff, lowering his voice, "If you see someone in black clothes, keep your distance. They always move boxes at night, and the boxes are smeared with something red." Gevoff loved hearing these tales, his eyes wide open, sometimes even asking a couple more questions. Which way did the person in black go? Was the crying in the abandoned house from a man or a woman? That day they were chatting with a group of children under the big locust tree in front of the bakery. The aroma of freshly baked honey bread wafted from the bakery, making the gray mouse lick its lips. A tall, skinny boy suddenly squeezed out from the crowd, his chest puffed up mysteriously, saying, "Let me tell you a scary story. I guarantee you won't be able to sleep after hearing it." Gevoff immediately stopped teasing the gray mouse, and Gulliut's eyes sparkled. "What is it?" Seeing everyone staring at him, the boy's eyes shone like he had two stars in them as he deliberately lowered his voice, speaking in a whisper, "Do you think we might have eaten people before?" "Oh." Several timid children immediately shrank back. A girl with braids dropped her lollipop with a thud, her face turning as pale as freshly sifted flour, her lips trembling. "You're talking nonsense. How can people eat people?" The boy got even more animated, sitting on a nearby stone, counting on his fingers. "A while ago, just as the sky was getting light, I went with my dad to buy a knife, and passing by the house in the back, I saw adults carrying something out from inside. It was a donkey, but strangely above its neck was a human head, and it had a beard." He paused, mimicking adults swinging a knife, his arms spinning like a windmill. A few people had shiny knives going in white and coming out red, and with a thud they slaughtered that donkey, saying they were going to stew the meat, claiming that eating such monster meat could cure illnesses. I was so scared I hid behind a pile of firewood. My legs turned to jelly. Later I asked my dad how the donkey ended up with a human head. My dad dragged me home, scolding me for looking too much, saying that donkey used to bite people and was cursed by a passing wizard, which is why it turned out like that. Keeping it around was a disaster. A chubby boy munching on a wheat cake interjected indistinctly, "You're lying. That can't happen. My mom says wizards are all old men with beards, and they wouldn't curse people just like that." "I'm not lying to you." The boy got anxious, his voice suddenly rising like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the veins on his neck bulging. There was an adult in black clothes, the kind who moves boxes at night. He gestured intensely, his eyes widening. He saw me hiding behind the pile of firewood, and instead of scolding me, he smiled at me. That smile was colder than a winter ice hole, making me break out in a cold sweat, my calves cramping. He told me, "This donkey is very bad. A while ago it killed a child, chopped that kid into pieces, and secretly cooked it behind the stove, even chewing the bones to bits." The boy mimicked the tone of the figure in black, his voice low like a snake hissing, "But now it's fine, or it didn't get to eat much itself, and has turned into this strange half-human, half-donkey ghost, which is a blessing for us." He paused, swallowing, as if recalling something disgusting, his face turning pale. That man in black also said, "We threw the child's pieces in with the donkey meat into a big pot to cook, and the broth turned brown, smelling delicious." Then he stared at me, his eyes frighteningly bright, saying, "You kids should eat more. It'll strengthen your bodies, and you'll gain strength." As soon as those words were uttered, the previously chattering children fell silent. The honey aroma wafting from the bakery seemed to turn foul, and several timid girls directly covered their mouths, their eyes red like rabbits. A boy suddenly stepped back, bumping into the locust tree with a thud, but didn't dare to make a sound, only gazing fearfully in the direction of the donkey. The air seemed to freeze, even the wind had stopped. But suddenly the children began to speak again. "You're talking nonsense. You must be making this up. My mom says it's wrong to eat people." Several children immediately retorted, chattering amongst themselves. Gevoff frowned, remaining silent, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the candy in his pocket. Most likely that donkey with a human head was transformed by him. Will those who eat people eventually be eaten? A thought suddenly popped into his mind like swallowing an unripe plum, astringent and tight. However, the arguing soon ceased as the sky darkened. The children, clutching unfinished lollipops, hurried home in twos and threes, their steps quick, as if they feared being caught by someone in black. The tall boy looked back before leaving, shouting, "It's true. If you don't believe me, go check that house. There are still bloodstains in the corner that haven't been cleaned up, all dark." As soon as he finished speaking, his mother yanked him by the ear and dragged him away, distant scolding echoing, "I'll tear your mouth apart for making things up." Gevoff gazed in the direction of that house hidden deep in the alley, the very house belonging to the person he had transformed into a donkey. Gulliut quietly tugged at his sleeve, his voice as faint as a mosquito, yet laced with excitement. "Should we go take a look?" The gray mouse jumped down from his shoulder, running a few steps into the depths of the alley, then looking back at him, scratching the ground with its little paws, as if urging him on. Gevoff licked his lips. The sweetness of the orange-flavored lollipop he had just eaten suddenly turned bitter. He looked up at the darkening sky, where wisps of smoke rose from the houses, swirling in the twilight like countless invisible hands. "Let's go take a look," he said, his voice lower than usual. Having made up their minds to go, Gevoff and the others showed no hesitation. After all, not to mention Gevoff being a wolf mage, even just with Puxikai, the butterfly spirit, two beings wielding extraordinary powers, it was merely a matter of visiting the so-called haunted house at night, which hardly counted as a daunting task. They walked toward the house under the deepening twilight, their steps light, as if they were shadows gliding silently over the bluestone path. Before long they arrived at their destination. The house remained as it had been, the peeling walls exposing the yellow earth beneath, pockmarked like an old face weathered by time. Several holes in the window paper allowed the evening breeze to seep in, making a mournful sound like a blind old beast gasping in the shadows at the end of the alley. Gevoff was about to push the door when he noticed something was amiss beside him. The gray mouse had already burrowed into his coarse cloth pocket, its furry little head poking out, its black bean-like eyes vigilantly watching the door crack, its whiskers quivering slightly. Geroot and Puxikai were also tightly clutching his clothes from behind. They had initially been quite excited, but now they were all scared. Gevoff sighed helplessly and reached out to push open the ajar wooden door. Creak. The door hinge emitted a shrill groan like rusty metal scraping against metal, as if the house itself was protesting this late-night visit. As the three and the mouse stepped inside, they were immediately choked by the dust that rushed at them, causing them to furrow their brows and instinctively cover their mouths and noses. The air was thick with a heavy moldy odor mingled with a faint, indescribable fishy smell of cobwebs, and the corners were thick with dust swaying gently as the draft blew through, resembling a tattered net hanging there. Thanks to the moonlight streaming in through the broken window, they could see a dark brown stain on the floor, dried and blackened, resembling a coagulated blood scab, meandering all the way to the corner of the room. At the end of the bloodstain lay a small skull, its jaw not fully formed, the sutures of the skull still open, making it clear that it belonged to a child. The moonlight fell upon the pale bones, casting a cold, eerie glow that sent an inexplicable chill down their spines. In the center of the room stood a wooden table, missing a leg, propped up unsteadily with a stone-deep cracks running across its surface. Next to it was a crooked chair with a broken armrest, the seat nearly worn through, exposing the decayed wood beneath. Scattered across the floor were shards of pottery, varying in size like remnants of shattered bowls, and plates glimmering faintly in the moonlight. Aside from that, there was nothing else, not even a decent piece of furniture. The empty room exuded an indescribable chill, as if it could suck away one's soul. Gevoff scanned the room, confirming there was indeed nothing unusual, and was just about to signal for everyone to leave when the skull in the corner suddenly made a click sound. Immediately after, a chilling laugh rolled out like rusty metal scraping against each other, reminiscent of a snake hissing as it flicks its tongue. You are about to die. About to die. The gray mouse, frightened, retreated entirely into Gevoff's pocket, its furry tail curling up, trembling so violently that even through the fabric they could feel its fear, like a frightened little grasshopper. Garut and Puxikai gasped, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on their foreheads, sliding down their cheeks. They gripped Gevoff's clothing tighter, their knuckles trembling. Gevoff was also startled by the abrupt sound, turning sharply to glare at the skull, only to find it lying quietly in place, showing no sign of movement, as if the sound had been nothing but an illusion. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Playing tricks. Let's go, he said, turning to head for the door, but just as he was about to step over the threshold, his nose bumped into a cold, dark figure. 4 men dressed in black entered, exuding an eerie presence. The most unsettling were their eyes, red like blood-infused agate, staring fixedly at Gevoff, and the others devoid of any vitality, while they brandished glinting knives that shone coldly in the moonlight. Oh, this saves us the trouble of looking. A few little ones have come to us. A man as round as a barrel spoke, his voice raspy like grinding stone, each word laced with a nasal tone. Children, we invite you to be our guests. Be our guests. With knives as invitations. Gevoff sneered coldly inwardly, but feigned fear on the surface, avoiding their gazes. Seeing their demeanor, it was clear this group had accomplices, and it would be just right to follow them to find out where their lair was, ensuring they wouldn't harm anyone further. Seeing the fear on their faces, the 4 men immediately chuckled softly, their laughter carrying an indescribable greasy quality, like the sickening scent of fatty meat frying in a pan. Follow me. The fat man waved his knife, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Gevoff and the others pretended to comply, keeping their heads down as they followed the 4 men in black out of the house. Through narrow alleys their pace hastened. Before long they exited the small town, heading into the pitch-black depths of the forest. The wind in the woods grew colder, rustling the leaves with a rustle as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows. Along the way the 4 men began to chat idly, their voices low yet clear, each word drifting into Gevoff's ears as if whispered right beside him. That donkey meat from a while back was truly fresh, especially the parts with tendons, so chewy and fragrant the more you chewed it. The tall, skinny man smacked his lips, licking his tongue over his lips, his eyes sparkling with greed. I think the donkey bones are even crispier. The broth boiled from them is the most fragrant, sprinkled with a bit of salt. It could freshen your eyebrows. The short man chimed in, his tone carrying a cruel excitement, as if discussing some delectable prey. Blood is the best, oh, warm and sweet, sliding down the throat, so satisfying. Another one-eyed man licked his lips, his empty eye socket resembling a black hole, sending chills down one's spine. The fat man suddenly lowered his voice, chuckling like a broken bellows. What do you think about the story of the priest and the little boy? As they talked and laughed, their voices echoed in the silent forest like several venomous snakes, tightening one's heart. After walking for an unknown length of time, a wooden cabin hidden among the dense trees finally appeared, obscured by layers of branches, revealing only a dark silhouette. The yellowish light filtering from the windows was particularly eye-catching in the pitch-black forest, like a lurking beast with its eyes wide open waiting for prey. Upon entering the house, Gevoff and the others discovered a whole new world inside. An insane old woman sat at the stove, her hair a tangled mess covered in dirt and mysterious stains with mud embedded in the wrinkles of her face. Upon seeing them, she repeatedly muttered, "New ones have come. New ones have come." Meanwhile, about a dozen men were seated around the table, all with bloodshot eyes looking like starving wolves. Upon seeing Gevoff and the others, they all turned their heads in unison, their gazes like hooks piercing into them. The clear sound of swallowing echoed in the room, gulp, gulp, making it particularly jarring in the quiet space. The strangest thing was the birdcage hanging from the beam, painted in peeling colors, where a little bird was hopping and singing, its sharp voice sending shivers down the spine. 3 little children are so cute. One is in the courtyard digging up bones with pale bony joints covered in moss. One sits at the threshold with its head cut off, its eyes still staring out the door. Where do the corpses go? Into the stomach. Into the stomach. The men in the room were still excitedly rubbing their hands, their red eyes gleaming with greed, as if they had already caught a whiff of the aroma of the delicacies. They rolled up their sleeves, stepping closer to Gevoff and the others, hardly considering these children a threat. But in the next moment, Gevoff simply raised his right hand above his head and gently snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, the laughter of those men suddenly ceased. They watched in horror as their bodies rapidly shrank and twisted, their black clothes transforming into chitin and their stout arms morphing into thin legs. Within the blink of an eye, the room full of bandits had turned into wriggling little insects, densely packed together, producing faint rustling sounds. Gevoff did not waste much time. He stepped down, and Garut followed suit, the sounds of crunch and squelch rising and falling like they were crushing a pile of rotten berries. The gray mouse darted out of a pocket, its little paws expertly pinning down each escaping insect, proudly wagging its tail. In no time, only puddles of disgusting slime remained on the ground, with no insect left capable of movement. He turned to the old woman at the stove, the firelight flickering across her wrinkled face. Now you can tell me what exactly is going on. The old woman trembled as she spoke, finally managing to say, these people are not honorable. They are a gang of robbers, mercilessly killing and plundering the nearby villages. What's worse, they even eat people. Regardless of age or gender, anyone caught would be treated as reserved food. I was also robbed by them. The old woman wiped her tears and continued, at that time I said I could cook and would be obedient, so they didn't kill me, leaving me to stoke the fire and cook for them. During those days I wished for death every day, but feared my family was still waiting for me. And that bird was also a clever one. It sang a terrifying song, but it was actually mourning for those who had died. So Gevoff looked up at the little bird and told it to seek out the wolf kingdom. The little bird understood, flapping its wings and circling above his head twice, chirping a thank you before flying deeper into the forest, its voice finally losing the previous ominous tone and gaining a bit of cheerfulness. I should return now. The old woman stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. I wonder if my children are still alive. Gevoff nodded. Be careful on your way. They bid farewell outside the wooden house. The old woman walked toward the distance, her hunched figure, yet resolute, like a wildflower struggling to bloom between the stones. Gevoff and the others turned around Garut, gathering some dry branches to pile around the wooden house. With a whoosh, the flames licked up the wooden walls. They sat on a stone not far away, quietly watching the house filled with evil being engulfed by flames. The firelight painted half the sky red, illuminating the faces of everyone in a flickering glow. Truly wicked humans, Puxikai remarked. Garut clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, they are not human, they are demons in human skin. Burning the robbers, that's what the gray mouse is for. Gevoff watched the dancing flames, suddenly smiling, pulling the brim of his hat down to shield his eyes, revealing only the corners of his tightly pressed lips. The firelight filtered in from under the brim, casting tiny speckles of light on his face. After an indeterminate amount of time, the wooden house was completely reduced to ashes, even the last spark extinguished by the evening breeze, leaving only a pile of charred remains shimmering with a cold light under the moon. Let's go back. Gevoff stood up, brushing off the bits of grass from his clothes. They walked towards the town, their steps noticeably lighter. The wind in the forest carried the scent of grass and trees, dispersing the smell of smoke from their bodies. As Gevoff and the others reached the alleyway, they saw the light from David's window shining from afar. The dim yellow light filtered through the thin hemp paper of the window frame, casting a warm glow on the wall, like a pat of butter just taken off the stove, slowly spreading a comforting light in the dark night, bringing a sense of reassurance. Upon entering, David was sitting at the desk by the window, holding a charcoal pencil, scribbling something on rough hemp paper, the tip of the pencil making a soft scratching sound as it glided across the paper. Hearing the creak of the door hinge, he suddenly looked up, a hint of red in his eyes from staying up late, yet they shone brightly, like stars submerged in a stream, unable to hide their anticipation. Where did you go? He quickly stood up, hurriedly folding the paper and stuffing it into his pocket, brushing off the charcoal dust from his coarse trousers, his tone laced with a barely perceptible worry. You came back so late. We just took a stroll in the forest to enjoy the scenery, Gevoff said, adding a piece of dry wood to the fireplace, the flames crackling and reflecting a rosy hue on his cheeks. Garut and Puxikai nodded in agreement, tacitly keeping quiet about the blood-stained evils in the wooden house. David indeed did not ask further, only letting out a sigh of relief, his fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing like the ice melting in the spring breeze. He rubbed his hands together, the slight calluses making a faint sound, suddenly stepping forward 2 paces, his voice lowered, but bursting with excitement, like holding a fluttering little bird. I have good news for you. 2 days from now, I will be marrying Lily. Married? Puxikai's eyes lit up like fireworks bursting in the night sky. Really? Yes. David nodded vigorously, his cheeks flushed with 2 bright patches brighter than the firelight in the fireplace. I've invited the priest from the town, and the ceremony will be in the little church covered in ivy. He will recite the prayer for us. You all must come, it wouldn't be the same without anyone. As he spoke, he pulled out the crumpled paper he had just folded, carefully unfolding it. It was a crumpled piece of hemp paper, the edges frayed from being pinched by fingers on which were scribbled the words invitation in a crooked manner, accompanied by 2 drawings of honeysuckle flowers, the petals round and plump, like 2 little hearts pressed together. I made this invitation myself. The handwriting is ugly and the drawings are not that great. He scratched his head a bit shyly. It looks amazing. Even prettier than the fireflies in the forest. Puxikai eagerly replied, I will definitely be there. Garut also broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of neat white teeth, as if anticipating something. Gevoff watched the light in David's eyes, that light warmer than the flames dancing in the fireplace, and brighter than the moonlight streaming in like a crushed sun wrapped in sweetness. He thought of the wind in the forest carrying the burnt smell and those insects turning into slime beneath his feet, suddenly feeling that such a joyful event was the true nature of the world, filled with warm lights, smiling faces, and uncontainable anticipation, instead of the dirty secrets that should remain unseen. We will all come, he said with a smile, his fingertips glowing with a faint pink light, conjuring a lollipop wrapped in gold foil and handing it to David. A little gift for you in advance, strawberry flavored. David accepted the lollipop, the gold foil sparkling under the light like a sprinkle of stars. He grinned widely, the red veins in his eyes infused with joy, even his voice trembled slightly, as he said, I think Lily will be very happy to know. The fire in the fireplace was still burning steadily, and the water in the pot had unknowingly come to a boil, bubbling softly. Garut wandered around the room, pondering what song to sing for the newlyweds. The gray mouse, meanwhile, had emerged from Gevoff's pocket, clutching a fruit candy, crouching at the corner of the table, munching away, its little tail wagging joyfully. Gevoff leaned against the side, listening to the chaotic sounds, the smile at the corners of his mouth as sweet as candy, warming his heart. He thought that the waiting over these days would feel like holding a lollipop that would never melt, sweet and full of anticipation. Before the dawn had fully broken, a faint azure hue had just begun to spread across the eastern sky when the rooster in the town crowed its first call, the clear sound piercing through the morning mist, rolling over the cobblestone path and striking against the window of David's house. David almost sprang out of bed at the sound, moving so quickly that he nearly knocked over the wooden stool beside his bed. He fished out the blue cloth shirt that had been pressed at the bottom of the chest, the collar washed to a pale hue, yet the edges remained crisp. It was the most presentable attire he could find. After fumbling at the collar for a while, he managed to tie the crooked bow tie. An outcome of half a night's practice in front of the oil lamp, the stitches uneven, yet it was tied exceptionally tight, like holding onto a thought that refused to let go. Pushing open the window, the morning mist had yet to disperse, carrying a damp chill. Smoke was already rising from Lily's chimney, a faint azure like a soft ribbon mingling with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle by the garden wall, slowly dispersing in the fog and tickling David's nose, making his heart itch. The small church at the head of the town was actually just a low stone building, its walls covered in ivy, the deep green leaves shimmering in the morning dew. Several tiles were missing from the roof, revealing the thatch underneath, yet it had been clean, spotless. Even the moss on the stone steps had been scraped away. Gevoff and the others arrived before dawn. Garut held a bamboo basket filled with freshly picked apples from the orchard, rosy and still bearing their leaves. Puzik carried a wicker basket containing a floral crown she had woven overnight, wild roses and dandelions glimmering in the morning light like scattered stars. And Gray Mouse squatted on Gevoff's shoulder, clutching the largest fruit candy, its transparent wrapper shining under the light, said to be a special gift for the bride. A bit more to the left. Yes, right there. Gevoff stood on tiptoe, directing Garut to hang the bouquet on the doorframe. The flowers were gathered by the women of the town, wild roses blooming vibrantly, reds and pinks pressed together, dandelion fluff resembling little cotton balls, and large bunches of honeysuckle yellow and white intertwined, strung together and hung on the wall, instantly softening the cold hardness of the stone house, wrapping it in a layer of joy. There weren't enough benches in the church, so David had already brought over several wooden planks from home, propped up with stones, uneven but serviceable. The planks were covered with rough cloth cushions embroidered by Lily, the stitches crooked, some threads still loose, yet they radiated a sense of earnestness, clearly stitched together with heartfelt intention. The sun had just climbed above the treetops, golden light streaming through the broken windows of the church, casting dappled spots of light on the floor. The guests arrived one after another, most of them familiar faces from the town. The bakery owner's wife wore a white apron, carrying a bamboo basket filled with freshly baked bread, the scent of butter wafting through the air, causing Gray Mouse to poke its head out from Gevoff's shoulder, sniffing eagerly. The old blacksmith leaned on a cane, followed by a little girl with braided hair, clutching a bunch of wild daisies, bright yellow, with dew still clinging to the petals, likely picked from the roadside. And several companions who grew up with David, dressed in their best clothes. One young man's cuff was frayed, exposing the cotton inside, yet he laughed more joyously than anyone, slapping David's shoulder with enough force to almost knock him over. There weren't too many people, just a sparse, half-filled church, yet the air inside was warm and inviting. They're here, shouted a young man standing by the door, his voice tinged with excitement. Instantly the room fell silent. Everyone turned in unison to look towards the door. There stood Lily carrying the red cloth bag left by her mother, the corners frayed, but clean, being supported by two neighboring aunts, slowly making her way to the church. She wore a new white dress made of the cheapest coarse linen from the town's fabric store, yet it shone brightly, with a few honeysuckle flowers pinned at the hem, which David had picked for her a few days prior, the petals still glistening with dew in the sunlight. Her hair was neatly tied back with a red ribbon cascading down her back, revealing her smooth forehead. Her cheeks were flushed like ripe apples, and as she reached the church entrance and saw David standing there, her steps faltered for a moment. Then she suddenly smiled, her dimples sparkling with light brighter than the sun above. David stood at the church door, unsure where to place his hands, palms sweaty, wrinkling the hem of his shirt. When Lily approached, he suddenly remembered he should extend his hand, but in his nervousness he almost tripped over his own feet, his left foot bumping into his right, causing the children behind him to burst into laughter, their giggles flitting about the church like a flock of sparrows. Gevoff gently nudged him from behind, whispering, "Why are you just standing there? Hold her hand." Only then did David react, quickly reaching out. His palm was rough, calloused from years of labor, while Lily's fingertips felt slightly cool, as if just touched by morning dew, gently resting in his hand, as light as a feather, making him hesitant to grip too tightly. They exchanged a glance, speaking no words, yet their lips curled upwards uncontrollably, laughter colliding together, sweet as freshly cooked honey spreading through the quiet church. The priest was an old man with graying hair, wearing a yellowed robe, one button missing from the collar secured with a piece of string, holding a Bible with pages that had fallen out, the edges all curled. He cleared his throat, his hoarse voice resonating through the church. "Dearly beloved, today we gather in the sight of God in the presence of these witnesses to witness the sacred union of Lily and David as husband and wife. This is a holy covenant ordained by God, as well as a joyous celebration of their love." The church fell silent, only the chirping of birds outside could be heard. The priest opened the Bible, his gaze settling on David. "David, do you take Lily as your wife? Will you live with her in accordance with God's will within the sanctity of marriage? From this day forward, do you promise to love her, honor her, comfort her, cherish her, forsaking all others, remaining faithful to her until the end of your life?" "I do." David's voice rang out loudly, startling the dust from the ceiling to flutter down, landing on the priest's Bible. He hurried through his words, as if afraid that taking a moment too long would let it slip away. "I promise to pick honeysuckle for her every day, to eat the burnt bread myself, and give her the softest pieces, to hold an umbrella for her on rainy days, to let her have the warm stove in winter." All right, that's enough. We get the gist." The priest chuckled at his eagerness, waving his hand before turning to Lily, his expression softening. "Lily, do you take David to be your husband? Will you live with him in accordance with God's will within the sanctity of marriage? From this day forward, do you promise to love him, honor him, comfort him, cherish him, forsaking all others, remaining faithful to him until the end of your life?" Lily's voice was delicate like a gentle thread, yet clear, each word resonating in everyone's ears. "I do. I promise to mend his clothes, to learn how to make the wheat cakes he loves to." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly turned red, two tears falling onto David's hand, burning his heart with a twinge. He quickly wiped her tears with his thumb, but clumsily brushed against her cheek instead. When it was time to exchange tokens, David pulled out a small cloth pouch from his pocket, layered and wrapped in several folds. Inside was a ring bent from copper wire set with a polished pebble, the roundest he had found after a month of searching by the creek, its surface smooth like warm jade. Lily took out a red string from her bag with a small wooden token strung on it, carved with a crooked, which she had gradually etched out during her spare time, the edges still rough. They clumsily tried to put the rings on each other. David's hands were shaking so much that the copper ring repeatedly slipped past Lily's finger. Lily's fingertips trembled, as well the red string, not tying securely after several attempts. When their fingertips touched, it felt like an electric current surged through them. "Now you may kiss the bride," the priest said, closing the book with a smile, his voice laced with a hint of mischief. David's face flushed bright red all the way from his cheeks to the roots of his ears, scratching his head, hesitating to move his feet, seemingly glued to the ground. It was Lily who smiled slightly, standing on tiptoe to gently touch his cheek, like a petal falling, soft enough to make one's heart tremble. David was taken aback for a moment, as if suddenly awakened, and he pulled Lily into his embrace, kissing her firmly. At that moment the church erupted in applause, the room filled with clapping hands turning red. The children shouted with high-pitched voices, "Kiss again! Kiss again!" The bakery owner's wife laughed while wiping her tears, murmuring, "So wonderful, so wonderful." Sunlight streamed through the broken windows, falling upon the embracing couple, casting long shadows intertwined together as if they could never be separated. The church ceremony had just concluded, and the sunlight warmed the little courtyard of the David family, even causing the dandelions in the corner to unfurl their fluff as if celebrating this simple feast. There was no lavish wedding cake. Instead, the bakery owner's wife brought out a large wooden platter piled high, with fragrant wheat cakes layered with a thin coat of honey and sprinkled with crushed wild berries, red and purple speckles adorning them, looking so sweet it made one's heart flutter. She had woken up early to bake them, wanting the newlyweds to share in this genuine joy. The banquet was quite unpretentious, with a long table set up in the center of the courtyard, covered with a red cloth dyed with madder by Lily. Though the color was uneven, it radiated a vibrant liveliness. The table was laden with delicacies specially prepared by David and Lily, apple cider bubbling in a clay pot, neatly cut pickled cucumbers glistening with moisture in a bamboo basket, and a large bowl of stewed beans mixed with diced smoked meat, the aroma mingling with the sweetness of honeysuckle by the courtyard wall wafting far away in the breeze. This was the reason why David and Lily did not buy extravagant clothing. The money was all converted into food, allowing the townsfolk to share in their joy. David and Lily sat close together, distributing food to everyone with a tacit understanding, as if they had done it 1,000 times before. Handing out fruit candies to the little girls with braided hair, the paper-wrapped colorful candy crumpled in their small hands, reluctant to open them right away. Passing small pieces of soft bread freshly baked with a slightly charred edge to the elderly grandmother with a cane. And sharing some milk in a coarse porcelain bowl with a woman cradling a swaddled baby, the milk skin trembling atop like a piece of warm jade. Take it, it's all from the heart. David smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners, stuffing candies into the children's pockets. Come visit often and let Lily bake you honey cookies. There will be plenty. Lily assisting by handing out treats, bowed slightly to each person receiving food, thanking them, with flushed cheeks more radiant than the wild berries atop the cake, as the sunlight glinted off the red ribbon in her hair, sparkling with tiny lights. Congratulations on your marriage. May you have many children. Live a good life. Everyone present offered their most sincere blessings, few words, yet heavy with meaning as solid as the bread in their hands. After a burst of noise, someone initiated, "Let's dance. Let the newlyweds have the first dance." David, blushing, took Lily's hand, while the elderly in the courtyard hummed an old tune, the rhythm leisurely. The two swayed to the beat, their steps a bit awkward, Lily's skirt brushing against David's shoes, his elbow nearly bumping her shoulder, yet they smiled sweeter than anyone else, like two children who had secretly tasted honey. After dancing for a while, David invited Gevoff to sing. Immediately, everyone began to cheer, their applause ringing loudly. Gevoff, who had been nibbling on an apple in the corner, paused, his golden hair glinting in the sunlight, a bit shy as he scratched his head, his cheeks flushing, yet he did not refuse. He strode to the center of the courtyard, the sunlight falling on his shoulders, casting a long shadow. No one expected this delicate boy to startle everyone with his voice. It was deep yet clear, like a mountain stream crashing against blue stones, infused with the richness of pine gusts in the forest. He sang a ballad from the forest, telling the tale of squirrels storing food and bears hibernating, the melody simple, yet imbued with a reassuring gentleness. Acorns fall into the soil. Snow covers 3 layers, unafraid of the cold. Spring comes and sprouts a bud, year after year waiting for him. He sang softly, each word like honey clearly landing in everyone's ears. The courtyard fell silent all at once. Even the most mischievous child forgot to eat candy, looking up at him with bright eyes. Pucksyke, holding a honey candy, also forgot to chew, just staring blankly at Gevoff singing, as if his soul had been drawn away by the song. Gevoff, sitting on a stone bench in the corner, who had originally seemed indifferent, softened his gaze, his fingers gently tapping the stone surface, keeping time with the melody, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, clearly entranced. As the song finished, the courtyard erupted with thunderous applause. The subsequent dancing became lively. Gevoff intended to sit back next to Gevoff, but Pucksyke suddenly approached, tugging at his clothes. "Dance with me. Dance with me." At first he shrank back, his face turning bright red. I can't. Come on. Pucksyke pulled even tighter. Gevoff chuckled from the side, then gave him a gentle push. "Go on, don't spoil everyone's fun." Only then did Gevoff blush and agree. So amidst everyone's laughter, he and Pucksyke began to dance the clumsiest dance. Gevoff's steps were too big, nearly stepping on Pucksyke. But as they danced, Gevoff secretly glanced at Pucksyke, seeing her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, suddenly feeling his cheeks burning fiercely, like honey melted by the sun, making his hands and feet even more awkward. Gevoff did not join the fun, still sitting on the stone bench in the corner, watching the lively scene before him like observing a flowing painting. A gray mouse squatted on the stone table beside him, happily nibbling on a piece of wheat cake, its face smeared with cream, even little white dots clinging to its whiskers like a little cat that had stolen a bite, occasionally nudging Gevoff with its paw, as if sharing. He watched, unable to suppress the smile creeping up at the corners of his mouth, casually conjuring an orange-flavored lollipop, twirling it on his fingertip, then making it vanish into thin air, and producing a strawberry-flavored one, repeating this with delight, like a playful child. Just then a foul stench suddenly invaded his nose, like rotting leaves mixed with the scent of aged fish, forcefully pushing aside the sweet aroma in the courtyard, making it particularly unpleasant. Gevoff's movements halted, frowning as he raised his head, tracing the scent. Towards the entrance of the town, a tall figure was slowly approaching, backlit, making it hard to see his face, but his imposing figure resembled a bear, each step steady and somewhat intimidating. As the figure came closer, it became clear that it was a person wearing a large brown bear skin, the fur tangled together, smeared with something dark resembling dirt, but also something else, the hem dragging on the ground, sweeping across the bluestone path, the stench growing stronger with each step, like a fog that wouldn't disperse, wafting towards the courtyard. He walked slowly, each step firmly planted, yet with a clear aim, heading straight for the David family's courtyard. The wind suddenly turned chilly, causing the wild berries atop the cake to tremble, and even the cheerful melody in the courtyard faltered. Pucksyke and Gurutez dancing also paused, Pucksyke wrinkling her little nose to sniff as if the odor had dampened her spirits. The gray mouse also ceased nibbling, its little nose twitching rapidly, suddenly bristling the fur on its back, standing up, like tiny needles squeaking towards the town entrance, its voice sharp and full of alertness. Gevoff slowly stood up, the lollipop in his fingertips having vanished without him noticing. He squinted intently, watching the figure drawing closer, a hint of confusion stirring in his heart. Who is this person? Dressed like this, carrying such a heavy scent. He suddenly recalled a fairy tale he had read before featuring a man in bare skin who hadn't bathed for 7 years, said to have endured hardships, yet harbored kindness. But the aura emanating from this person was decidedly uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to them, the laughter in the courtyard had ceased, everyone following his gaze towards the town entrance, their joyful expressions gradually fading into confusion and unease. David instinctively pulled Lily behind him, tightly gripping the wooden spoon he had used to distribute food earlier, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his gaze filled with vigilance. The figure finally reached the alley's mouth, the sunlight slanting across his face. It was a face covered in dirt with a thick and long stubble obscuring much of it, resembling a vagabond. Yet when he lifted his gaze towards the courtyard, the eyes hidden beneath the grime surprisingly held a rare gentleness, like a stone submerged in a stream devoid of aggression. But the foul stench showed no signs of diminishing, still coiling in the air like a venomous snake tightening hearts. Who is this person really? The man clad in bare fur walked to the gate of the courtyard, paused, and looked at the vigilant crowd, inside a flicker of understanding flashing in his gentle eyes. He did not step forward, but slowly reached into his bosom. With a clatter, 10 gold coins rolled into his palm, gleaming brightly under the sunlight. A wedding gift. His voice was slightly hoarse, yet conveyed a genuine sincerity for the bride and groom. As he spoke, he bent down to place the coins on the stone steps, pushing them slightly forward, as if afraid of burning his hands before quickly retracting them. Then he straightened up, patted the bare fur on his body, and explained, I am a traveler having walked a long way. Passing through here, I heard the festivities and came to take a look with no other intentions. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth twitched as if he wanted to smile, but the dirt on his face obscured much of it. The courtyard fell silent. David glanced at the pile of coins, then at Lily, both of them showing signs of hesitation. But they were kind-hearted by nature, and since the traveler showed no hint of malice, the coins in his hand were indeed dazzling. Enough money to buy Lily a nice piece of fabric for a new dress, and perhaps even some new furniture. Come in. David finally relented, stepping aside. We are all neighbors, no need to be so formal. Seeing the host's acceptance, the crowd dispersed, yet their gazes towards the traveler remained somewhat cautious. As for the foul odor, everyone tacitly endured it. After all, the weight of 10 gold coins was enough to overshadow this discomfort. The man in bare fur thanked them and walked lightly into the courtyard, making his way to the stone table in the corner. The bakery's landlady brought over a cake and a bowl of apple cider. He received them with a low thank you and sat down to eat, doing so slowly, making soft chewing sounds, as if afraid of disturbing anyone. Gevoff was originally sitting on a stone bench not far from him. The stench seemed to have a life of its own, drilling into his nose, mixed with the smell of decay and sweat, making his stomach churn and nearly causing him to vomit the cake he had just eaten. He stared at the man. He truly resembled a bearskin figure from a fairy tale, downtrodden, yet carrying an inexplicable sense of integrity, but the smell was simply overwhelming. He silently scooted back on the stone bench, distancing himself from the man, and the turmoil in his stomach eased slightly. In fact, he really wanted to ask, how many countries had he traveled through? What secrets had he seen in the forests? But just as he leaned forward half a step, the foul odor, like an invisible hand, tightly pinched his nose, forcing him to retreat again. TSK. Gevoff clicked his tongue in regret. He glanced at the traveler, who was carefully pinching the cake with his rough fingers, meticulously avoiding the wild berries on top, as if cherishing a precious treasure. A gray mouse raised its head from the cake, wrinkling its little nose, and also moved closer to Gevoff, clearly unable to stand the smell. The music in the courtyard started again, with Gurut and Puzik still dancing. This time Gurut's steps were more coordinated, and the two laughed joyfully. David and Lily were distributing candies to the children, the sunlight casting a warm glow upon them. The man in bare fur would occasionally look up, his gaze soft, as if he were admiring a precious painting. He finished the cake, placed the empty bowl on the table, and just sat there like a silent mountain, not disturbing anyone and not being disturbed. Gevoff scooted further away, almost pressed against the courtyard wall. He looked at the traveler, pondering another fairy tale mist who told me my sense of smell was so good. He took a deep breath of the air fragrant with honeysuckle, trying to expel the foul odor from his lungs, but just halfway through inhaling, he saw the traveler raise his hand to scratch his head, the bare fur shifting, and a stronger stench wafted over. Gevoff suddenly covered his nose, nearly jumping off the stone bench. Forget it, the protagonists of fairy tales are indeed not for everyone to approach. He gave up the thought of speaking, turning to watch Gurut and Puzik dance, out of sight, out of mind. Eric's desk was always strewn with letter papers, a quill dipped in ink producing neat lines of handwriting on the paper. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would dive into the study, and sometimes while writing, a smile would suddenly lift the corners of his mouth, and he would chuckle foolishly, his pen hovering in midair, his gaze drifting out the window, as if seeing some incredibly beautiful sight through the peak of the house. The knights guarding outside often peeked inside privately, sighing, His Highness the second prince used to be so wise, even his gaze was sharp when handling state affairs. Now, he seems like an overgrown child staring blankly at a piece of paper for ages with a silly grin when he smiles. Though they complained, there was a hint of relief in their eyes. This prince, after suffering a setback, finally showed a bit of youthful vitality. But what astonished the knights most was not the prince's silly smile, but the paper airplane on the desk. The airplane was made of paper, its edges worn, yet it exuded an indescribable magic no matter where Eric was in the house. Be it the study terrace, or even the stable, as long as he rolled the completed letter into a thin tube and stuffed it into the airplane, a gentle toss would send it soaring, as if it had eyes weaving around the tips of tall trees through the clouds, flying towards a fixed direction, never deviating. Your Highness, where does this airplane fly to? One time a young knight could not help but ask, his eyes wide open. Eric was busy tying a red thread to the tail of the airplane, and upon hearing this he laughed lightly, his fingertips brushing over the rough paper page. To the one I care for. The knights exchanged glances. No one knew exactly who the one he cared for was, thinking it was just a romantic tale spun by the prince. At the dinner table, the captain of the knights was cutting steak, watching Eric, who was once again staring blankly at his empty plate. Lately he had been doing this, often lost in thought, while eating, his knife and fork scraping aimlessly on the plate, his mind already far away. The captain put down his knife and fork and cleared his throat. Your Highness, who exactly is the noble lady you have been corresponding with? Do you need me to send someone to inquire about her background? Eric's hand, gripping the knife, paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He wanted to say, it is the one destined for me, but the words caught in his throat. In fact, he could not even clarify who she was, where she was, or what she looked like. He knew nothing. He only knew that each time he unfolded that paper airplane flying back from afar, the handwriting inside was always warm and elegant, like the clear spring water flowing over green stones. When she spoke of the starry sky, she would say, every star is winking, as if murmuring secrets, and when discussing state affairs, she would incisively point out harsh governance is more harmful than a ferocious tiger, her thoughts resonating with his, as if they shared a heartbeat. Until that day, Eric wrote a story in the letter. Once upon a time, there was a prince who met a princess at a banquet, and with just one glance he felt it was destined. He paused, adding, tell me, isn't it fate when you fall in love at first sight? After the paper airplane flew away, he waited for 3 days. During those 3 days, he found no taste in food, always feeling the letter paper had a burnt smell. Until the morning of the 4th day, that familiar paper airplane landed on the windowsill, its wings damp with dew, as if it had been crying. He hurriedly opened it, the handwriting inside still gentle, but carrying an undeniable seriousness. What people call love at first sight has never been love, but merely an excuse driven by lust. What is called fate is not born from a mere glance. It requires 2 people to slowly draw near, to hear each other's silly words, to see each other's vulnerable sides, to know each other's weaknesses and strengths, and through day-to-day interactions transform novelty into understanding. By that time, novelty will fade, just as fabric turns white after prolonged washing, yet the responsibilities and upbringing ingrained in one's bones will not fade. Love is not about tightly holding onto each other's hands, nor is it a calculation demanding reciprocity, but knowing he fears the dark and leaving a lamp on each night. Understanding she is strong-willed and quietly shouldering her burdens. It is about watching the new sunrise with old companions, stepping on new fallen leaves rather than switching to someone new and repeating the sweet words said before. True love is never just the warmth of an embrace, but 2 souls separated by mountains and rivers, yet able to resonate in the same words, to understand each other in a single glance. Only then can it be called fate. Eric clutched the letter, his fingertips trembling slightly. He remembered the princess of the Wolf Kingdom, how beautiful she was when she wore a nightgown. He had indeed been dazzled, his heart skipped a beat, but beyond that, he did not know if she liked sweet or spicy food, whether she counted sheep or gazed at stars when she couldn't sleep, or even if she had shallow dimples at the corners of her eyes when she smiled. But for the person on the other side of the letter, he knew she feared thunder, so he would send dried lavender on rainy days. Knew she liked collecting fallen leaves, so he pressed the maple leaves from his garden and sent them over. He would say ruling a country is exhausting, and she would reply, if you're tired, take a break, kings are not made of iron. He would say the knights laughed at me for being foolish again today, and she would draw a crooked smiley face, saying foolish but cute. So that was it. Eric suddenly smiled, carefully folding the letter and placing it in his close pocket. The sunlight outside was just right, casting a golden edge on that paper airplane. He picked up the pen and wrote the first line on a new piece of letter paper. You are right, fate is never about a single glance. The knights once again saw the prince smiling foolishly at the letter paper, but this time his gaze held a newfound determination, like a forest after the fog had cleared, finally seeing the path beneath. The captain of the knights shook his head, laughing and sighing. Who cares who his beloved is as long as the prince is happy? And Eric knew that his destined one was not the fleeting glimpse at the banquet, but that paper airplane traversing storms, the tender handwriting within the letter, and the person whose soul resonated with his across mountains and seas. God must have brought him to the person at the other end of the paper airplane, perhaps to tell him love is never a prince's instant infatuation with a princess in a fairy tale, but the sweetness slowly brewed in the world of mortals. David and Lily's wedding was like the warm sunlight over the small town, gentle and unhurried. The small stir caused by the bearskin man was soon drowned out by the laughter in the yard like a stone thrown into a lake, creating a few ripples before settling back into calm. As the banquet dispersed, the sun had already tilted towards the west, stretching people's shadows long. The neighbors, clutching uneaten candies and empty milk cans, laughed as they bid farewell to the newlyweds, their steps light. No one had forgotten the traveler in bearskin, yet he quietly stayed in the corner, not disturbing anyone. Gradually, everyone became accustomed to the faint odor, treating it as a minor episode of the wedding. Unexpectedly, after the wedding, the bearskin man did not leave. He pulled out a few gold coins from his pocket, walked into the bakery, and bought a full bag of wheat cakes. He exchanged several cans of fruit candy at the grocery store and picked up 2 buckets of milk at the dairy, all things the townsfolk typically wouldn't indulge in. Then he walked slowly through the town with these provisions. Seeing a child squatting in the corner playing with pebbles, he handed over a piece of wheat cake. Watching the child devour it, the corners of his mouth would subtly twitch as if smiling. Encountering an elderly man basking in the sun at the doorway, he left a small jar of candy, and when the old man thanked him, he simply waved his hand and continued on. Even a woman holding a baby received half a bucket of milk from him, the cream thick and clearly fresh. He walked along giving away food, speaking little, yet his movements were gentle, as if afraid of breaking the things in his hands. The hem of his bare skin dragged along the bluestone path, making a rustling sound, and that foul odor spread with his footsteps, yet strangely, it did not repel anyone. After all, no one could frown at a kind-hearted man spreading wealth. A child chased after him, timidly asking, "Uncle, where do you come from?" He stopped, looked down at the child, his voice hoarse, as if covered in dust from far away. "Where are you going?" He glanced up at the forest outside, the town sunlight filtering through his messy hair, casting dappled shadows on his face. "I don't know, wherever I walk." As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of candy from his bag, stuffed it into the child's hand, and turned to walk on. The sunset stretched his shadow tall and imposing like a moving hill, carrying a bag full of kindness, slowly traversing the alleys of the small town. Finally, he arrived at the inn at the end of the town. The innkeeper was dozing at the counter, his face wrinkling at the smell emanating from the man, just about to complain when he saw him pull out a gold coin and place it on the counter, his voice deep, "A room, please." The gleam of the gold coin instantly overshadowed the foul odor. The innkeeper immediately perked up, quickly handing over a key, the quietest room on the second floor at the very end. The bearskin man took the key, but instead of going upstairs, he first placed the remaining food at the inn's entrance and waved to a passing beggar, gesturing for him to take it. Only then did he step onto the creaking wooden stairs, his figure disappearing around the corner on the second floor. The door clicked shut, isolating him from the outside clamor. Gevoff and the others stood under the old tree at the alley's mouth, watching the bearskin man walk step by step into the inn. The leaves of the old tree rustled in the evening breeze, making a constant shhh sound, like a group of people whispering, discussing this suddenly appearing odd fellow. Cusick frowned tightly as if tied in a knot. "He really is a strange man." Tilting her head, her tone filled with confusion. "He smells terrible, yet when he shares food with children, his gaze is as soft as cotton candy. He walks clumsily and heavily like a silent mountain. What on earth is he doing in this town?" Goluda scratched his head, his golden hair gleaming in the twilight. "Who cares? As long as he gives candies to the children, he can't be a bad person." Just now, when the bearskin man distributed the milk, the gratitude in the eyes of the woman holding the baby was clear to him. He had long lost any aversion to that foul odor. Thus they said no more, stepping into the inn, paying the innkeeper, and securing a room. In the deep of night, the voices outside gradually thinned, the shouts of merchants faded away, and the sound of doors closing in various homes stopped, leaving only the wind rustling through the leaves with a soft woo-woo sound.